Woodsmen swung their axes in the clearing, thump after thwack. When a father asked his son the question, every noble heir dreads. So the two of them took a quiet walk down the path, away from prying ears. Our boy looked up, caught off guard, because his old man had just asked what mattered most for a lord to possess, and the kid had zero clue how to answer. He fumbled with his scroll, brain spinning, thump of his own heartbeat louder than any axe. Which meant he sulked through his guess instead, flat-faced, looking away, while Dad planted his hands on his hips and played it off like the kid had nailed it. But the real answer drifted in on the breeze, a warm heart. That was Richard Valencia, Lord of Leshill, speaking, a man whose kindness was about to cost him everything he ruled. The kid blinked, sweat drop popping, and asked him to run that back, because warm heart was not anywhere on the study guide. Because for Richard, a warm heart meant every bond he'd ever built, the friends who stood beside him, the family he'd raised, the generations of hands held across the years, all framed in blooming petals like a life worth remembering. Except a warm heart also makes you a villain in somebody else's story, and in a cold stone room, two cowering figures learned that lesson the hard way. Which is why, years earlier, Richard had knelt down, smiled soft, and told a wide-eyed little boy in a tan shirt the simplest truth he knew: you'll bond with whoever you're beside. That little boy just stared back, question marks blooming over his head, until a shouting voice cut clean through the yard, "Master," and a blonde head came hauling around the corner. It was Charlie, gasping for air, headband soaked, grabbing his chest and wheezing that he'd run every step of the way just to be with you, sir, and Richard just smiled and said, "Of course, Charlie." The little boy scrambled to catch Charlie before he face-planted, "Oh my gosh," echoing through his head, while Richard watched from the foreground with a raised hand like he'd seen this exact panic 100 times. But here's the thing about a warm heart in a world like this: Chet, the same man who'd cradled a panting servant like family, could also close his eyes, extend his hand, and summon a howling vortex of black flame, silent entities answering from the dark. Richard Valencia was not just a kind lord. He was something far more dangerous, and the people who knew that, yeah, they were about to remind the world. Deep in the woods, a kid in a gray shirt felt the air shift. Something nasty was closing in, and the hairs on his neck stood up to prove it. His buddy, dark hair, white shirt, vest, whipped up a massive purple sigil midair, panic in his eyes as the runes lit up and dark energy coiled around his arms. Then he let it rip. The blast tore through the dark, purple-black force, rippling outward like a tidal wave of bad intentions. But the real horror was still underneath, because a skeletal hand punched up through the muck, fingers spread, claiming the ground. Both boys stood behind a glowing barrier, watching bones click and clatter into shape all down the stone path. The dead weren't staying dead tonight. Then a massive skull filled the sky, sockets burning with dark flame, grinning like it had been waiting for this exact moment. Yeah, you don't see a grin like that and expect things to go well. The horde clattered forward through smoke and shrapnel. Cut to a softer moment, 3 little skeletons peeking up at our 2 boys like wide-eyed puppies. Yeah, you read that right. Same bone bags, whole different energy. The blonde with the headband gave them a thumbs up, cracking up. Apparently he was grading this little performance on a curve. The skeletons lit up, glossy little eyes sparkling with pride. Then the trio carried a full log overhead in a marching line, while their hype man clapped like a proud parent at a talent show. Somewhere along the way, the dead had started calling him master, and he was eating it up. The black-haired buddy grinned and waved like he'd just won Employee of the Month, while our boy stood behind him, smiling politely. That smile said it all, pure second-hand embarrassment, watching his boy soak up praise from skeletons. This is how the age of necromancers began. Special magicians who wielded the dark, masters of death itself, and this white-haired girl in her pristine coat was one of them, with a skeletal dragon coiled behind her like a pet. Her roster of horrors spoke for itself. When the Talhern Emperor decided 50,000 soldiers was the answer to the necromancer problem, he sat enthroned and smug, never guessing he'd signed his empire's death warrant. Headquarters in Kizan answered the invasion with a single dispatch: 10 necromancers raised against 50,000, silhouetted like saints against a bleeding moon. And they didn't just win. They turned every single one of those soldiers into undead, marched them home, and wiped the Talhern Empire off the map. That empire never stood again. Its last emperor rotted on the throne where he'd sent that army, dressed in red still, eyes glowing, a warning to anyone else who got ideas. Misery dressed up as Legacy. That was how necromancers seized half the continent and rewrote the rules of the world. But the other half didn't stay quiet for long. A new power rose to challenge them, all wings and holy light in the sky. They called themselves priests, the only true enemy of the necromancer, devotees of the goddess Dave, wielders of divinity, every one of them a walking counter to black magic. None of which concerned our boy's quiet fief, where a cheerful buddy cheered on as tiny skeletons toted logs through the stumps. Even the reserved summoner had to admit the little guys worked well together. This was Les Hill. But life at the fief was nothing like a war camp. This blond kid with a black headband spent his days laughing at 4 goofy skeletons hauling lumber like it was a parade. Their little hideout, a speck on the map most villages couldn't find. Hidden in plain sight, exactly the way the Valencia family liked it. Meet the heir, Simon Valencia himself, blue-haired, golden-eyed, grinning into the open air like a kid who'd never once heard the word necromancer. Home was a cozy timber house with smoke curling out the chimney, a real, warm, lived-in kind of place. His mother, Anna, silver-haired and glowing, already had the stew going the second he walked through the door. So Simon leaned over the kitchen table, peeked into her bubbling purple pot, and asked the obvious question. Whatever that stew was, ingredients from 5 different biomes seemed to be having a civil war in there. Then his light blue-haired sister stepped in, holy magic blazing from her palms like she personally knew the goddess. One spark later, mushrooms and mystery meat were glowing into actual food. Simon stared, jaw dropping. Man thought he was watching a saint descend into their kitchen. Which set off Mom and Dad, locked in a lovey-dovey embrace in the doorway, while the sister stood behind them sweating through a fake laugh. Then Simon made the rookie mistake and asked the forbidden question, was he actually supposed to eat it? Which was a dumb question, because his little sister had already laid out a feast that could feed a war party. Simon picked at his plate like he was negotiating with his stomach, while some unnamed cousin inhaled every loaf on the table. But the sister wasn't done. Next thing Simon knew, cucumbers on his eyes, the dad muttering about an eternal honeymoon, and Les Hill feeling like the only safe place left in the world. Meanwhile, in some quiet corner of the continent, a young man stood at his window watching the full moon, and the peace wouldn't last the night. He leaned out, wished someone good night, and reached to shut the wooden shutters for the evening. Except the night had other plans. A sealed envelope slid down from above and smacked him square in the face. No warning, no mercy. The kid flailed, groaning through a mouthful of paper and red wax. His cheeks went crimson, his eyes went wide, and all he could do was stare at the letter pressed against his chest like it had just declared war on him. He looked down, and there she was, a silver blue-haired girl crouched right at his doorstep mid-word, as if she'd been waiting for the shutters to close. And she smiled, big, warm, like a girl who just teleported into a stranger's bedroom and decided to introduce herself with full confidence and falling petals for dramatic flair. His brain short-circuited. Boots, flowers, doorstep. She was already inside, and he hadn't even blinked yet. He blinked, he sweated, he squeaked out a confused little sound. Because someone was definitely behind him now, and his body knew it before his brain caught up. He yanked the blanket off his bed in pure panic, and she came flying through the open window, fists raised, shouting that he'd seen her and couldn't pretend otherwise. They grabbed opposite ends of the same sheet and turned his quiet bedroom into an absolute wrestling ring, neither letting go. She planted her hands on her hips, pouting like she'd won anyway, while he sat there drenched in sweat, asking how on earth she'd even found this place. Her eyes went huge, her cheeks flushed bright, and she dropped the bomb he'd come for him specifically, Simon Valencia. She reached out like the conversation was already over, and he was already coming with her. Our boy nearly fell out of bed because nobody knew that name, and then she peeked up from the blanket and whispered that the letter would explain everything. Chat, the quiet life just ended. Peace lasted exactly until the front door burst open. Simon grabbed a frying pan, his mother latched onto his arm, and the whole house screamed burglar. Except the intruder wasn't a burglar at all. It was a silver-haired girl who lit up the doorway yelling for Richard and Anna like she'd just won the lottery. She'd barely finished the name before Simon had her lifted over his head, both of them laughing about how much they'd missed each other. Not a single day, not a single inch of change between them. There she stood in full glory now, school uniform, white coat, sparkles popping around her like the manga had finally found its main character energy. Simon just stared, the color draining from his face and barely breathed the name, Archbold. That one word detonated everything. Those eyes, that silver hair, the girl in his arms was Nephthys Archbold, the architect behind an emperor-turned-corpse puppet. And she stood there in the smoke of her own legend, smiling like the mastermind she was, the woman who puppeted a throne and walked away clean. Picture it, a crowned king hanging limp by his strings, jaw slack, red cape rotting, dangling in the void. That was the emperor, that was her handiwork, and now she was elbow-deep in his family's kitchen. She turned her head slowly, pale and calm against the purple smoke, like she'd been waiting for him to catch up. Because she had a proposal, a letter slid forward through the rustle, and an off-panel voice dropped the bomb. Kizan had an offer for Simon Valencia. The letter came out slow, sweating under his thumb like it knew what it was about to do to his life. Official Kizan letter of admission, red wax seal and all, signed by Lentus himself, entrance student, scholarship included, the kind of paper that rewrites a kid's whole future. Behind her, a blue crest lit up like a halo, and Nephthys smiled the smile of someone who already knew his answer, come to Kizan. Her hand reached out, open, waiting, glowing with all the promise and all the danger that came attached. Nephthys' voice carried across the courtyard like a promise and a threat wrapped in one. Kizan was waiting, and so was she. Simon stood frozen in the doorway, that sealed letter heavy in his hand, the whole sky suddenly feeling smaller. Inside, his father waited with arms open and patience worn thin, while Nephthys lingered like a ghost who'd never really left the room. He crossed the rug on legs that didn't quite feel like his own, and offered the paper up like a confession, voice catching on the only title he knew. His father took it, unfolded the seal, and began reading aloud special admission, Simon Valencia, while Simon tripped over the question burning in his chest. The name hit the room like a dropped blade, the Chancellor, and his father's red eyes said he'd heard that part too. Simon broke into a cold sweat, because the Chancellor in his head was still that silver-haired girl blowing kisses from the gate, not the kind of title you bow to. Cut to a black-haired stranger, beauty marked sharp beneath those red eyes, asking the only question that mattered now, how far to Kizan? Silence where an answer should have been. Same stranger, twilight behind him, fingers gripping his own collar like he needed something solid to hold onto. Then his brain conjured the fantasy. Kizan's elite in their tailored noble threads, looking down at a farm boy who didn't even own a second shirt. He pinched the plain fabric at his chest and muttered something flat about uniforms, because the gap between those kids and him just became a canyon. Back in Leshill, the adults were already circling, necromancer training, preparations, a future being assembled around him while he stood there wearing a question mark. Then someone cheerfully suggested black magic on top of everything else, and Simon's soul left his body while his father and Nephthys clapped along like it was a birthday gift. Only the white of an empty bubble, waiting for the scream. That week became the busiest of his life, pure grinding, all of it aimed at Kizan. Up on the staircase, his people couldn't just let him work in peace. Charlie peeked over the rail, master worried. His sister wrung her hands beside him, white-knuckled and tense. Because someone had to form his core and the price was pain. Two hands locked together, blue magic screaming between them. The only rule was simple, endure it. He took it, sweat poured, teeth clenched, every nerve lit up, but he didn't pull away. 3 straight days without sleep, his father's magic pouring through him while the core took shape inside his chest. He'd been broken down and rebuilt, and the world would never know how close that came to killing him. Then one final breath, and the core burst open, blue runes spinning to life. He exhaled like a man surfacing from deep water. The worst was over. And the rest of the week was spent putting that power to use. Then came departure day. A black carriage rolled out across the green hills, 2 horses pulling it toward the horizon. Nephthys watched him go from the gates, her pink dress catching the wind. She clasped her hands tight and asked him to be careful, please, while Charlie waved himself hoarse behind her, cheering his young master off to war. Blonde hair caught the wind, and a few stray leaves settled on it like a quiet promise. because Simon sat down to learn what no rural air was ever supposed to touch. Black-haired instructor, vest crisp, blue mana curling at his chest, told him to run the current straight through his core. So Simon breathed, clasped his hands, and let the glow build a bright blue orb spinning right over his heart, crackling like a second pulse. The instructor asked if it felt firmer now, and Simon just nodded. Then came the next step, push the current down into his arms. And the room went white with it. Mana streamed down his wrist toward the hand, until the fingertips started weeping something dark, seep, a single drop black as ink. Which meant the lesson had just turned a corner nobody wanted. Richard's red eyes flicked sideways, voice low, praising the kid by name, because a necromancer's true source was finally showing itself. That droplet wobbled on Simon's forearm, thick and alive, and Richard named it plain, the darkness. Which was the whole point of the exercise, because that ink-black spill was the line between a magician and what Simon actually was. Mana moved like gas, a bright cyan breath, soft, easy to scatter into nothing. But darkness was the opposite, a heavy, stubborn liquid that pooled in the palm, eager to be shaped into something new. And Simon watched that black tar gather, thick as syrup, dripping slow off his fingers. So what was he supposed to do with it? So this is the real lesson, and the man walking Simon through it keeps it surgical. Black ink twists around his fingers, heavy and alive, the opposite of every clean, gas-like channel Simon had been fed before. He shaped it like a girl with a spatula and a hand mirror, because of course the first thing he'd sculpt was his sister. Then the lecture got serious, because any mage who runs power through this darkness walks a road that ends in one name. Necromancer. The fist clenched, ink boiling at the knuckles, the cheapest flex, and yet it landed. Because back home that night, father and son sat knee to knee under a sky full of windows, and the older man laid down the next lesson. Simon obeyed, and watched his palms cough up tiny dark blue droplets like stubborn beads. 3 days later, alone with the sunset behind him, all he had was a sad, formless blob. Until the blob twitched and decided it wanted to be a rabbit. Which meant Richard stared down at his own kid in pure, paralyzed shock as the thing dripped off his fingers like it had a heartbeat. And Simon, sweating, finally understood. He had called this gift useless, and it had been laughing at him the whole time. Because 2 years of training had just been compressed into 3 days, and the little bird on his fingertip was the receipt. He cradled it like glass, and it glowed back at him like it knew exactly what he was. Then the world cut to a strange, glittering dark, and what came next was the part Richard wasn't ready to admit out loud. He looked out over a hill crawling with blue-eyed dead, and the fear he'd been swallowing finally spilled, because his son had blown past every leash he'd tried to put on this power, and he'd held the kid back hoping history wouldn't repeat. A figure stood in the void, a living thread of blue-black liquid pouring from his open palm like something waking up after a long, long sleep. The lesson was simple: stretch it, shape it, make it listen, and Simon kept pulling, that strange blue limb reaching for his mentor like a loyal pet. Then it hit him. He cupped the stuff in his palms, and there in the dark a flame burned cool and midnight blue, and our boy recognized the color on sight, grinning like he'd just found buried treasure. Nobody spoke for a beat. But his mentor only smiled, chin in hand, like he'd been waiting for exactly this, and the silence told the kid everything the smirk wouldn't. Because Simon couldn't hold it in, leaning forward with 3 questions spilling out at once. Is this good? Am I rare? Does this mean I'm actually talented? The answer landed flat. Midnight blue was just a cool color, and our boy went dead quiet, a little flame still hissing off his fingertips. A carriage wheel groaned to a stop on dirt, and the passengers realized they'd already arrived, the cliffs of Kiezen rising somewhere just past the dust. Inside, Simon sat with sweat on his temples, stammering at his father's back, unable to process whatever had just been told to him. He stumbled out into the grass and just kept repeating it. What, like the word might suddenly make sense. And the world held still. Father, he breathed, voice cracking on the single syllable, because nothing in his life had prepared him for this. But Richard didn't flinch, gripped the doorframe from the other side and promised a guarantee, voice steady, telling his boy he was proud. The proud hung in the air between them, and Simon's eyes went wet at the window, because that word had a weight to it he'd never felt before. Then the carriage rolled, hoofbeats fading down the dust road toward that cliff-built city, and Richard watched it go with one last whisper, "Take care." Richard stood beneath that endless blue, wishing his boy well with two quiet words he could barely finish. And then he walked away, into the drift of leaves and whatever came next. A week later, the road carried Simon to the Dresden kingdom. The capital rose out of the hills like a fever dream, stone towers, tiled rooftops, and a white spire that stabbed the sky. He'd made it. Down in the streets, a skeleton in a top hat rattled pan-pipes for a crowd, and every soul in Langerstein stopped to stare. Capital of Dresden, all right. The weird was the welcome. Their carriage rolled through it all, a bony white horse clip-clopping past gawking locals. Click-clack, the sound of arrival. Langerstein sprawled beneath the castle, tier on tier of houses, and somewhere in that maze, a guide was waiting with his name on their lips. Simon pressed his face to the window, golden eyes blown wide, drinking in every impossible thing at once. But the wonder cooled fast. New city, new rules, and he was about as sharp as a butter knife. He'd have to keep his head on straight. He unfolded the paper, hands steadier than his heartbeat. Two hands smoothed the creases. 239 Camel Road, Langerstein, and a guide waiting. Problem was, he hadn't the foggiest where that was. He spotted a blonde woman in a side alley, turned, and called out before his nerve could bail on him. She turned, half facing him, and the boy worked up every ounce of country manners he had. "Excuse me, madam, might he steal a moment of her time?" And then she faced him fully, one bright blue eye, one black patch, a swinging eyeball trinket at her throat, and a warmth that didn't match the pirate energy one bit. Simon stammered, thrust the paper at her like it was a shield, and tried not to combust. She just took it in, cool as a river stone. His brain kicked back in at the last second. Camel Road, right? That was the address, and the words tumbled out before his dignity could file a formal complaint. She pointed him past the plaza, one right turn, and the street paved in gold, a Langerstein landmark he'd never forget. Recognition flickered across his face, and a soft "oh" slipped out as the name clicked into place. He bowed with the kind of manners Richard would have been proud of, and she answered with a curtsy behind her fan while the whole plaza watched. She waved him off with closed eyes and a warm smile, wished him the best of luck in her city, and vanished into the crowd. He waved back with a grin, thanked her loud enough to carry, and turned toward Camel Road, right past a skeleton in a vest who didn't even get a second glance. But the street had other eyes on him. A cap-wearing man shadowed the crowd. He tapped the one-eyed woman's shoulder, stammered an "excuse me," and she turned, caught off guard. Simon lingered nearby, polite as ever, overhearing a stranger ask the stranger for a favor. Hands exchanged something white in the open. By the fountain, a dark-haired woman stood with her back turned, addressed by nobody she could see. And a gold crescent earring caught the light, glinting like a signature. A prayer to a father left behind. The boy was about to be tested for real. 3 punks closed the gap in some backwater street, all teeth and bad intent, and the bald one in front was already drooling over the hall. Bag, boots, clothes, everything on the ground, or they'd make it hurt. Which meant our blue-haired kid from Les Hill, special admission number 1, Dark Mana Prodigy, the works, had his very first mugging scheduled for the afternoon of orientation day. And Kizan Academy was already late, because he was busy calculating how long it would take to apologize to the Chancellor for being mugged in broad daylight. Except those muggers had no idea whose bag they were reaching for. But that was a problem for later, because right now, Simon Valencia was hunting down a door numbered Z39 in a city that didn't care who he was. Which was where a cheerful, flat-capped stranger in a red scarf caught up to him, grinning like they'd been pen pals for years. Someone called Howell had sent him, and yes, that was his man. The cap came off, the sweat popped out, and the bald guide beamed like a kid caught sneaking extra dessert, friendliest mugging setup Simon had ever seen. Their handshake sealed it, name exchanged, deal done, lodging arranged. Easy. So Simon followed him into the square, half-timbered walls and lampposts rising around them. The guide already waving toward the next stop like this was the best tour of his life. Until the guide turned to point something out, and Simon realized the cheerful little bald man was actually a head taller than he expected, scarf hanging like a banner over an unfamiliar chest. And in the middle of that crowd, a cheerful little aha, like he'd been waiting for this moment all along. The friendly tour was over the second that word dropped, because the kid beside him realized the warmth had been a wrapper, and the smile had been hiding a knife the whole time. Which meant the only thing left was the grin, wide, easy, and absolutely not innocent. A fist cocked at his jaw, close enough to taste. A breath held, and pressed into the small of the guide's back, plain as day through the cloth, the unmistakable outline of a hidden blade, which meant the welcome wagon had been a shakedown from the jump. Silence. Then the bald man laughed it off, palms up, the picture of a man who had just been caught and prayed charm would carry him. Except the kid didn't flinch, didn't back up, and worse, he asked about a goat, the goat he'd clearly been riding into town to meet, which meant this wasn't a mugging at all. So the jig died on the spot, and the cheerful host turned on a copper, trembling, snarling that the boy had set him up. Except the kid hadn't said a thing, he'd simply walked in clean, and now steel was coming out, red light licking the edge, and the bald man's only play was calling a country boy a freak. Which made it a mistake because the freak had friends, or rather, the town did. They closed in like a net, 4 of them fanning out behind their leader, each one uglier than the last, a bubblegum-chewing brute, a long-haired punk, a silver-haired kid with a death wish, all of them certain the haul was already won. Strip him to the skin, they said. Bag, boots, everything, and our boy didn't move, didn't beg, just stood there in the middle of the circle and told them no. The bearded one sneered the word country boy like it was already a grave marker, so our boy started to explain, slow and quiet, exactly how little they understood the situation. One amber eye lit like a warning flare, and the lesson was about to begin. The thug lunged hard, steel aimed right at our boy's chest, 4-on-1 and smelling blood. Simon dropped clean under the slash, the curved blade hissing past his hair, and the attacker stumbled forward into empty air. His hand shot out, fingers reaching for the wrist that held the knife, amber eyes locked on target. He grabbed the swinging wrist mid-thrust and stopped it dead, speed 0, momentum gone. Onlookers screamed as the arm buckled wrong, the blade snapping clean, and a bald bystander gagged at the crunch. Simon stared him down against a crackling crimson void, cold as his father's lessons, and told the man he'd grown up watching trash just like him crawl through his village. His grip squeezed tighter on the broken wrist, and the verdict came simple. Scumbags who hide behind good people and squeeze them for protection money were the lowest form of life. The bald ringleader raised his blade with a trembling hand, puffing himself up as the heir of some nowhere lordship, and swearing it was his duty to clean up dirt like them. Only his grip kept slipping. The whole pack closed in tighter, all of them told to step back or bleed. Then Simon apologized to his father in his head. He'd be late to Kizan after all. But a nervous glance over his shoulder caught something behind him, and his face went uncertain. A woman's voice slid into the moment, smooth and unhurried. The crescent moon woman had found her mark. Heels clicked on cobblestone, steady and deliberate, closing the distance. Every thug on that street turned toward the sound, and wary crept across their faces. The dark-haired woman brushed her hair back with one hand as she walked, a faint red glow bleeding off her shoulders like a warning dressed in perfume. She stepped into the light, red eyes, that crimson crescent earring glinting, and a smile that said she found this whole scene a mild inconvenience, because the little blue-haired boy looked busy with some very annoying insects. And then someone, very dangerous, stepped into frame. 2 thugs thought they'd cornered an easy mark on the street, blustering through their usual routine, until a bald man noticed something behind them and went very pale. And then they started counting their money again, real fast, because a pig had just knocked their stash across the cobblestones. But the cracking sound that followed wasn't a pig rooting through paper. It was bones reassembling, stacking, climbing back into shape. And the thugs finally understood what kind of city Langerstein really was, because the shadows behind them were moving on their own. Because a girl stood in the alley with crimson eyes and a smile that had no business being that calm, and behind her, a whole pack of skeletons were waking up, red lights blooming in every socket. Her black outfit zipped tight, hair sweeping like a curtain closing on the 4 idiots' evening plans. 2 words from her, get them, and the boneyard came alive, skeletal soldiers surging past in a clattering tide. The bald monk got his skull grabbed from behind before he could finish praying, screaming blue murder as a grinning dead man's hands locked around his head. And down the same alley, Our boy Simon strolled right past, a dark-haired girl at his side, while the rest of the skeleton crew collapsed around them in a twitching heap. The bald man's face went white as a fresh sheet as a one-eyed skeleton pressed its face against his, jaw cracking open with a sound like wet firewood. He screamed for mercy, the kind of scream that meant he was already bargaining with every god he knew. And then the dark-haired girl turned on the survivors with a single, cold question, the kind you only ask when you already know you own the next 5 seconds of their lives. Dark energy curled at her back like smoke, and whatever she was channeling hadn't even started yet. One of the thugs scrambled to name-drop a clan, Claven, like that meant a damn thing to her. Her answer was 2 words, cold and final: go tell Claven himself. The skeleton seized the monk by the shoulders, forced him flat, and marched him toward the guard HQ like a dog, begging the whole way, voice cracking on every please. She smiled barely, and that bored little smile broke the moment wide open. Her eyes went cold, not furious, worse, the quiet, patient displeasure of someone who did not receive orders. And that was the curtain drop on this one chat. She declared the Claven clan's protection worthless, promised to erase them off the map in Kizan's name, and watched the survivors wet themselves stammering apologies. Simon stood behind her, very still, realizing he had walked into someone else's war. She clicked her tongue, glanced back at him with a grin, and tossed out a question right. So he thanked her, polite as ever, and confirmed yes, she was the one he'd spoken to. Which was the moment she beamed at him like this was the best part of her whole day. Before he could process that, her hand closed around his wrist and she pulled. Mom's waiting, she told him, gentle as anything, leading him toward the plaza. Her grip stayed firm, petals drifted around them on the sunlit street. Mom, he echoed, baffled, because that word did not belong anywhere near this leather-clad war criminal. She shielded her eyes, scanning the plaza, and groaned. Mom had wandered off again, the one job being wait there. And there, streaking through the crowd past an ice cream cart, arms wide open, a tiny silver-haired girl. A tiny silver-haired girl froze mid-stride, ice cream shoved in her face, because she'd just screamed Mom at a stranger. The voice behind her belonged to a dark-haired, red-eyed woman in black, and judging by the glow of pure parental murder in her eyes, the silver kid was in deep, deep trouble. Every time she wandered off, this happened, and the blue-plaid rag scrubbing her face wasn't gentle about teaching the lesson. So that was her mother, which meant the silver brat who'd barreled through the plaza was Nephthys Arkbold, chancellor of Kizan Academy, acting like a lost toddler. And losing Simon because of her own wandering, that was the one crime the chancellor couldn't forgive herself for. Simon stood there smiling like his face might crack, realizing the silver-haired chancellor of Kizan was somebody's kid, and somebody's little sister, not Mom. Then Nephthys perked right back up, because in that chaotic little head, a brilliant idea had clearly just loaded. She cupped her palm and dark energy swirled into a flare, and the whole plaza shifted mood in a heartbeat. Lauren caught the flame in her hands, dark blue fire, steady, warm, and Nephthys hummed like she just solved everyone's problems with a parlor trick. So that was Lauren, the woman who'd curb-stomped the Claven extortion ring with a skeleton army, and then grabbed Simon's wrist like they were old friends. Nephthys jabbed a thumbs up, winked, and declared her full faith in Lauren to handle the new kid, then immediately bailaid for ice cream. Which left Simon standing in the plaza with Nephthys' vanishing back, an untouched ice cream cone, and a woman he definitely owed his life to. Lauren smiled, introduced herself, Lauren Arkbold, family ties to the chancellor now officially confirmed. She was a Kizan student, same school, same halls, which meant Simon had just made his first real connection inside the walls. She grabbed his arm before he could process any of it, and just like that, the afternoon had a direction. Shopping for the new semester, elegant blue rooftops behind them, sun on the cobblestones, and the chancellor's ice cream already a distant tragedy behind them. A ring passed between 2 hands, some deal sealed in secret. Lauren had one question for him, bright eyes and all. Did he know the most exciting moment of the school year? Simon asked what she meant, because the only thing on his mind was surviving orientation. She pointed at the shop sign over their heads, a place built for people like him. Right now, she told him with a wink, the most exciting moment of the year was happening in real time, and his grin said she was enjoying every second of his confusion. Because Kizan came with a reading list longer than some wars, and she decided textbooks came first. Simon just nodded, still half convinced this was all an elaborate prank. She handed him his first volume, a thick, ominous-looking tome, and he reached for it without thinking. The second it touched his palms, every ounce of his confidence left his body. That book weighed as much as a small coffin. On the cover, a stitched skull grinned out at him with a snake coiled around its shield, Kizan's house crest staring back like a dare. Before he could breathe, a second book, heavier, greener, crueler, landed on top of the first, and there was more waiting. Then they started raining down one after another, while Lauren kept cheerily shouting this and that, and also this. Simon's arms buckled, his knees gave, and he finally croaked her name like a man begging for mercy. Buried under a fortress of textbooks, face flushed and panicking, he stammered the question every first year was thinking. He was actually supposed to learn all of this. Lauren beamed at him from the shelf, eyes glittering with diamond pupils, and told him no, of course not. This was just Kizan's way of sorting the serious from the rest. Two more dropped on his skull before she finished the sentence. Then she tossed him the last one, Darkness Dynamics, told him to stay put, and bounced off down the aisle humming. Simon stood there, numb, sweating, holding a textbook like it owed him money, and whispered okay like a man who had already lost. And just past the stacks, a stranger was watching him. Because Simon's brain finally caught up with his mouth. He was about to wax poetic about life itself, apparently, when someone beat him to the punch. The kid called out, told her to hang tight, but she was already booking it across the shop floor at full speed. Except the face that came around the corner was not who he expected, and she was moving way too fast for comfort. She planted face first into the shelf, a full-speed collision, while Simon leaned back just in time to dodge the worst of it. Books rattled loose from the impact, raining down around her. A whole shelf's worth came crashing to the floor as Simon shouted a warning, and the poor girl sat there covering her nose like she'd just lost a fight with a brick wall. Even Simon had to scramble as two thick tomes slid straight at him. And there she was, pink-haired, green-eyed, wincing through a smile. She was already apologizing up a storm while Simon knelt down and told her it was fine, the whole thing his fault for standing where he stood. She sat there clutching a book to her chest and explained that she'd been distracted, which honestly was not a great start to anything. But something about the whole disaster seemed to short-circuit her brain, because she was blushing hard and holding that book like it personally mattered. So when Simon asked if she was all right, she answered way too fast, way too cheerful, like she was trying to sell a lie she hadn't even rehearsed. He introduced himself as Simon Valencia, easy smile, and she lit right up at the name. And just like that, the kid on the floor was asking if they could keep talking, still clutching that book like a lifeline. Those green eyes went full sparkle mode. This girl was thrilled to keep talking. But the courage was clearly draining out of her mid-sentence, each word slower than the last. She peeked over the cover of that fancy book, face crimson, and asked the hard question. Could she say hello to him at school? Petals drifting across the frame said it all. Her heart was hanging on whatever he said next. Of course. Simon smiled it out, and her grateful little thank you came back so fast it almost tripped over itself. She bounced right back with a chibi thumbs up. Books shelved. Dad's waiting, got a bolt, leaving Simon grinning at the ceiling like an idiot. Except that bubble didn't last long, because a voice behind her caught her on the way out. Simon, calm as anything, just asked for his wallet back, and the temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Open palm, no accusation, no drama, just the quiet inevitability of a man who already knew. Her face went full shadow protagonist mode, grin strained, eyes wide, the classic look of a thief whose spell cooldown just ran out. Pink hair fading into the dark, the silence before the confession. She cracked, spirit magic, undetectable theft, total confidence the whole thing was clean. Then the real question came, how the hell did he know? Because his wallet was already floating in midair, held up by a spell of his own, and her jaw was officially on the floor. Simon was mid-scroll in the Kizan library when a pink-haired girl in a purple hoodie appeared out of nowhere, poking his chest and asking if he was gunning for spiritology, and he hadn't even picked a major yet. She leaned in way too close, scanning him like a suspicious ingredient, and muttered that she knew it whatever it was. Cut to her wide-eyed and sparkling against a gold backdrop, basically vibrating. Kizan had to be stacked with kids like him, and she could not wait for classes to start. She pumped her fists with a full-fanged grin, while our boy stood there with one massive sweat drop, thoroughly overwhelmed by the energy he had just signed up for. She bounced off through the stacks, arms in the air, coying that this was gonna be so exciting. He blinked after her, bewildered, just in time for a green coin purse to sail past his head, dropped in the chaos of her exit. Her voice drifted back over the shelves. "See you at school and don't be a stranger." But that wasn't the last surprise, because something swirled to life at her hip in a flash of blue spirit magic energy, and she whipped around mid-step with her hand up like a caught thief. Huh? A black-haired girl walked him deeper into the stacks, helping him place an order on a back-ordered book, and cheerfully announcing that it would be waiting at his dorm. And then elbowed him with a grin, asking if he'd already made a friend with the girl from earlier. Like THAT. She cupped her hand around her mouth with a mischievous little laugh, clearly teasing him about the whole pink-haired whirlwind encounter. She tilted her head toward his messenger bag, and he glanced down at it like he was seeing it for the first time. She beamed and pointed at a floating blue cube, a magical inventory, explaining that the bag wasn't a bag at all, and Kizan was about to get real interesting. And just like that, the blue-haired kid's whole face unlocked, jaw dropped, eyes wide. The kind of wow that meant whatever Lauren had just shown him had broken his understanding of what a messenger bag could be. Because that wow had led them straight here, a boutique tucked off the street, its wooden door swung wide by a tiny pink-haired shopkeeper beaming like she'd been waiting all day for exactly this customer. Polished marble underfoot, glass cases glittering on every side, and our boy standing shoulder to shoulder with Lauren while she peeked over him with that look, the one that said she was about to spend someone else's money. The shopkeeper's gaze locked on him, and her verdict landed quick. He was the one who needed the bag, not her. A gloved hand eased a drawer open with a slow creak, revealing 2 gold rings with square-cut stones resting on white velvet, and the shopkeeper confirmed it. She'd pulled exactly what they came for. The ring with the square-cut diamond dropped into his open palm, and he took it with a flustered little "oh, okay," while Lauren craned over his shoulder to get a better look at the sparkle. And somewhere else entirely, the conversation turned. Because the next thing that happened changed everything. A pale hand slipped the ring on, dark smoke curling off those long fingers like the stone itself had answered yes. And that yes triggered a wave of information. The subspace came from gel and Eclipse, crafted by a young next-gen master, and it could swallow up to 4,000 units, which meant his little messenger bag had been hiding a warehouse the whole time. Lauren dropped low, our boy clenched his fists, and the floor between them cracked open in a geyser of dust and shadow. Because this thing didn't need a door, it opened on any ground at all. The space itself rattled to life, the whole panel shaking with it. Then the scene cut again, chasing a different thread. A dark shaft yawned wide at their feet, smoke billowing, and the narration kept dropping gifts. It could hide him from enemies entirely, which meant anywhere on the ground was now a panic room. And the kicker came right on cue. The thing could spit him back out on command, because Gel and Eclipse apparently believed every bunker needed an eject button. The kid just stood there, mouth open, sparkling sky behind him, pure awe at whatever Lauren had waiting. She leaned in close with that grin, asking if he liked it, and our boy Simon nearly short-circuited, sweat beading, brain buffering, the whole rookie package. Lauren bounced beside him, radiating pure hype. Then the lavender-haired shopkeeper dropped the price tag like a falling guillotine, 5,000 gold, coins raining down for dramatic effect. 3 years of Leshill's entire budget, sitting in that little ring. Simon's soul left his body, and the shopkeeper just stood there with her hands behind her back like she hadn't just ended a small nation's economy. Lauren didn't even blink. She'd take it, she said. This would do. And our boy's brain screamed the only question that mattered. She was buying him a subspace ring off the rack like pocket change. Nefties climbed onto the cafe table, ice cream hoisted like a scepter, ready to officiate the purchase. Simon just watched, flat-faced, wondering how his life had become this. An awkward beat hung in the air, while Simon worked up the nerve to respond. Lauren stood smiling beside him, patient and smug, while our boy sweated through his cardigan. Inside a wood-paneled room, the rules landed. Don't even think about dodging the gift, pay her mom back by crushing Kizan. Simon could only stare, floored by the weight of it. Then our boy straightened up, fired up, and promised he'd give it everything he had. A wooden door slid open, with the ring of a little brass bell. Sunset blazed pink and gold over a castle silhouette, and the day's final plan crystallized, time to have some actual fun. So they hit the cobblestone streets hand in hand, Lauren dragging him toward the hillside carnival with her free arm raised like a war banner. At a stall lined with helmeted skull plushies, she shoved a wooden crossbow into his hands and dared him to land the shot. Later, under a lamppost in a sky full of stars, she pointed up at the highest point in the city, and Simon leaned on the railing, quietly amazed, realizing his first day here might actually be worth everything. A match touched the lantern's wick, and the paper caught with a hungry crackle. The skull-stamped lantern lifted off into the courtyard, and Lauren watched it rise beside our boy. So what did he think, she asked, and the poor kid stalled, completely caught off guard. Because his actual thought, he was doing the math. 1,000 suckers burning 200 silver on a sheet of oil paper felt less like romance and more like a crime against common sense, and his face said every bit of it. Which made Lauren grin, because off in the sea of rising lights she dropped a quiet verdict. He was going to do very well at Kizan. He laughed, started to thank her, and she cut him clean off. That wasn't a compliment either. So the two of them just stood there on the balcony, lanterns blooming overhead like a second sky, and let the silence do the talking. So the first thing Kizan handed its freshmen wasn't a syllabus. It was the ocean, and a dining terrace where noble manners were apparently a blood sport. Some poor waiter just got roasted mid-service, the table turning its etiquette lecture into public humiliation. And the target of that roast, our boy Simon, blue hair and all, caught on camera grinning through the pain while blaming his old man for the stick up his spine about forks. Across from him sat Lauren, dropping a quiet bomb. A full third of Kizan's students were commoners, and the hierarchy Simon was bracing for was way more porous than he thought. Beat held, nobody rushed in. Her half-lidded, finger-upped reply said it all, noted, filed, moving on. The exact energy of someone who'd already heard that pep talk 100 times. Then Simon snapped back to reality with wide eyes and a stutter, because Lauren just reminded him tomorrow was day one, and she was opening the floor for questions. Stillness while the choice landed. Which is when his brain did that classic anime prodeg thing, full flashbacks firing off without permission. First up, a purple-haired girl in the stacks cornering him about spiritology, way too close, way too pleased with herself. A breath before the next blow fell. Then Lauren herself, pressed against a wall of black crests, calmly walking him through the menu. 7 majors, 2 minors, and from second semester onward, his electives were his own to carve. The mental image cut to a chibi kid on the floor, booklet raised like a trophy, the moment a major stopped being abstract and became a future. Then the radar chart, all 7 disciplines fanned out under the stars, and the answer to the real question, where does his talent actually point? The words hung there, waiting to be answered. Because the daydream kept spiraling into the delusional montage, uniformed guys bowing, papers outstretched, full recruitment mode fantasy, captioned as nothing but Simon's imagination running wild. Back in the real terrace, glass of blue cube drink in hand, Simon gave the only honest answer he could. Summonology maybe, a little, which in Manhwa Prodeg language basically means that major's already locked in. Because that was genuinely impressive, and now the real topic dropped: summoning. Lauren lit up, hands flying as she gushed about how great summoning was, and Simon just smiled back, soaking it all in. Oh, and apparently one of the faculty was some guy called Professor Hung Peng. Yeah, that got a reaction. Simon kept the rundown going, listing off more names, more faces, building the shape of the place that was about to become his whole life. But the night had to end somewhere, and a quiet window framed it, wishing each other rest, because his mother would absolutely destroy him if he showed up tomorrow wrecked. Out on the brick street, he ran that joke back. Mom would beat him to death if she found out how late he'd been out. Lauren beamed, shrugged it off, and thanked him for a genuinely fun day, to which our boy, very cool, very casual, said it was nothing. He smiled through that one, soft and easy, because yeah, it hadn't been nothing at all. Then the real world came back, because someone in that quiet street had something important to say. Simon turned, bag still on his shoulder, brows knit. Yeah, what was it? Lauren fumbled, twisting a strand of hair, admitting she'd missed the right window to say it all day. Then she dropped it. She was also a new student here, and the boy, bless his heart, went full buffering. A tiny chibi version of her pumped her fist with a gleeful hee-hee, while Simon's jaw just fell open. He stood there, brain offline, eyes drawn as literal dots, while this girl cheerfully announced she was his classmate. And then morning hit, Keysen's grand sunlit hall opening up before him, all soaring arches and balconies full of people, and the kid could only whisper one word: wow. And Simon wasn't the only new face showing up. The harbor was crawling with nervous first-years, elves, humans, every race you could name, and most of them looked just as lost as our boy felt. Classic Ice-K roll call energy. There he stood, blue-haired and amber-eyed, bag strapped across his chest, whispering the academy's name like a kid on Christmas morning. An elf-feared girl pressed a slip of paper into his hand and walked off before he could even say thanks. But the ship behind them was docked sideways, bow pointed at the harbor wall instead of the open sea. Chat, that's not how ships work. Red-white dark emblem on the sails, bowsprit jammed inward like the captain had given up on geography. Something about this whole arrival felt off. A distant plaza voice confirmed it. You're verified, Mr. Simon Valencia. His name was on the list. He was in. But before the relief could land, a silver-haired elf kid beside him muttered that something felt wrong, and the energy on the docks was about to explain why. Because a purple-haired freshman was losing his absolute mind, grabbing a silver-haired kid by the coat and screaming that he'd been first on the waitlist. So how the hell did he get skipped? Guy was cooked. Somewhere behind the scenes, a fist clenched tight, and an order went out to contact Keysen about the mess. Simon and the teal-haired kid next to him just watched calm, because there's always one of those, the kid who can't accept the results. Which meant when the purple-haired boy started clutching his chest and shouting at the rafters, desperate and cornered, the staff's response was about to be brutal. You're not on the list, please leave, cold. So this purple-haired kid finally snapped, lunging at a silver-haired student, grabbing him by the collar and screaming that he wouldn't be spoken to like some servant. But before the situation could spiral, a hand shot out and locked onto the attacker's wrist in one clean motion. And the man who stepped between them was none other than our boy Simon, calm, smiling, commanding the crowd to stop like he'd done this 100 times. Except the purple-haired kid wasn't having it. He whipped his head around, fury in his eyes, demanding to know who the hell this stranger thought he was. But Simon's expression shifted, that warm smile was gone. And the crack that followed was not subtle, a clean joint twist, teal energy bursting as the arm went the wrong way. The scream said it all. Purple hair crumpled forward, face contorted, sweat flying, every nerve lit up because the bone had just given. Which left him kneeling on the stone, cradling a broken arm and glaring up at the back of the man who put him there, while Simon calmly asked what all the fuss was about. Except the fuss wasn't over, because a slow pair of footsteps clicked across the dock, and everyone nearby suddenly got very, very still. The newcomer was old, white-bearded, cane in hand, and the crowd recognized him before he even introduced himself. Professor Siage had arrived. He walked forward with a young, uniformed aide at his flank, the kind of measured stride that said he already knew exactly what he'd find. Simon and a nervous purple-haired classmate traded a glance, because the dock rumor mill had just gone from gossip to gospel in 2 seconds flat. And when Siage looked at the real troublemaker, the shadow under that top hat said everything his mouth didn't, last words. Which is when a panicked voice rang out from up on the ship, somebody begging them to call the Chancellor fast. Down on the deck, the purple-haired kid staggered forward one more time, still insisting his #1 waitlist spot had been stolen, and this whole admission result was rigged, and Siage raised a single hand to cut him off. Then the old professor held up 2 fingers, calm as anything, and delivered his verdict in a single word: wrong. The dark-haired kid erupted in pure, sputtering fury. Every ounce of rejection boiled over into one raw scream. But the tantrum cost him. Crimson bloomed across his vest as something tore loose inside. Blood hit the cobblestones in a slow, heavy drip, and a voice cut through the panic. No time to waste. The old man in the top hat looked up from the kid on the ground and met our boy's eyes. A quiet nod, you two. We move now. Simon trailed behind through the town square as the locals muttered, first graders taking old Siage's class. Yeah, that was going to start rumors. That cane cracked once more, and Simon flinched. Something about that sound landed wrong in his gut. Siage glanced back over his shoulder, hat tipping with a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The kid was still breathing, so the clock was ticking. A wooden plank groaned down onto the dock, and the pieces finally clicked into place. Students flooded the deck, blue-haired Simon among them, pink-haired kid close behind, as the old captain marshaled them aboard. All students on board. The white-bearded man raised a hand, and red mana swirled from his palm like a lit fuse. Everyone seated, no exceptions. 2 first-years gawked at the swirling magic while the captain warned them flat, turbulence ahead. Stay in your seats until further notice. Seated now, Simon and the bespectacled kid traded a look. This thing was really sailing them to Kizan. The whole vessel shuddered beneath a deep, rolling rumble that rattled every plank. Red light swallowed the hull as the ship lurched forward into open water. No graceful sail away, just raw magic dragging her out to sea. The captain bellowed a heading. Nobody was turning around now. The harbor erupted in spray, a wall of water slamming into the moored fleet. But those crashes were way too heavy for any wave, and a faint pink shimmer curled above the central ship. Someone was already throwing up a shield, which meant they knew what was coming. The barrier flared full strength over the masts, and a student screamed that this couldn't be real. That's because rising behind them was a blue whale the size of a fortress, its hide glittering like a starfield as it crashed back down toward the deck. The ocean churned red, and one freshman finally choked out the word whale. 3 boys stood frozen mid-stare, their faces pure disbelief as the beast eclipsed the sky. Then the maw opened, pink, cavernous, lined with blunt teeth, and lunged straight for the hull, swallowing the whole world in one bite. The creature plunged with a roar that shook the water off its flanks, dragging the whole ship down into the deep. And beneath the surface, a thunderous impact echoed through the dark. Below the waves, in the deep blue dark, bubbles rose around something massive. Chat, they had just been swallowed by a creature so big its belly had its own ocean current. The underworld whale. That was its name, and honestly, after the day they'd had, it almost felt fitting. One flick of that tail, and the ship was gone. Open water above them now, the surface a distant shimmer through the blue. Then a brutal splash as the ship came crashing back through. The crew blinked at their new surroundings, bone rib arches overhead and glowing walls in every direction. The horrified realization hit all at once. They were riding inside the whale. Because once a year, this thing opened wide and dragged a ship down with it. A creature so impossibly huge it served as Kizan's own underwater highway, carrying every new student straight to school. Down here, the whale drifted through glowing blue silence like it owned the ocean. Because in this world it basically did. Forget carriages, forget airships, Kizan's freshmen arrived by giant sea taxi. Inside the wrecked hull, the freshman class picked themselves up and took stock. Blonde, elf-eared guy, brown-haired boy, that purple-haired thug, the cloaked stranger, and more filing in from below. People actually lived down here. Simon had barely caught his breath when the glasses boy came over, hyped, telling him he'd been amazing back on the docks. Simon just stared, lost. The brown-haired kid threw an enthusiastic punch at Simon's back, pure respect for how he'd handled that dock mess. Handshake locked in. Rowan, new kid, introduced himself. Simon gave his real name for once, no alias, no bald cap disguise. Then Rowan mentioned an admissions exam, and Simon's brain short-circuited. He hadn't taken a single one. Spiraling eyes, open mouth, full system reboot. Rowan rambled about something involving darkness being similar, and Simon just nodded along because his thoughts were still buffering. A crackling announcement cut through the wooden cabin, all students back to their seats, arrival imminent. Rowan grinned, this thing moved stupid fast. So Simon glanced sideways, curious who the hell actually lived inside a whale. Then the ocean answered for him, a brutal splash that shook the whole belly. From above, a lone ship carved through darkening waves, white sail blazing with a crimson crest, one small figure standing sentinel near the hatch. The bow knifed forward, hungry for whatever waited ahead. A pink-haired man in a top hat stepped to the deck, raised his cane, and blasted a flare of pink energy skyward, cheerful, commanding, "Every hand up now." Blue water smashed the hull like it had a personal grudge. Inside, students white-knuckled their benches while the PA cheerfully warned about turbulence. Turbulence, like that word covered what was coming. The ship tilted hard on shadowed seas, and the announcement dropped all politeness, "Stay in your seats," no exception. Gravity lost its mind. Students went airborne, black-haired girl clutching her bag, a sailor uniformed girl screaming, boys tumbling like loose cargo. Grab the rails or eat the floor. Bracing for whatever came next, he tried to prepare for impact, but nothing could have prepped him for what the whale was about to do. The world went blue, then white, then gone. And one amber eye caught the first glimpse of daylight again. Because the underworld whale had breached right out of the ocean with a ship-sized body and zero regard for gravity, momentum, or basic physics. Simon stared into a sky that shouldn't be there. Drowning students 1 second, daylight the next. The ship went airborne on the beast's back, sails catching wind that tasted of salt and volcano ash, while debris rained down on jagged rock spires below. From the coast, it must have looked apocalyptic, a colossal scaled tail breaching the surface, dwarfing the whole peninsula and its tiny lighthouse. Simon stumbled, mouth open, as a brown-haired classmate toppled backward behind him, both of them screaming at a sky full of impossible things. But Professor Siage was already moving, calm as a man ordering tea, while flicking a finger that bled red with killing magic. That single snap sent a ribbon of blood-red mana spiraling skyward, fluttering up toward the listing ship like a fishing line baited for a god. Something slammed into the ground hard, and somebody ate dirt. Then Siage went to work, red strands crisscrossing the drifting hull from every angle, wrapping the vessel like a net thrown by a furious fisherman. And the air itself screamed. The hull blew apart, planks and timbers spraying outward as the old professor's magic carved through wood like it was wet paper. Slam, whatever Siage had planned, it was already landing. Somehow they'd survived the whale, and now a ramp creaked open onto the world's most dangerous classroom. A blonde guard at the iron gates of a stone fortress barked orders, and rows of freshmen shuffled into formation under a punishing sun. The camera tilted up the towers of Kizan itself, sunlight blazing through the leaves, and the call came down, "Uniforms next." A brown-haired girl took her folded jacket, blinking at the weight of it, while behind her the line kept moving. Simon held up the dark blue jacket, gold trim catching the light, and for one quiet second just stared at it. Close on the chest, a shield, a golden wing, and the letter Q blazing over red and black. He slipped the jacket on, adjusted the red tie, and caught himself thinking the thing looked less like a uniform and more like banquet wear. Over his shoulder, 2 classmates traded gossip. Turns out the blazer doubled as combat gear, sturdier than standard armor. So much for blending in. Our boy stood dead center of the frame, sweating bullets, while the whole lineup froze mid-step around him. Across the hall, a blonde girl walked in glowing like a final boss, a silver-haired classmate sparkling behind her, and every head turned. From the floor up, polished shoes and pleated skirts crossed the marble, a floating crystal scattering light like a welcome warning shot. Simon laughed it off, one nervous ha-ha at a time, very much aware he was outclassed before class even started. And then a blonde, bespectacled kid materialized behind him, waving both hands like they'd just reunited after a war, and it was Rowan, his old study partner. Rowan threw his arms up and hollered about how this couldn't be real, so loud the girls nearby flinched, while Simon quietly wished for a memory erasure curse. An awkward silence filled the hall. They spilled out into a courtyard of pale stone and Gothic arches, a swarm of fresh uniforms buzzing under a hazy sun, and someone off to the side whispered the only question that mattered: were all of these people freshmen, or had Kizan just declared war? A brown-haired kid with glasses leaned over with the confidence of a kid who'd already done the math, and dropped the number on Simon like a brick. 1,000 freshmen in a single grade. 1,000. The number refused to land, just kept bouncing around his skull like a bad echo. And when the camera pulled back to show the full scope of the amphitheater, row after curved row packed with fresh faces in matching blazers, the math got worse, because only the top 300 of those 1,000 would live to see year 2. But the glasses kid wasn't done name-dropping. leaning in with the gleeful energy of a kid who lived for this stuff. He pointed out Cern Eindark, blonde, white feather hair clip, green eyes, sitting like a painting while glowing flowers framed her like the world agreed she belonged at the front of the shot. And that wasn't just a pretty face, that was the Sanders faction's official rep. Which meant the boy 2 rows ahead, calm and unreadable, was Jay Sanders himself, the faction leader in the flesh. Then a silhouette filled the foreground, wide enough to block the stage lights, and every row behind him started whispering the universal question, who is that? A half-giant named Shadel Mare, built like he'd been commissioned to occupy entire rows of seating, and a few unfortunate freshmen directly behind him learned that day what obstructed view really meant. Simon glanced up toward the upper tiers and asked the obvious question, the top. And his neighbor grinned, cupped a hand, and pointed higher because this roster was apparently bottomless. That pointer landed on a long black-haired girl with red eyes framed in pink petals, every head nearby swiveling to stare, Lauren Arkbold. Lauren sat with her blazer slung off her shoulders like a cape, legs crossed, arms folded, face absolutely unreadable, and yeah, chat, everyone already knew the rumor. She'd only gotten in because her mother was Neftis, Kiezen's chancellor, and that was the only reason she was here. Beside her, a pink-haired girl was already fangirling into next week, Kaya Tilda, while Simon and the glasses kid watched from the cheap seats, because the whole freshman class quietly agreed on one thing. Lauren was the best of them, and it wasn't close. The matriculation ceremony was underway beneath a chandelier that hung like a captured constellation, and 1,000 first-years sat waiting to learn who they were now. A blonde figure in a dark cloak took the podium, dwarfed by the cathedral scale of the auditorium. Then a sharp-eyed woman with cropped purple hair took the mic and welcomed the class of freshmen, every word dripping with the pride of someone who'd bled for Kiezen's name. Another suited speaker wrapped things up with a single warning: do not, under any circumstance, wander into the nearby forest. Then the real main characters of the day walked out together. A top-hatted elder, a tired brown-haired professor, and a blonde guy in white who waved like he already owned the room, because the crowd lost its mind. These weren't just teachers, chat. These were active-duty necromancers, celebrities of the trade, and one glasses-wearing student nearly fell out of his seat recognizing them from magazine covers. The blonde in white introduced himself as Professor Bahil and soaked in the screaming like it was mana, while his colleague behind him already looked like he'd aged a decade. One orange-eyed student clapped politely through the noise, but his mind was elsewhere, scanning the crowd for a tiny silver-haired chancellor who, somehow, was nowhere to be found. Our boy Simon sat there sweating bullets while a furious Chibai Neftis ghost floated above his head, demanding he do better, meet her by 3rd year, she yelled, or don't bother at all. An official voice rolled across the hall, student representatives to the stage for the oath, and every seat in the place stood up at once. The bespectacled blonde beside Simon leaned in with a grin. Yeah, it's tradition. Top male and top female student take the oath for the whole freshman class. Simon barely had time to wonder who those poor souls would be before the announcer's voice hit the rafters and called special admission number 2. A blonde girl with a white feather in her hair rose into the spotlight, fist cocked, basking in the cheer like she'd been rehearsing it. She stepped forward with the poise of someone who'd been born for exactly this kind of stage, sparkles catching the light with every stride. And then the announcer dropped the next name, special admission number 1, Simon Valencia. Simon sat frozen, smile plastered on, while somewhere on stage his name hung in the air waiting for him to answer. The whole auditorium had gone silent, 1,000 freshmen turning in their seats to find the empty chair where special admission number 1 was supposed to be sitting. His own head popped into view, because apparently he was special admission 1, and nobody had bothered to warn him. Simon gaped in pure terror beside a bespectacled classmate wearing the exact same horrified expression, both of them realizing the ceremony had just become their problem. 2 freshmen stood at the front of a packed assembly, called up by name, special admission number 2, Cern Eindark, and the ash-blonde boy beside him waiting his turn. 1,000 first-years filled every row, the noise still humming because the chancellor had just called the next name, Simon Valencia, number 1. A heavy silence fell, and a voice checked the roll, confirming our boy was in the building. Up close, Simon's face was a crime scene, sweat pouring, jaw slack, golden eyes bugged wide as he realized the assembly wasn't waiting on anyone else. Cern beside him was screaming his disbelief to the rafters, and Simon just stood there frozen solid, the poster child for "Please let the floor swallow me." He rose on stiff legs while 1,000 whispers traded around him. Nobody knew his face, nobody recognized the name, and every single one of them was wondering if this nobody was really their top-ranked special admit. At the front beside the ash-blonde girl, he wore a smile so forced it hurt, sweat beating at his temple, and she gave him exactly nothing back: flat eyes, practiced silence, and zero patience for his panic. He let out one long breath, eyes closed, and quietly accepted his fate. Hand raised, oath begun. "We solemnly declare." The pair stood as the official student representatives of their year, with our boy barely holding it together beside a girl who looked born for the spotlight. A sleeve, a shadow, a breath between moments, and then it was done. Later, the hallway sign for his new classroom hit him like a wall, framed, dramatic and waiting. Inside, Simon sat low at his desk, sweating through his blazer while the kids behind him traded theories about the Valencia name and the special admit legend sitting right in front of them. He flipped his textbook open with a stiff motion, spiraling confusion above his head, because none of these first years quite knew how Kizan ran yet. A finger found the page, and the header read Summonology Aryan Deja. He leaned in, amber eyes blowing wide because that was father's magic staring back at him, page and ink. A vision flashed, a sharp-featured man in a vest, screaming as he cast, dark tendrils spiraling off a summoning circle and the quiet promise forming in Simon's chest. If he took this class, he could stand in that same storm. One kid in the back row was already grinning like he'd won the lottery, because the textbook was pure Richard Valencia energy, and this man was ready. The lecture hall filled wall to wall with navy blazers and red ties, 1,000 first-years settling in for whatever came next. Then a sharp click echoed across the wood, the sound of someone in formal dress stepping to the front of the room. A tall blonde with a low ponytail stood with his back to the students, sweating green little droplets, and that little detail told you everything about how nervous Kizan's elite actually were. Up at the podium, a blonde with red eyes in a white lab coat regarded the class with the kind of calm a man earns by surviving whatever got him here. His gloved hands rested easy on the wood, and an intro card named him plain Bahil Amager, professor of first-year catarrhology. One gloved tap on the desk, and the room went quiet. Because Bahil Amager wasn't just any professor. The man had joined the Crows in his late 20s, and that alone made him legend on this campus. An idol of unrivaled popularity among Kizan's students. Yeah, chat, the man had range. He smiled warm against a blue sky backdrop and welcomed the class, announcing he'd be teaching first-year catarrhology himself this year, which meant these kids were about to get the real curriculum, not the gentle version. With a dramatic sweep of his coat, he flashed the vest and tie beneath, sparkling light catching the room as he formally introduced himself by name. The class erupted before he even opened his mouth, one fanboy hollering, 100 more clapping because the former Crow was finally teaching them. Bahil Amager, first-year catarrhology professor, took the stage with a grin, Kizan's idol in the flesh, and every student in that hall knew it. Some kid in the front row lost her mind the second he walked in, screaming her name like it was a concert. She wanted to follow him into catarrhology. He cut her off with a single word, and the whole class went quiet. She introduced herself anyway, flushed and stammering, while our boy Simon watched from the back with that same unreadable face. And Simon stood up to introduce himself next, already dripping sweat, because the kid beside him was muttering special admission like it was a curse, and the whole row had turned to stare. Which meant every eye in the lecture hall was on him now, and the quiet was deafening. But the professor didn't let it linger. He smiled warm, adjusted his glove, and welcomed the class like a man who owned every second of their attention. Then he snapped a piece of chalk in his gloved hand, dust drifting, and opened with the only question that mattered. Why did they have to learn catarrhology at all? The discipline built to put down holy faction threats, the one subject nobody else in the kingdom bothered to teach. He let the silence do the work. And when he finally asked the class to define a curse, that same green-haired girl shot her hand up so fast she practically levitated, screaming her answer before he called on her. Jane Victoria, reporting for duty. She stood proud, flushed, arm raised like a flag, and the professor gave her the only praise a classroom could want. Excellent, Jane. The idle professor laid down the real lesson of combat, weaken before you ever swing. Because Bahil wasn't just lecturing, he was about to draw it on the board. 2 knights, same skill, same steel, and a chalkboard that suddenly came alive. Their blades met and snapped together, trading blow after blow, each one waiting for the other to slip. 20 strikes in, neither knight had given an inch, just raw, grinding endurance wearing them both down. Somewhere in the front rows, our boy Simon's eyes went wide. 2 evenly matched fighters stuck in a deadlock like that, and the class was barely a minute old. Except that's when one of them screamed, just opened his mouth and let loose, glaring at his opponent with murder in his eyes. And that was the lesson hiding underneath the whole picture. Because the other knight flinched, went pale behind his visor, sweat beading up, the yell had cracked something in his head. One moment of broken composure. And the blade finally found its mark, slicing clean through the opponent's shoulder, drawing first blood. Blood on the ground, legs starting to shake, the wounded knight's footing was done. Which meant the window had opened, and the winning knight lunged for it with everything he had. He drove a cut straight into the leg, ending any chance of retreat or recovery. Then came the dirty work, a fistful of sand to blind, the sheath cracking against the helmet, every cheap trick in the book to keep the pressure on. Slash after slash. The duel had stopped being about skill. It was pure grinding cruelty now, and at last the finishing blow was coming. And there it was on the board, the winning stroke. One clean cut, and the enemy knight's head rolled off his shoulders. The chalk helmet hit the slate with a drawn-out thud, and 1,000 freshmen realized this idle professor wasn't here to teach them how to be knights. The blonde, ponytailed lecturer tapped the web of names connecting back to a single source, history's winners all tracing back to one figure. Red eyes locked on the class, grin sharp as a blade, daring them to connect the dots on their own. His philosophy landed like a thesis. Every fight, no matter how brutal, was just a chain of actions you could break apart and study. Combat wasn't chaos, it was a recipe, and recipes could be optimized. The room breathed out a collective gasp, 1,000 freshmen suddenly seeing the whole curriculum through a darker, smarter lens. So Bahil Amager pivoted from theory to practice, palm extended, promising to show them how modern necromancers actually win a duel. A stick figure lost its arm to the eraser, clack, one clean disable, and the lesson turned visceral. Chalk in gloved hand, the idle professor swung for the board like he was settling a personal grudge. The little figure burst into chalk dust beneath a single word, doom, and 1,000 freshmen felt the weight of what that meant. The crowd erupted because the diagram spelled the future out plainly. Split the opponent into pieces and you win. Back at the lectern, he tapped the board again. That move wasn't just lethal, it was fast, activating in a heartbeat. And here's the cruelest part of all. A tiny effort, barely any mana, and the opponent's whole stance collapses. A dark-haired boy near the front caught the lesson first, eyes going wide as the professor leaned in to confirm. Yeah, he got it. And right on cue, chat, the smug blonde volunteer steps into the arena, grinning like he'd already won. Which meant the volunteer across from him had about half a second to realize he'd made a catastrophic life choice. Because the blonde didn't warn him, didn't posture, didn't monologue, the circle just snapped into existence around the dark-haired kid's chest, already armed and already running. One ping, one seal, done. Somewhere else, a dark-haired man collapsed against a table, groaning under dark-red tendrils of magic, while a black-gloved hand drew a gleaming blade from a bag and didn't ask questions. The blonde turned that smile on the whole lecture hall, blade catching the light, and delivered the lesson like a verdict. This is how. The reason modern necromancers fight this way. Because the blonde man in the ornate hall pointed that drawn silver straight at the viewer, grinning like he already knew how the duel ended. Back in the lecture hall, the whole class was on its feet, cheering, arms raised, screaming that catarrhology was the greatest subject on earth, and the man at the podium hadn't even broken a sweat. The idol of the lecture hall snapped his fingers pop, because he wasn't done schooling them yet. And at the front row, one kid was eating it up with the kind of grin that said he'd found his forever favorite teacher. He wasted zero time turning to his seatmate, riding pure hype, and basically accused the guy of finding every excuse to lay a curse on somebody. which meant the next board was already being pulled down, and a fresh page of lessons was about to start. The chalkboard had gone quiet, Bahil's diagram still hanging there like a dare. Then our boy Amager cracked his chalk between two fingers with a grin that screamed he was about to ruin somebody's whole semester. 1,000 freshmen leaned in, sensing the lesson had just pivoted from theory to something a lot more personal. He slammed a single word onto the board in chalk priest, like he was naming a final boss. And over his shoulder with that signature cocky half-smile, he let the word do its work. Priests, the holy nightmare of every necromancer walking. Because catarology, he'd explain next, was the only science that could put those halo-wearing terrors back in their graves. The blonde professor cracked his chalk against the board and pivoted to the class with a sharp, knowing grin, and the whole lecture leaned in. Every seat in the tiered hall was packed, students tuned in like the grade depended on it, which, knowing catarology, it probably did. He slammed the chalk down and carved a single word into the green, the strokes deliberate, priest. Then he leaned back against the board, circled the word slow, and let the silence do the work. 2 syllables, and every student felt the temperature drop. Because catarology existed for one reason, standing against the holy faction. That's it. That's the whole job. A green-haired kid in the front rows piped up, hand half raised, eyes wide. Wrong energy for this lecture, chat. On the board, a pair of hands worked a voodoo figure pinned with skull beads, runic circles glowing underneath, the textbook example of what a necromancer brings to the table. Which meant, in the mirror image, a pair of praying hands clutching a silver rosary under a stained glass rose, and dangling above it, a crucifix turned deliberately upside down in the dark. Where necromancers curse, priests bestow blessing, the divine answer to every dark trick in the book. The professor slid off his podium, pointed one gloved finger straight at a student, and drew the word out like a target being painted. Now. And chat, you already know somebody had to volunteer first. Up shot a green-haired girl with round glasses and a ribbon, practically vibrating Jame Victoria, reporting for duty. The professor tilted his head, that sly smile curling back. Interesting opinion, he seemed to think, which in professor speak is never a compliment. Jame froze mid-wave with a startled "oh," and the verdict came down cold. Incorrect. Curses weren't judged by what they did. They were judged by how fast they cracked an opponent's resistance. A quick mock duel played out on the chalkboard. Brown-robed mage against a tin knight, holy nun waiting her turn. Mage cracked the armor, nun finished it with a bolt of sanctified lightning. Win, and the lesson was baked in. A curse was slower than a blessing, but only by a hair. So Bahil Amager opened the floor, asking if any of these first years had anything to add. One blonde kid raised his hand, Hector Moore, shaking a little, and pointed out the obvious. Nobody trains their weakened self. Respect for that answer. But the professor just tapped his glove against the desk, mulling it over. Then that sly grin crept back, and he asked Hector to say his name again, like the kid had just said something worth remembering. Hector exhaled like he'd just survived a boss phase. Because the prof confirmed it out loud, a curse isn't something you can train away. No matter how hard you grind, the debuff lands. His shoe tapped the floor once, driving the point home. And our boy Simon caught a single word hanging in the air: condition. A blonde girl in the next row stood up and took over, gesturing to herself. A status effect can unravel from the tiniest shift. Simon copied it down, and the analogy clicked. You don't have to chop an archer's whole arm off, just mess up his aim. Another student ran with it. Give the archer conjunctivitis, and he's fighting blind. Make him nauseous, scramble his depth perception, the man can't draw a bead on anything. Or just shove a giant pink cat in his face and call it a day. The blonde instructor beamed, finger raised like she just nailed the entire semester's thesis. Because that's what a status effect is, the whole state of a fight, rewritten by a single well-placed condition. Before any of that, the blonde instructor held the floor, lecturing the class on a question most students had never thought to ask. Our black-haired boy sat there, polite grin locked in, nodding along like a model student. Except her actual lesson had teeth to it, a philosophy of weakening others, not strengthening yourself, dressed up in the language of academics. Her boots clicked across the floor as she moved between desks. Then the staff came in hauling crates stamped with crests, and the real classwork began. He pulled out a grimoire sealed in black and gold, beside the strangest little potted creature he'd ever seen, a leafy gremlin in a clay pot, and just stared. The thing in the pot was absurdly cute, round-cheeked and grinning, wowing at the grimoire like it was Christmas morning. Some cheerful girl in a white top, and Bo leaned in to greet it, which made the dark-haired boy flinch hard, clutching his prize to his chest like someone had just called him out by rank. Reassurance followed fast. Practice all you want, get used to it. So a pale-eyed student held up a silver device over an ornate box, warning him the thing packed serious power, and a clumsy hand could make it his last lesson. A breath. Then the long blonde instructor took the chalkboard, smirking wide as he introduced the curse they'd be learning, an exhaustion curse, and rubbed his gloves together like a man about to ruin someone's day. Those black-gloved hands of his drew every eye in the room. Hands fed inky black tendrils into a square device etched, with a golden sigil, dark magic being pressed into the mold like wax into a seal. He stood back from the board, confident smirk intact, finishing his demonstration of a curse that could drain the world dry. It all started with letters, tiny sigils, each one a loaded word. Because string enough of those words together in the right shape, and you weren't writing anymore, you were casting. So the textbook spelled it out. Trace the rune words with darkness, draw the circle, and the spell takes form. And that, the lesson said, was the whole theory of runic magic, one simple principle holding every effect in the world. Class was watching him step aside. Then a classmate, focus locked in, hand steady, whispered the keyword, air. Inside his little gilded box, the rune words stirred awake, dripping dark ink into a perfect circle around a red gem. The circle lifted clean, and this guy grinned like he just conquered the world, because in this class, the first cast was the whole test. But across the room, others were pulling it off too, floating circles, proud shouts, and our boy staring at a perfect stranger doing the thing he was supposed to be born for. Except his own circle wasn't floating. It had already splattered into a puddle of black ink, and the room was full of people who'd beaten him to it. The instructor didn't even name names, just noted the failures out loud. So he smiled, took the hit, and pretended it didn't sting. Because the class wasn't over, if your circle could hold, you moved on to live practice. The next words landed like a starting gun. Device in hand, Simon watched the kid beside him hold a steady circle and felt the gap close in. The target sat on every desk, a little potted plant waiting to be drained. The order rang out, curse active, weapon unlocked. A blast detonated from above, gray smoke and debris ripping outward, and whatever that little plant creature was, it ate the full hit. Bruised and round, it grimaced through the dust, crying out in pain. It collapsed onto the wooden tub lid, twitching, limbs splayed, a tiny body pushed past its limit. The professor's voice trailed off, if there's, sizing up the wreckage. Across the room, a blond kid pumped his fist in triumph, grimoire raised, his own little creature slumped and groaning beside him. But one dark-haired classmate stared at a tangled blue circle on his tablet, sweat beading, muttering that the skill gap between him and everyone else was starting to show. The long blonde instructor moved the class forward, dropped the device now, draw the circle freehand, and the room had to keep up. Ink splashed across a golden array, hissing where it struck. Our boy gripped his grimoire tight, jaw clenched, sweat creeping down his cheek, the words barely leaving his mouth. A brown-haired kid stared at his floating circle, unsettled, wondering aloud if he was the only one failing. Another student hunched over his grimoire, the golden array pulsing, his little plant sack drooping limp, and he couldn't figure out what he was doing wrong. But our boy Simon's amber eye widened. The mana still had a property to it, and that meant the curse hadn't finished cooking. Two girls dissected it calmly beside him, dark purple hair noting the mana still swirled like vapor flame, white hair listening, hand on chin processing. Their conclusion drifted across the room. He'd learned to use his core properly here anyway, so it was fine, all good. A pale hand tapped the silver clasp of the black grimoire open, and as Nephtes and Lorraine had promised, the next page was already waiting. Our boy Simon shut his eyes and reached for the foundation mana at the core, channeled slow, clean, and deliberate. Beside him, the little green-haired creature wiggled with a tickle that almost made him lose focus. Then came the shift. He gritted his teeth as cyan light crawled up his chest, binding through every thread of his uniform. The spell demanded everything at once, A full rush slammed straight into the core. And it answered with a roar of blue fire, erupting off the page like a geyser of pure force. His fist locked around the grimoire's spine like a vice. The circle hovered, wobbling half a second from death, so Simon fired the spell right then and there, before it could die. From beneath the desk, blue light poured down through the wood exhaust, finally released. The magic screamed out across the room, a high-pitched shriek that caught the kid flat-footed. A potted sprout creature slumped into its bucket, ash puffing around its tiny stunned face. Then it wilted, trembling. Simon held his metal case open, the deflated creature flopping lifelessly inside, that blue circle still glowing on his chest, and our boy broke into the widest grin of his life. He'd actually done it. His fist pumped once against his thigh, the starburst of a quiet personal victory. But the whole classroom had turned to stare. Somewhere in those rows, a blond boy with a shaved undercut clicked his tongue, cold, red eyes locked on Simon like a target. But that's a story for another time, and someone else entirely. One word hung in the dark, exhaust, and the practice circle answered. Our boy Simon threw everything into that first core cast, golden eyes blazing as the sigil shrieked to life in front of him. The potted little sprout creature didn't stand a chance, black smoke rolled over it, and the thing froze in pure shock. Wilted, done, a single tear and it was over. And our boy's grin said it all, his first curse, cast through the core, had landed clean. I did it, pure elation, and honestly he earned it. Fist clenched, tie straight, chest puffed, the kid was riding a high. Then the blonde instructor cut it short with a single clap, practice over. Simon slumped back in his chair and finally let himself breathe. But the relief vanished fast when the room asked him to put it into use. The blonde lecturer stepped forward with a folder, smile sharp enough to mean trouble. A blonde girl at the front called his full name, and the whole class turned to stare. Special admission number 1, live and in person. Gloved finger on his test scores, the lecturer studied his work with quiet interest. So Hector Moore cracked first, red-eyed, arms crossed, that lockjaw stare that basically volunteers him as the boss fight. The class had found its first challenger for special admission number 1. Hector stepped forward, squared up to Simon in the lecture hall and laid it bare. This was about to be a public duel, rules and all, with everybody watching. Both contestants got a wooden box, a complete exhaustion curse, cast it on your opponent. First one on the ground loses. But the professor cut in before fists could fly. Hector's hand shot up anyway, eager to clarify something about the device. Some blonde classmate in the back could barely hide his grin, admiring the bravado big time. Simon, hiding behind him, was not nearly as chill. That bulging vein face said everything. This kid had walked into a duel he hadn't asked for. Hector didn't flinch. Stern, focused, locked in, a textbook rival energy, like the series itself had spawned him to test our boy's first day. Then the blonde lecturer stepped up, silver hair catching the light, and sketched out glowing correction circles on the board like it was casual doodling, calling this the class's very first practical lesson. A brown-haired instructor smirked at the setup, then pivoted to explain how the correction device actually worked. Simon sat stiff in the tiered seats, sweating through his uniform, every classmate craning to see, but he bit the bullet and agreed to go. The instructor took the decision with a calm, almost pitying fine. Simon had walked himself right into it. So the brown-haired instructor smiled wide, raised a black-gloved hand, and wished them both good luck, because this school apparently grades on humiliation. Split panel showdown, Hector crimson background, predator stare locked in. Simon blue panel, the top of his head barely visible, 2 boys, 1 curse, no backing out. Simon braced himself, sweat beading on his cheek as Hector raised his hand. And then the blonde snapped that single red eye forward and yelled go, no warning, no mercy, just the start. He dove first, hand already carving the curse mid-motion, betting speed over polish. Hector threw open his grimoire on instinct, dark mana, bleeding across the gold seal, as a voice in his head told him not to freeze, just repeat the technique. Which meant the curse had already landed on Simon before he'd even cleared his palm, and the shock hit him like a wall. Dead silence in the classroom. Because Hector hadn't hesitated, the circle was already glowing blue at his fingertips, clean and ready. He'd formed it faster than any correction device could spit out, and the whole class felt the flex. Simon staggered, suddenly remembering the professor's exact words. The curse wasn't about power, it was about landing first. He cracked his own grimoire open right there in the lit room, and let a blue circle bloom above the pages. The geometric pattern spiraled outward, bigger than Hector's, casting its light across the whole hall. But blue mana wept off his fingers the moment it activated, and he felt the drain hit his legs like a verdict. Cast this, and his body was done before the circle even closed. So he fired it anyway, knees buckling the instant the spell left him, eyes glazing white as gravity claimed him. He hit the floor before the curse even reached its target. And the toll came due on Hector too. His circle bled black smoke, corruption curling off the sigil as the exhaust window bloomed, taking the victor down with the loser. The circle locked in. Exhaust hit the room like a bell, and the spell was cast whether he was standing or not. James' eyes went wide as the class erupted behind her, because the fifth iteration was already over before it began. Number 1 couldn't even land one spell. The whispers through the lecture hall carried the same disappointed verdict, while heavy breathing filled the silence. But our boy was still on his feet, hunched in the front row, shadowed in dark energy and panting like he'd sprinted a mile in armor. Golden eyes glazed, sweat pouring, his hand clutching his blazer. Every breath was a negotiation, and the words just wouldn't come. The blonde instructor didn't hesitate. He raised a blue sigil in his palm and made the call, stagger the kid before he could recover. The hit landed clean, a full stagger rocking Simon backward as dark mana bled off him, and he groaned through gritted teeth. Then everything went dark. When the haze cleared, a blonde student stood arms crossed in silence, watching the wrecked freshman stagger toward him with nothing left in the tank. And that kid wasn't just anyone. The academy had already labeled him a future standout, a student who'd survive all the way to 3rd grade. Survive until 3rd grade. But number 1 was the opposite end of that bet, dirt on his face, one golden eye burning, and every line of his body screaming he refused to go down quiet. One red eye narrowed at the question nobody could answer. Why did Neftis choose this boy as number 1? The first 4 ranks skipped the brutal entrance exam entirely, hand-picked straight into the academy. 4 uniforms lined up like a recruitment poster, a blue-haired kid with golden eyes front and center, flanked by a sharp-eared girl, a tiny teal-haired kid in bare ears, and a wall of muscle behind them. The world called them the talents of the century, and at the top of that poster sat number 1, a white-haired girl with blue eyes, smiling like she'd already won everything. Crown over a blue-haired head, ceremonial grin, hand on his chest for the camera. The Academy's pick for the next great talent, frozen in the moment before anyone knew what that title actually cost. And the selector, always Neftis herself, the girl who hand-chose every legend Kizan ever produced. But legends aren't crowned, they're built. That same blue-haired boy was face down on a training floor, gasping through the 4th exhaust. His dad hit him again on the 9th, told him to stay up, like a punching bag that was supposed to learn. Knuckles white on the tome, sigil twisting, and the old man finally cracked a smile. Because a spirit like that doesn't come from nowhere. Over in class, a blonde student with ribbon-tied hair mentally checked out. Whatever the lecture was, it wasn't his problem. Then something flickered across the chalkboard, and that same blonde boy frowned, because it suddenly was his problem. Across the room, the blue-haired kid leaned forward, drenched in sweat, his circle hovering in the air, and some voice in the crowd realized he'd just floated a sigil mid-pant. Exhaust, he roared it like a warning shot. Teeth bared, circle shrieking to life, the spell tearing itself off the leash. Blue energy detonated across the room, dark particles scattering, his eyes squeezed shut against the blast he himself had lit. And the blonde boy who'd been minding his own business, his eyes went wide, jaw slack, because now he was paying attention. It worked. Our boy's grin said everything his bruised core couldn't, that fragile blue sigil had held long enough to earn a nod from nobody but himself, and that was plenty. Then the room cracked under a hand, slamming the desk, and a voice demanded to know what in the hell had just happened. Except the cost hit him a heartbeat later. The blonde who'd been watching felt the weight settle across his shoulders like a lead blanket, exhaustion running twice as hot as it had in practice, the kind that turns your bones into ballast. His palm found the floor just to stay upright. A freckled, dark-haired kid across the room lifted his palm, and a second circle bloomed into the air, blue, sharp, hungry. It detonated before anyone could warn the kid to brace. Smoke and a sickening wave of fatigue slammed him backward, the blonde's voice tearing through the haze with one word: exhaust. The air between them shattered. Black grimoire hit the floor, gold sigil flaring once before going dark. The blonde didn't let it stop there. While the other boy was still bent over his own stomach, a clean kick put him down for good. And just like that, the long-haired blonde stepped back, cool as you please, while a younger instructor in matching colors called it a wrap, winner by way of attrition. The freckled kid stayed on his knees a long moment, chest heaving, until a gloved hand drifted into his field of vision, mercy offered without a word. Then the lecturer clapped once, twice, and announced the demonstration over. Those black-gloved palms kept moving, measured, almost ceremonial. Which meant the questions started. A teal-haired girl shot her hand up at the podium before he even turned, desperate to be the one he picked. She was practically glowing when he glanced her way, fingers laced tight, every fiber of her begging to be called on. And there it was, that thin, private smile at the corner of his mouth, the kind that says he already knew she was going to waste his time. The lead instructor scanned the crowd and called a name: Simon Valencia, pulling our boy back into the spotlight before he'd even caught his breath. Because Simon had just watched one final exhaust get dropped on a poor kid named Hector. That single curse cracked through Hector's ribs like a phantom strike, the glyph etched behind him glowing faint and skeletal, proof that one perfectly placed exhaust outweighed 10 sloppy ones. That one exhaust was worth more than all 10 of Hector's combined. And the blonde lecturer agreed with a fierce grin, calling it the cleanest strike of the entire demo, no hesitation in those red eyes. Then he pointed straight at Simon with a smirk that said plainly, "You're next, kid." Somewhere in the bleachers, a carved gourd face blinked back, that kind of genius. But in the hall outside, a blue-haired student was sweating through his uniform, groaning that whoever pulled that off had to study catarrhology under Simon, no matter the cost. And tucked inside that kid's coat, a little tan creature with whiskers and a pink nose was already half asleep, the two of them sharing one exhausted sigh, both utterly spent by the day they'd just watched unfold. Our boy Simon was face down on a courtyard table, groaning into the wood like a man who just fought 3 duels in a row, because honestly, he basically had. A blonde classmate dropped into the seat across from him, iced coffee clacking against the stone, and started explaining exactly why Simon felt like roadkill. Dick Hayward, that was the blonde, hesitated mid-thought, looking off like he wasn't sure how to break the news gently. The reason was pure keys and corporate nightmare fuel. The silver-haired chancellor herself had walked into payroll and started handing out layoff papers like a mob boss, so every professor in the building was now teaching twice as hard for half the coin. Simon stared at him from across the table, brain still booting up, and asked what the hell that had to do with him personally. Dick leaned in with the bad news. Imagine having the special admission #1 sitting right there in your classroom, grading curve included. And Simon's migraine spiked to a whole new level, because that meant every lecture, every test, every breath he took was being measured against the Academy's supposed golden child. Which brought up the elephant in every hallway, the silver blue-haired girl floating through campus like she'd already been crowned empress of the whole institution. And yeah, the whispers always drifted down to the same place first, because apparently thighs moved the rumor mill faster than grades did. Back in the lecture hall, the impact was already playing out, students jolting upright as someone crumpled to the floor, because the gap between #1 and the rest of them wasn't theory, it was a body on the tile. Simon thanked Dick for the rundown and tried steering the conversation somewhere less suicidal, which lasted about 3 seconds. Dick clutched his chest in genuine hurt, because apparently they'd already all introduced themselves in Professor Bahill's class and Simon was out here playing stranger like some cold-blooded protagonist. The man's name tag, conveniently enough, read Dick Hayward in a jagged little bubble case officially cracked. A couple of students nearby were already trading theories about whether the special admission golden girl was really all that, which was either brave or suicidal depending on how good her hearing was. Simon just laughed weakly into his hand, blaming Bahill's class for draining his entire stamina bar, while Dick froze mid-sip. because that amber eye of his had just locked onto something behind Simon, and the kid had stopped moving entirely. Simon answered with that annoyingly calm aura of his, sparkle effect included, while poor Rowan beside him just sweated through the social math, completely lost. Dick cornered him face to face, finger wagging between them, and laid it out plain. The pitch dropped fast. Someone in their class was already building a clique, and that meant war for every other faction trying to stay relevant. Two names surfaced as the threat, a warm-handed brunette and a muscle blonde built like a bodyguard, and Dick warned the others would swarm whoever won that crowd. Simon just sat there, chin on fist, processing the whole political chessboard like it was homework. Dick snapped, grabbed Simon by the shoulders, and screamed for him to get it, because school politics were about to devour them both. Simon flinched like he'd been shot, golden eyes wide, completely blindsided by the outburst. Then, cool as ever, he told Dick politics wasn't a factor, which left Dick scratching his head, sheepishly realizing he'd overreacted to a guy who simply didn't care about the game. Before the awkward could settle, a new blonde strolled in, finger to cheek, grin sharp enough to cut, and tossed a playful jab about someone's background. Another boy, ash blonde with a bow tie, giggled from the background and clarified the joke, aimed at lineage, not him, thankfully. But the first blonde wasn't here to joke. He locked eyes with Simon through a burst of pure persuasion energy and extended the invitation. He tapped his own chest with the confidence of a born salesman. His offer was simple, and he knew it. Simon just listened, face unreadable, weighing the pitch. The closer reminded him, casually, that Chancellor Nephtes would have brought him in eventually anyway. Then the handshake came, arm out, smile blazing, the deal on the table and waiting for Simon's grip. The kid just stood there, silent, until a hand shot in and yanked his tie clean, leaving our boy too stunned to even sputter. But the blonde wasn't trying to bully him, he was laughing. So Simon planted himself at the railing, squared up, and let the salesman know cliques weren't his thing, which only made the blonde tilt his head harder. Then Simon's whole face shifted, warm, easy, open, like he'd already moved past the politics pitch entirely. And that open hand came right back out, an offer of something money couldn't buy. The blonde just stood there, dazed, because none of his sales scripts had a line for this. He squirmed, flustered, every slick comeback dying in his throat. So Simon waited him out, calm as ever, while the blonde rubbed his neck and fought to recover. And that was it. The kid who'd come to recruit walked away with something he hadn't bargained for. The handshake sealed a real friendship, both of them grinning like they'd just won something the sales pitch could never have bought. But the moment they caught their breath, the blonde pulled a flyer and announced something big was about to start. Simon lit up wide-eyed, genuinely thrilled because apparently whatever this was, he was all in. Then the whole scene snapped to sepia and ink, some flashback cutting in like a fevered dream of shouting and blazing sigils. A man in a vest stood behind a massive summoning circle while eyeless skeletons crawled up from the dirt, arms outstretched, waiting on a single word. And the closest one's skull filled the frame, crowned in hellfire, grinning like it already knew the order was coming. Back in the present, the blonde flashed a movie star grin while Simon walked behind him, quietly satisfied, a good day made better. Until they pushed into a packed lecture hall, classmates giggling as number one got called to the front. The blonde from the courtyard sat a few rows ahead, and behind him, a dark-haired classmate was already smirking like he'd caught a joke nobody else was in on. Red eyes locked forward and the blonde dropped the sales pitch. Whatever came next, he was done playing salesman. Another blonde down the row, goggles up, admitted out loud he was actually looking forward to the next class. His dark-haired neighbor groaned, called him a weird kid, and the goggled blonde only grinned harder, thrilled for some analogy, of all things, like a kid before a field trip. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palatial halls of Kizan, someone was walking slow. Those squeaking shoes carried a warning. Get used to that weird kid line, because it was going to follow him all year. Summonology finally rolled around, and the lecture hall filled with whispers, because the man slumped at the front desk looked less like a professor, and more like he'd wandered in from a nap. He yawned, stretched, and sagged against the wood like the job was already exhausting him. The board read Arendea, first-year summonology, and half the class was already wondering if the syllabus had picked the wrong guy. Then he opened his mouth, And the first words out were a list that included grave robbers and, yeah, the whole room broke out in a cold sweat. Aaron straightened up, thumb raised like a half-hearted review, and announced summonology as a discipline nobody took seriously anymore. His profile cut sharp against the dark. The slouch was gone, and what replaced it was something a lot less lazy. Two students up front pressed together like the chair had shrunk, eyes wide, sweat dripping pure, unfiltered. What did we sign up for? Panic. Someone in the back finally cracked and shouted, "Professor," and Aaron turned to answer, voice rising above the chaos. He crossed his arms, shut down whatever pitch they were bracing for, and started laying down the real reason he called them in. Then a single word boomed across the hall, "Chill," and the whole room went dead quiet. That dark-haired kid stood unimpressed while loot rained behind him. Potions, meat, gold, the full treasure pile fantasy crumbling onto a wooden platform. Some poor fool ate dirt, face first beside a glowing reward chest that practically screamed, "Open me." Every student in the lecture hall had the same hungry thought: how do we get that reward? Cue a tiny bald mascot pumping his fists between two skeleton buddies, hype levels off the charts. Except the skeletons turned on the mascot, and chat, some unseen hand was begging, "Let's kill him." But the professor cut the daydream short, leaning over his desk to drop summonology's first hard truth. Summoners fight with borrowed hands, and borrowed hands make terrible soldiers. One student cradled a freshly summoned skull in a misty battlefield, bracing against a hulking monster as two cloaked allies tried to hold the line. The professor's eyes locked in sharp, and his hand cut through the air like he was handing them a lifeline. "This next part," he said, "was the most important." The lecture hall settled into low murmurs, red tie uniforms whispering theories about what came next. One red-haired kid, smirking like he'd already aced the test, announced that summonology was unfit for modern warfare. And the professor's fist tightened at his side, that dismissive smirk landing exactly where it hurt. A silhouette rose against a blood-orange moon. Coat flared, hooded figures closing in, the ghost of a war that refuses to stay buried. Tattered-robed skeletons clashed steel against modern helmeted soldiers, the ancient dead refusing to lose to the new order. Which is why, the lecture explained, modern warfare stopped being one big apocalyptic clash and shrank into small, precise strikes, like two hands clasping on a deal, one bound by a holy cross, the other sworn to something darker. A pale blonde kid in a ribbon-tie vest smiled like he'd just been told a secret he already knew. And the ceiling split open with a halo of holy light, a nun warrior in white, blinding two recoiling skeletons into surrender. Jane Victoria's hand shot up like she had the cheat code to the whole exam. The professor's glare could have frozen a forge, and chat, it landed like a kill shot. James shrank back so fast her ribbon practically filed a complaint. He exhaled through his nose, then calmly rattled off the upside of summonology, the numbers, the variety, the living backup squad. But someone in the seats wasn't buying the polished list and pushed back. He stood against the lecture hall like a final boss, surveying the party. Silence swallowed the room. Then from that darkness, his answer started to form, slow, deliberate, and heavy with implication. And the look in those blue eyes said this man wasn't lecturing anymore. He was warning them. Dead air in the lecture hall, and one warning nobody wanted to hear. A brown-haired professor stood before the rows, voice cutting through the silence with a single caution to bear in mind. The lights dropped, the room went graveyard still. Somebody up front caught the weight of it in their shadow. A dark-haired student stared straight ahead, lips parted, because the words landing meant trouble for every single one of them. A pink-haired girl and a silver-haired boy with stacks of boxes flinched like they'd been named, and the threat had been majors vanishing over financial ruin. Our boy broke a sweat beside Dick Haywood, because even the warning's tail end promised total career death to anyone stupid enough to pick this field. Another beat of silence, the kind teachers weaponize. Off to the side, a silver-bright classmate pinched the bridge of his nose at the professor's repeat performance, muttering that he was at it again. So the dark-haired lecturer, flat-eyed and zero-nonsense, closed the announcement by drawing a line. One more screw-up and he would personally toss them out the door himself. His collar caught the lamplight as the threat hung there, dry and final. But Simon was already past the pep talk, cracking open a wooden box on his desk like it was Christmas morning, and reading the label aloud, Island Ratman, fresh from the summoning supply closet. Inside, a clean little grid of numbered bones waited, catalogued and tidy, the kind of orderly that screamed dead things filed by a perfectionist. Deeper in, a pale Ratman skull stared back from its compartment, and the real trick was that its skeleton was built almost identical to a human's. The last syllable of his lesson trailed off into the quiet. Brown hair tossed back, he flicked the rat's skull skyward with a casual snap, and the whole class locked onto it like it owed them money. Two students slapped a wide blueprint across the table, diagrams of every bone mapped out and numbered, ready for someone to cheat. He didn't need the cheat sheet. Half-lidded and bored, he just ordered the system to hand him the very first skull on the list, and caught the skull right out of the air like it was waiting for him. The team huddled around the fully assembled rat skeleton laid out clean as a trophy. One girl called it creepy. The guy next to her cracked up at her, but even they had to admit the bones were perfect. A blue-haired classmate flipped the skull over and caught a glint inside. Something etched was hiding under the surface. A graze along the interior lit up a ringed magic circle, geometric and waiting, and a tiny voice from the back begged to activate it right now. The brown-haired kid leaned over the open bone case with that dangerous grin. Once that circle finished charging, he promised something dramatic was about to go down. Something white peeked in from the edge of the frame. And then chaos, students scrambling, a blonde screaming with her fists clenched, guys clutching their heads as little white plush horrors snapped teeth and clicked across the desks like the room had just spawned a side quest nobody asked for. The room was pure panic audio, a long ragged shriek layered over a bright KYA. Off-panel somewhere, a quiet little OHMI. And there he was, the brown-haired kid, smirking like he'd just ordered the whole mess off a menu. He strolled in mid-chaos with an almost audible, "I was a bit late, I suppose," while a silver-haired boy wailed as so mean, and a blonde clutched his chest like his heart had personally quit. Up close, the little white things had glossy dead eyes and soft cheeks. One snapped a snap at a finger poking it, surprised to be touched. Meanwhile, a blue-haired kid sat perfectly still at his desk with one of the creatures in his lap, asking calmly, "A lot," while a worried blonde peeked over and the rest of the class quietly imploded. But class was already over, and the damage was done. Their instructor slammed the table, fed up. Some brat had just turned a first-day practical into a zoo. So the next lecture opened with a rule reset. Today, we're doing this by the book. Necromancy in the modern era means building the body first, then bringing the soul to it, so every summoner needs to know bone structure cold. A human body's got 206 bones, give or take. That's a lot of homework to memorize. So today's assignment was a downgrade. The Island Ratman, only 53 bones, built for beginners, still a whole creature to learn from scratch. And the class leaned in, because this was where theory met the tabletop. Every kid in the room fumbled their first piece. The little cat thing by one boy's side looked just as lost. But a few hands were already steady, snapping bones into place like breathing. Our boy Simon was somewhere in between, catching up fast, jaw set, except the skull had opinions of its own. Meanwhile, two teammates were hunched over number 9, one patiently walking the other through where it actually went. The trick was the spine. Upper back and lower back look identical until they don't, and one silver-haired kid learned that lesson with his friend's face. Over at another table, James held up a finished skull with genuine awe. That was real craftsmanship, right there. Hector was cruising. Classmates piled praise on the blonde muscle boy while his skeleton snapped together without breaking a sweat. Not everyone was having a good day. The blue-haired girl in back was already done and clearly furious about it. 53 bones. Almost there, Professor announced, sunlight cutting through the high windows. Except the classroom had devolved into beautiful chaos. One kid couldn't connect a leg, another's skeleton had straight up fled the desk, and the professor stood calmly in the middle of all that noise like a man who had already died inside. A loose skull rattled under someone's fingertips, the eye sockets gaping like they were asking for help. Hands hovered over the hindquarters, trying to coax stubborn bone into bone. And then someone's voice cut through the mess, Simon's name twice, desperate. Our boy looked up from his desk with that gentle, golden-eyed smile, plush creature tilted in front of him like it had been listening too. Blonde boy was holding up a half-built mouse skeleton, almost in tears because his leg bone kept fusing to the arm, and he needed Simon to look at it right now. The blue hair turned, a little motion line blooming above his head. One pale finger poked at the shoulder joint. Simon leaned in, surprised. He'd spotted the problem already. The fix was simple and brutal. Number 21 was the leg, not the arm, and the two bones were so similar Hector hadn't stood a chance of telling them apart on his own. The professor stepped up to the podium, folder in hand, and killed the exercise. Time was up, and the last block of class would be a demonstration. Simon Valencia, please. His name rolled across the room, and he sighed okay, while his blonde buddy patted him forward with a grin. The roll call hit the next desk, and a tiny skeleton mascot twinkled beside a light blue-haired girl already done before the rest. But the name that landed belonged to a blonde bruiser with shaved sides, and he was on his feet before the syllable finished, chair rattling behind him. 10 minutes left on the clock, the instructor announced from the podium, and our boy stepped up beside his challenger to settle this in front of everyone. A breath of silence, because around that little skeleton's neck hung a ruby pendant glowing with its own heartbeat, a wildcard nobody had budgeted for. Any other actions were allowed. The professor sighed, half-lidded and already bored of refereeing whatever this was about to become. The blonde dropped to the floor and started hammering a laptop, calling for the mark, fingers clicking like he had a whole plan loaded and ready. So Simon gripped the nearest desk and pulled it into position. A pale hand slammed down hard on a gray, mouse-shaped critter, pinning it flat. Then the order came, go. Our boy lifted the little guy up with a grin, the kind that said he had been waiting for this one all class. The thing burst from gray into white fur, blue eyes blazing wide, magic cracking through it like a second skin. But Simon blinked at a stray question mark floating above his head, a wooden case of bones open at his knee, and no clue what came next. A pink-haired assistant sweated through a smile beside her skeleton poster. She had forgotten to mention one thing. Our boy's face went pale, a sharp-featured blonde looming behind him like a verdict. Because that case wasn't props, it was full of creature bones, all matching the mouse he'd just revealed. Simon squinted at the fragment in his palm, and the smile drained right off his face. These bones had no numbers on them. The pink-haired girl at the chalkboard clutched her notes tighter, eyes shut tight, and tried to wave it off. These bones were meant for teaching, not some numbered exam kit. Somewhere in the back, Richard leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and the world's flattest expression. Hadn't he already warned the kid about this part? Which meant our boy stood there with his head bowed, caught between a father who'd seen it coming and a classroom that had no idea what hit them. Then Lorraine's voice drifted in from off-panel. A necromancer ought to know bone by sight alone, not by some number stamped on it. So Simon rolled the unmarked fragment in his palm, sweat beading on his temple, and chose to trust his hands over the cheat sheet. And the whole room washed to static. Haven't I already told you? That was the tone, pure exhaustion with whatever mess walked through the door. Arms crossed, Josette, every line of his body said the conversation was already over for the guy at the desk. But Simon was on his own wavelength, talking grim shop like bone dust and old curses were just morning conversation. Which is exactly why Dick Haywood looked ready to bolt from the whole room. Because the crate at his feet wasn't props, it was real, raw, and smelled like a grave. Dick swallowed his panic, dropped to his knees and went to work, click, snap, bone finding bone by touch and nerve alone. Simon watched the little skeleton come together, jaw tight, knowing the real test hadn't even started yet. His fingers pinched a scrap of debris, turning it like a puzzle piece he hadn't earned yet. And somewhere off in the shadows, a sharp-eyed stranger in an open collar said nothing at all, which was somehow worse than shouting. Back on the floor, Simon sweated through his own rat skull, fingers fumbling while the clock ate him alive. And just like that, the trap was set. Because across the room Dick had quietly memorized the entire order, assembling a full skeleton like he was folding laundry. Because the lie had teeth, and Simon had the proof. Dick's eyes stayed forward, dead calm, and every classmate finally understood the gap they were staring into. So the deal he'd dodged was about to come collect. A dark-haired kid turned his bones over in his hands, second-guessing the order he'd prepped. But the prof already knew the score. Only one name in that whole hall was worth calling out, and it was Hector's. The little skeleton took its first step onto the floor, and the room held its breath. Well, so Hector just clicked bone to bone like he'd been doing it his whole life, calm as anything, declaring he was gonna win. His finished skeleton stood fully assembled between his legs, eyes blazing red, almost ready to move. And the little thing snapped its jaw right at anyone's hand who got too close. Our boy Simon crouched low over his own mouse skeleton, jaw set, and threw a threat back at anyone watching. He promised he'd make somebody fall to the floor, and he meant it like a promise, not a flex. Some buzzcut kid across the hall gnashed his teeth so hard the rage was practically red in the air. And the lights cut to black. Then his skeleton snapped one bony arm forward like a striking snake, no hesitation, all hunger. It landed clean on all fours, tail trailing, red eyes lit, and the class lost it. Wow, wow, wow. Someone shouted its name in panic. Hector swung a chained weapon from its ribs, a red gemstone blazing out of its chest as it roared for blood. Combat mode unlocked. Nobody in that classroom expected what happened next. Because our boy Simon was watching his rival's mouse skeleton absolutely cook, and the pressure was squeezing every drop of sweat out of him. Which meant Hector's skeleton was already snapping together bone by bone, jaw clicking into place like it had done this 1,000 times. So when the little guy finally stood up, chef hat and all, chain swinging, red gem blazing, it dashed forward with zero hesitation. And Simon could feel the class turning, everyone whispering about how number one was getting shown up by a guy nobody saw coming. But Hector grabbed the skeleton mid-leap, and the whole thing shattered into pieces with a clatter that echoed through the hall. Which left our boy standing there, holding broken bones in both hands, trying to figure out what the hell Hector just proved. A few classmates traded nervous glances, and one girl whispered that maybe Simon had finally cracked under the pressure. The murmurs spread across the lecture hall like brush fire, and Hector just sat there smirking while his pen clicked against the desk. Even Dick leaned over with a confused sweat drop, whispering Simon's name like he couldn't believe what he was watching unfold. Then the pieces moved on their own, the skull rose, red eyes blazing, ribs locking around a tiny gray creature clutching a gemstone like it was guarding treasure. And Simon's eyes went wide. Because the skeleton was rebuilding itself, bone snapping back into place with a sharp click and a burst of white light. So our boy's hand shot down and grabbed the core fragment before Hector could even blink. Game on. His mouse skeleton clicked and clacked to life, but it rattled with 29 ribs instead of 30. Wrong. The brunette kid by the chalkboard turned, completely lost, those clicks still ringing in his ears. And then recognition hit him like a slap, blue eyes wide, sweat beading, jaw slack. The skeleton's clawed fingers pressed flat, one hard clack against the floor, and Hector braced. Because the next sound wasn't a click at all. It was the full bone structure of a gray rat, bigger, wronger, staring back with a faint blue glow. Skull first, smooth-boned and grinning, then that long forelimb reached out from a cloud of blue smoke. A giant undead rat loomed over its living cousin, pink nose, claws like hooks, glowing blue eyes, pure muscle over menace. This was Ratman ancestry reborn, and every jaw in the room was already on the floor. Simon dropped to his knees in front of his tiny skeleton and told the room exactly what they were looking at. Island Ratman, back before they evolved. We'd reproduced one. The same bones, but bigger because Simon hadn't memorized the blueprint. He deduced the upgrade from first principles, mid-exam, with zero prep, and the brunette kid could see it click for everyone at once. The room lit up blue around him as a single question burned through every skull. Was this kid actually reasoning his way through it? Dick Haywood just watched, dead serious, blue fire reflected in those amber eyes. Which broke the dam. Dick cheering face first, pink twintails pumping her fists, a full chorus of whoops from the peanut gallery. Way to go, Simon. Which meant the next class was going to get loud. Back in the classroom seats, the black-haired glasses kid stayed cool, but green hair and round glasses beside him was already losing it. She'd finished. She needed the world to know. A blue-haired girl cried out that the form didn't matter, speed was all that counted, and she'd already won. But the room turned toward one name. Every classmate knew exactly who just reshaped the assignment. Except Hector Moore wasn't about to let that stand. He planted his glove on the floor, ready to steal the spotlight back. That kid's eyes burned red with disbelief, jaw clenched, veins popping, because the verdict had just gone against him. His little white mouse skeleton dashed into the chaos, gem blazing, until someone cut the magic sustaining it. It lunged anyway, pure reflex, chain whipping behind, and caught a killing blow from behind. The gem shattered free, the skeleton crumpled, and the lecture hall went silent. One chain swung loose in the air, the last echo of Hector's masterpiece falling. Simon stood at the center of it, bones drifting around him like he'd called a storm, and Hector invoked his name like a curse. Hector grinned through the sweat, certain the strike had landed, certain this was his moment. Because somebody was already smiling back. And that hand reached down. A femur bone lifted on its own, glowing red-blue fire licking the floor, the weapon assembling from nothing. Which meant Simon was raising a full-size skeleton beside him, bones spiraling, chain snapping taut, Hector's little trophy dwarfed. Its skull roared to life, blue flame pouring from one eye, and the lesson was over. A stray summon came out swinging, and the dark-haired kid caught the worst end of it, a chained fist ripping past his face before clenching tight. The little bone monstrosity wheeled that chain around like it knew exactly what it was doing, which made the panic in that lecture hall a whole lot more justified. It landed heavy in the grand hall, bones rattling against stone, and dragged a red gem the size of a fist behind it, the one thing it had actually come to collect. And then it was gone, moving fast, leaving nothing but a handprint in the dust. Back in the lecture hall, the smoke was still clearing when Dick Haywood leaned over the little skeleton on his desk like a man defusing a bomb. Across the tiered steps, Simon was already on his knees, studying the thing, because apparently a runaway skeleton counted as homework now. The bone hand crawled across the desk toward its red gem pendant, slow and deliberate, what the? Disbelief hanging over the whole classroom. Dick lost it. This isn't fair. Professor Aron, this is nonsense. He roared across the hall while Simon stood there, arms folded, looking at him like a disappointed older brother. Then the blonde student in the blue suit snapped back. He'd been promised a full skeleton, not a stray bone, and now he was missing both the skeleton and the necklace it carried, which meant the deal was already collapsing on him. And he insisted the prize was just a lone bone, nothing more, nothing missing. But that single eye told the whole story, because just a bone was the one lie he couldn't afford to sell. From behind, blue hair catching the cold sky, came the flat reply, I don't think so. Simon smirked, lifted 2 fingers, and snapped, the kind of gesture a guy only makes when he already knows the next 3 seconds belong to him. Snap. The floor split open in a geyser of blue flame, a chained skeletal arm bursting out with a crack that shook the room, and somewhere off-screen, somebody forgot how to breathe. Because the blonde watched in real horror as that loose skeleton reassembled itself bone by bone, crack, snap, click, the necklace pulling it back together like a leash in reverse, and the deal he'd tried to wiggle out of snapping shut right in front of him. Those skeletal fingers found the spine midair, slotted it home with a crack that echoed through the room. Then came the real prize, a glowing red gem locked inside the ribcage, pulsing like a second heartbeat as the bones clicked around it. The whole thing stood up. Skeleton complete, skull turning slow, blue eye flaring to life, the red pendant swinging at its neck like a stolen trophy. And that skull tilted down, curious, studying the gem that hung against the wood. Simon exhaled, that should do it. He held the red pendant up by its chain, smirk loaded, daring anyone in that hall to call it nothing. But the blonde was done playing nice, teeth bared against a wall of fire, fury at the breaking point. And then Simon caught his breath, sweat cooling as the verdict landed. One name rang out across the chandelier-lit hall, Simon Valencia, and his blonde rival stood behind him, stunned into silence. Simon lunged, hands closing around the little bone creature before it could bolt. Held it overhead like a trophy while the room erupted. His blonde friend hit the floor beside him, face to face with the calm skeleton, and just lost it. They'd won, actually won. Simon laughed, tears pricking his eyes, clutching his little bone beast to his chest like it was the only thing that mattered. A voice reached for Professor Bahl across a gilded, sunset-soaked room. Golden light bled through tall panes, and a student insisted there was something he needed to hear. Inside, the faculty lounged, special admissions and top-scoring entrance candidates on their minds, and one name louder than the rest, Malin Villing. 3 professors traded theories over tea, delighted that Malin had brewed a Shanaf-class poison on day 1, a feat that should have taken months, not hours. Silence hung in the wake of that revelation. The bespectacled woman lifted her teacup and asked, plainly, about the Ivory Tower's successor, the only title that mattered tonight. The question sat unanswered. A chair creaked, and someone muttered that prejudice had no place in this discussion. The blond man in white sipped his tea and reminded them, contacting students during the protection period was against the rules. He leaned back, bewildered. Professor Bahil, they called him, and he wanted to know what any of them meant by that, because he certainly hadn't signed up to be anyone's lifeline. His gloved fingers tightened around the saucer. But Bahil only shrugged, unbothered, because 9 exhausts in a single class wasn't news to him anymore. Somewhere in a chandelier-lit lounge, a tall, dark-haired student in a loose beige shirt yawned through the evening, oblivious to the war brewing over his future. Sunset and the senior faculty crowded into a book-lined study to gossip over tea about Kizan's newest disaster, a student who took 9 exhausts in one sitting and walked out breathing. Water trickled into a cup. The brown-haired professor glanced over his shoulder at Aaron's remark, mildly curious why that particular detail mattered. Aaron smiled, the kind of smile that meant he'd been waiting to land this one. Silent, then a slow ellipsis. The brown-haired man leaned in, smirk sharpening, and conceded the kid had originality, creative, defective originality, the kind that either blooms into a prodigy or burns the whole greenhouse down. Aaron flinched. The comeback had landed somewhere soft and he knew it. Across the room, hooded and half-hidden in candlelight, a 5th figure listened as 2 voices murmured that this year's #1 pick didn't look like much, and a 3rd hissed back, "Bro, that's Nefty's pick." A blond, red-eyed grin caught the lamplight, all teeth and quiet menace. A gloved hand set a porcelain cup down with a deliberate clack, "#1. The brown-haired professor sipped his tea and murmured that creative specimens was about the highest praise Aaron ever handed anyone, backhanded as it was. He turned toward the window, quiet. A silver-haired figure in a lab coat planted both hands on her hips and stepped into the lamplight. Because the real question hanging over the room was who exactly Aaron had his sights on now. Blonde, red-eyed, gloved finger pressed to his chin, and the interest in that smile was the dangerous kind. So Aaron's questions had landed him right here, alone in a room with someone who didn't play by faculty rules. Last year's mistake still hung in the air, and he knew exactly who was about to bring it up. Professor Bahil confirmed it with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No more direct mentoring under his watch. That meant Aaron was on his own, and the silence that followed said everything about how dangerous that was. He stammered out a protest, "PR Professor Bahil," but the words died before they landed. Just in time, the door slammed wide and Nefty's Archbold burst in, flowers of magic trailing her like confetti. The silver-haired chancellor kicked through the threshold like a kid crashing a staff meeting, white coat flaring behind her. Every senior in the room stood and bowed on reflex, because Nefty's cheerfulness was a threat all its own. Bahil pulled a glowing portal wide and offered his welcome like a showman. The purple-haired professor nearly jumped out of her skin. And then, because nothing about this woman was ever dignified, she whipped out a chocolate ice cream bar and complained about being bobbied. A black-gloved hand passed it over, and she snatched it without a shred of chancellor energy. Bahil laughed it off, cheerful as ever, sweat dropped and unbothered. She ate it with a pout while someone grilled him about a freezer subspace, and he answered yes, like that was a normal thing to admit. She wandered toward a chair, ice cream in hand, and someone pointed her to a seat she was happy to claim. She flopped down with a bright yay, framed photos and stacked books watching her settle in like a kid at summer camp. Then from beneath the chair came the question that had ended Aaron's career. How were the new students on day 1? First day on campus, and Malin was already holding court on the common room couch, chocolate in hand, while her squad piled around her like loyal retinue. Until the quiet one by the window cleared his throat and broke the spell with nothing but silence. Malin didn't miss a beat, bright smile, one finger raised, ordering everyone to report any issues and get some sleep, because tomorrow the real work began and these first years needed every hour they could steal. So when that same brown-haired boy asked to speak with her privately, every head in the room turned because nobody talks to the squad captain like that on day one. She just tilted her head, puzzled for half a second, then bounced right back with that easy grin of hers. Fine, let's go, while her crew watched her walk away with expressions caught somewhere between worried and furious. She stepped across the carpet toward him, asking what this was about, but he just said he'd talk once they were alone, and over by the paneled doors, a blond man in white stood watching the whole exchange like he already knew how it ended. Alone, that was the word that hung in the air between them. The man in white kept his black-gloved hand flat on the table, thinking thoughts he had no intention of sharing with anyone in this room. And somewhere deeper in the academy, a different blonde, red-eyed, sharp grin, leaning back in a study lined with books, was already warning his listener that Chancellor Nephtes didn't part with answers easily, so whoever was asking better have brought more than just a polite request. Meanwhile, the dorm assignment was turning into a bloodbath, torchlit squad rooms, chains on the walls, and a grim announcement that every slot was already claimed except one. Two boys pressed into the doorway from opposite sides, eyes wide, because that last bed was about to turn classmates into enemies. The hallway outside was packed with their own classmates wandering in circles, all of them arriving too late to the housing lottery, and the desperation was getting loud. Until a silver-haired girl with a folder under her arm stepped into frame with a small, knowing smile, the kind of calm that only shows up when someone's already solved the problem for you. The two boys could only stare, a question mark floating above one of them, because whatever she just figured out, they were clearly not invited to understand it yet. And the answer landed like a sentence: no rooms available. Three boys hunched over the paperwork on the floor, hunting for any floor that wasn't full, and the silver-haired one swore the others weren't any better. The dark-haired kid blinked, because that meant they were stuck. Page turn. A silver-haired girl walked off down the torchlit hall offering to help, while three boys with a luggage cart giggled and nodded behind her. Which is exactly the moment the cart rammed her from behind, because one of those idiots couldn't steer. The crash sent her flying and the whole pile went down with her. The blonde on top had the nerve to smirk before the dark-haired culprit's face went white, and the girl on the floor stammered out an apology. She scrambled up and kept bowing, begging forgiveness, while her wrecked suitcase lay in pieces on the floorboards, and a bystander started demanding what they planned to do about it. Page turn. She bowed so deep her ribbon nearly touched the floor, agreeing to whatever they wanted just to end it. Then a hand reached across the frame and she flinched up, wide-eyed, already whispering "excuse me" before she even knew what for. Simon stepped in front of her, arm out, cutting between the girl and whatever was coming next. The blonde wheeled on him, furious, shouting that he'd cut in line and bumped into her on purpose, loud, public, looking for a fight. Simon didn't flinch, just squared up with the dark-haired punk and let the standoff stretch until a purple-haired bystander caught sight of his face and his voice cracked on the name. Because that wasn't just any freshman, that was the kid they'd all watched take the oath. The special admission number 1, the student representative who'd stood on that auditorium stage beside the chancellor's own, now standing alone against the smoke and the silence like he'd been waiting for this exact fight. Two boys sprinted past a silver-haired girl in a gray coat, and their runaway luggage cart slammed straight into her. The blonde boy laughed it off like it was a joke, but the dark-haired one stepped in and made it right on the spot. She brushed herself off and asked if they wanted to walk together, because the dorms were already chaos. She led them to the sign-up board, calm and polite, a brown folder tucked under her arm. One room on the 4th floor had 2 spots left, and every bed downstairs was getting snapped up fast. Both boys tilted their heads at the same time, same confused look, same floating question mark, when she said she was checking who was already assigned up there. Then she saw room 409 on the list, and her whole smile went sideways. She whipped around, sweating. 3 arms of panic later, she admitted someone in 409 was a situation. The boys just stood there, hands in pockets, calm as ever. She lowered her voice and dropped a name, Kajan Edvald, the same upperclassman who'd been a problem the year before, too. Under the warm lantern light, the two of them traded a look, quiet, unimpressed, already thinking. They leaned in close, cupped their mouths, and whispered the real question: Who is this Cajun guy and what did he do? Simon told his buddy to relax and suggested they just go up and see for themselves. Problem solved the direct way. Room 409's plaque caught the light. One chibi-sized blonde boy was already losing it behind the door, sweating, shouting for someone to stop. A pale hand turned the silver doorknob anyway, slow, and the wood groaned open. Hey Simon, what's the move here, because the rest of the hall is full. So they pushed through the fog anyway, two nervous kids propping each other up and pretending this was a plan. They reached the foot of a bed and offered a polite little greeting, sorry to interrupt you sleeping. Yeah, very sorry. A bandaged hand shot up and grabbed the bed frame, and the boy clinging to the rail made his pitch. Room 409, three's a crowd. Simon, ever the diplomat, smiled like this was the most normal conversation in the world. His blonde roommate, full panic mode, sweating through the blazer. And the bed's occupant, white-haired, shirtless, one wide blue eye blinking awake in the gloom, stared back like he'd just been visited by ghosts. Their guide looked like 100 students before him, dark-haired, amber-eyed, keys and blazer crisp, red tie loosened just enough to pass as casual. The grin said he belonged here. But then the purple chill rolled in, and every trace of confidence drained from the cat-eared kid cowering behind him. Because that kid had just rattled off a name that made the air itself flinch. And now something massive, scarred, and silver-haired was watching from the mist with a single unblinking eye. That vertical slash through the purple iris told the whole story. This wasn't a student. Whatever was staring back had already bled for whatever it was about to say, and it opened with a warning aimed squarely at the new blood. The mist cleared onto a dorm room, and the monster turned out to be a tank-topped upperclassman, rubbing the back of his neck like he'd just woken from a decade-long nap. Scarred cheek, blue eyes, easy grin, just a fellow first grader named Cajun, and he waved off the formality like it personally offended him. Simon tried to keep up the Mr. Cajun routine from the stairwell, but his gray-haired companion was already clinging to his blazer in full panic mode, and Cajun scratched his head above, dropping the title fast. Because whatever levity he'd offered on the stairs was about to end. Cajun's voice dropped low from the top of the frame, and the advice coming was the kind you only gave when you'd watched people wash out before. He glanced over his shoulder, wary, shirtless, pale, the dorm lights catching every scar on his frame like a quiet resume of everything Keeson had already put him through. The two new boys stood there in matching blazers, sweating, wide-eyed, the blonde half hidden behind Simon like Simon was the only wall between him and the truth. And the truth, delivered from under the blankets upstairs, was that Cajun had nowhere else to sleep and zero hesitation about crawling into their space. So the three of them stood in the kind of silence that happened when two first-years realized their upperclassman roommate has already passed out cold on their top bunk. By morning, the tension had broken, the blonde and Simon greeting the cloaked, silver-haired figure with something almost resembling ease, and him confirming this weird little arrangement was permanent. He pressed the 409 plaque onto the door with gloved hands, pale and quiet, and almost ghostly beneath the hood, and thanked Simon in a voice barely louder than the wood. The heavy door groaned open on its hinges, and whatever waited inside was about to make the rooming situation a lot more complicated. Inside, the blonde dropped his stack of books and muttered the obvious concern. Good luck waking up the silver-haired roommate, because that bandaged little figure under the sheets looked buried for good. Somewhere in that dormitory, a silver-haired kid shot him a look sharp enough to cut glass, and a stamp slammed down on a desk like a judge's gavel. Back in room 409, the new normal was already settling in: two boys, two bunks, and one roommate who refused to wake up. And the top bunk still sawing logs, dead to the world. Dick Haywood's face went wide. He just realized something. Simon blinked awake at a single word dropped into the quiet: bathhouse. And chat, that was it for our boy. Towel, turban, raglan shirt, eyes shut in pure bliss, warm water and soft steam hitting a kid who'd apparently never seen indoor plumbing before. Dick walked him back down the hall, still rubbing his hair dry, and asked if he'd grown up in a cave. The answer was basically yes. Dick just stood there sweating, while Simon clicked that dial like he was trying to crack a safe. Later, at the door of 409, Dick was grinning like he'd won the lottery, calling Simon a bumpkin and a fraud in the same breath. Then footsteps, someone coming down the stone stairs toward them. Simon stood over Dick, who had planted himself on the courtyard ledge, and laid it out clean. Their whole future at this academy came down to one number: their grades. Simon listened, and the air went out of his lungs. Dick held up a finger, still mid-lecture, eyes on the kid like he was solving a problem out loud. Somewhere behind those words, a shadow leaned in, the memory of forbidden things, and Simon flinched like he'd been slapped. Dick just sighed, worn out himself, and named the quiet terror: expulsion for underperforming. Out, done, no debate. But then he held up that folded paper, softened his voice, and dangled the only real carrot a place like this had: survive first grade, and the world opens up. The kid laid it out plain. Whole continents were shifting now, and nobody in that dorm was ready for it. Dick flicked his fingers like a snap was coming, and Simon raised his own hand like he might get flicked back. But Dick flopped onto the bed like the conversation was already over, arms wide, and Simon stood there holding a pillow he never got to use. A beat later, Dick rolled over, propping his head on one hand, sleepy eyes catching Simon still standing there in the low blue light. Somewhere a big hand flexed between them, fingers curled to snap, and Simon peeked through the gap with a nervous sweat drop clinging to his cheek. Then Simon reached for his pocket, a clean lift on the noise, pulling whatever it was free. Dick leaned in with a grin, magic and gold coins spilling between his fingers like he was about to prove a point. A show-off this thrown in for fun. Simon fumbled at his waist and dropped it, but a big hand swept in to catch the mess before it hit the ground, and he steadied himself. Okay, got it. A heavy wooden chest slammed down between them out of nowhere. Dust kicking up across the floorboards, Dick recoiled barefoot and wide-eyed, already reeling. Simon hoisted the thing one-handed and called it a subspace, and Dick squinted up from the floor, alarmed, asking what kind of answer that was supposed to be. He flipped the lid with one finger and froze. Pages of hand-drawn rat skeletons stared back, and Simon's amber eyes went wide at his own forbidden homework. Dick crawled onto all fours, laughing weakly, pointing out they'd just escaped class and now Simon was hitting the books. Our boy just shrugged. He couldn't afford to fall behind. From the chest he pulled a tiny white skull, fangs and all, and grinned to himself. This time by gut, not by the book. Click, click, snap. He hunched over the pieces, focused, the skull waiting beside him on the floor. Dick looked up, sweat beading, breathless. Whoa. The thing came together on the floorboards, a skeletal rat with eyes lit blue and teeth bared, and Simon's hand hovered above it, offering it forward like it already belonged to him. The little guy trembled on the dorm floor, joints clicking like a wind-up toy running out of spring. Simon patted its skull, apologetic, because in his hands, comfort and catastrophe sat about an inch apart. Dick watched from the doorway, amber eyes catching on something that didn't sit right. So Simon did what any responsible necromancer does, punched his own summon straight in the ribs. The skeleton exploded into shrapnel across the boards, and Dick dropped to his knees in panic, asking what the hell just happened. Simon, from his friend's panicked expression to his own sweaty confusion, just stared back. Because here's the ugly truth nobody puts in the recruitment brochure. Summons built from raw necromancy don't stay built. There's an official name for it, and Simon rolled it off his tongue like he'd been waiting for someone to ask. He held up a single white bone between two fingers, bathed in light like a lecture prop. Another label for the same curse, something about fields and attraction, and forces nobody wants pulling their work apart. His eyes dropped, and for a half-second the prodigy looked every bit as tired as he actually was. Room 409 sat quiet around them, 2 beds, scattered uniforms, and the mess a double life always leaves behind. Bone fragments rattled across the floor, dragging themselves together like they had a mind of their own. Because something down there did, a clay dark face, one black socket, jaws snapping shut with a click that froze the room. Simon's eyes blew wide and the word tore out of him like a reflex: restore. His hand shot down toward a dark surface blooming with a single red eye, and the whole room shuddered awake. And the moment he flicked his wrist, the bone rat came alive with a sharp click of its joints, sharp enough to make his roommate jolt. A red whip of energy snapped down through the air toward the freshly assembled creature, the bone frame rattling under the strike but somehow holding together. Click-clack, bone by bone, the little skeleton reassembled itself mid-stride, red eyes flaring back to life as if the hit had never landed. Dick Haywood dropped to his knees on the dorm floor, staring at the rat now standing beside him, and muttered that it was still wild watching it pull itself back together from nothing. But exhaustion was catching up fast, a yawn cracking across his face as Dick waved off whatever Simon was about to suggest. From somewhere across the room came the firm verdict, "Go to bed," and the dark paneled door behind Simon looked ready to enforce it. The little bone rat clicked its jaws right at the camera, red eyes gleaming like it was daring someone to test it again. So Simon knelt down and scratched its skull with a grin, telling Dick he wanted to push this further, and Dick's reply started with a flat yeah. Well, that suggested an argument was incoming. Simon just smiled up at the night sky. Tomorrow was darkness dynamics, and something told him that class was going to rewrite everything. His hand drifted to the rabbit-eared mask at his side, and the moment he petted it, the dark icelet bloomed blue, energy wisping off the metal like it had been waiting for his touch. Then a heavy armored foot clacked down onto the floor, and whatever was about to walk through that door had already announced itself. Simon sat cross-legged on the floor of room 409, a pile of bone fragments and crumpled diagrams spread around him, and promised himself this time he'd follow the manual, which, judging by the silence that followed, was already going great. The bone in his hand shrieked under the blade, and he froze, because that wasn't supposed to happen, not if he'd cut along the right line. He tried fitting the two halves anyway. They didn't click. They never did. So he reached for the notebook, scribbling furiously, muttering that the other way around would have failed even worse, while his little skeletal study buddy watched from the floor like a tiny, dead, unimpressed professor. Block 6, nothing to see here, just keep writing. Trial after trial, page after page. The notebook was filling up with failures faster than solutions, and a rough sketch of the little skeleton peeked out from under the mess like a portrait of every mistake he'd made. And Block 8 rolls in just as empty. But the smirk on his face told the real story, because something had finally clicked, and the boy who'd been guessing all night could feel it working now. His reward for the breakthrough came in the form of tiny teeth latching onto his offered finger, hard. The little bone rat clicked its claws into his hand and offered the only word it knew, "Here." Simon looked down at the rattling, trembling little thing on the floorboards and felt the weight of what it meant. The combo was wrong. The pieces were fighting each other, so he'd unmake it, study the joints again, and try a cleaner build tomorrow. A dark-haired kid sat cross-legged in a quiet room, unwrapping bone fragments and thinking there had to be a cleaner way to wire the joints, eager to crack the technique before dawn. A pale hand closed around something dark and ornate. Then the memory shifted, a pale young man in a dark jacket, eyes shut tight, commanding a storm of purple-black shadow that writhed around his outstretched hand like it answered to him alone. And from that haze, a grinning wall of skeletons clawed its way upright, the same skeletons, the narration claimed, that Simon's old man had once turned loose to help the people of a field. Family heirloom, huh? Cut to a sharp-fanged girl bathed in dark aura, raising one hand with a grin that promised nobody in the room was safe. Lauren had apparently used those same bones to muscle in on every gang in sight, and the half-dome shadows practically growled the rest. One skeletal critter flared blue fire from its skull with a sound like a match striking, the dark flame licking down its jaw. Simon stared upward, practically buzzing. There was no way he was sleeping through whatever came next class. Next morning found him in a fresh raglan tee, smiling nervous and bright, ready for whatever Keeson threw at him. Sunlight poured through tall academy windows, gilding the stone walls like the place was daring anyone to yawn. Standing at the chalkboard was Professor Eric Ora, gray beard, slicked hair, gray suit, the kind of man who looked like he'd flunk you for breathing too loud. Simon dropped into his seat beside a brown-haired classmate while the rest of the class drifted, the air thick with doze and drowse, a room full of kids running on fumes. Somebody at the front was already calling on a name. Before the lesson even began, the story went ancient, because the rune words didn't start in a classroom. They started at the Temple of Del, with a torch that had been burning for as long as anyone could remember. The flame sat on a stone column inside a wider hall, and nobody thought to ask why it never died. So a priestess stood beside it with her arms raised, the fire pouring blue and gold across her robes, while two worshippers knelt before it in perfect awe. Asking would have been the sin, doubting God was blasphemy, and blasphemy was death. But then a pair of sandaled feet walked into the frame, and the torch's ashes began doing something impossible. They rose, glowing, shaped like letters nobody had written. Two women stared at those floating ashes, and the whole miracle cracked open, because the eternal flame wasn't holy, it was language. Concentric rings of rune characters rotated around the torch now, gold light rippling outward like a ritual that had finally been seen for what it was. And Simon, somewhere across centuries, was hearing the origin story of the magic he was about to learn. And just like that, the parchment was gone, back to the present, back to the lecture hall, where Simon breathed a quiet wow as a classmate's chalk slipped from his fingers. The bearded professor turned from the chalkboard with rune glyphs floating in the air beside him, and laid it out plain. Centuries of refinement turned that ancient holy fire into the modern rune words every student was now expected to master. He raised his chalk toward the board, circling the glowing diagrams, and told the class to copy what came next. The room shifted. Pencils scratched across parchment in a rush, and one dark-haired student kept his head down, copying every line with a focus that bordered on devotion. Then a breath. Half the hall was bent over their notes, pens flying, the Gothic windows throwing long, quiet light across a room that smelled like chalk and ambition. A chalk stub snapped against the tray with a clean clack, and the professor was ready to write the next line. He lifted his piece, and the lecture pressed on. Blank speech bubble. Tail of the same bubble, still trailing down. The bearded professor leaned in, voice dropping to the kind of tone that meant homework was coming. 3 names next class, present your assignments or wished you had. Ding, the bell of dread rang. Outside, the towers of Kiezen caught the morning sun, and somewhere across the lawn, a couple of students groaned about how brutal that last lecture was. Dick cracked his back like a man twice his age, shoulders loose, fully cooked by an hour of note-taking. Simon tipped his face skyward, mouth half open. What now? His words spilling out before his brain caught up. A smack cracked across the courtyard. Bathhouse soap argument paid in full. Dick pitched forward with a wounded UNGH, already swinging an elbow back as the black-haired kid walked off. He howled across the lawn, that hurt Simon, and scrambled to chase our boy down the mountain path. So what was next on the schedule? Magical combat, apparently. A green-haired girl cut through the chatter, pointing everyone look, though not everyone shared her grin. A wall of white dust barreled over the ridge, the earth thudding under their boots. A pale, muscled leg the size of a door slammed down. Wah! The camera crawled up a body smooth and white as polished bone, ending at a clawed foot bigger than the professor. Thump, 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 and every step brought it closer. Hippos, a whole stampede of them, thundering across the dust like the ground owed them money. The herd closed in fast, heavier than they had any right to be. Students clustered shoulder to shoulder, sweat already beating, while some cheerful lunatic welcomed them to orientation like this was a field trip and not a stampede. Then the voice cut through the dust, a wiry guy in a green jacket, sitting pretty under the open sky, dropping the real headline. Hung Peng was running class up at Roque Mountain. There ride the hippos, yes, those hippos. Simon and Dick traded the same blank stare every sane person was wearing. The hippo in front of them huffed once, perfectly content to be furniture. A silver-haired classmate pointed at the beast's bare back and demanded a rug. He was not climbing up bare-ass naked on a hippo, and honestly fair. Somewhere ahead, a hooded figure planted a foot into the sand, dark energy swirling at their heels, and the ground answered with a tremor. Then came the strike, red light carving a brutal arc through the air. A trench split the dirt beneath the hooded figure, and 4 first-years stumbled back in pure disbelief at what had just cratered the field. One kid's face went white as paper, jaw slack, brain clearly buffering. The green jacket veteran didn't flinch, just threw a fist straight up at the attack like it owed him rent. The hooded figure caught the full force of it, red and white energy detonating across their frame. They dropped. 3 keys in uniforms loomed over them, sneering about servants, and the fallen fighter could only whisper the word back, servant, like it didn't compute. The veteran looked down at his handiwork, cold and unimpressed, and wondered aloud when the new generation forgot how to pick a fight they could win. 3 keys in first years froze, alarm flashing across their faces, whatever was coming in fast. Then a gray-haired veteran named Mr. Ta stepped onto a blue-haired kid already flat on his back, grinning down while the poor boy apologized from the dirt. The trio behind them wasn't shy about it either. One of them was catching heat for being the one, and his friends were not letting it slide. Mr. Ta cracked his knuckles against that wide blue sky and barked the order. Mount up, every last one of them, because these hippos were leaving with or without stragglers. That lit a fire under the dark-haired kid. He scrambled up a gray hippo's back with a triumphant grin, while his blonde buddy ate a hippo tail to the face for his lag and crumpled, groaning into the dirt. The dark-haired boy settled in, suddenly unsure why they were even sitting still, and behind him, a pink-haired kid with little horns fought the hippo's hide, legs kicking, groaning for purchase. She wasn't making it. The hippo shifted under her, wings outstretched, sweat beading, wailing for them to wait, and on cue, the whole herd tensed like they were about to bolt. Cut to a pink-braided elf girl, purple eyes wide, when a pale hand reached into frame offering a pull-up, and she squeaked, caught completely off guard by the kindness. Her fingers closed around his, stammering out a thank you before the words fully formed. The dark-haired boy hauled her over the edge in one clean sweep, and she yelped at the speed of it, saved, but now committed to whatever fresh chaos came next. Mr. Ta flashed that big easy grin at the sky, sunshine catching his face, looking way too pleased with himself for the chaos he was about to unleash. Then the roar hit a wall of wet gray maw, fangs like daggers, saliva flying, bearing down on the lot of them with zero hesitation. The dark-haired boy and the elf girl found themselves clinging to its thrashing back, the creature bucking under them as dust swallowed the world, both screaming the kind of scream that says this was not part of the syllabus. The ride slammed them into each other with a sickening crack, her trying to thank him too concussed to even register the words, both seeing stars. All up and down the spine of the beast, students clung for dear life, one girl sobbing she'd fall and Mr. Ta just watched from below, mildly interested, like he'd seen worse. Because the silver-blue-haired girl gripped tight, knuckles white, with a blonde voice shouting in her ear about will and training. Classic Kizan pep talk. Then the buzz-cut instructor grinned, gave a thumbs up, and cheerfully asked if falling off meant getting trampled. Chat, you could hear the collective gulp from here. He followed it up with the most comforting possible news: accidents happen every year, while our girl went pale and mouthed the only word left. What? And then the sky itself screamed. Dust swallowed the field, students wailed for help, and Kizan's official policy landed clean. Hang on or don't belong here. Charming place. The first years hit the grass like they'd been through a war, because they had chests heaving, lungs burning, the mountains mocking them from the tree line. Some brown-haired angel in a dark jacket started passing out water, and even the guy flat on his back muttering, found enough breath to whisper thanks. Our boy Simon was on his knees draining a bottle beside the pink-haired elf girl from the stampede, her little bat wings folded tight as she gulped hers down. She looked up, purple eyes wide, and let out a relieved sigh, finally safe, finally breathing. But the peace lasted about 2 seconds, because a cheerful voice cut through the clearing announcing the start of class, and poor Pink Ears screamed loud enough to choke our boy and his buddy on their water mid-sip. A fat little white bird landed on someone's shoulder and cooed, except that coo was apparently a full introduction, name and all. Then she stepped into the light, tall, confident, ponytail whipping, birds circling her shoulders like she was some kind of Disney entrance. Red wrap skirt, high slit, lace-up boots strutting across the clearing like she owned every blade of grass beneath her. The pink-haired girl's scream had officially been claimed by a legend. Purple eyes, bright smile, radiating the kind of energy that said, I am absolutely about to ruin your whole day. And then a bandaged hand clamped down on her wrist from off-screen, because even the cool entrance got interrupted chat. Which meant it was story time, and the lesson opened on a vision of hell, 4 fields scorched, a giant undead beast rising through the smoke. Multi-headed, red-eyed, scales like nightmares, tangled necks snapping at the sky, the Kundar Hydra, a monster so absurd it shouldn't have been real. Label confirmed, that's the Kundar Hydra, and the smoke hadn't even finished clearing. Against this thing, one Necromancer, fought solo for 5 days and broke all 100 necks with her own hands, because apparently unfair wasn't in her vocabulary. Bandaged, bloodied, sunset blazing behind her, she stood where the monster fell, the girl who had just cheerfully introduced herself now revealed as the strongest thing in the room, and the field of first years suddenly understood they'd been screaming at a final boss. One sandal planted on bone, the legendary Hung Peng stepped into the light, and every exhausted first year suddenly felt very awake. She wore a grin like a kid at recess, and she was already calling the class to its feet, because apparently the easy part was over. 3 students blinked under a tree, lost. She wanted them lined up in columns of 4, and nobody had any clue what that meant. A classmate finally caught on, and the whole class snapped like a switch flipped. Simon stood with the weary crowd, ready for whatever came next, except she never said where, only that they were moving. Which she answered by launching into a full sprint across the field, Dash peeling off behind her and leaving every single student in the dust. She glanced back with a smirk that basically said, "Catch me if you can," and kept flying across the grass. So the boys hauled after her, one of them screaming the usual sound body sound mind pep talk while the others just tried to breathe. She ran like the mountain itself was moving, a ponytail whipping behind her, and the gap only got wider with every stride. Simon and the blonde boy finally hit the grass on their knees, lungs burning, because this woman was playing a different sport than them. And she looked back one more time, still grinning, like none of this had even warmed her up. Up ahead, 2 veterans watched the chaos approach, an olive-jacketed instructor and a pale, purple-haired figure flanking the field, and Class 1 had just become their entertainment. Darkness answered, wrapping the pale hand and solidifying into a sleeve. The cloth climbed the forearm, churning with shadow, and what formed was a robe, the dark robe, born from nothing but night. Across the forest, a shirtless boy with an orange ponytail bolted through the green like he'd been born running. A dark-haired kid in school uniform crouched low, caught off guard, as a blonde classmate jogged up complaining, apparently jealous of the magical combat kids getting all the glory. The dark-haired one blinked, asking what he even meant. But the answer was right above them. Dark-clothed figures leaped between branches like it was a game, and the dark-haired kid muttered that they looked like they were having way too much fun. He turned back to the blonde, who was bent double and gasping for air. "Simon, that's the blonde," waved him off, swearing he was fine. "Fine, sure." Simon flashed that wide, sweaty grin over his shoulder, eyes bright. Whatever this was, he was eating it up. Up ahead, the ponytail professor glanced back with a smirk while a pack of students struggled to keep pace, the word "smile" practically floating off her. Chat, this lady was running laps around first years and loving every second of it. Then the forest broke open onto a cliff edge, and a voice announced the test. Cross the valley using darkness as a foothold. The drop said everything the briefing didn't. Sheer brown stone slamming down into crashing waves, the kind of fall that doesn't get a second chance. Students clustered at the lip and stared across the gulf, somebody audibly asking if jumping was actually the plan while the ocean roared far below. The professor just smiled and pointed up. Shadow gathered in her palm, a dark orb that she tossed skyward one little trick, and the impossible became a staircase. The darkness flared around a shoe and licked up the leg, hardening into a foothold. The secret was simple: shape the shadow, step on it, don't look down. Hung Peng launched herself skyward over the clearing, and every student below lost their minds. That was a completely different kind of physical upperclassman level, no question. She descended fast, boots wreathed in crackling purple energy. Each impact flared dark energy on contact, a warning wrapped in a demonstration. Then came the flip, a full backward rotation, ponytail whipping, purple energy trailing like a comet's tail. Nobody trained like this. Nobody. A blade struck her ponytail mid-spin, sparks scattering, and she deflected it without even looking. Her boot slammed home, purple smoke curling at her heels, stance locked. 2 students stood frozen, processing. She didn't even need to leap, the darkness itself launched her. Hung Peng turned back with a grin, bright sky behind her, clearly knowing exactly what she'd just done to their morale. Then she grabbed a rope and started swinging, building momentum for something bigger. She launched off the cliff edge, soaring over the deadly drop below while students watched in disbelief. The space she just cleared hung empty, grass swaying where she'd been. Her boot hit the far side hard, dirt kicking up in a white cloud. She stood on the opposite cliff, turned back and called them over. Mountains stretched behind her like the challenge itself. 2 students broke first, sprinting toward the edge, screaming, committed to the jump. They launched together against blue sky, confidence and terror splitting the difference on every face below. They hit the far side tumbling, rolling, grabbing grass for dear life. Peng watched from below and called it good, which meant the standard just got raised, and everyone's grade depended on clearing it. The ponytailed instructor had caught one of the boys mid-fall, and the kid was completely gone, just swinging limp in her grip like a wet noodle. Because Simon had been psyching himself up the whole time she was lecturing, but overthinking it, that was the rookie mistake and he knew it. So when Dick Haywood, bless his reckless little heart, bolted past him yelling about overthinking, Simon barely had time to process what just happened. He followed, no plan, just momentum and whatever darkness technique his core could cough up. Dick landed first, or tried to, because the water below was no ordinary water. Except a blonde blur ripped across the gap mid-leap, and that was Hector, of all people, showing up like he owned the sky. Simon hit the grass face first while Hector stuck the landing like a gymnast, dust cloud and all. And the class ate it up, thumbs up, cheers, calling Hector by name like he'd just won the whole trial. Meanwhile Simon was eating dirt in silence. Dick picked himself up, wincing at the bruised ego more than anything physical. He shouted across the field at Simon, begging for validation on his own jump. Simon gave him nothing, just silence. Because Simon was done waiting. He whispered it one more time, the darkness, the launch, the trick, and his legs exploded into motion. His foot ignited with a flare of deep purple-black energy, the kind of core discharge that made veteran necromancers do double takes. Hector whipped around with the most insincere wowwa in Academy history, and a silver-haired classmate sweated bullets behind him. Then Simon launched, ripping across the gap on a dark flare, a green tracer streaking past, while the whole class lost their minds cheering from the far side. He touched down on the water's surface like he belonged there, barely a ripple, fists still clenched. That was the gap that broke the kid, and this man cleared it like it owed him money. He hit the grass sliding, but the distance spoke for itself. The class couldn't stop buzzing over who just launched the wildest jump of the day. His mouth trembled open, like the victory hadn't fully landed yet. Then it cracked a laugh, eyes shut, pure relief flooding through him because he'd actually pulled it off. His fist squeezed that red tie tight, still running on adrenaline and the echo of the cheers. Even the ponytailed pro looked stunned, surrounded by classmates who just watched something ridiculous happen. Dick went airborne in celebration while Simon walked it off calm, and their instructor sprinted over screaming that he'd crushed it. The whole class erupted. The two of them threw their hands up and high-fived under a clean blue sky, grinning like they'd just stolen the whole course, the ponytailed woman beaming behind them. But across the field, a blond boy in a vest was seething, jaw clenched against a shadow that swallowed the celebration whole. Their instructor, ponytail swinging, suggested the group wait for the students who'd eaten dirt down in the valley. Simon just smiled bright and agreed, no rush, they'd earned the breather. Everybody on that cliff just watched the impossible happen, and Dick was the loudest one losing his mind about it. That was our boy, arms out, free-falling off the highest jump any of them had ever seen, the blue water waiting like a verdict miles below. Dick hit the grass already celebrating, screaming that Simon's jump was the highest in the whole class. Because of course it was, because apparently this man just does that. Slap, hands met, both grinning like idiots who just pulled off the heist of the century, with their combat professor standing right there pretending she wasn't amused. Peng told them to hold position. Stragglers were still down in the valley, and she wasn't leaving her students behind. Dick pulled something out of his pocket and waved it like a kid with a treasure map, asking if Simon wanted to peek on the walk back. It was a list of students worth recruiting for group classes, a cheat sheet to the social battlefield waiting for them after the physical one ended. The page turned. More page. Inside, the handwriting looked like a foreign language, squiggly, coded, and absolutely off-limits. Trade secret. Dick flashed a grin and dropped the real tea. The most important lecture wasn't the combat drills, it was the fact that he'd been watching Hector close enough to get along with him. Simon stared, because getting along with Hector was less a social skill and more a survival sport. Their whole class was stacked, talent everywhere, so building a real crew meant playing the long game with people who might rather stab you than share a table. And somewhere in the grass, a pink-haired girl with the worst case of spiralized dizziness in Academy history groaned, while someone hauled her upright. The list went on. 3 classmates took the field that morning, and the blonde kid in the back was already warning them. The quiet ones, the timid ones, the sort who got shoved around for sport. Then the brown-haired girl shot past like a launched arrow, and the rest of them could only stand there watching her pull away. Twin-tails streaming, she called for them to match her pace, and the boys below barely knew what hit them. Our guy caught the moment with a fierce little fist pump, grinning like this was the best class he'd ever signed up for. His buddy next to him nearly lost his mind. Not every class was a good time, he yelped, and the gap between those two students just kept widening. But something pulled our boy's attention clean off the fun, because his golden eyes locked onto something the rest of them hadn't caught yet. That something was a whole herd of gray hippos, mouths wide, hooves thundering, kicking up a dust cloud thick enough to swallow the field. A brown-haired kid spun back toward the instructor and screamed that the beasts were charging straight at them all. The professor, it turned out, had simply never shown up, and the TA, nobody at the bottom of the hill could quite remember the name. Which left 5 students in a perfect line and 0 adults between them and a stampede. The TA was gone too, and the math was getting real ugly, real fast, so they planted their feet and prayed. Rumble. Up close, our guy felt the ground shudder under his shoes and came out with the most understated report in Academy history. This was not good. So he planted wide, bent his knees, and let purple-black energy flare up around his boots, then barked the command to launch. Because if nobody else was going to stand in the gap, the kid with the weird magic would have to do it himself. And launch he did, straight up, upside down, purple energy trailing him into the blue, with a treetop flashing way too far below to feel like good news. Below, the lead hippo plowed forward through the grass, scattering dirt and leaves like paper, never slowing. Our boy hung upside down mid-fall, teeth clenched and sweating, and a voice somewhere tried to figure out if that toss had really been an accident or just very bad luck. But he twisted against the green sky and came to the only thought that mattered. If those kids down there didn't dodge, they'd get trampled, and that was a price he wasn't letting anyone pay. And then he glanced over his shoulder and his brain just stopped. Because at the edge of a clearing, a brown-haired girl in their same uniform held out her hand and spun a glowing blue circle at a hippo already frozen in dark purple, taken down without a scratch on anyone, like it had been easy. The summoning circle blazed to life beneath them with a bone-shaking rumble, pulling everything into motion at once. 2 classmates had already scrambled up into the trees for higher ground, gripping branches like weapons, while the ground trembled underneath. Simon tumbled face down through the sky, drenched in sweat, until a familiar voice broke through. "Hey, Simon. Long time no see." He crashed into a kneel on the grass, chest heaving, and the truth hit him ugly. He was in no shape to protect anyone right now. Dick Haywood slid down a nearby pole and rushed over, asking if he was okay, while 3 other students hung back and watched the aftermath. Simon stayed bowed over the grass, every breath a project, and Dick crouched beside him pressing again, "Are you sure you're okay?" Dick's face broke into a bright grin against the sky, and some off-panel voice sputtered, "What, really?" Caught completely off guard by whatever he just said. Descending on the field fast. Across the clearing, students crouched beside the fallen beasts, and one by one, the real picture finally clicked into place. The field still and heavy. The stampede had already ended by the time the instructor hit the ground, students everywhere on their knees, one boy still cowering. But the pink-haired girl was screaming at them to get up, wailing, grabbing, dragging them to their feet before the next wave hit. And then it came fast. A purple blur split the tree line as something, or someone, tore through the forest at blinding speed. 7 classmates surged forward together as one, shouting for everyone to move, faces tight with urgent confusion. Simon stood slack-jawed as confetti rained down around him, caught between Dick and a pink-haired classmate, pure awe on a kid who'd just done something impossible. Because the real show had only begun. Professor Hungpeng stood deep in that flower field, cupped her hands, and hollered that the path was clear. Sprint to her now, no excuses. The field glittered with petals and floating motes of light, deceptively peaceful. Which meant every Class A student surged uphill at once. Simon, the pink-haired girl, the brown-haired blur, all of them burning toward that lone figure while petals whipped sideways in the rush. Hung Peng planted her hands on her hips and called the trial done, and the whole pack of exhausted students came stumbling in across the blossoms, legs wobbling, lungs wrecked. But the smirk hadn't faded yet. She raised a finger with a cheerful little "oh, right," reminding them they couldn't eat until a certain group finished their run. She flicked her gaze sideways and told them to look over there, eyes glittering with mischief. And there it was, a smoking food truck pulled up beside a skeletal horse, a guy in a long gray coat hauling wooden trays while the class lost it, screaming "lunch," which earned the professor a roaring cheer from her starving kids, fists pumping the air, begging her to hit them with whatever was next because she was, officially, the goat of Kizan professors. Simon and Dick settled into the grass with trays balanced on their laps, just sandwiches and apples, simple food after a brutal morning. But Dick wasn't done talking. He swore this kind of thing would never fly with any other prophet Kizan, then immediately pivoted to insulting Simon about something else entirely. Behind them, Hung Peng squared off with Mr. Ta, and his dead serious, "What is?" meant whatever was coming next was about to get interesting. Simon blinked up from the grass, completely lost, "Huh." Dick waved his hand mid-rant, and somewhere behind them a translucent rumor mage appeared, swearing a professor called Hung Peng was the real deal straight from Lauren's people, he claimed, though Dick himself called it rubbish. Then Hung Peng herself cut through the chatter from her rock, raised one hand, and announced a wrap-up with a 10-minute break, and the class answered with a collective, devastated "A." Simon stumbled into a clearing where a silver-haired stranger traded words with a brown-haired figure, and the kid had zero clue what he was looking at. He gathered himself, dropped the confusion, and laid it out plain. Whatever they were running from, this was only round one. But the real class hadn't started yet, because a brown-haired professor lined the students up in a sun-baked field, checked the wristbands she'd handed out, and confirmed every single one of them was geared up for her curriculum. Then the dark tendrils latched onto a kid's arm and squeezed, and that wristband went from accessory to liability real fast. Two boys hit the grass screaming about their bodies failing, purple-black coils coiling at their feet, because whatever curse was riding, those bands did not care about pride or pedigree. A flag snapped up against the sky, and the explanation was as brutal as the course itself. This was the exhaust curse, and the finish line was the only thing that mattered now. The professor grinned and threw a thumbs up like she'd just announced recess, while her bearded colleague planted the marker behind her, dead serious. "Silence!" An off-screen voice barked the order to get ready, and Dick nearly jumped out of his skin beside a sweating Simon. The professor warned them she would be watching every straggler, and the field of students braced for the punishment run of their lives. Bodies crumpled into the grass on contact, clawing at dirt, drowning in their own weight as the purple wave rolled through them. Except one girl, honey blonde hair, red ribbon, standing still as a statue against a swirling purple haze, looked like the curse hadn't even touched her. A red flag snapped up against blue sky, and the exhaust curse trial officially began. The brown-haired instructor grinned wide, eyes shut, while the bearded judge raised his arm behind her. Game on. Two boys recoiled from the dark purple burst, one squealing while the other went white-knuckled and breathless. Three students dropped to their knees in the grass, the curse already chewing through them, and the instructor's voice made the stakes clear. Stragglers get left behind. The brown-haired instructor stood motionless, ponytail hanging still against a black-purple sky, and chat, the vibes just shifted hard. Everything went quiet, because up on the sunny hillcrest, that bearded judge was waving his red flag again, and one student had the audacity to ask if this was even legal. Sweating classmates swayed, staggered, and stumbled along the path. A green-haired girl bent forward and flushed, the whole pack running on fumes. So the hill sprint kicked off in earnest, blondes, a purple-haired kid, long black hair, all launching themselves up the slope toward the whistle-blowing teacher at the top. A brown-haired boy grimaced through bent knees halfway up. His classmate behind him doubled over and gasped. Then a teal-haired student hit the floor, crawling on palms and knees through the grass, gasping, the speed line screaming how far gone he was. A pale hand clamped down on a rough gray rock, pure survival instinct, grip and go. Our dark-haired boy stared upward, wide-eyed and dripping sweat, something above pulling his focus. He shut his eyes and forced a breath, sweat and spit on his chin, dragging what little he had left back from the edge. head bowed under a shaded sky, the weight of the moment settled on his shoulders. Falling behind now meant never catching up to what came next. Our boy Simon was on his knees in the grass, every muscle screaming, but the hill wasn't done with him yet, and giving up meant losing ground he'd never recover. So he dug in. Whatever the exhaust curse had left him, whatever his core wanted to throw at him next, he'd grit through it, because Simon Valencia didn't quit mid-climb. Up ahead, his blonde classmate Dick glanced back, half exasperated, half impressed that the kid in the dark blazer was still on his tail. Then Simon hit the grass himself, lungs raw, and realized with a jolt that he'd actually kept pace without leaning on the purple-black tricks. Dick gritted his teeth and pushed harder, because if Simon was still breathing down his neck, the race wasn't over. Both of them clawed up the slope toward the finish line, where Professor Hung Peng waited on the hilltop like a queen surveying a battlefield, and the announcer's voice cracked through the chaos, telling them they were almost there. Two hands lunged for the line, one pale, one dark-sleeved finger straining against the last few feet of grass, because second place meant nothing to either of them. Dick edged him out, barely. Both boys stood heaving on the hill, sweat and shock written across their faces, until something behind them made them freeze. A black shoe came down hard on a fallen student's hand, and that sound meant only one thing. Someone had just walked through the wreckage like it wasn't there. It was the silver blue-haired girl from room 409, the one who'd panicked at the name Kajan Edvald, striding up the slope in her pleated skirt like the hill owed her an apology. She stepped past them like they were furniture. Simon and Dick gaped. She bowed politely to the brown-haired instructor, who smiled and announced the unthinkable first place belonged to her. And just like that, she explained the trick. She'd solved the resistance formula against the exhaust curse herself. Dick's face crumbled. They could have beaten the curse. They could have been free of it this whole time, and nobody told them. Before the shock could settle, the gray-haired instructor called out from the slope. One of their classmates had rolled an ankle, and the hill wasn't done collecting its toll. The morning bell rang on Kiesen's training field, and a brown-haired girl tore past the grass-trailing speed lines and commands to push harder. Her partner just exhaled the bored, long-suffering sigh of a guy who'd already heard every pep talk she had. Then a third contestant walked onto the field wreathed in purple energy, lifting himself clean off the ground, while the watching kid could only blink and mutter a stunned huh. The purple-wreathed kid strolled up the hill without breaking stride, and the announcer called his name, second place, Hector Moore. Our boy just stared, blank, processing, trying to figure out what fresh kind of monster had just strolled past him. That monster stopped under a tree where a silver blue-haired girl sat waiting, and she flagged him down with a curt halt before he could pass. Hector turned on her with dirt on his vest and a fist already clenched, tension crackling between them, and she brushed him off with a whatever. But that whatever came paired with a glower sharp enough to cut glass, blue eyes locked and loading. Hector snapped forward with red eyes blazing, finger jabbing accusation, opening his mouth to unload whatever had been boiling since that second-place call. She accused him of being twisted, of dragging his second-place frustration onto her, and warned him flat out not to mess with her, hissing back like a cornered cat. He whipped around with a furious turn, snarling into the open sky, every nerve screaming that the whole world had it out for him today. Then the staff announcer read the third name, Simon Valencia, and our boy was down on all fours in the dirt, lungs burning, body finished long before his pride was. He slumped back against a tree with a weak exhale, legs gone, while a pair of polished shoes planted themselves right next to his face. Hector stood there in profile, fists tight, brooding in silence, and the blue-haired girl peeked out from behind his legs like she wasn't sure who was safer to hide behind. The clearing finally settled, 3 wrecked bodies, 1 smug announcer, and a sky that didn't care about any of them. A second blonde crumpled flat on his back beside Simon with a pitiful plop, groaning that he thought he might die, and Simon sat over him too exhausted to even pretend to help. Dick had gone pale under the grime, caught between relief and the dawning weight of what he'd just survived. Because Professor Hung Peng wasn't done with them yet, she raised a hand, summoning the whole class back to order. She and Mr. Ta unfurled a massive white cloth across the grass, and beneath it bloomed a glowing blue summoning circle, arcane text and geometric symbols searing into the ground, while the class crowded around, half wowed, half terrified. Sky in silence, one breath between trials. Dick bounded onto the circle shouting he was first, and our boy Simon stepped up right beside him, golden eyes sharp, while the rest of the boys piled in behind. Which meant none of them were ready for the flash. Both of them caught mid-step, sweat beading, faces going slack. 1 second they were standing on grass, the next a body slammed into a stone wall, legs flailing, a raw scream ripping out before the dust even settled. Simon woke up face down on a wooden bench, runes drifting around him, dirt in his teeth, with no idea where he'd landed. An unfamiliar wooden room, window open to blue sky, a shelf, a table with a white jug marked red. Nobody home. Until someone called his name from nowhere, and our boy whipped around so fast his neck nearly cracked, startled. And there she was in the doorway. Hung Peng, ponytail, smirk, that same quiet confidence like teleporting her students to a mystery cabin was just another Tuesday. She turned on her heel and walked deeper into the room without a word of warning, and Simon followed because refusing wasn't an option. A gloved hand set a metal cup down with a clack, and she told him flat out. The circle had activated, which meant he was somewhere very far from Kizan. She poured something blue from a white pitcher, focused, almost surprised by whatever she was seeing in the cup, and that expression on Hung Peng's face was never a good sign. Simon looked up at her, sweat on his temple, half a question still hanging on his lips, because whatever came next, he could already feel it landing badly. "My home," she said it like an open door, and our boy walked right through. The catch? This place was warded tight, private to non-magical citizens, so whatever she'd brought him here to discuss was off every official record. And when Professor Hung Peng wanted to make a point, she didn't use words. She crushed stone in her fist, dust crumbling between her fingers like a warning shot. He flinched, hard. Sweat beaded down a cheek already smudged with dirt, the legendary Kundar Slayer towering over the kid who'd only just learned to walk on water. But the look she gave him wasn't predatory, it was invitation, purple eyes bright with a question. "How about you major in magical combat?" She leaned in, halter top and gloved hand resting easy at her waist, like the Hydra-slaying legend was just waiting on his answer. Our boy swallowed, sweat dripping onto the blue cup, and managed a single nervous word, "You mean?" Because the price of a direct disciple was heavy, performance was everything, and this woman did not do second chances. A honey-blonde girl in the shadows watched, purple eyes unblinking, her own offer hanging in the air. So came the question that would decide his year and maybe his life. How does it sound? Simon stared back, dirt-caked, golden eyes wide, gloved hand extended like he was trying to steady himself against a future he'd never planned for. Our boy was still standing in Professor Hung Peng's living room, dirt on his cheek, brain completely fried, hand out like he'd just touched a live wire. Because the legendary Hydra Slayer had just offered him something nobody at Kizan gets, direct discipleship under her wing. So when Hung Peng casually mentioned the hill climb like it was a warm-up, Simon's whole world tilted sideways again. And the worst part hit him all at once. That brutal field trial hadn't even been a test, it had been day 2 of school. Hung Peng just smiled, warm as a sunset, and broke it down for him. Students watch the leaderboard, but professors are watching something else entirely. Then she stomped a foot into the ground for emphasis, dust flying, and asked the one question that mattered. Wasn't that his first try? Which meant back on that cliff, when every other Class A jumper hit the dirt, Simon had soared higher than all of them on raw instinct alone. Hung Peng glanced back with a knowing grin, and behind her the masked figure lingered in shadow, because at this point, talent versus coincidence wasn't even a debate anymore. That hill, she'd watched him grind up it on nothing but grit and stubborn lungs, while 2 others sprinted past him. Our boy stood there gripping the grass like the ground might save him, golden eyes wide, sweat running, utterly wrecked by what he'd just heard. And Hung Peng sealed it with a quiet, final word. She'd now shown him everything she needed him to see. The professor's confident smile said it all. Simon had passed a test he didn't even know was running. His hand pressed flat on the table beside her untouched cup, fingers tipped orange with residual energy. And the silence that followed was deafening. Hung Peng's composure cracked. For a single beat, even the Hydra Slayer looked caught off guard, like she hadn't expected her own offer to land that hard. But Simon stood frozen, mouth dry, 1,000 thoughts colliding behind those amber eyes. He couldn't even form a word. She found her footing first, composure settling back into place. A quiet gratitude flickered across her face, thank you for hearing her out at all. Then came the refusal. Simon bowed, dirt still streaking his jaw, and politely passed on her discipleship, because taking that path meant chaining himself to something he wasn't ready to become. She asked him why, and the silence stretched. He wrestled with the answer, knowing whatever he said next would decide whether she let him walk out at all. But Hung Peng didn't push. Instead, she thanked him for being honest, claiming she'd rather get a clean no than a pretty lie, which somehow made the rejection sting worse. Then she pivoted, and whatever she said next knocked the air clean out of him. The moment hung, cut clean in half, and on the other side, Simon was still reeling. She declared she'd double down and keep recruiting him until he caved, leaving him baffled because legends don't chase students, they choose them, and no one had ever chased him before. He could only stand there, smudged and stunned, trying to process why a war hero professor wanted him that badly. But then her tone shifted, a graceful sweep of her arm trailing blue light, and she offered an out. This didn't have to be about discipleship at all. Relief hit him like a wave, and he winced out a grateful thank you to the professor. Between them, a massive blue sigil hummed to life, pentagrams and runes spinning in the air, as she asked him to keep this whole encounter buried. Whatever had just happened in that warded room, the world wasn't meant to know. And Simon nearly cried with relief, because a secret he could carry. That was the lightest thing she'd asked of him all night. He agreed with a smile, the warmth of her returning wave settling the tension at last. His boot landed on the circle, clean, deliberate, the way only someone who'd already accepted the answer could. Because Simon Valencia had. He flashed one last grin over his shoulder, magic already coiling at his feet, tossed out a casual goodbye, and let the teleport take him. And just like that, he was gone. Which left Hung Peng standing alone in her own living room, hollering for her instructor like a sparring partner had just sprinted off mid-bout. So when her handler poked the door open with wide eyes and the worst possible news, he declined. The silence that followed was deafening. She set the kettle down without ceremony, one brow cocked at the absurdity of it. The handler blinked, asked for clarification, and the door groaned another inch open. Hung Peng folded her arms, gaze drifting somewhere years behind her, and admitted she'd trained a parade of geniuses through these halls. But the boy standing in his own head, thinking through the offer instead of leaping at it, that flavor of genius, a stunned, dark-haired onlooker somewhere in the building realized, was something he'd never seen before. Meanwhile, back in the dormitory wing, the halls hummed with ordinary student noise. Until a door slammed hard enough to rattle the frame. Behind it, Simon guessed his teleport had glitched, and Dick, towel still half raised, just gawked, because apparently his roommate had phased back into the bathroom mid-shower. Which meant Dick was seconds from detonating with the story, jabbing at his own chest like a kid who'd found buried treasure. Because something in Simon's head kept insisting it had been blocked, and the frustration was still sitting in his chest. Dick crouched on the rug, fingers dug into the cracked tile, hand yanking at his own hair as the fog cleared and full panic set in. And somewhere else entirely, a blond man cackled in a smoke-filled room, because something had just turned up inside Professor Bahill's office. He lounged like a king in white and crimson, spilling the news to a brown-haired boy who stood frozen, every line of his body screaming he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The brown-haired kid whipped around to his dark-haired friend, eyes wide, practically vibrating. Bahill, the catarrhology Professor Bahill. His friend nodded hard, breathless. Yes. Meanwhile, the blonde informant himself was sweeping a hallway floor in a mask, working a side hustle like his life depended on it. Back in the dorms, Dick toweled around his neck, pumped his fist at the ceiling and blurted out the dream hymn, Dick Haywood, direct disciple of Professor Bahill. Simon, toweled and dripping, tried to tell him to calm down while half the locker room stared, because landing that apprenticeship meant easy grades, no expulsion, the whole ride. Dick cut himself off, jaw tight, because calling it the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard was an understatement. Then a stranger stepped in, brown-eyed and skeptical, wondering aloud if some commoner really had a shot at that seat. Which got a shirtless ringleader with crossed arms and two smirking boys to laugh in his face, daring anyone to make him believe it. Dick shot the loudmouth a flat look, because that kind of talk always came from the same type. And he fired back, calling the kid out as the merchant's son heir who thought gold could buy a backbone. Except the shirtless one wasn't laughing anymore, because the jab came from the boy ranked dead last in magical combat, and that one stung. A fist clenched tight against the red dark as the retort came. Don't pretend the Moore family name meant anything past that finished education. One amber eye burned red at the edges, and the comeback ripped out of him in a jagged scream. Pure rage, no filter, no mercy. Dick stood his ground against three, refusing to back down, and answered the ringleader's slur by hurling back a hexagram circle of his own. But the counterstrike shattered on impact, blood-colored residue dissolving into nothing. It hit Dick square in the chest, dark red corruption blooming across his blazer, as the pain dropped him to his knees. A bare foot pinned him in place, and the ringleader's voice curled down with venomous contempt. The ringleader slammed him backward hard, sending Dick crashing across the gym floor as onlookers recoiled from the brutality. Dick hit the ground hard. But instead of staying down, Dick rose with murder in his eyes, red irises burning, blood on his face, and every curse-loaded syllable ready. He channeled everything he'd learned into one last blast, black-red energy peeling off his writhing body, his body screaming for him to stop. Dick grinned through the agony, teeth bared, sweat pouring. He raised 2 fingers and fired a fresh volley of dark crimson curse light, taunting his tormentor with every crackling wisp. His jacket was streaked crimson, the aftermath written all over him. His friend seized him by the shoulders, furious that a class-period curse duel had gone this far. Dick shrugged free, ripped off his jacket, and threw himself bare-knuckled into the mob, fists swinging at all three. But one clean shot caught him flush on the jaw, and Dick's night went dark. Dick Haywood closed the gap and buried a straight right into the dark-haired fighter's guard, putting his whole battered body behind the punch because pride was all he had left. The blow landed clean, and the dark-haired kid went skidding backward across the red-stained air, a quiet sure slipping out of him like he'd just accepted what was coming. Dick reset into his stance, teeth bared, chest heaving, every muscle screaming for him to stop and his eyes refusing to let him. But his ribs folded under the effort, and he clutched his chest as the dark-haired fighter finally locked eyes on him, and the announcer's voice cut through the smoke with a name: Simon Valencia. Simon stood there bare-chested and unbothered, not even winded, watching Dick like the bell had already rung. The hit landed clean across Simon's arm, and he took it head-on without budging. Barebacked, sweat-slick, his opponent lunged through the sparkstorm, riding the recoil like it owed him momentum. Both fighters reset on the blood-red field, one planted wide, the other low and coiled, sizing up the next exchange. Muscles bunched under that glistening back, every fiber wound tight toward something about to snap loose. Simon came in swinging, fist driven forward, teeth bared, red eyes locked on a target he fully intended to break, but his voice tore out of him mid-strike like a war cry. But the name caught in his throat, because that dark-haired kid with the golden eyes knew it. His core answered before his body could, flare igniting across his abdomen in a desperate bloom of black-purple flame, power bleeding out of him whether he wanted it or not. Simon hurled a burning sigil straight into the disc, screaming toward his face, the collision shredding debris across a crimson sky. The whole room lost it. Pajama-wearing classmates stumbled backward as our boy followed through on a hit so loud it shook the tile floor, sound effects doing half the storytelling while they just gawked and shrieked. The crash still ringing off the walls. Then the shower room doors swung open, and a white-haired wall of muscle strolled in like he owned every tile on the floor. 2 words of warning, then a promise delivered in blue: snap every last neck in this room if the noise didn't end right now. Close-up said everything his voice didn't need to. A cold blue stare, a fresh scratch across the cheek, an aura that warned you not to test whether he meant it. Simon straightened up to meet the newcomer, recognized him instantly, and threw the name out there like a thrown gauntlet: Cajun Edvald, still enrolled, still trouble, with Hector barely visible behind him getting his attention. Off to the side, 2 voices cracked under their breath. That was him, the kid who got suspended for rearranging other students' faces. Some tired kid in the back just exhaled, grabbed his buddy's shoulder, and muttered, "Let's bounce," because nobody in this room was getting paid enough to stay. Dick stepped in front of Simon, shirt half open, jaw set like a man who'd already lost once and refused to lose twice. This wasn't sliding, not again. Even Kajin went quiet, towel slung over one shoulder, sizing up the kid with the broken ribs who'd somehow dragged himself back into the middle of it. Which meant the loud ones got the message fast: turn around, shut up, and pray nobody remembered their names by morning. Simon dusted off his blazer and smiled like none of it had touched him, while Dick clutched his throat and wheezed something about making friends the hard way. Scene shift, dorm room, golden hour, problem solved. A bed, a wooden rail, and two roommates who'd somehow not murdered each other yet. Dick sat cross-legged on the floor with his backpack, looking up surprised, because Simon, the guy who just publicly flattened him, was asking about his weekend. Simon stood there holding a yellow parcel, blinking, while Dick grinned like a cat who'd already won a bet he hadn't explained yet. Then Dick leaned in, eyes shining, and dropped the bomb he was heading down to Rockest. Simon short-circuited, dollar signs practically raining around his head, because Dick just said the one word that makes any academy kid twitch: business. Simon tried to ground the moment, warning him the gold on hand was nothing compared to what upper years cost, but Dick was already reaching up, plan locked in. The yellow bag opened like a loot drop, a rune-marked tome, a vial of blue something, and a pouch that probably explained the whole scheme. Simon's jaw dropped, because whatever Dick had just pulled out meant this weekend was about to get a whole lot more expensive. The warning landed before anyone moved. Whatever Dick was cooking up came with a price, and this crew was already tabbing the bill. Come dark, Dick swung into full prep mode, bag clipped, boots on, grin locked in, while Simon stared from the bed, caught somewhere between impressed and terrified. Because this man was already halfway out the door, backpack shouldered, cheerfully waving like he wasn't dragging his roommate into some late-night felony. Simon grabbed his sleeve the second the door cracked, golden eyes wide. The housemaster's rounds ran at 11, and there was no version of tonight where they didn't get caught. Dick's reply came with a wink, the little 409 floating like a badge of honor. They wouldn't get caught, he promised, and the door shut on that boast. Just Simon now, alone in 409, turning a crinkled paper bag over in his lap and wondering what the hell Dick had really been planning. He tore it open, and the haul spilled out in color and sugar, the kind of shopping run that cost way more than a broke student should swing. One pastry already halfway to his mouth when the flavor hit, and Simon went wide-eyed. Dick had been funding this whole operation on snacks. Cheeks puffed, brain catching up, and behind him, two yellow eyes blinked on in the dark. Simon froze mid-bite as something in the dark window stared back, and he nearly choked. Except it wasn't something. It was a girl, bright-eyed and smiling, palms pressed against the glass. That silver-haired face could only belong to one person, and she was giggling like she just told the funniest joke in the world. He cracked the window open, half expecting the Chancellor to crawl in, and demanded to know how she'd even gotten up here. Her answer landed like a brick. She was just stopping by, which raised the obvious problem of a tiny girl hanging off a fourth-floor ledge. He leaned out the frame in his pajamas, scanning the wall for her, and found absolutely nothing. Because she was dangling from the sill like it was a porch swing, kicking her pink-slippered feet and loving every second. Then she held up a pink-wrapped sweet and offered him the whole stash. Her family had banned sweets at home, and our girl was running a smuggling operation through his window. She settled onto the ledge and asked, all bright-eyed, how his first day of school had gone. Simon managed a cheerful answer, stumbling at first but saved by a friend he'd made at Kizan. That earned a relieved smile from her. She'd been worried about him, she admitted, since he'd walked into the academy with zero combat training. Then she tilted her head and said this whole situation reminded her of when Richard was a student here, and Simon's brain stopped working. His father a Kizan student. She winked, cute as anything, confirming it like it was common knowledge. Which meant the most infamous Lord of Lesville had once been a first-year nobody just like him, and Simon had zero idea how to feel about that. Nephtes just smiled that knowing little smile, and added that Richard had always been too clever for his own good. A whisper carried on the wind, half heard and already gone. The kid just stood there, brain buffering, because what he just heard made zero sense. Dick was right about that fight. The Lord who'd raised him suddenly felt like a stranger. The man Simon thought he knew didn't match the legend sitting in front of him. Dropped out, of Kizan, the most dangerous academy on the continent, and that was the soft version of the story. His whole family tree just got a rewrite, and nobody warned him the plot twist was coming. Whatever it said, the night kept for itself. Dick flopped backward onto the floor like the weight of it all finally hit him too, because yeah, Richard Valencia going wild was starting to track. She added softer now that she was just a kid back then herself, which meant she'd seen the chaos firsthand. Neftis hopped up, eyes sparkling, and told him the legend was real. Richard had practically flipped all of Roke Island upside down. So if Simon went looking, he'd find traces of the old man scattered across the island. Then she cut herself off, tapped the floor, and announced she had somewhere to be, already. Her boots hit the ladder rungs on the way down, and she tossed over her shoulder that they'd meet again soon, before someone chewed her out for being late. She thanked him for the snack on her way out, one hand raised, grin warm in the dark. Then she was gone in a blur of silver hair and swirling leaves, leaping off like the whole conversation had been a weather event. Simon leaned out the window after her, still processing, and a folded paper sailed up at his face. Her voice floated back up, "Bye then." He caught it one-handed, stared down at what she'd left behind, and the realization hit she'd dropped something on purpose. An arc of light cut across the night sky, trailing a loop over the fenced field, and Simon could only stand there with a sweat drop forming. Back in room 409, he turned the folded paper over in both hands, and the note rattled softly, left behind on purpose, no question about it. He glanced sideways at a rustle in the dark. The map unfolded to reveal a hand-drawn trail winding from a building toward a black blob marked with a skull. A treasure map, sure, but the skull was not exactly encouraging. Because the Chancellor's voice echoed in his head, Richard practically turned Roke Island upside down in his day, and if he looked closely, he might find traces of his father, which meant the trail led to the island, to a legacy he hadn't even known existed. So that was how he ended up crouched in a moonlit clearing with an owl judging him from a branch. Golden eyes wide, nervous smile plastered on, he tried to shush it. The owl hooted again. Stellar stealth, this guy. Something pale flared in the shadows between the twisted branches. And in the dark behind him, 4 red eyes opened at once, framing Simon as something's next meal. A scrap of paper, hand-drawn and creased, pointed toward a skull-marked spot past the Dabin Mountains, Neftis' parting gift, a breadcrumb trail left by a man who once flipped Roke Island inside out. And the name scrawled across the clues was Richard, which meant Simon's father had walked this same path, hunting something big enough to justify tearing the island apart. He gripped the strap of his bag and made the call. Tomorrow. He'd check the spot tomorrow, the thrill already burning through him, cheeks flushed like a kid who'd just been told the locked door had a key. Map folded, bag over one shoulder, he squared up to leave. Somewhere in the dark, an owl cut him off mid-breath. Every sane part of him whispered the obvious, turn around. But the tree line answered back with 2 red eyes, then 2 more, and the question stopped being optional. Something snapped in the air. His throat went dry, hand drifting to his chest as the coward in him tried to win. Because a weathered sign nailed to a tree confirmed what the eyes already promised, monster sightings, and the sketch on that plank looked like Lesville, which meant the wildlife here played for keeps. A creek to the east, Kizan's walls to the west, bearings checked, fear swallowed, and the kid kept walking. Those amber eyes locked on, and he moved. Deep in moonlit brush, our boy crouched low, bag clutched tight, every instinct screaming that something was close. Then a single red eye cut through the dark, and that sign nailed it, monster, real monster, and it had already found him. The thing exploded out of the tree line. Gray fur, red eyes bare, jaws wide, charging with the kind of speed that didn't leave room for second thoughts. His boot slammed the dirt, he was already moving. Not fast enough. Claws raked across his torso in a brutal red arc, and the beast towered over him, one arm cocked back for the finisher. Pain lanced sharp through his side, and he locked onto those red eyes, realizing this thing moved faster than anything he'd ever sparred. He hit the dirt on his hands and knees, scrambling for footing while the wolf circled low, growling, and he couldn't even pin down what species it was. The beast crouched to spring again, a wall of muscle and fangs silhouetted against the trees. But our boy's fist was already clenched, heart pounding, because this wasn't a monster anymore, It was a test. Old him would have bolted, Keys and him planted his feet. And everything changed in a breath. Bones came screaming out of the dark, a skeletal blur, claws outstretched, slamming into the beast mid-leap. Steel rattle strikes exploded across the clearing as the skeleton tore into the wolf, and our boy could only watch the chaos unfold. Dust and shredded earth where the wolf had stood, the skeletal creature had put it down clean. Then the red shape loomed, and our boy braced, shouting the one word that meant survival. Simon planted his feet between his skeleton crew and decided running was over. The werewolf wanted a fight, so the werewolf was getting one. His mouse skull minion dropped into stance, blade scraping stone, ready to move the instant the beast did. But the wolf wasn't scared. It snarled, fury pulsing through every vein, too proud and too hungry to back down. So it charged, a wall of gray muscle and red eyes barreling straight at Simon and his two bony guardians, claws tearing the rocky ground behind it. Simon barked the order, and his skeletons burst into motion, one launching overhead, the other darting low for the wolf's flank as a red slash carved the air between them. Steel met fur with a sickening crunch, red energy bursting across the beast's ribs as it howled in fury and pain. One of the mouse skull minions caught the beast's counter and went flying apart, bones scattering everywhere. Simon staggered, hand flying to his temple, the pain of the bond ripping through him like a migraine made of fire. But his big skeleton didn't flinch. It drove the black blade down into the wolf's back, blood splattering the moonlit clearing. Then everything slowed. Simon screamed the order through gritted teeth, summoning every shred of will he had left in his aching head. Restore, bring the broken one back, bring the whole fight back, because this wasn't over yet. The shattered mouse skull leapt back into the air, blade raised, bone knitting itself together mid-flight on his command. And the big one shoved its sword deeper, blue fire erupting where steel met flesh against the red haze of the battlefield. Bony fingers locked tight around the hilt, straining, driving, refusing to let go. The wolf's skull split clean down the middle, and the hunt was over. But somewhere across the island, a different kind of war was already in full swing, and this kid was in the middle of it, snarling like a man possessed against a streaked red haze of pure fury. The hit landed ugly, a jagged blood-red impact that rocked the frame, and pale monstrous limbs flailed helplessly beneath it. Then the blade dropped from above, square into the beast's back, and the creature's roar choked off into a wet final scream. The blue-haired fighter spotted his window and launched through it, one clean line of momentum over a body that was still writhing, still clawing at the ground, still dying. Both hands locked high overhead, blade drawn back, every tendon in his arm screaming for the last swing. He hauled it down through the air with everything he had left, coat snapping, teeth bared, a full-body commitment to one finishing slash. The cleave split the air itself, a white shockburst tearing across the ground in red gouges as the creature's claws spasmed one final time. Then nothing, just red and black settling. The dust cleared on a completely different picture. Our boy sitting on the ground behind a massive fallen beast, his blue-clawed hand still raised, breathing hard over what had almost been a very short career. And in the silence, the realization hit him like cold water. He just survived his first real fight on Kizan. That oversized paw still resting on the stone was all the proof he needed that the threat was real, and far from the last. But if he'd made it through round one in one piece, then maybe, just maybe, every nightmare still waiting for him on this island was another rung on a ladder he hadn't finished climbing. That confidence collapsed the second he looked down and saw his little skeletal lantern mouse split clean down the middle. And before he could even kneel, the little guy crumbled apart in his hands, dragging a smaller skeleton down with him. So our boy just pressed his palm against the cracked skull, watching that faint blue glow still flickering inside, and gave it the only praise left to give. You'd earned every bone in your body tonight. Simon eased through the brush with his little skull scout at his side, whispering for both of them to keep it quiet. He crouched behind a bush and peered ahead, the skeleton hugging close behind him, until a rustle confirmed they'd finally hit the spot. They'd found it, a wide bald patch of earth ringed by living forest, and not a single blade of grass willing to grow inside that cursed ring. Oh, that changed things. Recognition flickered across Simon's face. Whatever Nephthys' map had marked was real, and it sat right in the middle of that dead circle. Weapons dropped from the sky against a blood-red backdrop, a glowing lantern and a double-bladed axe falling like gifts. Simon caught the axe in one clean motion, grinning, while the little skeleton snatched the lantern. He'd grabbed them on the way out of the dorm just in case. Steel rang on stone the moment his blade came down, and Simon felt the impact shudder up through his wrists. Something solid was buried underneath. They started digging at the edge of a deep dark hole, the skeleton holding the light steady while Simon probed the walls with his shovel, until he found something embedded in black stone, a device maybe. He brushed the dirt away and froze. His fist fit the socket perfectly, and Simon already knew what he was about to do. He drove his gloved hand into the device, and dark blue energy bled outward through 4 carved channels. If this thing was magic, it was about to answer to him. Oh? The device answered with a massive blue flash that hurled both of them backward, the cavern flooding with light and smoke. The ground shook under their feet as Simon stumbled away clutching his prize, the skeleton tight on his heels with the lantern raised. Whatever he'd just woken up, there was no putting it back to sleep. Stairs cut upward into smoke and silence, and our boy didn't come all this way to turn back. Curiosity was already pulling him forward. The lantern-bearer knelt on cracked stone, murmuring to itself like it could read the dust. Whatever was buried down here had company. Then Simon's golden amber eyes went bright, his cheeks warming. Something ahead had caught his interest, and his grin said he'd already decided to keep going. The little skeleton snapped its fingers with cheerful menace, lantern raised, and that was the green light. Down they went to investigate. And the cavern opened up like a buried cathedral, blue glow bleeding off ancient brick, dust drifting through cold air. At the far end, a robed figure waited on an altar tangled in thick brown roots, skull at its feet like an offering. Closer in, the hooded figure sat bound by twisting roots, cyan runes crawling across its chest like trapped lightning. A pentagram burned into the altar stone beneath it, and stranger glyphs crawled the walls, old language, old power, old debt. But the skull at the altar's base stole every glance, hollow sockets staring back through the haze, daring whoever came next to look closer. Our boy crept deeper into the cavern, lantern light painting the walls, his tiny skull minion shuffling at his heel. Then he froze mid-step, because the stones ahead were carved with something he almost recognized. His hand reached out and brushed the carvings, ancient rune words, the kind that don't survive 1,000 years unless somebody wanted them kept. He stepped back, gaze climbing the walls, and the truth hit him. This wasn't decoration, it was one massive magical device. Like some kind of gigantic magical construct, humming under his feet. Vast stone chamber, runes crawling every surface, thick roots snaking across the floor, a single doorway waiting at the far end. But his little lantern-bearer clattered its jaw. Something else was in here. A skull hung in the air above an outstretched hand, rattling against nothing, as if the room itself was offering it up. He pressed 2 fingers into the bone, and a sting shot up his wrist, sharp, deliberate, almost like a handshake. He waited against the dark sky creeping past the doorway, knowing what he was about to handle was ancient and terribly dangerous. That grinning off-white skull stared back at him like it knew his name, and he had to ask out loud what something this nasty was doing buried under Roke Island. Then the floor gave way beneath him, a cascade of bones tumbling around his ears while his little minion shrieked beside him. He landed in a lantern-lit stone room, knees on cracked flagstone, skull clutched tight, while scattered bones littered the ground around him. He started sorting the fragments, flipping pieces over with careful fingers, hunting for the ones that fit. 2 halves clicked into place under his hands, a perfect seam, and his glowing-eyed minion leaned in to watch the impossible assembly. Sweat on his cheek, grin pulling wide. It might harm him, but he still wanted to try putting the whole thing together. The summon formed at his fingertips, blue hair boy, bone buddy at his back. He reached for the light, dark energy pooling in his palm, swelling under his command. And then he swung fist slamming down, blue fire erupting on impact, the urgency of a kid who knew he had one shot. Residue dripped from his glove, blue light trailing like liquid starfire onto whatever he just shattered. Which meant the real test, a pillar of blue-white flame roaring skyward behind him, the kind of blast that announces a new kind of necromancer just woke up. The floor cracked under that power, blue fire licking outward in smoky tendrils. From the inferno, a colossal skull emerged, hollow sockets wreathed in blue fire, looming over the hand that called it. And one eye flared white-hot, the kill shot loading, ready to erase whatever stood in front of it. Our boy just smirked, blue hair framing those amber eyes, calm as anything. The only thing left was the one thing he hadn't done yet. Bones scattered, disconnected, a kit waiting for instructions. This was the part no lecture at Kizan ever prepared him for. He pressed a fresh skeleton against the rune wall, bones snapping into place, and exhaled hard. That one worked. Then he was on his knees, sweating, loose bones clattering around him, because the last attempt had gone sideways in the worst way. But this time it held a full human frame, trembling upright, blue fire burning in its sockets, a little rodent bone buddy at its feet glowing the same. Datum. That was a summoner's pride right there. More stood beside them, skeletal legs anchored on the rune-carved stone, a lantern flickering at their feet. And the newest one, already complaining about having to stand up the second it grew legs, wanted arms first, the little gremlin. Simon stood before a towering skeleton pinned to rune-carved stone, the ancient bones watching him with hollow fire. Then the skull's gaze snapped skyward, and a blue spark tore through the dark above it. Because the flash erupted from the skeleton's own skull, and our boy staggered back, screaming what? As the chamber flooded with blinding blue light. Beneath those curling bony fingers, Simon looked impossibly small, swallowed by smoke and shadow. And the skull's jaw snapped shut on a dry, rattling breath, ha-ha-ha. Which meant the laughter was growing, the whole chamber rumbling with it as dust billowed off the walls. Then a blue-haired Simon stood atop a stone block, while the skeleton thrashed and shook around him, that cackle refusing to stop. Blue runes spun through the smoke, pulsing brighter with every wave of ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. That shook the chamber. The skeleton's cloak billowed wide as cyan energy exploded around its frame, and that single word cracked through the roar. Finally, something ancient had woken up, and it was drowning in its own rebirth. The dark cloak tore outward, tendrils of shadow erupting with it, and the declaration came like a thunderclap. I'm finally back. Whatever death had swallowed this thing, it had spit it out hungry and laughing. Which meant the first thing it did was fire, a blazing white-blue sphere screaming across the chamber, trailing smoke. And it roared into the dark. Who disturbed MY slumber? The blast was a declaration of war against whoever woke it. Our boy never had a chance to answer. The cyan blast caught him square, hurling his body backward through the runes while he barely managed to stun, before the sky ate him. Then the hooded skull filled the frame, hollow eyes burning cold blue through the smoke, and the demand came down like a verdict. Name yourself. And then something screamed out of the dark, and our boy's tiny skeleton squeaked like it just saw its own grave. A towering specter erupted into the chamber, skull blazing, runes lit, locking onto Simon with one terrifying word: Richard's descendant. The name hit him like a hammer to the chest, and every buried piece of the Valencia puzzle slammed into place at once. The entity turned, slow and deliberate, each step heavy with centuries of waiting. Roots snapped like brittle bone around it, and one ragged whisper echoed through the stone: You. Fear, master of the battalion. The name dropped like a verdict, massive blade drawn, wreathed in dark flame, the skeleton of a war Richard had once commanded. The chamber went black, just dust and the faint pulse of something ancient breathing. Simon looked up, and something massive hovered above him, filling the blue mist with the promise of a choice he couldn't take back. Fear stood at full height against the carved wall, blade resting easy on his shoulder, a contract already in play. The Reaper's skull tilted down, irritated, grinding through the memory of the one woman who'd engineered all of this. The blade slammed down, stone cracked, blue fire spidered across the floor, and Fear gave in. Simon stood there, small skeleton loyal at his feet, staring up at a war god made of bone. Lead a battalion, Fear ordered. A contract, Simon breathed back, the kind you don't walk away from. And just like that, the heir of Lesful stood robed in death's livery, a winged dragon skeleton screaming at his shoulder, a horned skull lieutenant to his right, and a crimson moon hanging fat behind him. One of 7, battalion commander. From the broken altar rose something older than the mountain itself, a towering skeleton wreathed in violet flame, grinning like it already knew how this ended. Those ancient claws closed around the boy's wrist before he could flinch. Every word that came out of that grinning skull felt less like a warning and more like a verdict. Our boy was bound to walk a road paved in blood. And that bloody path the thing promised was now woven into his fate. It called him son of Richard, same name as the Lord of Lesville, same blood as the man who once tore this very island apart searching for something he refused to name. So the question it asked was brutally simple: was he prepared to lead? Blue fire roared out of those hollow eyes, the kind of presence that makes a body forget how to breathe, and our kid understood this was not a conversation. He stepped forward anyway, throat dry, and answered the only way he could. And then, sweating, blinking, way out of his depth, he admitted he'd never even heard of a battalion. The skull's lone eye flared, offended, like a general who'd just been asked what a sword was. However, the rage passed fast, because the real lesson was only just beginning. His father had been a former commander, dismissed everyone, and got the old skeleton sealed away for his trouble. Now the commander was gone, and this grinning skull floated above its pedestal like a relic waiting for a new war. That single blue eye burned into him, weighing, measuring, deciding. Rally the scattered battalion, restore the power of the past. That was the offer hanging in the violet fire, and every flame in the chamber was waiting on his answer. Two strangers hung suspended in pink and black magic, and towering between them, a skeletal monster with a blue-lit ribcage stared our boy down. He didn't flinch, he didn't speak, just a long, ringing silence while he weighed the cost. The rune-walled chamber held its breath as Simon stepped forward and made his call. He'd take the contract, seal and all. A dark hand shot from the dark, hauled him clean off his feet, and the skeleton's approval rang out. Dropped onto cold stone, Simon looked up, and his new partner loomed 3 heads taller, wreathed in violet flame. The thing's chest split open with a sound like breaking bone, and its cracked blue core began glowing like a fallen star. One command, no room to haggle, put your hand on the core. And our boy reached out and touched it. A flare hit him like a wall of light, and when it cleared, he tipped his chin up with the calm of someone who'd already decided he's keeping this power. Dark fire licked up from the floor and curled around him like a second skin. The horned skeleton saw it all, a polite kid on the surface, and underneath, the bones of a supreme ruler waiting to wake. The world went white, and the creature smiled. Our boy dropped into a stance, fist raised, and the dark fire erupted around him, flare. Something vast and toothed opened wide, eyes blooming along its jaw. And fear's voice tore through the dark. "Don't die, Simon Valencia." Grimacing through the pain, the kid clenched his grip and let the dark energy take him. The skull of fear, master of the battalion, filled the cavern, and it was waiting. A cracked blue core pulsed at the entity's core, splitting wider by the second, and the order was clear. Place your hand on it, accept the command, bind yourself to whatever legacy slept inside. Simon pressed his palm to the core. Dark energy detonated up his arm, swallowing him whole, and the word carved itself into the air. The contract had commenced, flare igniting every nerve he had. The blast consumed everything. Then the skull leaned down through the dark, cyan eyes burning through the haze. "Don't die on me, Simon Valencia." His eyes went wide, teeth bared, fist clenched against the surge, because the contract hadn't just accepted him, it had warned him the price was his life. Fear, wait. But his own eye caught the blur before the answer came, and his whole body knew something had shifted underneath him. The cavern floor caught him on the way down, fear watching from the shadows while a tiny skeleton mouse peeked out of a cage, bones clicking at the commotion. And that mouse was about to become fear's first lesson, grinning like he already knew how badly this was going for our boy. Simon's face drained. Whatever he'd just signed up for, it was worse than he thought. He scrambled back against the rune wall, a skeleton mouse landing square on his lap, while fear stood there smug, arms crossed, announcing their new roommate was now awake. Fear huffed at his confusion and dropped the verdict cold. The contract was sealed, no takebacks. So the kid sat there on cracked stone, chest heaving, completely lost, because the contract had just rewritten him from the inside out. Then something shifted in his core, and his eyes went wide with alarm. Cyan light ripped outward in a silent detonation, and a voice off-panel confirmed the transformation had locked in. Simon stumbled back into the rune-carved chamber, and fear drifted into view opposite him, spiky, horned, smiling like a man watching a student pass his first exam. 7 battalion commanders, Fear told him. Simon just sat there on the cold floor, dazed and grateful, mumbling a shy thanks he absolutely hadn't earned yet. But the glow-up came with a receipt. His body sagged against a dotted background, wiped clean by whatever Fear had poured into him. His skull started pounding, dark purple throbbing at the edges of his vision, and Fear basically told him to sleep it off. Come morning, Simon pushed himself upright, blazer crooked, and raised one hand like a kid raising his hand in class. Quick question, Fear, what even is a battalion? The Reaper's skull popped out of nowhere, pale bone, hollow sockets blazing cyan, and just stared. How in every forgotten grave had this boy signed a contract without knowing what he'd signed up for? Fear let out a long, rattling sigh, cyan rings blooming beneath him like ripples in dark water. Because nothing about this conversation was going to land clean. So Fear lowered himself to the rune-lit floor, cross-legged, glowing markings crawling across his ribs, and offered to explain, but only after hearing how much the new commander already knew about the undead. A breath of dark memory between 2 red horizons. Cavern morning, and the new battalion commander barely had his footing before his own instructor demanded a pop quiz on the dead. 3 flavors of undead, Fear laid out flat, summoned, natural, and the battalion itself. Simon's whole education was about to branch into 3 very different kinds of nightmare. Summoned undead first, the kind every necromancer learns to raise on day 1. Which was the category Fear's little sidekick skeleton fell into. A basic construct welded together by will and held together by a leash. Dismiss it and it's gone, bones and all, back to whatever nothing summoned things return to. Then the natural undead, the rotting, stumbling horrors everyone pictures when the word undead drops in conversation. Mindless, meat-hungry, and pulsing with nothing but kill hunger, which is exactly why humans lump them in with monsters. Simon caught the drift fast. Natural undead weren't raised, they just crawled out of cursed ground on their own. Which left the final category, and Fear's voice dropped like a stone. The battalion undead, towering, cloaked in their own shadows, cores burning inside ribcage like trapped stars. Undead like Fear himself. They walked on their own cores, looked the part of natural horrors, but answered to a necromancer's will like any summoned minion, a hybrid the world had no clean word for. Only 7 battalions existed on the whole continent, which meant Simon now commanded a piece of living history most kingdoms would kill to possess. And Fear had just handed the keys to a kid who'd signed the contract without reading it. Simon raised one finger like he'd just solved a puzzle, the truth clicking into place, 7 battalions in the entire world, and he was holding the leash of one of them. A typical necromancer's undead force ran maybe platoon-sized, Fear laid out. He'd seen squadron-scale armies in his day, and every last one of them was mid. Simon blinked, big numbers, weak sauce, really. Because efficiency dropped the wider you spread your will, Fear explained, and our boy nodded along. That was true. Kneeling on cracked stone beside a beast skull with green eyes bleeding dark tendrils, he pressed the obvious question. If the math didn't add up, why bother with the bloated roster? The skeletal beast beside him rumbled a confirmation. Yeah, that was the catch. So Simon dropped to one knee and started petting a tiny white skeleton in blue shorts like it was a stray cat, cooing at it, while behind him, a cyan-veined armored specter rose from a black puddle, watching. And that's when a slam cracked the air, debris scattering off a damaged skull. One of Fear's skeletons had been smashed on the journey down, which, fun fact, was exactly why the old Reaper had a dent in his own head. Sympathy pain slammed Simon's temples twinge, and he winced, grunting, because apparently the headache now and the one Fear suffered shared the same root cause. A huge shadowy figure loomed up behind him, tapping his shoulder tap-tap, and Simon startled, asking if something big was about to drop. Fear unfolded his arms, cowl jagged against a blood-red backdrop, an empty speech bubble trailing from his skull. Because with a battalion, there was no cap on the roster. Had he heard the legend, Fear asked, of the necromancer who marched an undead army the size of a small nation's worth of corpses into war? Simon nodded. Yeah, he'd heard that one. The old Reaper's skull lit up against the frost, and a quiet OH slipped out. The story just got personal. And our boy just stood there, palms up, sweating bullets, because the answer to Fear's monster question was staring him right in the face. But the name hit him like a jolt, and his fist clenched on pure reflex. Because Fear's bony fingers clicked together, almost smug, like a teacher about to drop the lesson of the century. He was a battalion commander, and yeah, he knew exactly what that meant. The beast's skull at his hip rattled like it already felt the weight coming. Fear loomed tall and scratched at his own bones, hunting for the right words to explain why his battalion wasn't like the other 6. A single glowing socket pinched its own skull, straining to remember. Then the old Reaper leaned in, fingers raised like he was about to deliver the verdict, voice dropping low against a starry sky. Because Fear's battalion was wanted, hunted, the kind of classified that got necromancers burned at the stake, and Simon's eyes went wide at the scale of the mess he'd just inherited. Which meant the reason was a name Simon already knew, Richard Valencia, the listener's own father. Our boy stood there in the rain, back turned, absorbing the fact that his dad's legacy wasn't just complicated, it was a war crime with a bounty. The rain just kept falling. And then a purple-haired stranger in a sandy nowhere apologized for the ambush. He couldn't set foot in Dresden Kingdom territory, and Fear's name was about to come up again. A single blue eye socket hummed, hesitating before the answer. The confession landed heavier than any punch. His battalion hadn't fought clean. They'd helped someone commit a crime, and that someone was wearing Simon's last name. Sweat dripped down his cheek as the words sank in. Because Richard fell in love with a priest. Back when the 100-Year War between necromancers and priests was still raging, cities burning, armies clashing over whose god deserved the dead, Richard Valencia looked across the front line and chose the enemy. Even with the world on fire around them, Richard ordered the battalion to shield his lover. Foreheads pressed together in the smoke, he told them to turn on their own kind, to crush every necromancer who dared stand between him and her. And somewhere in the dark, a spider-webbed priestess with magenta hair watched it all unfold, a child at her back, a skull grinning beneath her feet. The battalion carved through them, friend and foe alike. One kid in a gray uniform learned what necromancers did to each other when nobody was watching. Those necromancers signed the death warrant themselves. And that warrant never expired, even after the battalion got disbanded. Fear was still carrying the hit list in his ribs. Simon sat on cold tile with the panda plushie, knees pulled in, as Fear slammed down in front of him. Resentment was a luxury the dead couldn't afford. Of course. He let out an awkward laugh, Fear staring him down through a halo of tiny skulls. Then Fear bowed, actually bowed, because the one who put them on every wanted list across the continent wasn't some stranger in a history book. It was Simon's old man. Simon sweated, a jerk. Simon snapped back to himself, Nephthys' ghost scolding ringing in his head, and caught Fear's question midair. The old Reaper grinned, bony fingers curling in anticipation of confirmation. Only stunned silence answered him. Simon blinked. Fear rocked backward like he'd been punched, cyan eyes blown wide. The traitor had a son, a whole son, and nobody had thought of that little detail in 100 years. The Reaper's voice cracked into disbelieving, trailing fragments. Simon just smiled, bright and shameless. His mom's name was Anna Valencia, and the way he said it made the last piece click into place. Simon slammed his palm into the seal, and something gave way. Fear detonated upward in screaming purple fury, the cage shattering around him. Then the room filled with that skull, cold, hollow, grinning, and a shadow crawled out from behind it, blue aura licking the dark. The memory dragged Simon and a small winged companion back into the nightmare. A crimson-eyed night raining red fire down on them while that colossal skull hung open overhead, blue lightning splitting its jaw, and the world caved in around them both. A name hit the dark like a slap, and Fear staggered, because the scumbag now had a son. Simon, still on the cavern floor, blinked upward. What? Fear's cyan eyes locked onto him, skull gaping, stammering that the kid standing in his tomb was Richard Valencia's boy. Our boy just smiled, sparkles and all, cheerful as a kid on holiday. His mother's name was Anna Valencia, and he was very, very happy to confirm it. Fear lunged. The crack of impact echoed off the rune-carved stone as skeletal fingers closed around the man who just walked in with the worst possible answer. The skeleton's skull sweated, panicked, jaw unhinged in a jagged shriek. because that kid had just said the one unforgivable name. The Reaper went full apoplectic, shadowy maw splitting wide as he hurtled down at the seated boy, pink energy streaking his attack path over the cold tiled floor. Fear clutched his own skull and howled that this was an abomination, the child of both his friend and the traitor who doomed them all. Simon sat frozen, silence the only reply he could manage. Back at Kizan, a dark blue-haired figure stood against a purple wash, hand to chin, wondering how any of this could possibly be real, then cleared his throat and forced himself onward. A silver-haired person beamed in a white robe, sparkles swirling, calling out that dinner was ready for their darling, while our boy smiled along at the bottom of the frame, playing it cool. But the camera snapped closer to Simon, hand still raised, and a skeletal hand rose from a pool of black shadow gathering over his chest like a bad omen made flesh. A skull-faced horror writhed out of the dark, screaming in agony, drenched in deep blue and bruising red, the nightmare made manifest. The silver-haired angel cheerfully asked if he wanted a bath first. Simon screamed at the top of his lungs for them to stop, anything but that. The shadow fiend writhed and cackled before him while Simon stood rigid in the background, fists clenched white, already knowing this image would be carved into his skull forever. Against a wall of red, the thing inside his head called him a devil and ordered him out. The war for Simon's mind had only just begun. On a cracked stone floor, a towering shadow clutched at the ground and begged, why, over and over, drowning in grief it couldn't name. But the kid just beamed at the broken god of death beside him, cheerful as anything, already talking partnership. The response cut right back, stop smiling like that, like her. Fear studied the boy for a long, hollow moment, then exhaled something close to acceptance and steered them back to the conversation they weren't finished having. Simon just nodded, okay. A bony finger lifted, leveling with him like a verdict. Learn everything Kizan hands you. Grow stronger by the day. But the battalion stays buried because the second that name slips out, every predator in the academy comes knocking. Back in the runescored chamber, kneeling with a chained mask in his grip, Simon got the real warning. He wasn't some stranger they'd hired off the street. He was Richard's son, which meant the elders were going to tear into them both. A skeletal finger jabbed his forehead for emphasis, hard enough to make him yelp. Picture the rival necromancers hearing a Kizan freshman commands a battalion fear-pressed. Yeah, that was the kind of news that got a kid buried. A breath hung in the silence before the next question landed. Then Fear straightened to his full terrible height, cloak bleeding cyan light, and asked what the boy actually wanted from him. Simon looked up, golden eyes steady, and gave the only answer that mattered, to get stronger. The skull tilted, correct. So the deal was struck on the cold floor, Simon sitting, Fear looming, the little skeleton mouse watching on. Master every lesson Kizan could throw at him, Fear told him, so the battalion could rise again. Simon agreed. Fear it was then. Fear pressed a hand to the light still glowing in his own chest, called the mouse over. They needed a way to run the battalion in this body, he said, and he had an idea. The mouse's bones clicked. Well, what is it? A bony finger swung down and pointed straight at the tiny skeleton, who froze mid-clatter, blindsided. Fear loomed. Simon watched. The mouse rattled, cocked its skull, and hummed a confused little hymn. It toddled toward a yellow lantern, spilling light across the cracked floor, curiosity winning over caution. Could it control its own skeletons too? Fear pointed like the answer was obvious. Of course, because they'd swallowed the same darkness now. Every summon Simon pulled from his power belonged to the battalion, and that changed everything. The hooded skeletal figure turned to face his new commander, claiming the second seat beneath him. He gestured out across the cavern, declaring the scattered undead below still unincorporated, raw troops waiting for the battalion to claim them. A reptilian bonehead broke ranks, confused. What did incorporated even mean? The skeletal commander reached down, grabbed the nearest skull by the crown, and told it to look the kind of look that wasn't optional. Necrotic purple burst outward in a screaming swashhh, magic detonating across the cavern in raw, ripping light. A whoshh of violet energy tore through the air, and even Fear watched the blast go wide-eyed, startled by the sheer force. The skull held in his grip began to change, dark flames licking up around bone. Fear floated cross-legged beside Simon as a skeleton tumbled out of a poof of purple smoke. Behold, he said, the proof of incorporation. The thing landed hard in a clack of dust. Tall ears, oversized fangs, hollow blue eyes staring out of a rabbit's skull, incorporated undead. A hesitant voice trailed off. It was. Simon cradled the little bone rabbit, shaking it gently, asking the creature what in the world it was. Blue fire flared to life inside its eye sockets with a soft OH, and the rabbit's skull glowed like a lit lantern. Realization hit him like cold water. This wasn't just a summon anymore. It had been turned into a natural undead, with a core of its own. Right came the dark confirmation. A bead of silence hung in the stone. The rabbit tilted its skull, blue flame burning in one socket, as if to say the secret was his to figure out from here. But fear wasn't done schooling his new commander, because efficiency in battle was common sense, and incorporating every summon would just be a waste of a necromancer's time. So for the little bone dog, the rule was simple. It stayed here on the island, while Simon ran his daily school life on regular summons like always. Unless one of those summons expired or got wrecked in a fight, in which case Simon dragged the remains back here for promotion into the battalion, and minor scrapes would patch themselves up on their own. That actually worked out perfectly. So our boy bumped fists with his giant skeletal second in command, and Fear laid down the long game. Summoned stronger undead out there, and the battalion's power grew with him. Yes, of course, absolutely. Except Fear had one more thing, trailing off like an afterthought. Which is when the bone dog padded over and acted exactly like a living pet, confirming everything. Battalion creatures weren't just soldiers. They were self-sustaining little beings with animal instincts baked in. Simon turned back to Fear and learned he'd earned the right to summon this thing on demand. But the question hanging in the air was how long he'd even been at Kizan. 3 days was the answer, which floored everyone in that cavern. Which meant something was coming and fast. Because first years were about to get their first real assignments, and once they did, Simon could teleport straight to Rogue Island or anywhere else on the continent. So our boy dropped to one knee and declared he was going with them. Fear's grin widened, because the whole plan had been waiting on this. Simon running the battalion from the mainland, while Fear rallied the scattered remnants still wandering the continent. And then Fear dropped the bomb. He'd watched Simon's father from the very first day he set foot in Kizan, the whole legendary run included. Our boy's face went red with pure, unfiltered hype. And yeah, he absolutely wanted to hear that story. That outburst still hung in the torchlit air, as Fear got serious about teaching. He traced diagrams on the cavern floor, and warned that any summoner who doesn't grasp the undead on their own terms is already doomed before the first bone rattles. Our boy blinked, floored, because the thing that actually moves the dead isn't magic. It's something called netherbelief. Think of it as pure, unwavering will. Picture hating someone with every fiber of your soul. That burning conviction is exactly what fuels an undead servant, which is why Fear told him to imagine a target. Hate hard enough, and your summon hunts that enemy even when you're 1,000 miles away. A terrifying kind of loyalty that outlives the summoner's mood. But that permanence cuts both ways, because once the intent is locked in, no amount of regret can call the hungry dead off the scent. Good thing his little skeletal rat is built to sniff out that danger and warn him before his own creations bite back. Time for a hands-on lesson in issuing an attack order. So Fear had him kneel before the cavern wall, pump that nether belief through his chest like a second heartbeat, and picture cold stone as the enemy he wanted gone. Then came the coaching. Hate the wall harder than anything, kid. He agreed, kneeling beside the bone dragon and committed to the bit. Fear twisted the knife. Take revenge for everyone you've lost on that wall, and something in the runes clicked into place. The bone dragon's lone blue eye ignited, hungry for destruction. Its fangs snapped shut with a sickening clack. And then the wall simply wasn't there anymore. Just dust, fire, and a kid discovering he could shatter stone with nothing but spite. A skeletal reaper lunged through red fire on a violent kill order, shrieking the command like a death sentence. It charged full force across a blood-red blur, screeching in raw disbelief that its target was still breathing after that hit. Then the world cracked open. The Reaper took a slash across the chest that split the air itself, howling denial, demanding its impossible enemy be ripped apart. Our boy stood there in a rumpled blue shirt, sweat dripping, jaw slack, beside him the towering skull-faced shadow that called itself Fear, calm as death, explaining the secret of necromantic compulsion. Language is nothing, will is everything. The lesson landed on the Reaper's bones, slamming it into cracked stone. A top-class caster's true intent alone could move even the smallest piece on the board. So the will had to be forged from something ugly: rage, hatred, the raw hunger to kill. The Reaper crumpled against a purple wall, skull fractured, blue eye flickering, channeling pure misery into dark magic that only grew stronger the more it broke. Then fear challenged him flat out. "You're first in command now, so stop that thing," and our boy, sweat already pouring, gritted out the most reluctant okay of his life. He planted his boots and bellowed at the charging skeleton, purple energy screaming around its bones, begging it to stop, and the thing didn't even flinch. He tried again, voice cracking, commanding harder, still nothing. The skeletal specter loomed closer, skull blazing through purple shadow, the order hanging useless in the air as it refused to break stride. Bones snapped, ribcage splintered. The Reaper fractured apart mid-charge and still kept crashing forward, snarling stop through its own breaking jaw. Closer, tighter, just the skull now, eye blazing, relentless, and our boy screaming at it to hear him while the cracks kept spreading. He stared, golden eyes wide, jaw tight, realizing his words meant absolutely nothing to this thing. Then his teeth clenched, and resolve settled in like iron. And fear came apart at the seams, a jagged shadow of horns and fury tearing through the dark, demanding that the Reaper stop. Because words alone were worthless here. Fear stood balanced on a wire of pure will, fists clenched, forcing the lesson into bone and muscle. But the Reaper kept coming, skull grinding forward, daring its master to flinch. So Richard locked eyes with the creature, jaw tight, and made his threat crystal clear. One more step meant oblivion. And something inside him answered. The Reaper froze mid-lunge, ribs locked, limbs trembling, and fear went still, skull tilting as the absolute order ripped through the room like a silent thunderclap. Glowing sockets blew wide with something fear hadn't felt in centuries: pure, unfiltered shock. That boy wasn't some backcountry farmhand. That was a monster in the making, and fear knew it. An ancient skeletal Reaper loomed in the dark and slammed its will into the cavern. "Stop now." The summoned creature caught the full force of that command, bones snapping, ribs shrieking as it slammed into the wall. And those hollow blue sockets bored into the caster, demanding one thing: hear what I'm saying. Our boy gritted through the pain, amber eyes wide, sweat pouring as he fought to hold the creature together. Teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. Because fear wasn't asking anymore. He was a towering shadow blotting out everything, and a single word filled the entire cavern: stop. But Simon's fist was already cocked, knuckles white, with that grinning skull mouse still loyal at his feet. The skeletal creature hung wrecked against the rune-carved wall, ribs exposed, structure failing. One last warning fell from the darkness, a threat that no more slip-ups would be forgiven. Which meant everything hung on Simon's next breath, his face twisted, every muscle braced against the crushing pressure. So he glanced back at fear, stunned that the Reaper himself was speaking of power, recognizing, in real time, that the kid was channeling absolute order. Fear's skull split into a wicked grin, dripping sweat, dark aura flaring, because the question burning through him was simple and terrifying. What kind of monster had Richard raised? Faint blue light drifted through the silence left behind. Just darkness and the echo of what had just been unleashed. Simon stood frozen, amber eyes wide, no words left to give. And the poor bastard was still pinned to the wall, headless and limp. But fear didn't sound angry anymore. He told the kid he'd done well, and our boy could only blink like he'd misheard. That was the pivot, because the Reaper's next words were a command, not a comfort. Learn to order the dead with a single thought. Simon stumbled, reaching for the hovering skull, hands slapping into the axe in fear's back, and the dumb oops that followed said everything about how cooked his nerves were. He went down hard onto the cracked stone, and the towering Reaper loomed over him, asking what exactly that reaction was supposed to be. Back against the rune wall, he clapped once and shouted something garbled, while a tiny skeleton beside him watched like it was waiting for a straight answer. Then a gloved hand opened up, and something small took shape right in the palm. Simon stared down at whatever had landed, calling it squishy and soft, while fear's voice drifted in promising a debt paid, the night sky swirling beneath them like the cavern itself exhaled. By the time the trees showed through, the deal was sealed. Next weekend, he'd be back. And somewhere in the dark, a quiet of course closed the pact. Fear materialized at the gates in a different skin, a little hooded skull creature with a heart-shaped nose, clacking at the stone and admitting it had been a long time since he'd set foot in Kizan. And Simon, half in shadow, was already grinning about everything about to unfold. Except the little skull's eyes went narrow and cold, because whatever was coming, it wasn't planning to be amused by any of it. An ominous message flickered across the sky, the hellish exam that was about to break them. A boy with dark hair slumped over his desk, drowning in questions he couldn't answer. His pen trembled over the page, nothing left to write and no mercy coming. The night before the storm, a light blue-haired kid was dead to the world under his blankets, snooze alarm buzzing into the void. Then a blond guy with glasses snapped to attention, pushing them up like a man with a plan. Simon, our boy, blue hair, amber eyes fixed him with a flat stare. I'm all ears, Dick. Dick's pen tapped a rainbow grid of scores, already mapping something out. Because whatever was coming, it started with a group assignment, and Dick had been running numbers since lunch. Dick held up a finger like a professor, laid out the key point. Groups meant survival, not friendship. He explained it in their dim dorm room. Simon perched on the bunk, listening with all the enthusiasm of a kid sentenced to extra homework. 4 pieces on the board, 4 lives tied together. That was the only rule that mattered at Kizan. And ideally, each one brought something nobody else had, because a team of 4 mages all doing the same trick was just 4 targets. Dick crossed his arms, confident as ever, and laid out the logic clean. Simon stared back, blank as a wall, letting the whole strategy lecture bounce right off. 3 disciplines sealed their identity as necromancers in training, catarology, darkness dynamics, and the summonology that had haunted Simon's bloodline since birth. The little skeleton grinned back at him like a dare. Summonology, the discipline that turned bloodline into battlefield. Beyond the core arts, the curriculum stretched into darker territory. Magical combat, defense against holiness, and elementary black magic. A syllabus built to forge soldiers, not scholars. Darkness. The pen pinned the skeleton flat, and the page became a battlefield map of everything their group would need to survive. Dick and Simon perched on their chess-piece thrones like tiny generals, stars scribbled around them, splitting the work. Simon claimed the darkness dynamics, Dick took summonology, and together they covered the important ground. But one piece was still missing from the board. They needed a catarology specialist, and fast. The page turned. Fist icons and poison bottles, and the scratching of a pen that meant business defense strategy, locked in. The blue-haired boy broke in wide-eyed, pointing out that hematology and toxicology practically shared a syllabus, so a lot of students doubled up on both. Dick held up the finished masterpiece like a trophy, glasses glinting, the ching of a job well done ringing through the room. Simon stared down at the paper, brain buffering, a silent no escaping his soul before he could even form the word okay. 4 fists slammed together under the chandelier. Let's do this, to their victory, a tiny celebration sealing a pact between boys who had no business feeling this confident. Time ripped forward. And then reality hit. Simon face-planted into his palms, a bone-deep SIGHHH leaking out of him, because the word victory tasted very different the morning results were posted. Every new student has that moment of walking into the wrong room at the worst possible time, and our boy just had his. Because standing in that sunlit hall was Jane Olivia, Vice-Chancellor of Kizan, the woman who'd expel a 3rd grader for breathing too loud. The folder in her hands, the gold-buttoned uniform, the nameplate that could have doubled as a death warrant, every inch of her screamed rank. And then a single name dropped, Dick Haywood. The kid flinched like he'd been shot. Jane didn't raise her voice. Didn't have to. That hip-out, narrow-eyed stance was enough to freeze the whole room solid. Every student in earshot felt it. 2 girls in the front row trading the kind of side glance that says, we're all about to die. Even the silver-haired girl with the bow tie was sweating through her glasses, fumbling for the right words to ask a question. Then the vice-chancellor stepped up to the podium, and the whole lecture hall went dead quiet, because she had news, and it wasn't going to be temporary. Turns out her teaching resume ran a little deeper than expected, and the halls of Kizan were about to feel a whole lot more crowded with her presence. which meant one thing for the first year sitting in that stone-walled lecture hall, an exam, and not the gentle kind. Pens hit paper and immediately regretted it, pages filled with scribbles from kids who couldn't read a single word they'd been handed. Some were grinding through it, knuckles white, eyes burning holes into questions that refused to make sense, while the lucky ones just stared at blank sheets and prayed. One dark blue-haired kid was right there in the thick of it, hand pressed to his head, fighting through every line like his sanity depended on it. Because it did, he was trying harder than anyone in that room. And when he finally flipped the last page of that brutal stack, something in his expression shifted, not relief, not yet, but the quiet steel of a kid who'd survived the first round. The bell rang, and a brutal hour finally ended. Across the lecture hall, that purple-haired instructor clapped a stack of papers against her desk and praised the survivors with a grin that promised no mercy. Now the real work began, grading. A red pencil lifted over the first stack, and the class braced for the verdict. That same purple-haired woman snatched the pencil up, eyes narrowing like she was choosing who to bury first. Two poor souls hunched over their papers and scribbled corrections, while a tiny silver-haired gremlin popped up behind them, laughing at their suffering. She even drifted over to the instructor's desk mid-grading, giggling like a kid who'd wandered in from recess. The little chibai bounced onto the desk edge, waving both arms, dying to be noticed, and about to regret it. She skipped right up to that stern woman and cheerfully announced she was here to hang out, stars sparkling around her like she'd never been hit in her life. Except the woman turned, stared her down, and the grin died fast as the temperature dropped between them. No warnings. The instructor's hand snapped out and cracked that silver head with a clean thwack, no distracting during grading hour. The tiny one burst into tears on the spot, face red, mouth wide, wailing like the world was ending. She crumpled forward, sobbing into her hands while classmates gawked, and the instructor just sat there, calm as winter, settling back into her stack. The woman's scolding landed brutal and surgical. You were such a pure and cute girl when I found you, and now look at you, throwing tantrums in my classroom. She exhaled long and slow, breath fogging the air, while the little one bared her teeth and growled like a wet cat denied dinner. Papers flipped, red crosses stacking up like casualties. And through it all, that single purple eye stayed locked on the next name, sharp and unhurried, a woman in no rush to be kind. The grading continued, red pen slashing through answers like a butcher working through inventory, and every flipped sheet meant another student crushed under the curve. Neftis had her cheek planted on her palm, asking across the table whether her purple-haired colleague had any students worth salvaging this semester. She ripped the sticker off the next paper, and the names on it made her wonder why Kizan had assigned these kids to a first-year classroom. But one name on her own stack stopped her cold, Simon Silentia, and she looked up with a sharp purple eye because this boy had not landed in just any classroom. Class A. The signature on the paper was elegant, the handwriting too steady for a kid who'd supposedly washed out, and the purple-haired instructor confirmed the kid was in her elite section. Nefti smiled, soft and knowing, because that boy was going to shake the whole academy. Huh? A pen dragged another red slash across the page. Neftis wasn't holding back, first test of the semester, and she was already drawing blood on the papers. Up at the front, a white-haired girl in a lab coat held up a doodle-covered test like a trophy, chin in hand, grinning like she'd won something. Her voice cut off mid-sentence. Then she whipped her head back and wailed, the paper flapping in her hand. Whatever grade she'd just seen had ended her whole day. Somewhere off-panel, a quiet voice kept going. A histology paper came into view, already bleeding red X's, one solid B scraped into the corner like a mercy kill. Simon flicked the stack outward, papers fanning through the air, and the only word on his face was disbelief, really. The formulas were wrong. Every single one, the darkness dynamics equation, the summonology skeleton math, the caterology exhaust calc, all misapplied, all dead on arrival. The pale blue-haired girl beside him just blinked, a sweat drop forming, lost. So she slid last week's class notes across the desk toward him, full detail cardigan and all, trying to piece it together. Then she froze, finger landing on a page, eyes wide, the loss rate of the darkness, she read out loud, and yeah, it was. Her finger tapped the margin twice. A number stared up at them in clean print, 1,200,146, and she started to object. "It's not," voice trailing into something that didn't sound right. The sentence died in midair. A paper slid across the desk, and the silver-haired girl flinched like she'd just been handed a death sentence. Some poor instructor had been dragged into babysitting first graders, and the frustration was practically peeling off the page with it. But this wasn't just any classroom, because the name on that paper meant something bigger. The dark-haired instructor held the document up close, studying it like it was a key to a door she'd been waiting years to open. Class A, the elite track, and that boy was landing right in the middle of it, whether the rest of the class was ready or not. The silver-haired girl caught the news, and her whole face softened into a smile that said she already knew how this story ended. She propped her chin on both hands and winked, tongue out cheeky, unbothered, like she'd been 3 moves ahead this whole time. Her counterpart just stared back, flat and silent, the kind of quiet that meant she was absolutely not amused. Because that girl had always been cunning like a 300-year-old fox, and anyone betting against her was already out of the game. Next morning, the entire first-year wing piled against the bulletin boards like their lives depended on it. A nervous dark-haired girl, a sweating blonde boy, and a tired dark blue-haired kid stared at their numbers, and the blue-haired one just exhaled like he'd aged 10 years. The crowd pressed in tighter, shorter students hopping just to glimpse the sheet, everyone desperate to see where they landed. One posted scorecard told the whole story: Darkness Dynamics 33, Summonology 76, Spiritology 25, and the rest a painful downhill slide into silence. The blonde kid nudged his friend, pointing at the one bright spot. That 76 in Summonology was carrying the entire transcript on its back. Some kid slapped his buddy mid-argument, dropping the classic specialist line, "Better to be cracked at one thing than mediocre at everything." Dick rubbed his shoulder where the hit landed, and the other kid clutched his own, both realizing the friendship tax for that take was real. Eyes wide, voice cracking, the strike landed harder than any spell, and betrayal cut deeper than the palm. A circle of classmates closed in around the blonde, demanding an explanation, because nobody in that hallway missed the implications. The scoreboard told the real story: 70 in catarology, 85 in darkness dynamics, 60s everywhere else. Mediocre was a generous word. A cluster of students studied their rankings until a sharp click sliced through the chatter, and every head snapped forward. The purple-haired instructor stood with arms crossed, her black and gold jacket gleaming, every inch the commander demanding silence. 2 boys in the front row looked up from their seats, half-formed questions dying on their tongues as the room froze. 2 girls stared forward, glasses glinting, mouths open, the kind of shock that meant the next words would change everything. A blonde turned sharply towards Simon, the announcement landing, individual scores and group grades, meaning what came next was a team sport. She leaned in, voice low and merciless, warning that picking teammates wasn't friendship, it was survival, and the wrong name on the roster would cost them everything. The moment groups opened up, the hallway turned into a battlefield, a loudmouth gray-haired kid screaming that he needed 3 teammates with KD scores above 60 and bragging about his spiritology build. Half the corridor lost their minds trying to answer him at once. But our boy wasn't playing that game. He was already sprinting through the crowd, paper in hand, hunting for one specific thing: raw magical combat talent. Small huddles formed fast, candidates sizing each other up, a braided girl in glasses, a cheerful brunette, a quiet kid watching from the back. Another group weighing options, a blonde girl with purple eyes studying her potential teammate like a trader eyeballing stock at market. So many supplicants, in fact, that Simon was standing with his head bowed while a small crowd literally bowed back at him, begging to be picked. No time to savor it, though. He bolted for his next target, catarology credentials burning in his brain. And that sideways smirk under the dark sky said everything. He'd spotted her, calculated the fit, and already knew she was the missing piece. The silver blue-haired girl looked up at the shadow looming over her table, a question mark floating over her head. What in the world did this guy want now? Word was spreading faster than fire in dry brush, because when the dark-haired kid turned around with his mouth hanging open, His whole crew behind him wore the exact same shell-shocked face. Someone had averaged over 90 on the exams, and the entire hallway collectively forgot how to breathe. A blue-haired girl crossed her arms and threw the question everyone was thinking: does special admission mean the grading rules don't apply to him? Which, of course, raised the other burning question from the peanut gallery: were they seriously about to be grouped with a kid who scored a 30 average? Because that exact 30-point disaster had just publicly roasted a 90-point scorer, and 3 flushed classmates whispered to each other in disbelief. That took real nerve, even if they were hardly one to judge. The blue-haired girl pressed the point, voice sharp against a wash of crimson. And the dark-haired kid's jaw set hard against the blue. If he couldn't hack it, he'd walk. No safety net, no excuses. Then the silver blue-haired girl froze, sweat dropped blooming on her cheek, the question mark over her head suddenly heavier, because someone had just whispered the word keys in. The blue-haired girl slammed both palms flat and lunged across the desk, demanding the dark-haired boy eat his words, or eat humiliation in front of everyone. He wouldn't, not a single inch of ground. Which was the wrong answer to give her, because her bravado cracked the second it landed. Nervous little laugh, palms suddenly uncertain on the desk edge. Then silence, heavy as a dropped anvil between them, neither willing to blink first while the whole hall held its breath. One blue eye narrowed through a curtain of hair, recalculating. The shadow that fell across her belonged to 2 boys, a tall blonde staring down with ice in his grin, and his dark-haired partner flanking him like muscle on retainer. Somewhere a single finger tapped twice against a desk, patient, rhythmic, the countdown before a verdict. And the verdict dropped like a blade through the hush. Special admission number 1, Simon Valencia, spoken from the mouth of something skeletal, something glowing, something that had no business being in a school hallway. So that was the kid who dropped Hector without warming up, dark blue hair, golden eyes, posture of a man who'd already fought the final boss and walked back for attendance credit. A silver blue-haired girl froze mid-thought at her desk, weighing whether to put money on the freak show or stay smart. Curiosity won over self-preservation, and she slid forward with a sigh, asking Simon flat out about the promise he'd been bragging about. He didn't flinch, didn't hedge, didn't blink, just gave her one steady, unshakable yes, the kind of answer that either proved brilliance or buried him. Then he opened his hand toward her like a handshake waiting to be earned. Easy grin, full confidence, the universal gesture of a man who'd already done the math. She folded her arms and sniffed, pride bristling at the audacity of being recruited. But the stubborn little huff lasted about 2 heartbeats, and her pout surrendered before her pride could catch up. Fingers locked, deal sealed, she'd join his group, and Group 7 had its first blood. Dick swept him up in a full-body hug right there in the hall, praising his boy as a super troubleshooter for reeling in Malin himself, which left Malin watching the whole display like she'd wandered into the wrong anime. Then it clicked: that silver blue hair, that crest, that girl who'd punched him in the face the first week. Dick's new recruit was a known quantity, and Simon's grin said he suddenly remembered exactly who she was. Her brain blue-screened on the spot, and the glares started flying before a single word left her mouth. Shukaiden's stats lit up the screen, unspent points waiting to be assigned. The blonde boy ran the numbers out loud, a 74 in darkness dynamics from the blue-haired girl, and he was impressed. She stood at her desk, watching him pump his fist at a stat spread that good, and asked which picky recruit they wanted for their last slot. She shrugged it off, because she was good at everything and genuinely didn't care who filled the seat. But when pressed, she folded her arms and demanded whoever joined had to cover hematology, because someone had to crunch those brutal calculations. The blonde boy threw up an OK sign and bolted before she could change her mind, shouting he'd be right back. His voice trailed off, still mid-sentence, as he disappeared down the hall, which left the blue-haired girl and her dark-haired partner at the center of a classroom, buzzing with rumors about who was getting recruited. Then a messy-haired kid with amber eyes walked in, dropped a casual greeting, and the whole dynamic shifted. Except a long blue-haired girl waylaid him in the hallway, clamping onto his wrist like she'd been waiting all day. She held up one finger with murder in her eyes and told him to stop right there. He smiled like an idiot, sparkles practically forming around him, and asked if she was serious, and she beamed back with the innocence of someone who absolutely was not joking. Then she puffed her cheeks, clasped her hands to her chest, and went full cute mode against a backdrop of tiny skulls, the universal anime signal that someone was about to get dunked on. And our boy's amber eye went wide, because he just realized what he'd walked into. And then a blonde ribbon girl waltzed in, posing like she owned the hall, and dropped the bombshell. CERN, the special admission number 2, was in play. But before anyone could breathe, a tiny muttered apology from the floor stole the room's attention. Malin caught the mood instantly, smiling with her eyes shut and begging them to stop right there, because she could feel the temperature dropping fast. Whoever had spoken last just stammered out an "okay" and gripped their sleeve like it was the only thing keeping them upright. Which meant the next few seconds went full silent, Malin with arms crossed, Simon stiff as a board beside her, neither daring to move while the tension practically glowed purple around them. Simon finally let out a slow sigh, eyes shut, a tiny smile plastered on like a man diffusing a bomb with kindness. Because the universe had one more card to play, Dick came bounding up behind Malin, waving cheerfully, announcing he'd found a hematology member, with a pink-haired girl peeking over his shoulder to see the fireworks. And speaking of pink, a lavender-haired girl stood there with tiny bat wings fluttering against a sparkly pink sky, like she'd just crash-landed into the recruitment drive. Full view, dark blazer over pink cardigan, pleated skirt, thigh-highs, and those little wings going a mile a minute as she clasped her hands in pure shock at being noticed. Stockings and shiny loafers planted firm against a pastel dream she clearly did not ask for. So she bowed deep to the seated pair, introducing herself with a bright Kami for short, while Simon openly gawked at the wings like he'd just spotted a limited edition card. Except Kami panicked immediately, wings fluttering faster, insisting she was only 16 as the two boys froze in opposite corners trying to process that math. Malin and Simon traded a skeptical glance with Dick hovering behind, and after a flat "oh, okay," they leaned in to ask about someone named Ursula, and Kami's whole vibe shifted. But the real bomb dropped when a pale vampire with slick dark hair gleefully named his lineage, and the room went cold. Because that kind of bloodline drop in casual conversation. Yeah, chat, you don't drop a vampire clan name in public and expect it to land soft. Which was exactly when a blonde boy leaned over the partition with the brightest, most annoying smile in the room, and every head snapped to him. He played it cool, said it was all fine, but our boy underneath was sweating bullets trying to find words that wouldn't make things worse. The conversation carried on, off-panel, muffled but still going. Then this golden-eyed charmer dropped his own name, son of the White Cow Merchant Group's owner, and you could hear the room recalibrate. Kami jolted, Malin flinched, because money talks louder than bloodlines at any academy. And poor Kami, the pink-haired bat-winged girl, just shrank into herself on the floor, wondering out loud if she was just another tool for people like that to use. But the merchant's kid wasn't done. He flashed that closed-eye smile and explained his whole deal. Black magic talent, on a mission to figure out what necromancers actually need. Market research, dressed up in a school blazer. Strip away the uniform and the crest, and he was just a cheerful kid with a dream, leaning forward, grinning, ready to prove himself. Because underneath all that charm, this whole play was personal. He wanted his father to finally see him differently, and a necromancer clientele goldmine was his ticket. Malin wasn't buying a single ounce of it, though. She muttered disapproval while Simon wished her luck, called her Dick by accident, and somehow walked away with a "that's cool" still in his pocket. All while a wavy blonde TA watched from across the grand hall, paper in hand, smiling like he already knew exactly how this would play out. 2 hands passed a registration sheet across a table, Group 7, Leader blank, Members blank. Okay then. 3 classmates stepped up to fill the void. The dark-haired kid smiled and said the name didn't matter, but somebody had to lead. Dick asked the obvious, who else, while the blue-haired girl leaned in and started scribbling on the form. She signed her own name at the top without flinching. Leader, Malin Villine. Then the real question hit, what to call a squad built on curses and blood. A wooden stamp slammed down with a clack. Team 7, sealed and official, Malin at the helm with catarology listed first. The roster filled out underneath, Simon in summonology, Dick in darkness dynamics, and Kami in hematology. A lineup nobody saw coming. Kami melted at how cute it all looked. while Dick face-planted onto a bench, mourning the team name he secretly preferred. One classmate stared up from his seat, furious, because joining a squad stacked like this was either genius or career suicide. Across the hall, a blonde kid pointed at a silver girl and told her to her face that her combination was trash. Somewhere behind the drama, a white-haired girl and her friend giggled, minds made up about the chaos unfolding. A nervous boy stepped up next, sweating through his pitch, and got shut down so hard the rejection echoed off the walls. Dick watched it all from his seat, chin on his hand, looking about as surprised as a rock. Back in the recruitment hall, a blonde girl was laughing way too loud at someone else's expense. She rounded on a rival group, furious. They'd been poaching Lucy right out from under her, and that would have given them 4 members on the nose. Lucy stood between 2 horrified boys, apologizing like she hadn't just caused a small civil war. But the damage was done. Lucy announced hematology, 0 overlap with their group, and the celebrating girls erupted because suddenly nobody had to make room. A dark-haired kid with a skull lapel pin stood there sweating, realizing the recruitment game was brutal, and someone off-panel warned there was no time to dwell on it. Others, Simon, his name was out there, and the competition was closing in. Dick leaned in, hand to his cheek, grimly explaining the truth. This was standard chaos during the student protection period, and if Group 7 didn't stay sharp, someone sharper would eat their roster alive. Words kept coming from somewhere, just out of frame. Kami sat stiff on the bench, wings tucked tight, flushed and uneasy, her demon heritage making her a target nobody had to spell out. More murmured dialogue trailed into the silence. The professor's words hung in the air, half-formed and heavy. Malin watched sideways, quiet and tense, the weight of the recruitment battlefield settling on all 3 of them. Another fragment trailed off, swallowed by the silence. Simon stood frozen at the edge of it, sweat catching the light, his throat working around words that wouldn't come. Then Nefti stepped up and called for anyone still missing a group. Her uniform said officer, her posture said executioner. A sharp sound cut the silence. Because Group 7 stepped forward without hesitation, the blue-haired decoy front and center, his chosen team flanking him, and he was claiming an actual D-rank. The silver-haired girl at his side gave a single nod to the watching crowd. Neftis watched the move with a look that was already 2 moves ahead. Her voice followed, carrying the whole room with it. From the back of the hall a chorus rose, yes, professor, and seats began to shuffle. Then the purple-haired girl's expression shifted, and the room collectively forgot how to breathe, because something important was coming. Nothing yet, just the silence before the announcement landed. Paper sailed across the room as the words hit. Malin and Simon both flinched at whatever she just dropped on the class. And against a backdrop of flame, a single word did all the damage: Cyclops. There it was, towering, stone-skinned, one burning red eye wide enough to swallow the kid at its feet, the kind of monster that ended careers on a Tuesday. But standing tall against that flame, someone looked ready for war. The lecture hall went dead quiet, because next week, once the student protection period ended, something was coming that the whole academy needed to hear about. A blonde kid slammed his hand against the chalkboard, just to make sure every drowsy ear in the room woke up. Malin and Simon stared up, sweat sliding down their faces, because whatever was coming through those doors was about to change everything they thought they knew about class. And then the announcement dropped: a Cyclops. Real, massive, glowing red eye and all, wreathed in flames like it crawled straight out of mythology. 3 students at a back desk could barely breathe the words out, asking each other if they were really expected to fight that thing. The room settled. Jane Olivia's voice cut clean across the noise. She'd explained the rules, and she'd explained them once. The goal was simple and brutal: defeat a Cyclops together, which meant every team in Class A was about to get thrown into the same meat grinder. 3 members hold the line in formation, while 1 fighter takes point. That's the rule, drawn out clean on the tactical grid for anyone too panicked to listen. She cracked the door open on support play: exhaust, binding, blinding, all fair game, anything that gave the frontline a window to breathe. But the line stopped hard at necromancy. No direct black magic, no casting against the monster, which meant Simon's real toolkit was officially off the table. Dick sat there thinking hard, a bead of sweat on his cheek, because those rules just turned Team 7's biggest advantage into a liability. Kami jumped in with a comfort. The active fighter would be wrapped in a barrier vest, a little insurance against the worst. Malin, calm as ever with that pen twirling between his fingers, pointed out the completion level of the black magic would matter just as much as raw power. But Simon's face was stone, because he could already feel the math. They'd need to max out every stat they had before this thing even started. Back in the hall, Jane Olivia stood behind the podium as a hand shot up from the crowd. Someone still had questions, and the answers were about to get worse. Her expression flickered mid-thought, the way a teacher's does when she remembers the one detail that ruins everybody's day. Then she dropped it on the room. Every student had to sign a life waiver before the assessment, turning a school exercise into something with teeth. The room held its breath. A nervous blonde shot up with his fist raised, voice cracking, as he asked what grade they'd get if the Cyclops hunt went sideways, because nobody in that hall was feeling safe anymore. The answer came in 3 flavors of failure. First strike. The moment the fighter couldn't fight anymore, that team was done. 1 flatline and the whole squad took the L. Second strike. If a professor or safety guard waved it off, game over, and a crossed-out sword meant even armed resistance wouldn't save you from a called match. Third strike. Any member who surrendered on their own dragged the whole team down with them. That was the rule: quit out loud, fail out loud. Your whole crew falls with you. So now it was real, and across the room Dick was already strategizing out loud, while Malin sat with her arms crossed and Kami groaned at the sheer weight of it all. So Malin called dibs on the toughest role on the team, and our boy Simon wasn't about to let that slide. He just laughed it off, teasing her like only he could. But then the strategy talk got real, because Simon leaned in and asked whether this whole thing was gonna favor the heavy hitters in magical combat, and Kami glanced back at him, agreeing that was exactly her worry. Kami figured dodging was smarter than tanking it, since burning through their darkness reserves on defense would wreck them later, but Malin listened, tilted her head, and went the other direction entirely. Dick scratched his ear and admitted it out loud. That hide was no joke. So someone turned to Malin and asked the real question. Did she actually have a plan to bring that thing down? Because its stamina alone was gonna outlive anything they threw at it. And Malin just winked, classic move, leaving them hanging. Because the instructor stepped up to the podium and dropped the next bomb, every group was presenting their hunting strategy out loud, right here, in front of everyone. Which meant their half-baked plans were about to get graded, and the pressure was on. So for the rest of class, they huddled up and figured out how to kill a walking mountain. Dick was already half asleep from the grind, but a teammate's voice cut through the room. Listen up, the real work was starting now. Malin's palm lit up with golden runes, and the plan was already taking shape. The circle spun to life, gold fire, crackling shards, the air itself buckling under the spell taking shape. Then it blew, a single detonation that rattled the whole hall. Malin stood wreathed in a blazing pentagram, hair catching the inferno as a dark silhouette took form in front of her, summoned and seething. The word hung in the smoke, dark flare. Dick nearly swallowed his tongue. She already had that spell mastered. Simon, meanwhile, was grinning ear to ear, hyping her up like he'd known all along. Malin flicked the last ember off her fingers like it was lint, calm as anything, and gave the room an easy, confident okay. And just like that, the move list was over. Because Malin's whole plan was dirt simple. She burns, and the rest of them stack curses on top. Kami threw in a chibi flex for good measure. Her magic could reduce a boulder to cinders. Malin flipped the page and dropped the catch. Anyone who visibly carried the kill tanked the group's teamwork score, so glory hunting was off the table. Simon pointed straight ahead and asked why not, why even question it, and that confidence sold the room. Dick stared deadpan, because sure, it was smart on paper, but Kami was already sweating the fine print. The blonde kid lost it, fists clenched, screaming that their team was built around curses, not whatever Malin was cooking up, insisting she was the kata person, not the blaster. Malin slammed the door shut on that take, planting herself in front of a wide-eyed, elf-feared girl who cowered behind her, shield up and absolutely done negotiating. The argument ended the only way arguments end in anime, one loud, decisive hit. When the dust settled, somebody threw out a simple peace offering. Then, let's do it this way. Simon leaned in with the kind of calm that made you stop fidgeting, already running the new math for what their team actually had on the table. Because the plan only worked if everyone knew their lane, and that started with Kami. Our pink-haired recruit lit up like she'd been waiting for the question, eagerly explaining that hematology was all about fast, shifting damage, and she had plenty to give. Which left Dick sprawled face down on the nearest bench, groaning that there was nothing for him in this lineup. Class cut off before anybody could rescue him. Olivia cracked her red pencil on the board and ordered a 10-minute presentation on Cyclops strategy by next session. The roles of the team, scribbled out before the bell could finish ringing. But outside, Simon was already smiling like a guy who just figured out the whole board, with Dick throwing a victory pose behind him. "Hey, Simon," somebody was already calling him over before the hall even cleared. Kami nearly tackled him off his feet, yelling about the cafeteria's hamburger steak special, with Dick grinning beside them and a silver-haired kid in the background catching the whole scene in shock. They booked it, fist already pumping toward the dining hall, no time to lose. Which left one very loud shriek of betrayal echoing down the corridor. Somebody had been forgotten, and the hamburger steak count was off by 1. And then Malin lost it. The silver-blue-haired leader of Team 7 had finally hit her breaking point, fists clenched, screaming into the void like a woman who'd carried her entire squad on her back. Because she'd been doing exactly that, standing in the middle of a noisy classroom, watching her own team zone out, while a vampire recruit drooled nearby and Kami sweated through the logistics. And so it began, the first day of Class A, students trudging into a tiered lecture hall like condemned souls, because apparently nobody told the academic board that passion was dead. The instructor was one Lang Strauss, an elderly wizard with a brown beret and trembling hands, the kind of professor who looked like he'd already lost 3 rounds to whatever the day's lesson was going to be. So Simon did what any responsible decoy heir would do. He told the whole class to open page 1 and pretended the day had structure, because somebody had to. Which lasted about 30 seconds, because both he and Dick face-planted into their desks like the textbook personally insulted them, and Malin's inner monologue went full despair mode. Strauss kept lecturing anyway, his trembling voice drifting across a graveyard of sleeping faces, though a handful, Kami included, somehow stayed awake. Until something shifted at the front of the room, a single curved line breaking the blank page like a plot twist nobody ordered. The whole class jolted upright at once, 4 students gasping in unison, because the professor had just dropped one cursed word into the silence: lab. Turned out poor old Strauss had been measuring ingredients too precisely, for hours, and the man was now coughing blood across his robes like a final boss cutscene. Heroic, but not survivable. So Simon stepped up, amber eyes sharp, and offered to take over the lab session, because watching a man bleed out over a stirring rod wasn't part of anyone's curriculum. But Strauss refused, stubborn old wizard that he was, insisting through a wheezing fit that he still had a class to teach. His body gave out a second later, the old man slumping over the desk in gratitude and exhaustion, beaten by his own dedication. Which meant the silver-haired replacement instructor stepped up to the podium, adjusting her glasses and breathing out like she just inherited a war zone, because she had. And somewhere in the back row, a blond boy slept through the entire transition, drooling on his notes like the academy's future was somebody else's problem. A single red eye locked on behind thin frames, locked, loaded, furious. The substitute had 0 patience, and the nearest sleepers reaped the harvest, a hardcover to the face, wham, and a choked cry that shook the dust from the rafters. The silver-haired kid staggered upright, jaw set, because what followed was a command that snapped every drowsy head in the hall to attention. The professor stood at the lectern with both palms planted, small frame owning every soul in the tiered hall, and the whole room flinched like a single nervous system. Blankets of sleep tore off in sheets, every student jolting awake at once, because that voice carried a threat no grade-hungry first-year wanted to test. This was no gentle wake-up call. The silver-haired lecturer's eyes burned red behind those glasses as she demanded an answer for the disrespect, her fury painting the air crimson. And her presence alone filled the room like a storm front rolling in. Professor Strauss had barely hit the floor coughing blood before the first book sailed across the room and cracked a student across the skull. The lecture hall erupted in panic, as the new instructor's voice cut through every sleeping head, demanding they wake up right now. She stood at the front like she'd been waiting her whole life for this moment, palms flat on the podium, fury barely leashed behind those glasses. And chat that glare. This woman wasn't here to play substitute teacher. She wanted to know how they dared treat a professor with such disrespect. Some poor soul in the back row was about to learn that question the hard way. She tore through the class like a hurricane through paper, roasting every slouched spine and drooling chin in the room, asking how they could call themselves Kaizen students when they were rotten straight to the core. A nervous yes, understood barked from somewhere in the crowd, someone trying to get ahead of the incoming storm. So the verdict dropped. She was taking over today's lesson, and the regular professor was officially benched. But the new instructor had a different curriculum in mind, a lesson in poisoning potions, and students could shove their textbooks aside. Two classmates stood over their cauldrons, bags of ingredients in hand, realizing the whole thing came down to ratios and order. Nearby, a pink-haired girl, wide purple eyes locked in concentration, coaxed a candle flame under her brew. A nervous voice piped up from across the room, asking just how much of the mystery ingredient to dump in. The instructor fielded the question with a raise of her hand and a clipped answer. The student got their number and moved on. Something green and bubbling went into a cauldron, and the whole mixture lit up like swamp water on a full moon. One boy, the blue-haired one, got showered in that sickly glow, half-lidded eyes screaming that his nose had regrets. His neighbor leaned in to confirm. Yeah, bro, it smelled like death, and yeah, bro, it was green. But the guy beside him, his cauldron was already glowing a different color, blue this time. As he raised his hand like the teacher's pet, he definitely was not. Half the class had their hands up, palms open, green smoke curling off cauldrons, most of them asking the same terrified question. And the answer from the front of the room was immediate. Simon stared at the toxic plume wreathing his own arm, and the realization landed like a verdict. His smoke was the magic kind. So he was a real enchanter after all. The cauldron in front of him bubbled harder than anything the textbook described, which meant whatever was happening went deeper than first-year brewing. He leaned in before his teacher could move on, desperate to know if the assistant was bringing the supplies to finish the brew. Over at the next bench, the instructor bent in and delivered the day's actual lesson. Strip out the fatty acids or the poison goes weak in the field. Then she straightened up and told the whole room to keep stirring until the liquid went thick, walking them through the reduction step like a field medic, not a substitute. By the time Simon looked sideways, a classmate's cauldron had shifted from green to yellow, and the poor guy was already raising his hand to ask if he'd just ruined everything. He hadn't, but the moment still dragged. 2 desks over, a couple of girls were already losing it, one blushing, the other laughing into her shoulder, hyping up whoever had just pulled ahead. At the front, a silver-haired girl raised her hand and announced her own smoke had just gone from blue to green, and a purple-haired student across the room was not amused. Then a purple-haired senior in glasses and a gold-trimmed uniform called Simon's name across the hall, and Dick's head whipped around toward him, face tight. Beside him, a blonde classmate was already sweating, reluctantly nodding along, the kind of nod that meant trouble, not reassurance. Simon glanced up, tie loose, voice half an octave higher than he wanted, and asked what on earth was happening, dread pooling cold in his gut. The answer that came back was a dismissal. Everything's fine, nothing to worry about, delivered with the kind of calm that never actually means that. And there it was, corked and finished. A glass flask of bright green venom stamped with a serpent's crest, sitting beside an open herbal, proof the brew had worked. A classmate with dark purple hair and warm amber eyes offered up a fresh vial, smiling like this was a gift, which, by Class A standards, it basically was. Malin held up her own brew, already unimpressed, the yellowish-green liquid sloshing like a bad omen she could see coming. Dick shut his book and the blonde kid leaned back, yawning, and yeah, they all agreed this whole potion mess was a total bummer. Except Simon wasn't done with the textbook. Something in those runic columns caught his eye, a small illustration of brown-capped fungi hiding in plain sight, and he leaned in closer. A soft golden shimmer answered him. A radiant silver-haired girl materialized from the page itself, gentle and smiling, her presence less magic trick and more personal favor. The mushrooms blazed white gold on the parchment, the word shine burning across the illustration like a brand, as if the fungi had been waiting for someone to read them right. Malin. Within minutes the whole crew had piled around the long table, Dick pointing at the tome, Kami and Malin leaning in, the blonde kid stretching, because whatever Simon had just stumbled onto, the room wanted in. Malin yanked out a second book, green cover, silver eye emblem staring right back, and her shock was real. The cover alone had her wide-eyed. She flipped it open, hunting for page 254, rattling off questions while Dick, Kami, and the blonde kid floated question marks above their heads like confused little satellites. Kami and Malin found it together, leaning cheek to cheek with matching sparkly eyes, two girls who just discovered treasure, beaming at each other like the library had personally delivered a gift. Dick caught on fast and told Simon the plan could actually work, and the blonde kid nearly choked, really. Sweat dropped, and delighted, the green tome held up like proof. And just like that, the knight swallowed whatever came next. A pale finger traced down the ancient page, glowing gold runes spilling the answer. Something about contracts, muscles, and exactly the kind of power source a desperate team might chase. And there it was, floating against dark magic like a sealed promise, a faceted crimson crystal called nervier, gleaming red at its core. Whatever they were cooking up, this was the centerpiece. Because of course Malin came prepared, and Kami was already vibrating at the sight of something useful, a neuroparalytic potion that hit level 3 targets and up. Dick leaned in over the tome, running the numbers out loud. Stacked with exhaust spells, that potion wouldn't just weaken a monster, it would lock it down. And that's when the plan started sounding less like homework and more like an actual strategy, a summoned creature to open a wound, then a thrown bottle straight into the cut. Except the recipe came with a problem, because the listed ingredients were the kind of thing you couldn't exactly buy at the campus shop. Kami read the list off with a sinking voice. Lehark mushrooms, blood slime, silk vines, and 3 rare drops in a row meant this errand wasn't happening between classes. But our boy Charlie had that look, the quiet, chin on hand, already decided look, and Dick nearly dropped the book reacting to whatever he was about to say. He volunteered to run to Rockest after class today and get the whole mess handled in one trip. And he meant it. 2 brown-capped mushrooms dropped onto the table, Lehark, his hometown staple, and also found somewhere on Kizan grounds, which earned him a wide-eyed wearing Kizan from the rest of the crew. 3 faces went pale at once. "It's how do you know?" Dick brushed it off with a calm "it won't take long," while Simon's mind was already somewhere else entirely, somewhere with a forest and dark wings, and a plan forming behind his eyes. Charlie sweated through the silence, bracing for whatever Simon was about to admit out loud. And the other shoe dropped. Malin slammed the wall, "Evaluation," and Kami's voice trailed off into a nervous stammer, because the Rockest trip had just become a whole lot more than a shopping run. Kami's fist shot up like she was volunteering for a firing squad, demanding to go along. The whole room knew that name, Kami, the vampire girl with the bat wings, throwing both arms skyward like she'd just been called for recess. Malin's vein was about to pop right through her forehead, and yeah, the danger was the entire point. There's no way Kami's walking that forest alone. Dick side-eyed the argument with the weary patience of a guy who's heard this exact debate before, and Malin snapped that the danger was the entire reason this was a problem. Charlie watched the whole back and forth from the corner, quiet, serious, cataloging everything. So Malin pulled the classic leader move, chin on hand, calm mask on, already 3 steps ahead, and started handing out assignments before anyone could argue. But Kami was already locked in, fists clenched, declaring that she and Simon would handle the Lehark mushroom run themselves. 4 heads nodded under that chandelier. The plan was ugly, but it was a plan, and that was more than they'd had 10 minutes ago. Cut to lecture hall, students hunched over their texts in that familiar dead zone hum, Malin leaning down to pass Kami a note at her seat. Somewhere in that crowd, a hooded figure sat perfectly still and smiled like he already knew the punchline. The bell shattered the silence, desk scraping, a tide of blazers flooding the corridor with the pure chaos of a class break. Except that blonde in the doorway, red eyes, white shirt, vest buttoned tight, planted himself right in the current and called out for Hector like he owned the building. Something snagged his attention mid-greeting, and his head snapped sideways, a quiet "what the" dying on his lips. That hooded figure tilted his chin up, one sly red eye catching the light, and offered the blonde a deal, useful information, low price, right here, right now. The blonde's glare could have cut sheet metal, but the hood just grinned wider, reading the distrust like it was a menu. Night rolled in fast, full moon hanging low over black trees, an owl calling once, and whatever deal was about to go down, it wasn't happening in daylight. Simon and Kami pushed deep into the forest under a full moon, lantern swinging, and Kami's grin said she was having way too much fun for someone running an errand. But the woods weren't getting any friendlier, so they picked up the pace, Kami clutching the lantern like a kid on a midnight adventure, which, knowing her, she absolutely was. Dick had gotten them this far, a hidden hatch in a dim stable, a back door out of Keysen that almost nobody on campus knew existed, and exactly the kind of shortcut a noble kid with too many connections takes for granted. Our boy took the offer with a quiet thanks, because when the heir to the battalion commander opens a door for you, you walk through it. Kami leaned in close and told him to be careful out there, while our boy nodded right along with her, both of them worried, both of them right to be. Somewhere in the dark, an owl asked if Kami looked excited. She absolutely did. The moon hung fat and full above the tree line, and the forest waited in silver silence. And there she was grinning with little fangs out, fists pumped, declaring she loved nighttime walks. Vampire thing. Our boy sighed so hard the sweat drop practically fell off him, but hey, at least somebody was having fun. So our boy raised the lantern and asked if she really liked it out here, and Kami just beamed, said the night was soft, said it was comfortable, like she'd been waiting her whole life for somebody to walk it with. And the way she smiled when she said it, hands clasped, ears tilted, blushing under the moon, yeah, she meant every word. Because Kami hadn't always had somebody beside her on those walks. There was a time she'd searched the world for help, and nobody had bothered to look back. Until a hand appeared in front of her face, and a voice asked if she needed a hand up. It belonged to a dark-haired academy kid, smiling down like it was the easiest thing in the world, asking if she remembered who'd offered it. Kami leaned in so close, he nearly tripped over his own sweat drop, telling him matter-of-factly that doing what you have to is exactly what makes a person amazing. And then she grabbed him by the tie. He laughed it off, hoisted the lantern higher and pointed ahead, because the Leharks were close now, and the night wasn't getting any safer. There they were, reddish-brown and pale-spotted, clinging to the bark like they were waiting for a vampire and a necromancer to come collect them. Title card fading. Mission accomplished, so Simon gave Kamibarez the green light, Lehark mushrooms, bagged and ready to roll out. The basket hit the grass with a solid thud, stuffed full of red-capped Lehark, and that was one worry off the list, easier than either of them expected. But something drifted through the clearing, a faint purple wisp, curling toward him, and Simon turned, half curious, half confused. Me. Title card fading. Simon had started finding his own reasons to keep moving, and they let him know the door stayed open. Kami pressed for the answer he'd been dodging all semester, and Simon finally let it out. He'd started to want this life, Necromancer, Keysen, the whole broken path. He turned the question on her, smiling, "How about you, Kami?" And the forest answered first, a sharp rustle dead ahead in the brush. Both of them froze. Simon's face drained, sweat beading, as some unseen voice muttered nearby, and Kami peered out from behind his shoulder with wide, frozen eyes. Which is when a hand shot out of the dark and seized Kami's wrist, yanking her forward before she could even scream. The trees held their breath. Something was prowling these woods. Simon hauled her behind a rock and they both pressed flat. Torches swept past, caps, masks, the whole routine. Keysen guards right on top of them. Black uniforms, glowing lanterns, and a chained beast prowling at their heels. They weren't out here for a casual stroll. Kami trembled, hands shaking near her collar, the color gone from her face, caught mid-expulsion, maybe worse. Simon studied the torches, the formation, the way they were moving, and his jaw tightened. This was a sweep, not a shift change. Kami's eyes welled, voice cracking, and Simon stood there, one quiet second from a decision that would define his next 3 moves. Simon seized Kami by the shoulders, cutting her off mid-sentence, because whatever was rustling toward them through the dark was no breeze. Golden eyes locked onto hers, and he asked the one question that mattered. Was that thing real, and how close was it? Far below, in a torchlit chamber, Fear cracked one eye open and murmured our boy's voice. Scene break. The skeletal battalion master leaned in close, skull grin splitting wide, and gave the order himself. A battalion was being deployed tonight. Simon broke into a cold sweat, because the old bone collector didn't joke. Scene break. Back at the dig site, Kami knelt by the freshly uncovered pit while Simon crouched beside her, thanking her out loud. Those skeletal rats keeping watch meant the job was done. She wiped her hands and announced she was ready to move on. Kami pumped a fist and shouted yes, adrenaline running hotter than the lantern light. Simon's lone amber eye flashed a single word, good to go. And then they launched, two dark blazers streaking down the slope as the forest floor blurred beneath their boots. Behind them, one of Fear's skeletons lurched into a sprint, claws outstretched and rattling with murderous intent. Which was exactly when the patrol heard it, a blonde squad leader barking orders, chain dog straining at its leash, hunting the disturbance in the canopy. The skeleton tore through the underbrush in blind panic, guards shouting that another one had been spotted, give chase, cut it off, take it down. But the real targets were already gone, Simon dragging Kami by the wrist across the rocky clearing, his tie snapping behind them as boots hammered stone. Two Dobermans caught the scent, ears pinned forward, fangs bared. Hounds crashed through the underbrush behind them, chains rattling like little war drums, and Kami's voice cracked the dark. Simon, the dogs. But Kami was already pulling a sigil into her palm, blood-red light bleeding through her fingers as she swore she had it handled. The pentagram bloomed, and she hurled a streak of jagged red bolts straight into the chase. Just a blur of color and momentum between the cast and the hit. The impact hit both hounds dead on, pink light splintering into red shrapnel and knocking the beasts clean off their stride. Two shadows went tumbling through the grass. The dogs staggered, dazed and whining, while a voice behind them howled a position call, spotted, dead ahead. Two masked handlers stood on a moonlit ridge, their leashed hounds already wheeling for a second pass, and barked the order to run them down. But the real danger was the red-haired archer stepping into view, bow creaking taut, blue runes crawling up the shaft as he drew and loosed. Kami threw her hands over her head and screamed as arrows whipped through the canopy around her, too close to call comfort. Simon grabbed her and hauled them both into a sprint, shouting that the shots were live, asking what the hell they were supposed to do, then caught himself, because they were still wearing keys and uniforms. Arrows kept hammering the dark and Kami cursed between her teeth. The pursuers were servants of Kizan, so they were aiming to scare, not to kill. Flaming bolts chewed the ground at their heels as they sprinted, and the handler behind them screamed for them to stop, stop now. Simon clenched his fist, snarling back that stopping was how people died. Which was when the earth itself answered. A column of blue-white energy punched skyward, blasting rock and dirt into the air and forcing the pursuers to shield their faces. Someone behind the blast shouted a warning, and the dust swallowed everything. The hunt was closing in. Under a pale moon at the cliff's edge, Simon panted with Kami at his side, the baying of hounds and shouting handlers echoing up from below. Then a voice cut through. Below them stretched a sheer drop to dark water, no ledge, no path, nothing but air and the long way down. Simon turned to Kami and asked if her power could carry them, because the cliff was their only way out. She trembled in his arms, wings pressed flat, and admitted she couldn't do it, told him to jump without her. Tears welled in her magenta eyes, but she forced a smile and swore she was okay, even though every part of her was shaking. His hands tightened on her shoulders. He said her name, Kami, soft and certain. And then he told her to bear with him, because he wasn't leaving without her. So he scooped her up bridal style and bolted for the forest line. Someone screamed his name behind them. He didn't stop, legs pumping through the dark with Kami clutched tight, her protests dying against his chest as speed lines tore past them. A massive projectile cratered into the spot they just left, purple-white shockwaves ripping the earth apart. Purple light swallowed them both as Kami screamed, but Simon's golden eyes stayed locked forward, refusing to flinch. Another dark payload screamed across the sky trailing violet flame and smashed a stone bridge to rubble behind them. Simon launched them off the crumbling edge into open air, Kami pressed against his chest as they fell. His shoes slammed across a glowing surface, sparks bursting blue and violet as they slid free of the blast zone by pure momentum. Kami blinked out of the dark, unsure where she was or whose arms she was in. Simon was on his knees in the grass, cradling her, asking if she was okay after everything they'd just flown through. Still dazed, she mumbled his name like she needed to confirm he was real. Then the fog lifted, and her eyes went wide as tears hit, panic hitting her all at once. She broke into a full, blubbering wail, terrified she'd been spotted, because a vampire caught outside after dark on academy grounds is a one-way trip to disciplinary hell, and Kami knew it. Simon patted her shoulder while she sobbed into her palms, hiccuping out a grateful thank you for saving her skin. Under the stars he smiled, told her they'd have to take the long road back, and asked if she could walk. Kami sniffled, nodded hard, then lit up with the brightest grateful grin, promising to thank him properly once they were safe inside. Full moon hanging low over black mountains, and somewhere deep in those woods, our boys Simon and Kami were walking a path they had no business being on at this hour. She asked if they were lost, and our boy played it cool, told her they were heading the right way, and somewhere in the canopy an owl decided to make things worse. But Kami's ear twitched before he could even finish that lie. She told him straight she heard something out there, and Simon played it off as owls again, voice a little too steady for a kid holding his partner's hand in the dark. Then her face changed and the lie fell apart. Not owls, a human voice somewhere close, somewhere wrong. He raised his arm toward a rustle in the brush, squinting, telling her he thought it was coming from there, and then trailing off because the more he listened, the less he wanted to hear it. Kami ducked behind him, fists at her chest, flinching at every little snap, while our boy reached out with the world's most obvious case of cotton-dry palms. Her fingers found his sleeve and tugged like her life depended on it, whispering his name twice in a row, and he finally broke, told her they had to run, right now. Hands locked tight, and everything after that went sideways. Next clear frame, she stumbled into him in the dark and he caught her, yelping her name like a kid who just realized they were nowhere near Kizan anymore. He leaned over her, sweat on his cheek, breath catching, because this was wrong, this place, this whole night was wrong. And then the camera cut and chat. Whatever they had stumbled into was something else entirely. Thorns biting into bare skin against a wooden post, and a voice rolling out words like destiny and almighty, calling the victim mother. A bleached skull stared back from the dark, a red cross branded into the bone, and a stake driven clean through its forehead. And on a metal cross out in the rain, a body bound in those same hungry vines, while the voice kept praying, no other name but hers, holy, holy, holy. Pull back and the whole picture came into focus. Animal skulls stacked on a stone altar, bones on stakes, flames licking at the base, and a hooded figure in white kneeling in the rain like this was a sermon, not a slaughter. And that hooded priest whispered the last line soft as a kiss, be the glory, face half swallowed by firelight, eyes fixed on whatever was still breathing on that cross. A hood tightened over dark hair, and one red eye flicked open beneath it, wrong, hungry, ready to strike. Then the kid with purple hair caught a backhand he never saw coming, the impact splitting his vision red. From across the chaos, our boy Kami shouted the only order that mattered now, run and don't look back. So run they did, hands locked, hearts hammering, the world turning red and loud around them. The blast hit everything they'd just been standing on. He curled himself around Kami through the shockwave, coughing dust, and the pieces clicked. That was no rogue mage. That was a priest. But a priest channeling darkness. A black cross ripped up through the earth wreathed in shadow and holy blue fire, and the sight alone cracked something in his understanding of what was happening. Recognition of the one thing a man of the cloth should never, ever wield. Sweat rolled down a blue-haired boy's temple as the accusation forming on the priest's lips finally landed in full. Traitor of Kizan. The priest stood wreathed in chains and crosses and pale flame, the verdict ringing like a struck bell. The elf-eared girl clutched her blazer tight, the word sitting ugly in her mouth, traitor. His hand closed around hers. They bolted together into the smoke, the saint behind them and salvation nowhere in sight. Because getting caught meant dying on that ground, no questions asked. Kami pushed through the pain, wings straining as she ran, because stopping meant those chains finding her neck. Simon lunged for her hand, already yelling the dodge before his own legs had fully committed, because instinct was faster than thought when her life was on the line. He came up swinging, blade first, pouring every ounce of dark mana he had into a counterslash, because the priest's holy chains gave 0 quarter. But the saint's bindings were faster, iron snapping shut around a limb before muscle could even flinch. He spun at the sound of her cry, dread flooding his chest. Kami hit the dirt wrapped in holy iron, pinned flat, and the white-robed priest hovered above her like a judgment already passed. The chains hauled her skyward and swung her like a rag doll, while Simon's fist shot up useless, desperate, a full sprint behind. The priest stood wreathed in blue flame and rattling iron, every link an extension of his will, and Kami dangled at the end of one. Even the lavender-haired girl who tried to help lay bound across the chest, gasping, beaten down by holy restraints no normal mage could shrug off. This was no ordinary caster, a figure in white, cloaked, controlling a dozen chains like a conductor commanding an orchestra of pain. The priest answered with bombardment, holy fire raining across the clearing, and Simon sprinted through the blast radius with nothing but speed and spite. A chain snapped at his face trailing blue flame, and he barely tucked his chin in time. His golden eyes tracked the next strike mid-flight, calculating angles because one more hit meant Kami stopped moving. Steel met chain midair, a brutal ringing collision. Simon thrust his free palm forward and loosed a ring of dark mana, eject, shattering the incoming binding apart. His fingers found the sword hilt, and he drew. The priest's chain caught him square across the chest, clang ringing through the trees as Simon got thrown hard into a red haze of pain. He forced himself upright, swung the golden-hilted blade through the blue chain, and felt the buzz of metal biting magic. The chain snapped his sword clean out of his grip, and that little jolt of surprise told him how outmatched he really was. Before he could recover, the chain coiled around his torso and cinched tight. He hit one knee, bracing against the blast behind him, every instinct screaming to leap back into the fight even as the light swallowed the ground. Then the cracked gem in his palm cracked wider, and the darkness seeped out, answering him at last. He roared at it to go get the priest, and a howling tide of black-blue shadow surged forward like a hunting hound finally loosed. But the blast tore the hood clean off a cloaked figure standing in the crossfire, and someone off-frame was demanding they show their face. The hood fell back, wide blue eyes, dark hair spilling free, a starburst of impact cracking the air beside them. Chains rattled around the revealed figure under a black sky, blue wisps swirling like the night itself was holding its breath. Simon stumbled onto graveyard steps, frozen, the newcomer's cloak hem trembling in his foreground as the ground itself began to rumble. Dark crosses lifted off the earth and spun around the figure, chains screeching and slamming into the soil with a force that shook the whole cemetery. Dadun, the combined blast split the graveyard air, a Torii gate silhouetted against the blast wave. The shockwave hurled Simon backward against a red ward, that swirling vortex of crosses and blue fire hanging above him like a second sky. He landed in the grass, flushed and trembling, staring up at the unknown savior while a small dark-stoned ring sat cold in his palm. A nervous blue-haired kid with golden eyes glanced sideways for reassurance, asking, "Right," while beside him, a hooded figure in a skull mask watched in cold silence. And then the proof came out. A pale hand lifted a dark skull-emblazoned ring, and the nearest hooded stranger froze in pure shock. The air split open. A massive cyan and white blast ripped diagonally across the graveyard, streaking past the masked figure's silhouette like a divine judgment. Wispy white tendrils rippled outward through dark blue, scattering debris in the blast's aftershock. Except the masked figure didn't fall, it laughed, wreathed in dark blue flame, a dripping aura of pure menace. And then a white skull grinned wide through the smoke, cyan eyes blazing, as a voice from somewhere shouted, "Are you okay, boy?" The cavalry had arrived. A black-haired youth in a white hood slammed his shield up just in time, barking, "Stand back, way back," while Simon's desperate cry rang out, "Fear." Because the shadowy entity rising behind him was wreathed in blue flame, a glowing core burning in its chest, bellowing, "Bheh," loud enough to shake the dead. It crashed into a white-robed combatant below with a thunderous boom, the dark fighter roaring, "It's been a while since the last time I fought in a battle. And yeah, bro was having fun." Speed lines shredded the frame white, blue, and brown, the impact shockwave ripping the scene apart. Through the dust and the dying light, Simon caught Kami before she hit the ground, hauling her up against his chest and calling her name with everything he had. Kami's eyes were closed, her face scratched, her breath shallow. But she was breathing, and right then that was all that mattered. So he ran, Kami draped across his back, feet pounding through clouds as he shouted to the sky, "Fear, how is the situation?" The old Reaper's voice came back grim. "This won't be easy, boy." Yeah, that sounded about right. Back below, the Blue Shadow Warrior locked blades with a rune-carved armored figure in a ringing clang, chains rattling off to the side, and the Reaper laughed through his seal. "I'd be on par if only it wasn't for my seal. A bit of a shame. H-E-H-E-H-A. Fighting at half power and still grinning about it. Yeah, that was Fear, all right." Fear twisted sideways, a blur of bone and fury dodging the strike. Simon had an idea, and with Kami unconscious on his back, he barked it out, demanding every soul there fall in line. Because hesitation was death, and a fighter in white lunged mid-stride. Fear's hollow chest flared cyan, and that low, wicked laugh rumbled out of the dark. The towering Reaper raised his blazing axe overhead and answered the call. He had the line. He called our boy by his father's name, hungry for whatever clever trick came next. Both sides closed the gap in the same heartbeat. Steel met Reaper, and the sky split with a thunderclap that rattled the trees for miles. But while Fear held the front, Simon was already moving, Kami tucked against his shoulder, walking the forest path, racing for a way out while claws tore at the air behind him. Fear looked up, dead serious, and told whoever was listening he had an idea and they were going to follow it. Our boy Simon gritted his teeth against the blue sky, every muscle locked tight, refusing to be the weak link twice in one night. That little white skull spirit cackled at him, blue fire licking its claws, loving every second of the chaos. It zipped into the dark sky, tiny bat wings buzzing, yelling that it understood the plan, while something massive and hooded in shadow loomed right behind it. That towering figure already knew exactly who Simon was through the fear bond, and it was expecting something clever from Richard's kid. Which meant when Fear moved, the sky didn't politely get out of the way. It detonated in a blinding white and blue column that swallowed every silhouette whole. A jagged shockwave ripped across the canopy, with an impact so loud the forest floor buckled, raw purple thunder splitting the night open. And when the smoke cleared, there stood Fear, one hand in his pocket, cool as a grave, dust curling around his boots like he hadn't just rewrote the weather. Because Simon had already grabbed Kami and bolted through the trees, dirt on both their faces, an off-screen voice shouting for the hounds to loose, and our boy gasping that the distraction actually worked. Behind them, that huge skull-faced shadow watched from the brush and quietly praised the kid for playing the guards like a fiddle, while Simon hollered back at Kami asking if she was even alive. He told her he could bleed later, that some girl in the dark was in worse shape than him, and Kami's limp head lolled with a tiny, confused "oh," which meant she was still in there somewhere. So Simon sprinted, Kami strapped to his back, and before he could think the skull-masked shadow scooped them both up by the clothes, promising help, which left him blinking, trying to figure out how any of this was supposed to work. He blurted that he didn't know the thing could heal, and the shadow shot back flatly that it couldn't, they needed to be somewhere else, and they needed to be there now. Which meant the towering shadow just started carrying both of them, kids dangling midair against the stars, while our boy kept asking how in any sane world this was the plan. Then realization hit him like a freight train, eyes wide against a wash of panic red, because he finally understood exactly how this shadow intended to pull it off. A deafening column of white and purple fury punched through the night as that tiny shadow rocketed upward like a cursed firework, cackling at its passengers to hold on, while one very small, very doomed voice screamed for help somewhere far, far below. A blast of white tore across the sky and then nothing but roar. Boots hit grass, and the voice that carried them up simply stopped. Fear stood over them both, ribs glowing cold against the swirled blue. He couldn't follow where they were headed, some wide-range ward would eat him alive. Simon, filthy and shaking, found the words to thank him. Which meant saying goodbye to the only heavy hitter they'd had. The contract was too new to gamble. Fear turned into the tree line with a lazy wave and told them to stay alive. Simon watched him go and called it back, voice cracking. Kami's eyes were barely open. Dirt on her cheek, breath shallow, she whispered the only question that mattered now. What do they do next? He had no answer, just the silent promise not to let her down. Meanwhile, the infirmary was already whispering about her. A blonde nurse, clipboard in hand, pushing to relocate the unknown girl to somewhere with real beds. But trust in this place was a loaded word. Somewhere behind a veil of chains, a hooded figure waited, and the word traitor wasn't being thrown around for fun. Those chains didn't feel like decoration. They felt like a warning. So Simon made his choice on the spot. Whoever treated her had to be someone he could count on. He leaned closer over Kami's sleeping frame, mind already running the list of names he could actually trust. Which is how he ended up knocking on a door marked night duty, heart hammering twice against the wood. The girl inside looked up from her paperwork, ready to scold a late visitor, and froze, because whatever she was seeing on his face clearly wasn't a routine check-in. A dirt-streaked boy and a wounded girl begged at the door for help. He carried her limp body in his arms, out of options, out of time. Inside, a silver-haired girl recoiled, chair screeching against the floor as she sputtered that no girls belonged in the boys' dorm. Her panic flipped to alarm the second she saw the lavender-haired girl unconscious in his arms, and she pressed him to take her to the ward, but Simon shook his head. That door had enemies behind it, too. The silver-haired girl stood frozen, eyes wide, caught between rules and a kid bleeding on her threshold. Whatever this was, it was trouble she hadn't signed up for. Simon bowed his head, voice cracking as he begged to let her be treated right here, right now. And the girl in the gray coat looked down, jaw tight, weighing what it would cost her to say yes. She exhaled through clenched teeth. She yanked the curtain back, pointed at the cot, and told him to lay her down. Treating her came first, rules be damned. Simon choked out a thank you like a prayer. Simon sank onto a chair, shoulders slumped, still caked in dirt from the forest, and someone behind him gasped his name. Gloved hands dabbed cotton on a long, angry slash down a girl's thigh, the kind of cut only something nasty and sharp could have carved. The silver-haired medic cradled a small bottle and murmured that her years on the job had taught her one thing. There was a protection period after a wound like this. His fist curled against his knee, knuckles white, and he admitted it out loud. Nobody fought them, they just ambushed. She stood over the bandaged girl on the cot, bottle clutched tight, voice small and apologetic. She couldn't tell him everything, not yet, not here. She tugged the curtain closed around them both and asked him to roll up his sleeves. Simon obeyed, wordless. The first aid kit snapped open, compartments lined with capsules and bottles ready for work. She moved without another word, professional hands taking over. Simon caught her eye and asked the question he'd been holding since he walked in. Had she understood what he meant by trusting her with this? She gave a single nod. Yes. The silence between them was a contract sealed. Simon gathered the kit and held it out, grateful, and she knelt beside him, setting her own case down with a thud. Her order was simple: get Kami back to her room. He thanked her like his life depended on it, because Kami's kind of did. Bandaged arms, bleeding legs, head bowed, he sat on that stool like a broken soldier accepting a medal, and she told him she wouldn't forget what he'd done for them tonight. Simon stood at her door, dirt-caked and swaying, apologizing for barging in so late, but his eyes said he'd do it all again. The door clicked shut and the medic stood alone, hands on her hips, exhaling long and slow. Then, to no one, she wondered how long that boy would last at Kizan, because something told her his night was just getting started. The hallway stretched quiet and empty. Simon burst through his own door, "Dick, I'm back," and got a panicked SIMON. For an answer, Dick half sprung out of bed, thinking the worst. Simon grabbed his roommate by the shoulders, frantic, asking if he was okay, asking about Kami, and Dick laughed through the fear, assuring him they were both fine. "Just stop shaking him, man." Dick knelt on the floor, sniffling, cheeks flushed, because the guards had chased him too, and he'd barely made it back in one piece. He added that he'd talked to Malin, filling Simon in on what he'd learned. The dirt on Simon's shirt was drying, a cut on his cheek still fresh, and he mentioned a potion that would hold Kami till morning, while somewhere else, Malin was probably still up, and it was their fault. A silver-haired classmate watched Dick with worried eyes, the guard's name still hanging in the room like smoke. Somebody tossed Simon's ruined uniform onto a hanger with a clack, and the room finally exhaled. Tomorrow, they'd deal with everything. Tonight, they slept. Dick flicked the lights off and called it a night, while Simon stood by the door, too wired to sleep. Clicking. Dick stared at the ceiling. His mom's a priest, so he grew up around prayer, and figured even the gods were caught off guard tonight. He pulled the blanket up, whispered tomorrow like a promise, and finally let his eyes close. Then Kami popped into frame, glowing like sunshine in that pink cardigan of hers, wings flapping like last night hadn't nearly killed them both. Simon blinked. "Kami, are you okay?" And she just grabbed his lapel, vibrating. She yanked him down and asked, breathless, if it had all been a dream. She listed it off herself: night walk, mushrooms, getting chased, the scary parts, and called it exactly that kind of dream, grinning like it was a fun memory. Simon broke into a cold sweat, because to him it didn't feel like a dream at all. Kami's whole face shifted, dead serious, and she grabbed his shoulder. "Listen." He gripped her shoulders right back, wings tucked between them, and laid it out. He was going to find out who that priest was. She stammered that she wanted in on it too, and he pulled her into a hug right there under the courtyard arches. Then she leaned in, way too close, insisting that whatever happened to him happened to her too. She tipped her head up and started shouting, face flushed, while Simon stood there sweating and confused. Those purple eyes locked on his, pleading and stubborn. There was no way she was letting him go alone. Her knuckles whitened on his jacket, voice cracking on every word. He promised that favor would come due someday, and it would. So Kami took the job with a grin, because of course she did, pink hair, bat wings, full uniform, ready to run errands for her dark-haired partner without a flicker of hesitation. But the classroom lesson ahead had other plans for him. Because the next curse exercise went sideways fast, and the first attempt stabbed him right on the top of the head, so the professor dialed it back to something easier. Every curse in the curriculum started the same way, a formula that painted ordinary objects in darkness, the foundation stone under every hex a Kizan student would ever learn. And so the practice began. Simon pressed the tiny potted sprout close to his face, locked his golden eyes on the green stem, and tried to force dark mana into the thing. The spell came out sideways, ricocheted off his forehead, and stung like hell. He tried again, summoned the glyph, held it tight, sweat beading, but the magic slipped, snarled, and refused to behave. And the third try came apart in his hands, a burst of blue-purple gunk slapping him straight across the face. So there he stood in the grand arched hall, head hung, dripping purple, trying not to think about the Cyclops he had to put down next week, when a classmate asked if he was all right, and all he could offer was a very quiet not at all. Before the embarrassment could settle, a black-gloved hand found his shoulder, and a new voice cut through the gloom with a calm, almost amused, "How's it going?" The blonde professor leaned in, red eyes soft, smile easy, finishing his check-in with a gentle, "Handling it all right," like a man who already knew the answer. That steady hand on his shoulder said it all. No judgment, just quiet backing for a kid mid-stumble. A black-gloved hand reached for the kid mid-instruction, and our boy flinched like he'd just been ambushed. But up there, grinning down at him, was a tall blonde in a white coat, red eyes warm. "Are you handling it all right?" he asked, all mentor mode confidence. The gloved hand settled on Simon's shoulder, grounded, steady, the kind of touch that said relax and listen. Simon, sweating through his uniform, tried to answer honestly. He was trying. He just hadn't gotten there yet. Viewed from behind in that sunlit hall, the blonde's voice cut clean. "Use your core," simple words, brutal instruction. And that sly, knowing smirk. The mentor knew exactly what he was unlocking in the kid, and he was enjoying every second. Simon looked up, a small O on his lips, the moment a half-understood thing finally clicked into place. The grip on his shoulder tightened, and something inside Simon flared gold-hot, begging to be let out. A column of blue light slammed down on Simon's face with a crystalline splash, and he gasped through the shock of it. The energy ripped straight through his torso as he gripped the desk edge, stunned, barely standing, paint bright blue pooling at his waist. The whole class was caught in the buzzing field. One student leaned back bracing, another glared, and a voice deadpanned. "As a professional in the field, that's such a pity." A classmate threw his hands up, desperate. "Professor, this is," only to be drowned out by the rising hum of blue energy. "Their way," a voice finished close to Simon's ear, almost too quiet to hear over the ringing. And then the kid just sagged, eyes shut, mouth slack, completely drained by whatever had just been unleashed through him. Above him, the blonde mentor peered down with a sharp, half-lidded smirk, already grading the result. His grin widened, crackling with dark blue energy. "Feel how I do it first," he said, and the lesson was far from over. Simon locked onto one rogue thread inside his swirling core, and the whole thing flinched. Yanking the darkness out raw just made it scatter, leaking power into the air. So he had to build circulation first, ride the current instead of fighting it. The core began to spin on its own axis, tight and obedient. The blonde instructor smiled. "Think of it like a living modulation," he said. That little reframe hit Simon like a bell, and something behind his eyes finally clicked. When he raised both hands, the orb hung at his chest dense, stable, and completely under his command. Back in class, a tall blonde teammate leaned over his desk with a grin, checking his progress. He closed his eyes and summoned again, and this time the swirl held clean. When it released, Simon sagged back in his chair, every nerve raw and ringing from the effort. A hand drifted toward him from the side. He looked up to find a black-gloved finger pointed right at his face. "Present," it said, and his stomach dropped. And then came the lesson that changed the math entirely. Darkness has a memory. Repeat a motion hundreds, then thousands of times, and the darkness starts copying you on its own. Simon just stared, mouth open, the weight of that one truth settling into his bones. Classroom time, and a blonde professor pushed one kid toward a curse trial. Nobody else had survived. "Go on, try it." Our boy's face said terrified, his mouth said sure, and that gap between the two is where legends are born. The prof leaned in close, grinned sharp as a blade, and made the offer impossible to refuse. Dark liquid hit an open palm and pooled cursecraft, raw and sloshing, one wrong breath from disaster. A purple sigil spun up between his hands, humming with stolen intent, the professor watching every flicker like a hawk. His golden eyes locked in, the circle buzzing louder, and the room held its breath waiting for the trigger. Then the curse detonated in a flash of black-violet. Energy ripped through the uniform, the kid's whole body jerking with the recoil. And a single blue trumpet bloom punched out of the dirt with a soft pop, which exploded into a whole damn tree, blue flowers erupting overhead while the class collectively lost their minds. Smoke plumed off the pot, students flinching back from the blast. The room full of onlookers gaped at the canopy of blooms, wondering what kind of cursed gardener he'd just become. And our boy stood there, sweat-streaked, one word caught in his throat: potential. A gloved hand steadied the pot before anything else caught fire. A glowing chain snapped to attention around his neck, and a commanding hand reached for his head. The authority behind it was a blonde in a white lab coat, red eyes and a black ribbon, smiling like he already owned the result. White coat, black shirt, dark tie, the uniform of someone whose word moved the room before his mouth did. Stepped outside near that impossible tree, our boy went quiet, running the math on how a nobody air proves he's not a nobody. Fingers hovered over scattered blue petals, weighing which direction a talent like his should actually cut. The professor found him there, hands in pockets, and the silence earned a single word back: "Professor." Simon caught something mid-thought, mouth open, eyes tilted upward like a bell had rung in his head. The blonde just smiled, a soft, knowing smirk that gave nothing away. He turned the praise sideways. Admirable, the kid had performed well and still measured himself honestly instead of getting drunk on it. Then he paused on the topic of feelings, realized he had no clean answer, and offered a smile in place of one. The question landed sharp. When he gives orders to the dead, does any emotion ever cross his face, or is it all cold command and red-eyed silence? A breath of white, a single ink splatter, the room waited. And he answered with a gentle, closed-eye smile, saying that was probably as close as it got. A gloved hand reached up to ruffle the kid's hair, and Simon stammered out a startled thanks. But the lecture wasn't over. A blonde hand shot up from the front row, and half the class turned to watch, the blue-haired girl and a tiny purple demon girl included. The kid had a sprig of blue flowers balanced on his head, and the earnest look of someone about to ask the professor to make this impossible plant bloom for him. The ponytailed instructor shut that theory down fast. That was lazy beginner thinking, and she made it clear without even opening her eyes. A quiet "oh" drifted across the room. The blue-haired girl muffled a laugh behind her hand and called Kami's name, leaving the poor vampire frozen with a sweat drop. Two pale hands fidgeted with tiny blue crystal shards across the desk, nerves working overtime. Simon clenched his fists at his chest, amber eyes lit with a grin. Whatever gap just opened between him and the class, he was burning to close it before the bell. Back in the bamboo grove, Dick and Kami sat on the grass watching the private lesson unfold, because someone had been weirdly favoring Simon lately. Dick glared sideways, while Kami tapped her cheek with a thoughtful hum. A gloved hand pressed hard into fabric, correcting his posture. Then a darker hand slapped against his pants here too. Wrong. Simon, flushed and straining, just managed an okay, which made one off-panel watcher mutter that this basically counted as a private lesson. The orange-haired instructor knelt before him, one hand pushing his leg this way, the other pulling it that way, barking this way until Simon's stance finally shifted the way she wanted. Dick had to ask it out loud, because watching Simon get one-on-one training while the rest of them slogged through group drills didn't sit right. Kami just tilted her head like she wasn't sure. Kami tapped her cheek, mulling it over, while Dick's patience was already running thin. And somewhere behind the bamboo, our boy was getting the kind of attention nobody else in Group 7 had ever seen. An instructor's palm drove down on a stance correction, hard, with a desperate apology tucked behind it. Another correction landed in the wrong spot, and the protest came muffled through the fabric. Nothing about this lesson was gentle. Simon squeezed his eyes shut and bellowed an awkward okay, face burning red, because the ponytailed instructor was adjusting every inch of him by hand. Dick's suspicion was looking less paranoid by the second. She pulled his leg this way, pushed it that way, barking orders like his whole body was a misaligned weapon. Whatever standard Kizan taught in group lessons, this was something else entirely. Dick blinked, caught off guard. Kami just crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, wondering the same thing. The instructor stood over Simon with her hands on her hips, grinning like a woman who'd found her favorite project. Simon sweated through it, because refusing her wasn't an option. His foot carved through sand, dark energy coiling around the slide. The command was simple: weaponize the darkness itself. He swung through, and the blast of purple-cleaved bamboo leaves clean off their stalks. The grove whistled in his wake. Simon stood in the clearing with dark mana still dripping off him, leaves spiraling past his shoulders against a blue sky. For one beat, the form looked perfect. The instructor clapped him up, praising the cleanest run she'd seen from him yet. He bowed, asked if she meant it, and got the cheer he needed. But the praise was a trapdoor. Pivot was the only thing he'd gotten right. 4 postures were wrong. His gaze drifted. His lower back was dead weight. His heels needed rotation, and his darkness output was wildly oversized on every strike. The whole technique needed rebuilding. She laughed, almost apologetic, while Simon bowed lower, swallowing every word. Hands-on meant hands-on, and Kizan's best didn't do mercy. 5 students regrouped in the bamboo, one shouting thanks to the vanished instructor, while the others exhaled the tension out. The blonde kid raised his palms, voice steady, no hard feelings. Just one honest question, zero drama intended. Which made the ponytail go rigid, sweating bullets, mumbling that no, he was not a problem case. The tiny pink-haired kid raised both fists between them with a shaky grin, begging them to chill, and casually threatening to brand whichever one kept yapping. Ponytail whipped around mid-denial, hollering our boy's name across the grove, and Simon answered with a pure what do I do face. He pointed at himself, baffled. Teach her. Since when did that become his job description? The ponytail tugged a strand, flushed a little, and the situation clicked into place for her. She laid it out clean. Her upcoming assessment had Cyclops in it, and she needed him as a sparring partner to sharpen her footwork. Better grades for both, no extra charge. Simon dropped onto the bamboo floor with a hard thud, Kami peeking in from the wing as the deal closed with a stiff little thanks. She squared up anyway, wooden and embarrassed, waiting for him to move first. Neither of them built for sparring, both of them committed. His form was a disaster, and she told him so loud, red-faced, while he fired back that yeah, he knew first honest exchange either of them had managed all day. He pointed Kami out for evaluation. She crossed her arms, unimpressed, and let him have it. The blue-haired girl clenched her fist on command, knuckles white with effort, because the instructor's correction was simple: light grip, push forward. But the lower half of her told a different story. feet shuffling into the worst stance imaginable, while the voice overhead told her to stop moving entirely. She swayed and hesitated in the bamboo grove, and the watching classmates could not believe what they were seeing. How was she this lost? Then she spun into the drill, and her legs shriveled with cursed purple energy. So Simon stood at the edge with a sweat drop and genuine concern written across his face. She whipped around flushed and asked if that was right, and Simon shut his eyes and told her flat no, it wasn't. Nearby, a blonde boy and a pink-haired girl stood arms crossed watching the chaos unfold, while other voices debated the correct hand placement higher, lower here. And nobody could agree. Because Malin finally turned on Simon with a flustered fury, shrieking that her legs weren't bare and she was wearing gym pants, so any correction had to come through fabric, a screech of pure second-hand embarrassment echoing behind her. A single pointed finger hovered at her shirt, marking exactly where contact was meant to happen. So the pair squared up in the center of the clearing with classmates circled around, while the words "touch me" hung in the air like a dare neither of them asked for. Malin's face went crimson, stammering, while the peanut gallery behind her whispered theories about whether she just asked him out. She walked him through the form anyway. As you turn, you move it here. And when he tapped her leg through the fabric, Simon panicked and blurted that this did not feel like the right moment for any of it. A beat of silence hung over the clearing. And Malin, teary and overwhelmed, gave a weak nod and whispered that okay, fine, they could continue. Another pause, and the onlookers were left holding their breath. The bamboo grove doubled as a training ring, and a blue-haired girl was ready to test herself on our boy. She moved first, a blur through the sunlit stalks. That kick came in trailing dark purple energy, fast enough to make Simon grab his hips and gawk at the raw power on display. But the strike crashed down hard right in front of him, and the kicker toppled off balance, taking herself out. She sat in the dirt-dusty uniform and all, annoyed silence doing the talking for her, so Simon offered his verdict: clean contact, plenty of room to grow. His praise made her unpopular fast, because 3 girls swarmed Simon next, begging him to teach them that same move. And the blue-haired girl, she stewed in the shadows, cheeks burning, turning one quiet question over and over: what exactly was this guy? Summonology class rolled around, the board reading that day's lesson, Restoration. A dark-haired kid sat listening at his desk, broken bones laid out in front of him, because a skeleton's biggest edge was always how fast it could pull itself back together. The instructor snapped his fingers, summoning a student forward with a single beckon. White and purple light streaked past the desks, drawing gasps from the class. More trails of light slid across the hall, and the students braced for whatever was about to land on them. Then the instructor stood beside a fully assembled skeleton, rattling its bones into a ready pose. Restoration, he explained, wasn't complicated when you had the formula down. A breath of silence before the lesson pressed on. He held up a single bone, and the secret was in the marrow. That creature's bones were soaked in residual darkness, and that darkness was about to do their job for them. Scene shifted. The trick was stupid simple. That same darkness would tug every scattered bone right back to where it started, no hands required. Which got an immediate reaction out of every classmate watching the bones rattle loose. And those bones did rattle, jittering across the desk like they had a mind of their own. Simon squinted at the mess from behind his cover, Kami shooting him a glance and a hey from across the room. She leaned in to scold him for slacking, and our boy had the audacity to look bored. So bored, in fact, that the skeletal creature just snapped itself back together behind his chair, every bone clicking into place while one little arm waved at him like mission accomplished. Even his partner couldn't deny it. The dark-haired kid was built for this kind of work. Of course, Kami clocked the distraction and shoved him back on task, because resting on your laurels gets you killed in this academy. She sighed, swore she could crack problem 20 herself, and tried to play it cool. Our boy just blinked because he'd already crushed that exact problem the night before. No sweat, no drama, just done. Kami leaned back, chin in hand, acting above it all while the rest of the class floated gossip about their study sessions. Then someone called out the answer, 1.2 million and chain, and Kami's aloof mask slipped straight into shock. She spun on Simon Valencia right there at the desk, demanding to know how on earth he got that number before she did. Katria caught them, The worst possible timing for the worst possible phrase. Our boy practically jumped out of his skin, while Malin froze like a deer in headlights. Silence, and that silence was deafening. Simon tried to save it with a mumble about lecture material, but the damage was already done. Those blue eyes narrowed. Chat, he was cooked. The order came down cold, stay after class, and Malin nearly broke down apologizing beside him. Yeah, this was a disaster. Later, in a sunlit lecture hall, the air felt completely different. The brown-haired instructor sat up front reading, with Simon alone in the empty seats below. He set his book aside, flipped a bamboo practice sword between his fingers, and told Simon to follow him. Outside, the sunset burned red over the treetops. The man talked as they walked, and what he couldn't stand most was students who refused to learn, even when they had every reason to. So when they reached a clearing and the man asked what he was about to do, Simon met his gaze, apologized for whatever was coming, and braced himself. The kid was sweating bullets, fist clenched tight, but he agreed he'd summon his skeleton. For him, that took guts. A sharp snap of the fingers, and dark mana discharged. But what crawled out was a wrecked bones clattering apart before it even finished forming. He hurled his arm out anyway, shouting through gritted teeth, refusing to let it end like that. The summoned skeleton hit the ground and shattered, bones cracking, snapping apart on impact, while the instructor just stood there, silent, unreadable. Then the purple-haired kid spoke up, eyes still downcast, admitting what everyone was thinking. Our boy had real restoration talent. And our boy, skull in hand, eyes wide, totally not ready for what came next. Which made Simon panic, flailing and waving like he was trying to bribe his way out, asking if this was punishment for dozing off in class, while a flopping bone creature at his feet asked the real question. The brown-haired instructor didn't even blink. Dead serious, zero amusement, he dropped the verdict. This was an extra lesson. One hand in his pocket, the other holding a cigarette, he let that hang in the air. Picture the most overworked extra-credit professor in the entire academy, Professor Aaron, dragged out to a sunlit grove to babysit students who wanted a bonus lecture on summoning. He's already got chalk in hand, and 1 foot halfway out the door mentally. And of course, the class golden retriever kid is eating this up, sparkling, clasping his hands, hanging on Aaron's every word. The poor man could barely get a sentence out before rubbing the back of his head, sighing, just wishing the adoration dial would turn down to 11. Then Aaron actually delivers. A towering horned skeletal warrior materializes in plate armor, broadsword on its back, blue energy crackling off its ribs like a personal thunderstorm. That golden retriever kid lost his entire mind on the spot. Eyes wide, grin stretched ear to ear, completely sold on the magic school experience. Until the whole thing collapsed into a pile of clattering bones, summoned, dissolved, the magic not holding. Aaron's face said it all, so much for the cool demo. Which meant it was time for our boy to stop watching and show what Kizan's #1 irregular could actually do. Blue energy spiraled up from the dirt, bones clicking into place, a ribcage building itself like a puzzle solving in reverse. Skeletal fingers locked around a dark haft, slid the grip into place, and blue flame curled up the weapon like it was already hungry. Simon stood in the bamboo at dusk, watching those bones float into formation, and he clocked it instantly. Restoration wasn't just healing, it was a weapon blueprint. Bones reassembled as arms, armor, whatever you could imagine. He thrust one finger forward, and the forest lit up, a volley of blue spikes screaming across the clearing, while Malin's squadmates stood behind him, realizing they were watching a different species of student. The volley hit rock, stone, and dirt, and an innocent squirrel caught a one-way ticket to another zip code. Rock split clean through, debris spraying, the kind of output that didn't belong to a first-year demonstration. Bone piercing, calm as anything, he named the technique, and the guy behind him finally understood what kind of freak they recruited. Because the real lesson hadn't even started yet, Simon was about to flip a live target into a cage. His palm snapped forward, and the little forest creature caught a burst of blue force dead-on. That flick wasn't a punch, it was a binding trigger, restoration magic weaponized into a trap. And the spell had a name, Bone Prison. Dark pillars punched up from the dirt and boxed the creature in before it even landed, blue threads sealing the cage. Cornered, trembling, tears welling, the poor thing had no idea what just happened. Simon looked down at it, calm and almost gentle, like he hated the cruelty even while perfecting it. One lazy flick of his hand and the energy scattered, fight over before the sweat dried. Which meant the next demo could go way bigger. And it did, a wall of blue mana detonating across the grove behind him. Because the instructor's lesson wasn't about cages at all, it was about armoring the caster himself. A monstrous figure clawed its way into existence, horned skull helm blazing with red cracks, bone plates locking into place like a beast shedding its skin. Seconds later, the bone armor stood complete, a skeletal warrior wreathed in blue-purple flame. Legs, feet, full plating, all sealed in restoration energy. Yeah, this was the final form. One classmate nearly popped a vein cheering, because watching Simon's armor materialize was basically a front-row anime reveal. And the instructor peeled back the technique. One restoration skill, 3 flavors, weapon, jail, or armor. Dark tendrils snapped into formation, the lesson wrapped, and Simon's classmates walked away knowing they were years behind. The skull-masked figure he'd met in the forest stood beside him now, commending his restoration work like a proud mentor. Simon could barely get the words out, stammered thanks tumbling over each other, while something like awe lit his face. Then a giant thumbs-up filled his vision, and the masked ally started schooling him on a habit every restorer needed to build. A grinning skeleton stood under a red marker on a checkerboard floor, the starting position for the lesson. And here's the principle. Scattered bone pieces converge inward toward one central skull, 4 arrows showing parts flying home. On the checkerboard floor, the caster gestures from a pile of bones toward a target square. His will sets the destination before the first piece even moves. Simon raised his hand, blue energy coiling around his fingers, channeling pure intent into the spell. Dark energy swirled, bones clattered into place across the board beneath him, and the skeleton clicked together right where he'd aimed. A white skull mask snapped into formation, clack. But the bones tumbled wild across the dirt, clicking and rolling past him, far from any clean assembly. The real-world version was messier than any diagram. The reconstructed figure crouched low, mask fixed in place, joints snapping home, and cracked a dry remark about the speed. Simon pointed down at the scattered remains as the masked ally pressed the real lesson home. Always tilt the bones when you restore. Then the masked figure thrust a hand forward, dark energy shaping itself into a spike, focused the darkness already clinging to the bone. The energy hardened the bone into a razor-sharp blue blade, held up between 2 fingers for Simon to see. And for any bone without a natural piercing edge, attach it to the enemy's body instead. Chains bit into his wrists, but fear's air kept his head up, telling his trainer his body had limits no lecture could fix. So the masked teacher answered with bone, a spectral ribcage tearing itself into existence, coughing dark smoke as the crack of formation split the air. A second structure snapped into shape behind it, spine and ribs locking together with a hungry crunch. Simon drove his fist forward, will poured into every fiber, the clasp of command ringing out through swirling blue mana. The bone construct lunged and clamped down on a wooden pole like a jaw made of murder. The wood didn't stand a chance. Splinters exploded outward in a shower of cyan fire, a crunch so heavy the clearing itself flinched. Fear's air stood grinning in a storm of broken logs and bone fragments, fist still raised. IT worked. The masked trainer barely looked up. Nicely done. Keep training it, the masked figure called. Real battles wouldn't wait for clean conditions. The kid bowed his gratitude and meant every word. Malin's voice cut in from behind, teasing him about heading off to fight. No, Malin, just finishing up. The masked trainer nodded, calm as ever. Smart. Supporting your teammates is half the battle most students never bother learning. He turned with a quiet smile, calling this nothing more than an additional lesson, as if casually handing out apocalypse training was just office hours. Yes, Professor, rang out across the clearing, bright as the sky above. A final thank you drifted up through the canopy, swallowed by the wind. And the masked teacher walked off alone into the dusk, hands pocketed, shadows stretching long down the empty path. Back at Kizan, Simon slid the door open late, sweating bullets. Sorry I'm late. Because of course the room zambled into chaos, did he? It's still the student protection, every head whipping toward the door. Chatter exploded across the room, panic written on every face. Even the little demon girl looked ready to combust. 3 blank stares and floating question marks hit the air in unison. The blonde staggered, hands on his head, but the pink-haired girl held up a glowing vial, asking if he was hurt. Inside the cauldron, gold light swirled thicker as the maker grinned and took 0 credit for help. That brew was solo credit. Thank you very much. Night settled over the fortress like a held breath. Blue Hair tipped in with a wink and 2 fingers raised. Turn it to low heat, chef, before you ruin the batch. And the real test was just getting started. 4 heads leaned in over the cauldron, drawn together by the glow of whatever impossible thing was bubbling inside. Under a fat full moon, somebody quietly confirmed the count. Every team's response was in, and the bracket was locked. Back inside the domed room, somebody slammed the table with a yay and told the team to move. Fingers pressed a nameplate flat with a satisfying tap. Across the room, a sharp-eyed boy in a dark military coat sat calm as ice, penning support into his own bracket like he'd already seen the ending. And over at the Kizan lineup, 4 teammates stood rigid against a purple backdrop, sweat beading, eyes wide, because somewhere in that bracket, a name had just changed everything. 300 potions in the bag, every response accounted for, and the Kizan meeting was officially a win. 4 exhausted students barely raised their fists in a cheer, slumped at the table and running on fumes. Nobody thought to ask what happened to the skull-masked ally. Then a sharp-eyed blue-haired youth stepped forward, claiming the support role and sending every jaw in the room to the floor. The rest of Group 7 stood frozen under the lights, suddenly realizing someone was about to get put on the spot. That calm, military-dressed newcomer had a voice like cold iron and an agenda nobody could read. The blue-haired girl beside him pressed a hand to her chest, still processing what she'd just heard. He confirmed her answer with a flat nod, hands clenched tight behind his back, composure masking something heavier. Valencia's name cut across the room, and the dark-haired boy beside him flinched hard enough to make Malin tense up too. A purple-haired instructor in a military coat stepped in, cool and unhurried, announcing the start of the student protection period. Simon went wide-eyed, mouth hanging open because that phrase meant one thing, and it wasn't good. He found his voice fast, arguing that safety outweighed creativity, no hesitation, no room to debate. Under the desk, his fingers picked at a loosened tie, the only tell that his pulse was anything but calm. The instructor gave a single slow nod, and the approval settled over the room like a held breath. Kami startled straight, blurting a flustered yes, while Malin stood rigid beside her, refusing to breathe wrong. Those violet eyes cut back through the shadow. Handing the attack slot to a catarology student was a mistake she'd already flagged, and she'd make sure the class knew it. Kamibarez Kami stammered through an apology, her wings twitching as she backpedaled. The whole crew froze, Dick pale, Malin glaring, everyone bracing for the worst. Malin's eyes cut sideways, mouth forming Kami's name like a warning shot. Kami's blush deepened, a fumbling "oh" spilling out while the kid beside her gawked. Her wings snapped open with a sharp flap, every head in the hall turning her way. But Kami raised her chin, eyes wide, golden light pooling around her like a glow-up cutscene. Both wings spread wide, hands clasped. She was about to school the class on Cyclops anatomy. The room leaned in, mouths open, hands clasped, the anime explain arc officially activated. Some blonde classmate hummed, piecing together that Flare ran on darkness elemental theory. Beside him, that blue-haired kid stood cool and smiling, while Kami sweated through every heartbeat. Simon raised a hand, voice steady, threading strategy into the chaos like he'd been planning this all along. Kami's fists clenched at her sides, shaking, the decision was eating her alive. Then she squeezed her eyes shut, fangs bared, and screamed that she'd take the dealer role herself. 2 fists locked in front of her vest, knuckles white, the vow sealed. 4 stood alone in that arena of seats, Kami mapping out dealer and caller like a battlefield draft. Dick and the dark-haired boy stood slack-jawed, still buffering through her sudden war cry. 2 first-years nearly choked on their drinks, a jittery blonde boy and a pink-haired girl with her hands over her mouth. But their squad captain barely lifted an eyebrow, smirking like she'd already heard the punchline. Which meant the blonde boy, bless his heart, threw a fist in the air and volunteered before the question was even finished. His captain's glare could have peeled paint off the walls. A tiny pale finger creature popped up from nowhere, blankly staring at the chaos. Out in the sunlit lounge, a different group of students debated identification formulas over coffee like the world wasn't a dumpster fire. One bored, dark-haired boy propped his chin on his hand, watching the door and waiting on someone who was running very, very late. And the hallway outside had gone dark and heavy with silence. A green-haired boy with glasses and a long-haired girl exchanged a look. She was dead set on finding someone today, no matter what it cost. Footsteps clicked closer, sharp and unhurried. Every head turned as a girl with impossibly long dark hair swept past them, and someone behind whispered the only name that mattered. Lorraine Arkbold. She flipped her hair aside beneath the arched windows, red eyes cutting the room in half. Black blazer hanging off her shoulders, loose red tie, pleated skirt, and a thigh strap nobody could stop noticing pure main character energy on arrival. She glanced sideways, ice in her expression, and opened her mouth to deliver something that was about to ruin someone's whole week. Lorraine shrugged off her jacket mid-haul like she was shedding an old skin. The uniform was the same, but the girl wearing it felt brand new, testing a version of herself she hadn't tried on before. Well, she took it for a walk through the strangest shops Kizan had to offer. Skull ornaments and crossbows by dusk, and a boy who felt dangerously friendly by nightfall. A meal together after, trading stories over drinks like they'd known each other forever. And then a reunion across a small table, Simon, blue-haired and grinning, calling her by name like no time had passed at all. She hesitated, caught somewhere between memory and now. But the smile that broke across her face was warm and real, and she looked happy. First time seeing each other since Langerstein, and the gap between then and now hit them both at once. Simon fumbled for the right words, mind blanking on how to bridge a year of silence. Lorraine watched him squirm, unimpressed, until a flick of an envelope landed on her side of the table. She picked it up, startled, the kind of what? That meant she hadn't expected this from him at all. Whatever was inside detonated between them, faces close, voices raised, the whole thing escalating in a single heartbeat. Simon crumbled into a stammering mess, while Lorraine just smiled and let him drown. So he tried and failed instantly. But Lorraine was already listening, hands clasped, eyes soft, waiting for him to find the courage to finish what he started. The kid looked dead serious and dropped a bomb. Something was buried inside Kizan itself. His hands sat flat on the table, knuckles tight, like he was bracing for her to bolt. Sunlight cut through the window as he explained how he'd stumbled on the whole thing, tracking down materials for class. Across from him, the dark-haired girl stayed perfectly still, one finger resting on her chin, running every word through a mental filter. He broke into a sweat, then finally said the words she needed to hear, that he believed her. Glass in hand, he leaned in and asked her to walk him through exactly what she'd seen, every detail. He described it grimly, a vine-wrapped crucifix, and on it, a woman's figure carved like she was part of the cross. Something clicked behind those crimson eyes. She breathed a name like a curse, Fnel. That name belonged to a place, the Holy College, answering only to the Pope himself. A cathedral of pale spires and silent statues, the heart of everything holy. Just as Kizan raised necromancers, Fnel forged priests, the Federation's sword and shield. Inside those walls, a blonde girl in white prayed beneath a winged cross, already crowned as the strongest the Holy Federation had ever produced. They hooded her as they crowned her, because Fnel only ever chose girls and gave them everything. That kind of power came with armor, ritual, and a robe stitched for a saint. And the dark-haired girl heard every word, until her grip tightened and the glass cracked. Fists slammed into marble, glass exploding, fury pouring out raw. How dare a goddamn priest set foot inside Kizan? An empty cafe table, the marble cracked clean through her grip. Only one other person knew the secret buried inside Kizan. The boy hesitated, his jaw tightened like he wished he'd stayed quiet. She slammed both palms down and rattled the table, demanding every detail. Whatever he told her lit a fire behind her eyes. He tried to laugh it off, and it came out hollow. But she was already on her feet, grabbing him by the sleeve. They were going back to the ritual site, tonight. One pale hand rose, index finger lifted, ready to make a point. Two classmates traded the kind of grin that meant good news was about to land. But whatever they'd hoped to find out here wasn't what waited, because the boy's face went pale the second he saw the real scene behind them. The ritual circle they were supposed to inspect had been wiped clean, not a mark, not a trace, like someone had scrubbed the ground before they arrived. And nothing on the forest floor answered back. Back at the ritual clearing, the kid with the dark blue-black hair and golden eyes stood beneath an orange sky, sweat beading on his cheek, insisting almost desperately that this was the right spot. The two of them stared across the dirt edge of the forest, where a single white oval marked the bare earth. An altar and a crucifix had stood here once, and someone had scrubbed the ground clean of every trace. Just swept dirt ringed by leaves. The kid flinched mid-breath, ears catching a footstep behind them as the air went sharp with tension. Empty air, a breath between scenes. The red-eyed girl knelt low, pressing her palm flat to the dirt like she could read what happened there through the earth itself. Even without watching the fight, she could tell. Whoever cleaned this clearing was thorough enough to leave almost no trace, and that kind of clean was the tell of monsters. Our boy stood beside her, staring down at the scar in the ground, because something felt off and neither of them could name it yet. A core planted right inside Kizan, even by holy hands, which meant the rot went higher than anyone wanted to admit. Elsewhere, Lauren glanced back over her shoulder at the sound of her name, eyebrow lifted just enough to ask who needed her. The blue-haired kid stood there, sweating through his blazer, trying to start a sentence that refused to come out right. He finally managed it, one nervous little fragment about their claim. Holiness, the doctrine taught, was just belief weaponized. Faith in God made into a force you could actually swing, which sounded beautiful on a stained glass window and a lot less clean in practice. And the darkness answered back. So those two forces were always going to clash, light forged from worship, dark forged from something older and hungrier, and the blue-haired boy just stood there humming, trying to figure out where he landed on a war that started before he was born. Lauren had a problem she couldn't shake. She found him in the woods and got right to it, tapping his shoulder to make him turn. Simon gave a careful little smile, but underneath it he was calculating one brutal question, whether the priest had gotten a clean look at his face. Lauren's eye went wide. A cold sweat broke across her cheek as the weight of that question hit her. She snapped forward, jacket sliding off her shoulder, fury barely held in check, telling Simon not to be an idiot, because no pile of evidence was worth trading his life for. The air between them crackled. A breath, a beat of silence. His hand settled on her shoulder, steady and warm against a bruised purple sky, and whatever sharp words she'd been lining up just dissolved. Simon grabbed her by both shoulders and tried to steady her. They could lean on Kizan's guards, he said. They didn't have to do this alone. Except somewhere in the shadows, a single sharp eye watched them walk off with a stranger in a wide-brimmed hat, and that hooded figure knew that guards on their tail would only confirm he'd talked. Lauren stayed quiet. The wind moved through her hair while she turned the whole mess over, a cold sweat beating at her temple. Simon finished laying out the plan, and after a long pause she dipped her head, a quiet, reluctant okay, like someone agreeing to jump and hoping the ground caught her. Then her eyes narrowed, her finger came up, and in a low hiss she told him to shut his mouth before someone heard Simon sweating, promising fast. The blue-haired dealer laughed easy and warm, telling them he'd remember that little favor later, all charm and no edge. With the deed done, Lauren cut the chatter short, time to head back to Kizan before anyone noticed they'd slipped away. By the time Kizan's rooftops rose up against the full moon, the day's dread had thinned to something almost peaceful. Lauren waved him off at the lamplit gate, cheerful enough to pass for normal, while Simon trailed an apology she was already done hearing. He waved back, but the grin slipped the second he turned, replaced by the weight of what that apology had really meant. His hands wouldn't stop shaking, because the math was brutal: drop out and lose the battalion, stay in and lose everything else. So Simon chose the only play that kept both doors open, even if it meant walking a razor's edge every single day. And fear's voice still rang in his skull. Kizan had a mountain left to teach him, whether he survived to learn it or not. He stood alone outside the dormitory a long moment, letting the warm light through those arched windows remind him what he was fighting to keep. Dick Haywood's jaw nearly hit the floor the next morning, because the simulation chamber looked like something out of a legend, and apparently Professor Jane had that effect on everyone. Kami stood beside him, pointed ears flushed pink, both of them gawking like freshmen on day one, which technically they still were. The system hummed louder. Then the lights blew white, a kid yelped and shielded his eyes, and a voice cut through the glare to announce they were staring at Kizun's virtual battle simulation, the continent's best-kept secret, now pointed right at Group 7. A pillar of pale blue light punched skyward from the pedestal, labeled the Avalon, ringed by floating pink crystal shards and buzzing data like a summoning circle designed by lunatics. The camera tilted up that gridded floor toward the Avalon's base, and a caption explained the obvious. This thing belonged to Kizun alone, and it could recreate just about anything. Because what waited inside hit different, a sprawling digital void where any monster could be reborn as a magical copy, and one silver-haired operator could barely contain her all. Her voice kept spilling out into the empty space above. Then the dark purple-haired instructor stepped into the grid-lit room, hands on hips, and dropped the real reveal. She had built this place for them, and it would keep evolving. Her expression was pure business now, explaining the rules like someone who'd done this 1,000 times. Her briefing stretched on into the empty air. 2 assistants stood arms crossed and unimpressed behind her, already tired of newcomers gawking at tech they'd seen 100 times. The instructor's voice kept rolling on. Next came the gear, a sleek black bodysuit held up like a reward, the uniform for every fight inside. Her explanation trailed off above the frame. Another fragment of her briefing hung in the air, unfinished. Which meant the briefing wasn't over yet. She wanted them to understand the grind ahead, how this simulation would sharpen them for the real thing. And then finally, that was all. She crossed her arms, purple eyes steady, waiting for the room to settle into focus. Which meant the clock was running, Group 5 was up next, and their support roles were about to get locked in. Cindy stood with her pink buns perfectly set, reading her group's status off a floating screen, waiting for simulation, barrier full, everything about to start. The briefing's last echo hung in the air above her. Kami got the honor of going first, and she was not mentally prepared for the spectacle of a whole holographic continent bending itself around her. Avalon didn't ease her in either. One heartbeat she was marveling at the lights, and the next a foot the size of a carriage wheel slammed the earth flat. The Cyclops rose out of the smoke like a bad dream given tusks and a single hate-filled eye, and our pink-haired scholar recognized the nightmare instantly. So she threw herself at it, no plan, no formation, just a bat-winged girl with a death wish and a hero complex. She actually swung, grinning like a maniac midair, because Kami's version of a first impression is swinging before thinking. Then gravity remembered she was 5'0". Group 5 wiped in 1 minute 16 seconds flat, barrier shattered, 22% damage, and Kami planted face first in the dirt while her teammates just pointed. Dead silence, nobody breathed. Watching from the bleachers, Dick and his classmates stared slack-jawed as the scoreboard counted somebody else's humiliation, and someone muttered that the curse cycles were running faster than the manual said they would. That got the whole room flinching, because if the simulator was ramping difficulty, the next group up was about to inherit a problem. The screen flashed, Groups 3 and 7, you're live. 2 couches emptied in unison. A sharp blue-haired boy and a blonde bruiser rising like they'd been waiting for that exact call. The blonde announced Simon Falench's name like he was reading a verdict, and the blue-haired boy answered with nothing but a hard stare. He tilted his head, calm as a held blade, and claimed his turn. But the blonde bruiser snapped first because someone somewhere had suggested he gave up his spot to protect her pride. Of course not. His fist answered before his pride did. 1 down. The scoreboard didn't care. Group 7 got called next, and 4 teammates stepped into the darkened holographic arena under cold spotlights, an unseen voice announcing their supporting positions were about to be marked. 3 yellow rings flared onto the grid floor at their feet, flashing bright and trailing sparks, the supports locking into place. The blonde, the dark-haired boy, and the pink-haired girl with the bat-wing hairpiece stepped into their rings without flinching, calm and focused. A silver-haired man in a dark suit turned to the long light blue-haired woman and asked if her fighter was ready. Malin startled, sweat beating at her temple, and forced out a shaky confirmation. A concerned voice off panel told her to get it together. Quiet, a breath held between panels. The simulation kicked off with a green screen blast. 4 fighters in matching black and purple uniforms materialized on glowing orange circles inside a forest clearing, and a massive horned beast was already watching them from behind. The battle had begun. Its fist slammed the earth like a boulder dropped from the sky. The Cyclops roared tan skin, single white horn, glowing white eyes, built like a walking mountain. The blue-haired girl, Malin, charged straight at it, shouting for everyone to get ready. She whipped back to her teammates, eyes wide and locked in, asking if they still remembered the strategy. Our boy just smirked, fist clenched, calm as a grave, because he didn't need to worry about a thing. The team locked into their roles and meant it, the pink-haired girl planting her feet, magic circle blazing between her palms, fully committing to the support slot, which meant letting the bone constructs do the heavy lifting at their flank. Then the Cyclops answered with a shockwave that painted the whole sky orange, and the team watched it roll in. Nobody breathed. The pink-haired girl couldn't even find the words for what she was seeing. But Malin took the hit face first into the grid, and her teammates were already screaming her name across the arena. The kid hit the floor like a sack of bones, and the silence that followed was deafening. Because that was it, Group 7's first virtual battle was done, the system already rotating to the next act. 4 teammates stood there in matching polos, heads bowed against a swirling blue backdrop, and even the system itself gave them a tired little weary for their trouble. But the real fight had been ugly. A massive gray Cyclops swinging a club like it wanted to flatten the whole arena, and a single bone sword skeleton planted in the dirt absorbing every ounce of that fury, so Simon could buy the rest of them time. And our boy looked up at the feedback window with the quiet horror of a kid who already knew what was coming. Because that little however on screen was doing a lot of heavy lifting. The rest of the squad had flinched, smiled through their teeth, and quietly fallen behind the curve of the fight. The plan in their heads was clean. Exhaust curses to lock the brute down, dark flare to finish it, neat little sigils, textbook coordination, the kind of theory that looks beautiful on a chalkboard. Except reality didn't read the chalkboard. Too many whiffs, not enough polish. Down the hall, classmates stood frozen at the simulator doors, and somebody offered a polite little thank you into the awkward silence. Then a pair of upperclassmen lit up with a wow hey. As Group 7 shuffled out, the blue-haired girl catching the attention with a confused little blink, because it turned out the hallway had louder fans than the arena did. And those fans were losing their minds over a blonde kid named Hector, standing on a pile of twitching monster remains like he'd just conquered the world. The scoreboard agreed. 4 minutes flat, full damage, 98% barrier held. A glowing letter A with 4 emblems, low difficulty farm for a kid built for this. Group 7 walked in on that victory lap, and Kami's bat wings practically wilted. She let slip a quiet "I'm so jealous" as they passed him, and Hector caught every word. He tossed them a toothy side glance with a little snicker, the kind of smirk that said he knew exactly who was watching, and exactly how much better he just looked doing it. 2 teammates squared up, one of them laying the plan out calm and clear while Simon listened like the run depended on it. Their captain locked eyes with the squad and laid it flat. They weren't leaving this sim without the win, and every curse in the book was on the table. The room held its breath on that promise. Because the Cyclops wasn't playing along, 2 exhausts stacked into the bastard, and it kept coming, stone arm already mid-swing. Dick's voice cut through the chaos begging Malin to move, because she was about to get flattened. Malin, dodge. Use that darkness spring trick from magical combatology now. The monster was already blurring toward her. She launched herself across the grass, arms out, betting everything on a move she'd barely practiced. Meanwhile, the curse stacks were running dry, so the call came down. Kami, drop persistency, dump everything into the layered curse. They needed the burn, not the uptime. Kami's reply landed clean and cold. Okay, Dick. Except the Cyclops didn't wait for the curses to stack. It hauled that wooden club overhead and brought it down like a falling tower. Dick caught the full force of the swing and went airborne. He hit the dirt in a crumpled heap at the beast's feet, groaning into the ground. Lying there, eyes wide, he barely had time to register what just hit him. The impact cracked through the whole arena like thunder. Somewhere off-panel, a shaky voice breathed out, "That was close." Final attempt. The silver-haired commander made the call and the demon girl beside her accepted it without flinching. Then a dark-haired teammate stepped forward, hand on his chin, that familiar grin already forming, and asked the room to hear him out. His golden eyes burned with certainty as he pitched a plan to guarantee the win, the kind of confidence that only lands if you've already run the math 3 times. A fist tightened in silent resolve, and the group committed. The rest of the squad wasn't so sure. The blonde protested he'd never stacked multiple incantations before, and the demon girl stammered that she was in the same boat. So the plan's first move was pure misdirection. Summon rabbit-bone constructs and throw them at the Cyclops like chaff, buying every precious second the casters needed. The beast caught sight of them and roared, and a tiny skeletal rabbit latched onto its shaggy leg, climbing for purchase while the squad agreed to commit. It scurried higher, a pale skull clinging to fur and claw. Up the monster's flank it crawled, using the rough forest terrain as a ladder toward the one-eye, buying ground the casters couldn't afford to lose. Back inside, Dick and Kami took positions, and Simon told Dick to fire his specialty, enchant, to layer the curse stack even deeper. Kami thrust her hands forward, and a 6-pointed rune circle erupted from her palms in a corona of blue, every ounce of her reserves pouring into the casting. Dick mirrored her, sweating through the strain, an identical blue circle blazing from his hand as dark energy coiled tight around him. The Cyclops had enough of toys on its leg. Its fist came down like a meteor, bones crunched into bloody splinters, and the distraction ended with a wet, rattling crack. "Seventh rat, you're up," and with the rest of the squad already chewing on its legs. Simon flicked them forward, and the swarm clicked into a single rolling avalanche of bone. But the Cyclops wasn't impressed. It snarled down at the rats clinging to its hide and reached for the club. Kami lit up both palms at once, twin violet circles spinning, and called for cover while the line held. So Simon broke formation on purpose, scattering the skeletons across the ogre's flank to spread the aggro thin. Which bought the casters the only thing they needed, a confused giant looking the wrong way. And Malin stepped into her circle, crimson tendrils whipping outward as her flare finished charging at last. The Cyclops screamed. A red mark blazed across its chest and the beast folded around the pane. That was the window. A blast readied behind the line, 2 shield pentagrams already up to catch the counterstrike. And then the spell dropped. Exhaust barriers snapped into place over the casters, runes blazing against the dark. Our boy drove the flare forward with both hands, golden runes screaming under the strain. The circle detonated, a wall of crimson fire swallowing the whole frame. One eye wide, already too late. Boom! The Cyclops vanished inside the blast, and Simon's last call rang out. "Duck, Malin, 4 layers of exhaust should catch it." The Cyclops lunged with everything it had left, a shaggy avalanche of fur and fury aimed straight at Malin, but the call to duck cut through the roar before the swing landed. That voice cut through the chaos, an unseen commander seizing the run by the throat. One blue and white sneaker hit the dirt, ignition magic flaring to life beneath the sole, because Malin trusted the order and tried. Then the world went sideways in pink and purple. She dove for the ground anyway, teeth gritted, throwing herself beneath the brown wall of fur crashing in after her. The Cyclops bared its teeth and roared for its pack to run it down, like this fight was already won. Malin hit the cliff path sprinting flat out, the giant's club legs stomping right alongside her, until blue energy detonated behind them both and an exhaust barrier slammed the Cyclops in the face. Kami pointed forward, a bead of her own blood trembling on her fingertip, and called for a hematic screen to blind the beast. Got it. Locked. No hesitation. Group 7 reset on the markers, Dick's shield up, Malin flanking low, as a crimson whip of an attack carved straight toward them in a single sweeping arc. The Cyclops got a blindfold snapped across its eyes at the exact moment Simon's name cracked through the noise, something fast slicing past its face like a razor-thin promise. 2 skeleton cloud creatures perched on a chain-wrapped branch, straining for the trigger, shouting that they'd reached range and to pull, their little weight the only thing between this plan and disaster. A stone hand clenched the chain tight beneath the blindfold, bracing for everything that came next. Then the Cyclops swung its club clean behind itself, a wham that split the air and sent shockwaves tearing through the trees. Those two little skeletons swung wide on their chains right as the giant stomped past, perfectly timed, perfectly placed. And the Cyclops felt every bit of it, a choked, furious roar ripping out of his throat around the chain at his neck, his whole body shaking with the strain of a trap he couldn't see coming. Chainlinks ground against rock as the trap hauled that Cyclops to a halt. Two skeleton soldiers dangled off the beast's leg, chains wrapped tight, and an unseen voice barked for Dick to enchant the bindings before they snapped. Dick shouted back on it. Kami thrust her palm forward, blue light blooming into a glowing array, and the enchantment slammed into the chains with a clean, ringing pulse. Purple sigils crawled up the bindings, locking the monster's neck in place, and the Cyclops bellowed, legs buckling under the weight of its own pinned body. The beast strained and snarled against the enchanted chains, and a voice cut through the chaos ordering Malin to finish it, now or never. Malin staggered forward, chest heaving, half a curse dying on her lips before a red inferno swallowed her whole. Pale hands reached over a blazing pentagram, and the magic answered her with a single furious demand. Die already. Malin threw her arms skyward, screaming as dark red tendrils coiled around her body, and the power dragged her voice into something barely human. The detonation tore out of her as a raw, guttural roar that shook the field. A white-haired girl stood her ground against the wall of fire, feet planted, fists clenched, taking the full blast head-on. Kami, Dick, and a red-haired classmate gawked as the flames cracked and roared behind them, the Cyclops snarl finally choking into a fading growl. The beast staggered, red streaking its face, single eye blazing with the kind of fury that meant it had nothing left to throw. It pitched backward with a thundering thud, smoke and ember light ripping from its body, and the white-haired girl didn't flinch as it fell. The three students watched from the dirt, the dust still settling around the lone fighter. The Cyclops lay broken on its back, cyan shards flickering out of its corpse, and the field went quiet for the first time in 7 minutes. The simulator chimed success, 648, 100% damage, 4 green badges, and chat, that was a clean run. And the squad erupted, that was the win cry of the whole team. Because a perfect run meant perfect trust, and every grin in that circle was earned. They had synced their curses, covered each other's blind spots, and finished what Kizan said couldn't be done together. The cursed Cyclops wasn't done, and it let the whole arena know. Red fire choked the sky, swallowing everything but rage and smoke. Malin planted herself on cracked stone, arms wide, swallowing that inferno head-on. Kami, Dick, and the rest of Group 7 braced behind her, bloodied, exhausted, refusing to flinch. Then it came into view, one eye, twin tusks, and a grin that meant somebody was about to die. That thing was a walking natural disaster, gray-skinned, horned, red energy peeling off it like steam, and our silver-haired girl stood underneath it like she had a death wish. From the ground, Group 7 looked up at the monster's legs and tried to remember how to breathe. But the readout told a different story. Simulation suck. 6 minutes 48, full damage, barrier near max. We did it. And then the dam broke. Malin, Kami, Dick, Simon crashing into a single group hug, laughing like they'd just robbed a god. A glowing panel rolled the verdict down for the world. Congratulations on clearing the Cyclops, Group 7. Even the sim acknowledged what they'd pulled off, turning theory into a working plan mid-fight. And Dick threw Simon a thumbs up with a little tap that said everything words couldn't. Up in the booth, 2 faculty watched the replay in silence, one of them holding the silver tablet like she was already drafting notes on their future. The eval praised their curse-stacking instinct, then cracked the whip, fixed the sloppy parts, train harder, strengthened that black magic, and Kami was already fist-pumping before the screen went dark. Malin beamed beside Simon and our boy tipped a grin toward the booth. Okay, thank you, Professor. Back in the lounge, the whole floor wanted a piece of them, classmates crowding in, twin-bun girls sprinting towards Simon shouting his name, and Group 7 was officially the talk of Kizan. Cindy lit up the second the dust settled, smacking her teammate's palm hard enough to rattle him, because yeah, that run had been ice cold and everybody in earshot knew it. But her blue-haired partner wasn't riding the high. He'd seen the whole thing from the cheap seats, and honestly, half of his own teammates had been moving like they didn't know the playbook. Somewhere in that crowd, a blond kid was grinding his teeth so hard the enamel almost sparked, watching a clean A rank get handed to a team that, in his eyes, hadn't earned a single second of it. Back at Kizan, the Darkness Dynamics Hall was already kicking everyone out for the weekend, golden candelabras flickering, as students filtered past arched windows thanking the prof on their way out. Because the second the crowd thinned, the blue-haired girl from Valencia cut straight to Kami, because something had happened during that simulation, and she needed to know. Kami's eyes went wide because, yeah, she'd actually been offered the same thing, and she'd politely told them to kick rocks. And that was exactly why Simon was standing there with that calm little half-smile, casually sliding his way into a sparring partner, which made Kami glance up from the floor, caught off guard by how smooth the pitch had landed. Dick wasn't having it, grumpy wave, raised eyebrow, grumbling about whether their little necromancer prodigy actually wanted in on this. Simon didn't flinch, just locked eyes with the merchant in training and pressed him about Dick's side hustles, then tossed out that he just wanted help catching up on Miss Prep. Meanwhile, deep below Kizan, a torch guttered against scratched stone and old runes, the kind of silence that only lives in places built to be forgotten. He'd come to fear. The little blue-skulled familiar drifted out of the dark to greet him, and a hulking shadow with sulphur-yellow eyes leaned in close, warm as ever, offering to take a look at whatever skeletons he dragged down this time. But the real welcome party was the mountain of looted steel-piled floor to ceiling behind that toothy grin, and the shadow's jab about whether he'd come down here to train or just to redecorate. He laughed plenty of skeletons to throw into the battalion. The towering Reaper lifted a skull by its spine, blue fire trailing behind it, and the answer came back simple. They broke in simulation, just training damage, fixable. Every skeleton healed and ready, the shadow figure gestured toward its novice student perched on a crate, suggesting a human-type frame for the next drill, and warned him to pay attention, because this one would hurt. Today's lesson was control, juggling multiple summons at once. The Reaper spread its arms wide and asked the obvious, how many could this kid actually command right now? His head throbbed, and every order felt like lifting a boulder with his mind. The towering shadow leaned down close, patient as ever, and told him not to stress quality over quantity. Even one or two skeletons were enough if he owned every motion. So the exercise dropped to a strict 2-skeleton rotation, nothing more. Into the rune-carved arena he stepped, 2 red bandana skeletons flanking him, one already missing its legs. The standing skull cracked a grin, one blue eye blazing, jaw dropping into a challenge. Amber eyes locked on, mouth set hard, accepted. He launched himself skyward, magic circle blazing to life, as both bone blades came in from the flanks. Steel screamed, 2 swords met midair and blew apart in a shower of blue sparks, shattering the arena's silence in a single ring. Blades ground against each other, and the Reaper's voice cut through, keep pushing, don't let up. A skeleton blurred forward at terrifying speed, sword high, catching its target flat-footed. Nobody tracked that rush. Wood found bone between the glowing eyes and the skull split clean down the middle, one down. Bone met bone and screamed blue fire, 2 skeletons crashing into each other hard enough to rattle the rune-carved walls behind them. The red bandana fighter stumbled back, sword arm shaking, because his opponent had just opened a lane he didn't expect. Then the spear side came down on him like a verdict, one brutal overhead slam, bones shattering under the blow, the victor raising its arms in cold triumph over what was left. Simon dragged himself up and threw it in Fear's face. That thing had cheated, running more than 2 at once. The Reaper didn't flinch. 2, always 2, just like Simon. Those words landed, and the math started doing terrible things behind his amber eyes. He replayed the duel in his head, sword swinging, spear thrusting, sword again, and the answer clicked into place like a trap closing on his own fingers. A name for it, cross-operation, fast-swapping control so 2 attacks stitch into one. The trick was the commander itself, shuffled across the field to stretch the leash. Pairs of skulls swapped in clean arcs across the diagram, 2 fighters, 1 will, attacks layering so fast the eye saw a single storm where there were really 4 hands. He chewed his lip, staring the lesson down, the red bandana boy standing by waiting on him, Fear humming a low what now from the shadows. 2 hands pressed, fingers threaded raise. Arms locked in climbing reach. The swordsman and the spearman slapped palms, a perfect yellow snap of 2 bodies moving as one mind. They turned to Fear with bone thumbs up, asking if they'd nailed it, and the Reaper just sighed a long, tired geez. But the Reaper squared up anyway, flame crown burning bright against the stars, and told his pupil the fun part was about to start. Real combat now, no more drills. Time to find out what that borrowed body was actually worth. Beneath Kizan, the lesson's goal was clear. Master the cross operation, a technique that swapped control between summons so fast the strikes stacked into one. And with that locked in, the crew took the party topside. 4 teammates sprawled across a grassy clearing littered with burnt logs, catching their breath after hours of drilling. The silver-haired girl, Kami, Dick flat on his back with his arms raised, and our boy Simon nursing a drink. Malin gave Simon the credit for how much tighter his command had gotten, and Kami nodded so hard her canteen nearly went flying, vouching for the glow-up too. Simon blinked at the praise, half-dazed. Yeah. He smiled that nervous, sweaty smile of his, clutching his bottle like a lifeline, while they grilled him on who exactly had been training him in Rockist, and he stammered out a flustered confirmation. Then came the real question, off-screen and sharp, who taught you? Because Malin and Kami already had the answer in their heads, eyes sparkling, faces lit up like they'd figured out the cheat code, and they were dying to say it out loud. Somebody down in that classroom was about to say something stupid. Somewhere nearby, scorch marks and stray magic residue told the whole story for them. Whoever had schooled Simon was no small-time caster, but a proper master of black magic. And that brought out a young man in a lightning motif shirt, watching from the tree line with the smuggest half-lidded grin known to man, because apparently, in his own head, the kids were obsessed with him. Except the real teacher surfaced a second later, Fear's skull mask glaring in, volunteering with zero hesitation to school every last one of them, and casually joking that if they died and joined the battalion, all the better. Which obviously got immediately shut down. Fear's laugh cracked the air and 2 girls lit up in response, a blue-haired girl deadpanning that she wanted in on the lessons, while Kami watched the whole circus unfold and just muttered that it was petty. And sure enough, the voices piped right back up. Dick, still flat on the grass, hit Simon with the cold reality. 1 bad grade and he was out of Kizan, so whatever private lessons he'd been getting, that secret was going to the grave with him. Which only made Dick madder, scrambling back to his feet and demanding a rematch on the spot so he could prove he didn't need a private coach to keep up. Malin threw her fist in the air, fired up and ready, and Group 7 rallied to match her energy. Then the next day hit, and so did the end of the protection period. Dick counted the days out loud, uneasy, because the clock had crawled to 19. An instructor dismissed a kid on the spot, flat out said he had no business being at Kizan. Some loudmouth in the back took it as a chance to pounce, barking at the fallen student to get lost. Dick barely got the word out, the count had hit 20, and the whole room felt it snap shut. 20 students gone in a single day. 2 girls sprinted uphill, lungs burning, shouting for a professor who'd vanished on them, the kind of morning that broke you before class even started. And every squad on the field was running the same brutal drills, because a point deduction from Hongpeng meant another mark on the permanent record, and at Kizan, permanent meant exactly that. Malin, silver hair plastered to her face, glanced back at the blonde wheezing behind them and cracked the first joke of the morning. He always lagged, but never this badly. Simon called her name, told her flat out to ease up, because if she pushed any harder, she was the one who wouldn't get back up. Which she answered by blowing past him, so fast his own sprint turned into standing still. Behind them, the blonde kid screamed like the campus was cursed, because tomorrow's performance assessment was the kind of test that didn't give second chances. Simon grit his teeth. Kami was about to become a problem. The training yard was quiet, 2 old stumps and dirt, and the kind of silence that only came before someone confessed something. Kami fluttered down on her little wings, pole in hand, blinking at Simon hauling logs like a farmhand. He told her he'd drilled the exhaust curse all morning, while Malin ran drills until her legs almost quit. Because Malin understood something Simon couldn't fix for her. Dark Flare came easy, but a Cyclops fist didn't care how much mana you carried, so she'd sworn she'd learned to dodge on her own 2 feet. They'd studied together after sundown, Kami half asleep at the window, Simon grinding through notes, while a bare tree swayed outside like a ghost refusing to leave. Malin hadn't just studied with them. She'd gone back to her room, sat at her desk, and written through the entire night beside 3 little potion vials. And the question wasn't whether she'd slept, it was how she was still breathing. She hadn't, not one wink. When they'd cornered her, she just smiled, held up a tiny vial of purple, and shrugged. An awakening potion did what willpower couldn't. And now she was running again, hair streaming behind her, every breath another brick in a wall the rest of them couldn't even see yet. Admirable, sure, but there was a but sitting in Simon's chest he couldn't quite name. Because that kind of fire burned in one direction, and the question was no longer whether Malin would outwork everyone. It was what she'd burned down to prove it. Malin flagged him down mid-drill, hyping something she wanted him to see, and Simon turned with a confused huh. She flashed that calm, confident grin, the one that meant she was about to do something stupid brilliant, and told them to watch. Then she launched off a burst of dark energy like it was nothing, leaving the 3 of them rooted to the grass in pure shock. She coasted down into a clean slide landing, while Kami clapped like her favorite idol just showed up on stage. Malin spun back toward Simon for a verdict, and honestly there was nothing to fix. She'd nailed it. And the disbelief on her face said she'd needed to hear that more than she let on. Kami swooped in for the high five while Simon sat back and called her amazing, and Malin's whole week just got made. The drill ground stretched empty under a pale sky. Those white shoes were planted on the grass like the feet of someone who had practiced this 100 times, because she had. A breath of stillness before she spoke again. That look on Simon's face, half surprise, half the slow dawn that the girl in front of him had not come to cry for help. The weight of a new resolve settling in. Kami stood framed against a star-streaked sky, every line of her sharp and steady, the same kid who had fainted in class, suddenly something else entirely. And then the quiet after a promise. Simon stared back, half-lidded, the kind of look that said everything he couldn't, because there was nothing to say to that kind of conviction. That resolve was tested the next morning, when Professor Zimmern broke their rest without mercy, calling Malin's name like a starter pistol, and Group 7 scrambled to their feet. No rest until the next goal. Simon's silence said everything his tired legs couldn't. This drill was going to break someone. His jaw set, sweat dripping, the look of a boy choosing not to quit. Somewhere on the hillside, yellow flowers caught the breeze, and the morning almost felt kind. But by the time the run ended, Simon was on his hands and knees in the grass, gasping out to Professor Zimmern like a man begging for water. Zimmern just beamed, flexing an arm built like a siege weapon, bragging that her skill had leveled up since she first learned it, pure teacher energy. Simon looked up at her with the flat skepticism of a student who has been lied to by a coach before, really. He forced an awkward laugh, until a giant boot thundered into frame, and a voice screamed for the professor, because the drill apparently was far from over. Over on the training grounds, a gray-haired instructor broke the news. Some girl had rolled her ankle during drills. A cheerful ponytailed girl volunteered to check the injury and called out to Zimmern, telling him only constant practice would sharpen his edge. But Zimmern cut her off mid-sentence, stepping forward with real tension in his jaw and asking flat out where Malin had gone. The pink-haired girl with little wings froze. She'd been tail end of the group the whole time. The blonde beside her backed her up, adding Kami had come looking for Malin too. Silence, nobody had an answer. Zimmern's head snapped sideways, alarm flooding his face. The ponytailed girl tensed, muttering under her breath as the pieces clicked. And every gaze drifted toward the same empty space. A Kizan student had gone down mid-drill, and the whole squad had wheeled to a halt around her. Word that it was bad rippled through the crowd, 3 kids frozen wide-eyed, nobody sure what to say. And then Kami's voice cracked across the courtyard, raw with panic. Malin rode piggyback on a buddy, silver blue hair spilling forward, a thread of blood on her lip, and her right leg bound ankle to knee in white wraps. She was hurt, badly, and everyone knew it. By the time Group 7 had her propped on an infirmary bed, the doctor was already writing a verdict, a brutally sprained ankle, and her name was Ms. Malin Villing. The doc didn't sugarcoat it either, crutches for the foreseeable future, lectures only, no fieldwork. Dick's jaw hit the floor and Kami looked 2 seconds from tears, because crutches meant Malin was benched. But Malin wasn't having it. She hopped toward the door on one leg, swearing she could walk fine and rejoin hands-on training, her stubbornness outpacing her injury by a mile. Kami scrambled to keep her upright, but Malin's good leg was already buckling, and the color was draining from her face. The doctor watched her wobble and made the call. Malin bit down hard, tears building, and tried to pull rank anyway, her words framed as an order, not a request. The doctor didn't blink. His patient came first, full stop, whatever she thought she could handle. Her fists locked white-knuckle on her lap, every ounce of pride fighting a losing battle. Kami watched her mentor crack, and the guilt hit her like a truck. She was the reason Malin had pushed this hard. Finally, quietly, Malin exhaled and gave in. One bandage step at a time, she was walking it off whether her body liked it or not. Malin came to find Simon alone in the back room, and the air between them was already loaded with everything she hadn't said yet. He didn't waste a second on pity, felt sorry meant wasted time, and wasted time meant tomorrow ate them alive. His fist clenched at his side because the truth was, she hadn't done this to herself. The blame had a name and it was his. Malin cut in hard. There was another way, and she would not let this be the end of Group 7. Kami and Dick snapped at the same time, voices overlapping. A whole week drilled into one formation, one set of positions, and now she wanted to throw it out the window with zero explanation. Tomorrow wasn't theory, it was a live Cyclops, and the plan they'd bled for didn't transfer to a new lineup. Simon bit the question back into himself. If this was a joke at his expense, fine, he'd take it, because nobody in this room trusted him less than he did. Malin's voice broke through like a whip crack. The lowest grade in the evaluation was on her, and she would not let Simon carry that weight into tomorrow. She owned the injury, owned the arrogance that caused it, owned the risk of expulsion, until someone in the room slammed the door shut on her. Kami shut it down cold, one sharp phrase that filled the room and refused to let another word of self-destruction land. Dick stepped up beside Loring, a little surprised at himself, and asked if the group would hear him out. The room went quiet as he offered to be their fighter tomorrow, no hesitation, no conditions. Every head turned at once, Simon wide-eyed, Malin frozen on the ledge, Kami staring from the front because nobody had seen that one coming. And Roke Island held more gathered ruins than anyone expected. Nephtes had outdone herself again. The teams crept through the cracked corridors on pure stealth, every footstep a gamble. Which meant when the blonde kid and the purple-haired elf girl caught their first glimpse of the scope, awe hit them sideways. Roke was tiny, but the bones under it were anything but. Then the elf girl's eye went wide, because she had just clocked the full picture. At the head of the march, the blue-haired girl and a dark blue boy stood locked in tense silence, watching whatever was coming next. Which made the blonde lean close to his elf friend and whisper something soft, pity, plainly, for whoever had drawn the short straw ahead. The blue-haired girl drifted past classmates clutching their whispers, her face stone, her silence heavier than theirs. Meanwhile, Cindy's pink-haired cheer cut clean through the dread. They were going to be okay, because they had to be. Because faith was all they had left, and the blue-haired boy laid it out plain. Trust Simon, full stop. His hand stayed pressed to his chin, thinking 3 moves ahead, the way Simon always did. Team 6 cleared. Then the call came down, Team 7 step up. Simon, Malin on crutches, Kami and Dick walked it out together, weeds crunching under their boots. And chat, you already know the whispers started the second they hit the floor. The crowd saw Malin's crutches and got loud. Because somewhere in that crowd, the stern blonde student was grinning, at least this way, they'd finally get the score they deserved. Dick stepped up first, steady and calm, telling his team they had nothing to worry about, his voice carrying the easy confidence of a man who meant it. Because Kami and the brown-haired fighter stood shoulder to shoulder at his side, ready to back that promise with everything they had. Which left Malin, crutches and all, lifting her chin and calling on her team to fight with everything they had until the very end. The arena answered with a snort that rattled the bones, a hulking one-eyed beast, tusked and drooling, hauling itself into the light. A second tower of stone and muscle rose behind it, bellowing as a magic circle bloomed overhead, and the evaluation was officially underway. 4 students, 1 wounded striker, a monster twice their height staring down at them. An iron chain slammed into the cracked floor, the judge's warning clear. They could tap out whenever the weight got too heavy to carry. But the only reply was an eager shout, because nobody on this team had any intention of asking for the exit. Simon turned his back to the creature, raised his hand, and the skeletons came surging forward in a tide of bone and blue-eyed fury. The beastman roared back, a savage primal challenge that shook the air itself as the exam officially ignited. Simon met the first charge head-on, his fist smashing clean through a leaping skeleton's chest with a crack that sent it spilling across the floor. Which was exactly the play. The broken pieces clicked and locked together in a practiced formation, rattling into a new shape while the enemy recalculated. A boulder the size of a cart came hurtling down, smashing bone and stone alike in a green-shocked instant of impact. Dust and debris scattered as the beastman hauled the next stone back, grunting in confused frustration at a defense that refused to stay dead. Simon caught the edge of that one and went down hard, slammed across the stone with a bang that echoed through the hall, and Kami's voice cut through the chaos, screaming his name. The Oni beast threw its head back and roared, dusting the whole arena in grit and broken stone, while two mages in the back braced their circles and realized this thing wasn't a sim at all out here. It picked its own targets. Because in the real fight, it doesn't care about the undead. And that meant Simon had a very personal problem coming at him. The thing had been gunning for him from the jump. So when Simon looked up and saw a bare-chested, horned nightmare looming over him like a collapsing building, the math got simple fast. That red eye was locked on him and him alone. He threw himself backward just in time, a shockwave of rock and dust blasting past his raised knee with a sickening thud. But the real damage came from above. One of his own skeletons hung upside down in the air, bones crackling apart like kindling, and the Oni watched it fall with a grunt. The ribcage hit the ground and the Oni tilted its head, genuinely confused, because a blue slash was already cutting across the debris toward its face. Somewhere in the spiritual noise, a giant bone hand reached for a little armored figure nobody was talking about yet. And Simon felt it in his teeth. His mana was scraping bottom, the exhaust range creeping up on him like a closing door. So Dick and Kami thrust their hands forward, blue circles blazing, pouring whatever they had left into the next cast. A second beast, this one reptilian meaner, caught the brunt of it and howled, dark energy chewing into its hide as a whoosh ripped through the air. And Simon, running on fumes and fury, locked his eyes forward and gave the only order that mattered now. He launched himself into the orange haze, weapon arcing a massive ribbon of dark blue energy straight down at the Cyclops' skull, and the thing finally looked up at him with something like fear. His skeleton crashed the party a heartbeat later, a long-haired white blur driving a brutal strike home with a boom that shook the bricks loose. Then a pale hand clamped down on a wooden pole, knuckles white, the thump of contact ringing out over red and black impact lines as the fight found its next gear. Dick Haywood came in spinning, that crystal-tipped spear cutting a blur through the air. His whole leg came up wrapped in blue energy, loading every ounce of rotation into one shot. He launched himself at the Cyclops from above, spear aimed straight down at its skull, because the whole fight hinged on landing clean. The spear tip cracked home bright, brutal final. The beast's face split open under the hit, blood sheeting down its cheek, and a low groan escaped its jaw. But the Cyclops was already cocking that club overhead, and Dick was crouched below with nothing left to block it. His sneakers skidded on stone, so close and not enough. The counter blew him clear off his feet, hurling him backward into a burst of dust and rock. Simon carved down with his glowing blade, screaming that without the darkness the fight would already be done. His boot slammed the cracked floor, follow-through hammering the ground beside a kneeling teammate. Simon twisted back, a cold sweat on his cheek. Somebody was calling his name. He crouched low, eyes wide and teeth bared, because someone was shouting that something was coming straight down on him. The horned beast lunged from above, maw wide, one colossal arm swinging to bury him in the crater. Stone shattered under the impact, shockwave blasting dust across the whole arena floor. A status screen flickered, sword gauge nearly empty, shield already scraping 72%, alarm beeping loud. Simon looked up at a slab of stone plummeting toward him, debris raining on shattered ground, and something about this whole fight felt wrong, rigged, like a trap had been set. A student's voice cut through the chaos, addressing a professor. Something was wrong with the Cyclops itself. Because in a dark monitoring room, a figure stood before a wall of glowing blue screens, watching the beast rampage, and noting it wasn't taking the curse at all. That realization spooked a man in a gray coat, who rushed forward in a panic, only for the seated officer to silence him with a calm order to just watch. A pale blue eye narrowed from the shadows, murmuring the word like a verdict. And a pen slammed down hard on paper, because fairness wasn't a virtue at Kizan, results were everything. The panicked man sweated through his hesitation, stammering about variables, fully aware the person in that chair outranked him in every way that mattered. Which meant when that authority spoke next, age meant nothing, the decision on the Cyclops was already made. Somewhere in the dark, a shadowed face grinned at the chaos unfolding below. Meanwhile, a weary woman in military blue rested her head on her hand and laid out the cold logic. What mattered was that they were Kizan, and Kizan adapted. Her legs stayed crossed, perfectly composed, while students bled below. A nervous young man offered his piece, trust them, just watch, hoping the patience wouldn't cost anyone a limb. The woman lowered her gaze and dropped one word. Apparently, someone had already realized they needed to change. Back on the field, a blue-haired boy sat crumpled on stone steps, blood dripping from his arm, a massive spotted beast looming right behind him with murder in its red eyes. Feet in white slip-ons rested on cold stone, barely moving. Because something was already wrong, and our boy could feel it crawling up his spine. Dick's face went slack, his mouth falling open on a name that wouldn't come. The Cyclops grimaced through its pain, debris flaking off gray skin as it braced itself for what came next. Slumped against the wall, Simon told them the curse wasn't working, so they might as well give up except a blue-haired teammate, and the blonde pushed into the chamber behind him, insisting the truth was already obvious. Those blue eyes stared him down, tearful and unflinching, asking if he'd already realized it. A pale hand tightened on a dark thigh, fingers curling as a whisper of disbelief escaped. So Simon dragged himself up the stone stairs, every breath a negotiation, the beast's cracked silhouette looming behind him like a verdict. Then that bloodshot eye snapped wide, and an unseen voice ripped through the chamber with a single furious order to do whatever it wanted. The blue-skinned beast roared, a thud shuddering through it as whatever plan it had walked in with got thrown out the window. Because Simon wasn't waiting on tactics anymore. He planted himself on the stone pillar, dark-haired and undaunted, the monster's body heaving above him as the ground kept shaking. White sneakers stepped forward into the dust, and a surprised voice cracked out a what. That startled golden eye found its mark through messy bangs, and the plea came desperate and raw, help him however you want. Someone was reeling, because they had just watched Simon Valencia stand his ground when every rule said run. He was balanced on a stone pillar, locked in front of the cursed Cyclops like a kid trying to stare down a god. The Cyclops had had enough restraint. One bloodshot eye filled the frame, and whatever leash had been on it snapped clean. It slammed face first into the stone and came up screaming, because the thing had just thrown the entire playbook out the window. Behind Simon, the beast hauled itself upright with its club, and the thuds of its rising turned the whole dungeon floor into a drum, every prepared tactic gone. Simon stepped back in his sneakers, and his voice cracked on the only word left. But he didn't run. He leaned into the roar and begged that unseen ally for help by any means, anyway, whatever it cost. And then he moved, not away from the monster but straight toward it, amber eyes wide with something past fear. Somewhere off the battlefield, an unseen ally stepped forward in the dark and threw their lot in with Simon, because the kid had earned it. And a fist clenched, someone was about to swing. Kami's fang caught the light as she winked, blood on her fingertip, vampire style. She was cleared hot and loving every second. Dick hurled a glowing blue bomb screaming Simon's name, because this was his fight now, and he was not about to fumble it. Skeletal soldiers crashed into the alleyway behind the beast and drove the line in deeper, dust and wood splintering on impact as fierce veterans answered the call. Somewhere an off-screen voice shouted its approval, "Nice enchant, Dick," because the bench had turned into a war room. Red blades screamed past the Cyclops from every direction, pinning it down, and for the first time all match, the monster looked like prey. The cursed Cyclops staggered, ropes biting into gray skin, a glowing red X carved clean across its torso. That hit landed and the beast knew it. Focused now, while it was still reeling. Simon gritted his teeth, scratch still fresh on his cheek, and hauled every last drop of mana upward. Blue fire erupted behind him like a second sunrise. He swung, and the spell screamed off the blade in a full-force arc. The staff punched clean through the monster's back, red slash marks scarring its skull from the impact. One amber eye went wide. Professor Bahil, he called into the dark. Arms thrown wide, he roared the summons into the crimson-lit air while skeletal fingers clawed up through the stone beneath his boots. And the dead answered. A tide of white-boned, blue-eyed skeletons poured forward with rattling blades raised high, hungry for the order to kill. They charged through the haze with weapons cocked back, and gratitude burned in every glowing socket, thanks fear. The leading skeleton drove its polearm down in a brutal arc, commanding the swarm, "Everybody attack." The brown-maned beast reared up, roaring at the wall of bone rushing its flank. Spears punched into its hide, and red blood fountained across the fur. The monster groaned. It had never been outnumbered like this. A jagged blade came down next, splitting fur and spraying crimson across the orange-lit arena in one savage cleave. More stakes slammed home in a flurry of impacts, the beast's red eye rolling as blood jetted from every fresh wound. And then the scream came, a raw, ragged, animal howl of a creature finally understanding it was about to die. An eyeball burst from the carcass, snapping open wet and jagged-toothed, and the Cyclops had a passenger. Gee, it snarled, all hostility, no restraint. Across the dungeon's deck, a blonde student turned to his crew with a grin, asking if they'd cooked up yet another trick for Group 7. His red-eyed buddy smirked against a bruised sky, calling it sloppy improv, because Keesan's lunatic squad always had one more trick. But Simon, battered and scraped across the stone, couldn't take another trick. He needed a way out, and he needed it now. His grip was off, his breathing ragged. This was not how it was supposed to go. Then the skull-faced ally drifted into view through the dark, lecturing calmly that a real necromancer could pour willpower into any dead thing, bones, dust, even garbage, and make it obey. Simon threw his fist forward, sweat and blood on his jaw, because that same iron will could also shape feelings, rage, hatred, the blackest malice a heart could hold. On the other side of the room, that malice had a name. A wide golden eye burned in the red, and from the crowd, one desperate voice screamed, "Kill him." Steel answered the scream. Red-tipped claws carved through the ranks, sending blood and ribcage fragments spraying wide. Back at the arena's edge, two girls froze on the spot, one awed, one stunned as a tall, unfamiliar figure stepped into frame beside them. Seconds later the dirt answered with a sick crunch. Skeletons tumbling, a ribcage torn clean off, and blood mist hanging in the air. The infected Cyclops slammed both palms down, unholy rage pouring off it in waves, and started hunting for Simon across the broken field. It hauled a boulder-sized slab overhead, and brought it swinging down at the stubborn little necromancer who refused to back off. Simon exploded into motion, a black blur launching sideways under the falling rock. Kami's voice cracked behind him, "Simon," and he didn't need to turn around to know what she was seeing. His teeth clenched, his face flushed, too late to dodge, too late to call for help, every escape slammed shut at once. Somewhere in the dark, a voice cut through with an incantation, darkness elemental, dark frost. The blue-haired girl watched, jaw slack, bathed in cold light as raw power unfolded right in front of her. Simon spun toward the threat and froze, because a colossal shadowy hand was descending on him from above, wreathed in blue energy at his feet. Ice cracked upward against the sky, jagged and violent, answering the summoning with a sound that split the air. Then it hit, a full wall of ice erupting between Simon and the nightmare behind him, booming as it locked into place like a fortress gate. The barrier glowed blue across the whole arena floor, and Simon stood on the safe side of it, still breathing. He gawked up at the wall he'd just willed into existence, stunned, while a teammate's voice rang out, "Keep going, Simon." The blue-haired girl leaned in, fist clenched, fire in her chest, "Don't stop. You will win," and that was the push he needed. Because behind the wall, a voice cried, "Thank you, Malin," and the beastman screamed as ice spears punched clean through his body. But before anyone could celebrate, a dark-haired ally screamed one word into the chaos, "Now," and the wall began to shatter. A pink-haired girl's face, blood streaking from her nose. Then the flames roared around her, crimson and violent, and she unleashed it, Ursula hematic magic, her own blood becoming the weapon as it poured from her eyes. The screen tore red, a brutal arterial slash across the whole frame. The horned beast caught dead center in a gore-soaked execution stroke. The attack had a name, Bleeding Overflow, carved in dripping pink letters over the carnage. And when the red cleared, Kami was staggering, half-conscious on a blonde teammate's shoulder, the beastman groaning and broken behind them. She gasped through bruised lips and blood, leaned into her ally, and gave him everything she had left. "It's all in your hands now, Simon." Simon lunged forward, shouting for Kami to back off, because if that thing was still breathing, he was the one taking the hit. Because instinct was faster than strategy, bone fragments, and a horned skull punched up through the cracked stone, riding speed lines straight out of the ground. A second ogre ripped free, dragging itself up through rubble and blue light, while a teammate's voice rang out, "Restore," which meant Simon never gave it the chance to finish standing. He hit the jaw first, a full-power bone-nail punch that tore a chunk clean off and sent the beast reeling. Teammates could only watch in awe, because the man who'd been begging for help 10 seconds ago was now the one dishing it out. Pinned to the floor by glowing blue crystal spikes, the ogre groaned and bled out, and Simon called for a Narvia potion to seal the kill. Two runners broke hard across the arena, the blue-haired girl whipping a glowing yellow vial overhand like a strike of her own. It shattered against the ogre's gray hand on cue, and the healing wash lit its wounds bright, except Simon had asked for the potion to keep the thing alive, not out of mercy. Sweat pouring, chest heaving, he begged whatever was left inside that monster to just stay down, because the clock was running out and so was he. But the gray hand twitched against the bloody floor, answering him with the only word it had left. A blonde, elf-eared humanoid dragged itself upright, single horn gleaming, blood drooling from its mouth against a sky that had gone the color of a wound. And it roared, still standing, a sound that snapped every jaw in the arena slack. Simon stared, frozen breath pouring from his mouth, because the math had stopped working. So a blonde teammate hurled him one last option, a crescent blade sheathed in dark purple energy, screaming for him to take it. The handle met his palm with a clean clack, the dark smoke curling, and the wielder's voice cut through the chaos with a vow to end the darkness. His grip tightened on the hilt, and every ounce of force he had left fed into the strike. 10 minutes, that's all the enchant gave him, and the clock was already screaming. So he ran, legs screaming, lungs burning, blade trailing that purple fire behind him like a promise. The horned beast took the hit clean to the chest, crystals shattering off its hide, blood and debris fountaining into the red sky. A blonde fighter reeled, staggered clean off his feet by the shockwave. Which meant our boy was already on the stone, face down, the sword skidding from his fingers as both legs just quit on him. He crawled. Behind him, two teammates bounced on their heels, screaming his name, begging him to get up and finish this. But it was a different blonde who answered, red eyes locked forward, ignoring every plea to stay back. And then heels hit stone, a clipboard a crest. A purple-haired instructor cut across the battlefield like she'd been waiting for exactly this moment. And behind her, one terrified dark-haired student already knew this wasn't going to be clean. Simon. His name ripped through the red air as our boy looked up, bloodied, gritting through the pain, refusing to die on his knees. And a hand in a black vest tightened into a fist, ready to rewrite the whole fight. Simon drove his blade forward, teeth bared, every last scrap of fight left in him thrown into that swing. Except something behind him had just snapped wide awake, and the kid caught it in the corner of his eye. His legs folded underneath him mid-charge, the sword scraping stone, and the burn hit his muscles all at once. That 10-minute enchant had just clocked out. And the horned Cyclops answered with a descending fist the size of a coffin, blood still painting its knuckles from the last boy it ate. Simon looked up into the thing's face and understood, with the cold clarity of almost dying, that there was no dodging this one. But a cyan rune circle lit the floor beneath him, and a voice split the chaos, Kami, screaming his name like a lifeline. He dropped to one knee at the center of the glow, sword flat beneath him, arms gone dead, and the magic rose to catch what his body couldn't. Cut to Simon in the rune chamber, blue hair, fresh clothes, silver blade ready, and Fear's voice barking at him to jump. He launched, steel overhead, and came down with everything he had into a frozen blast point blank. The white-haired beast took the strike right to the skull, red blade, blue explosion, impact enough to stagger a monster twice his weight. But the recoil caught him flush, air slapping his face, arms burning from the shockwave of his own hit. And the thing just shrugged, hoisted a log the size of a telephone pole, and turned to bring it down on his head. Simon's eye went wide. That was the look of a man who'd run out of answers in a hurry. One heartbeat, that's all the gap he got. Then a red and white blast ripped through the beast and launched it backward. Somebody had answered before Simon's number came up. Pink hair whipping through the blast, Kami was right in the kill zone. The horned monster hit the ground like a meteor, stone splitting beneath it, because Kami's counter had landed clean and full. The system registered the trade, 93% blade integrity, 7% of something else draining fast. Simon staggered back through crumbling rock as a voice he trusted screamed his name to get moving, the dungeon coming apart around him. He stood there swaying, dust drifting, legs barely holding. His hand reached out toward anyone, toward anything that could keep him upright. And there in the ruin of the arena, Simon clenched his fist and declared with a fury that shook his own voice, what he was unlike any necromancer. Then everything went dark and sharp at once. The training chamber remembered him differently. Simon planted, fist raised, bone shards orbiting him like a personal storm against a cracked blue wall. But Fear's skeletal hand came sweeping in, blade dragging behind it, dwarfing him entirely, because the lesson today was bigger than him. Speed lines collapsed downward. The bone sword locked in, point down, charging the finishing thrust. And the bone claws spread wide behind a kid, far too small to dodge what was coming. Crimson split the dark, a single clean vertical cut. The horned blonde beast's face split open from brow to jaw, blood spraying wide, red eyes still wide with shock. The slash carved through its throat, the horned thing was done. The horned cyclops was broken, bleeding from a dozen wounds, roaring on its last breath as it slammed a dark-armored figure into the stone with a sickening crunch. But the beast had nothing left. It tipped sideways with a heavy thump, and the system banner blazed to life. Group 7 had cleared the hunt. Hunt complete, Group 7 stood tall. And our boy Simon, wrecked, gasping, running on nothing but adrenaline, threw his head back and roared the only words that mattered. We got it. Fist in the air, relief like oxygen after drowning. Dick Haywood didn't walk. He launched himself at Simon in a teary, grinning tackle hug, bawling about how proud he was, while a flash of light blue hair hovered at the edge of the frame. The blue-haired classmate stood there flustered beside a giggling Kami, who beamed that she'd known they'd pull through. Simon, from behind, fumbled out a clumsy congratulations at himself. That same classmate just froze, sweat dropped, tiny gasp, brain fully offline. Dick threw an arm around our bloodied, scratched-up Simon, who looked ready to melt into the floor, while Malin hovered behind them trying to force words out. Then Kami swept Malin into a hug and Dick piled on, gushing about how amazing she was, how sorry they were for yesterday, and how her ice spell had been the coldest, most gorgeous thing he'd ever seen. Kami's grip on Simon's shirt tightened. She wasn't letting go anytime soon. And Simon just laughed, eyes closed, hand on his shoulder, finally letting the wind wash over him. Two blank monitors hung on a tiled wall. Somewhere somebody was watching. Later, Malin, Simon, Dick, and a brown-haired peer stood at attention in uniform, listening while a professor wrapped up the debrief on their practical assessment. A stern, sharp-eyed student stepped forward with a black folder and laid down the law. At Kizan, results were the only thing that mattered. A blue-haired classmate stood beside Simon, both reacting to something the viewer couldn't hear yet. The dark purple-haired instructor was running down the board now, praising one student's spiritology work like it was the cleanest thing she'd seen all week. Two girls up front accepted it with nervous bows, sweat beading at their temples while they thanked the professor for not tearing them apart. Behind them, two more students blinked, caught flat-footed by praise that never should have been aimed their way. The instructor kept her cool, tapping her folder and reminding them teamwork mattered more than any single spell landing clean. Simon gawked, jaw on the floor, while the blonde beside him stared dead ahead like the whole thing was a personal insult. The blue-haired girl tilted her head, one bead of sweat on her cheek, and asked flatly whether any of that actually mattered. Some blonde kid in the corner sputtered, mouth open wide enough to catch flies. Across the academy, Group 3 stood at attention while the chair behind the desk handed them their final grade, an A+, delivered like a verdict, not a gift. And the announcement hung there, waiting for what came next. 3 students in the hallway chewed on the math, a barrier gauge north of 90% on the fighter, and suddenly Hector was the ceiling everyone else had to climb past. Hector took it with a quiet grin against a backdrop of golden spark, dropping a single line, "Great work," like he'd already known the number before the speaker opened their mouth. Someone off to the side squeaked a tiny thank you, voice barely catching the air. Then the hand on the clipboard turned a page, and the final name on the list was waiting, Group 7, last on the sheet, last to be judged. Kami winced beside Simon as an unseen voice read the run cold, 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and a barrier gauge that had been a disaster from start to finish. Their leader laid it out plain, that run had been reckless, a mile off from any sane strategy, and there was no spinning it pretty. So Simon bowed his head, swallowed the sting, and delivered the verdict himself. Group 7 had been graded D. And his only follow-up was the quietest thank you he could manage. But something in the room shifted, and his eyes snapped wide, because that wasn't how this was supposed to end. A paper slapped the desk. The room full of uniformed students froze as one voice cut through the silence with a single word: autopsy. The purple-haired instructor looked up from the report with a grave expression. The curse on that beast had already been lifted. He sat back, coat pooled in his lap, letting the weight of that sentence fill the office. Except the creature on the slab wasn't done being terrifying. Its power had spiked right before it dropped, a temporary surge that made the wind look a lot less clean. And the scattered bones on the floor were proof of exactly what that thing could do when it was at full strength. Whispers crawled through the crowd of watching students, nervous eyes trading the same unspoken question: did Group 7 actually survive this? The blue-haired girl cut through the noise with the administration's ruling. Based on the autopsy, that Cyclops had been classified at a completely different threat tier. Kami, Dick, and Simon stared as the truth landed. They just fought something on par with a red Cyclops, and the room erupted around them. Uniforms shifted, fists clenched, and nobody breathed. Because somewhere in that crowd, a single purple eye was watching them, cold, calculating, and far too interested. Right beside him, a blonde ally with red eyes stood rigid, struck dead silent by what that classification meant. But the blue-haired girl wasn't having it. She spun toward the whispers and started shouting them down, Kami hovering anxiously at her shoulder. A figure of frost and crystal had been the silent MVP, shielding a teammate, though the instructor scolded that teammate for letting herself get hurt through sheer overtraining. Despite the injury, Malin's spirit on that leap was undeniable, blade cracking the beast wide, and the score she'd earned reflected it. The blue-haired girl smiled wide as 80 points landed as her personal reward, bright-eyed and openly delighted at the result. Dick Haywood charged forward with a roar, throwing himself into service. He turned to the professor with a small, grateful sweat drop on his cheek, the picture of polite relief in an academy full of calculated killers. Backlit against a blood-red sky, a crowned silhouette stood like the narrator of a massacre, and honestly, someone had finally played the damage role the way hematology was meant to be played. The pink-haired elf girl clasped her hands to her face, tears welling and cheeks flushed, every ounce of her broadcasting a gratitude so earnest it almost hurt to look at. 2 girls at the edge of the crowd just gawked, equal parts awe and disbelief. Now the feed cut to that stone stairwell, where the dark-haired boy stood before a colossal, tusked Cyclops, and the narration laid it out clean. He'd shown he could roll with chaos and still keep his squad alive. Footage of him leaping through dust with spear in hand, a shadow blade trailing close behind, proving he could weave darkness and raw motion into one brutal buying-time dance. His boned soldiers crouched low and carved into that thick leg, opening wounds on purpose to trigger the bleed condition. Bone hit stone in a spray of red, pure savage cleanup. Then came the kill shot, boy driving upward into the cracking chest, bone spikes jutting from the giant's ruined torso, stacking technique after technique into one ugly, beautiful finish. Speed lines, blood arcing from a screaming maw. The Cyclops finally broke because that stubborn dark-haired kid refused to stop swinging until the thing stopped moving for good. The chapter closes on a flash of color, the world going warm. A perfect individual score, 100 points. Simon stood there, still bleeding, still bruised, and the number on the page said he'd just been crowned the best in the room. Which meant the silence couldn't last. because the crowd had an opinion. And one of them, a sharp-jawed upperclassman with gold braid on his collar, was already turning, that quiet smirk saying he'd been waiting for this moment. The reaction was instant. Classmates crashed into our boy like a wave, jumping, grabbing, lifting him clean off the tiles while Hector's crew howled from the edges of the plaza. But one silver-haired student in the stands wasn't celebrating, and he spat Hector's name like an insult before a sharp voice cut him dead. Across the plaza, the red-eyed blonde from the fight stood under a bloody sky, grinding his teeth so hard the sound carried. Then the same kid cracked a sunny grin, flushed and cheerful beside a silver-blue friend, promising to rip someone's mouth out and meaning it as affection. And just like that, the courtyard was pure chaos. Simon buried in a dog pile of purple collars, screaming, laughing, alive. The whole gang was out under the stars, pink-haired Camibarez, dark blue-haired Simon, a brown-haired girl in black, and Dick with his buddy, tankards raised, toasting straight A+. Kami nearly choked on her drink, leaning in with this huge grin, because someone had just dropped a rumor that made Simon's whole face go blank. The ponytail girl raised her rune-marked tankard like a trophy, ready to explain her little score. Dick was already smirking. He leaned over with that tone, the one that meant trouble, and pointed out Simon's professors absolutely despised him. Kami beamed, nodding fast, ready to put in the work, whatever the assignment was she was in. The brown-haired girl laughed it off, daring them to ask whatever they wanted, and Dick crept closer with the smuggest grin imaginable. Dick burst out laughing, and poor Simon nearly jumped out of his seat, because he already knew nothing good was coming next. The ponytail girl settled them down with a grin, dead-eyed and calm. Professors were human, she said. They had favorites and they had names they couldn't stand. Dick laughed it off, scratching the back of his head. He raised his tankard, sweating, begging for mercy. "Can we please just drink?" he asked, voice cracking. She just smiled, eyes closed. She was only teasing. Then she reached out and ruffled both their heads at once, swearing she loved every last one of her students equally. Just a campfire, a few log stools, and a family trying to breathe easy for one night. But Simon looked up, quiet, hand warm on his shoulder, and asked if there was good news. Then the entire group froze, Dick wide, Simon stunned, the blue-haired girl sparkling, and Kami practically vibrating with her little bat wings perked. Whatever she said next, it changed everything. Every Kizan student knew the drill: 5 days off campus, one mandatory request fulfilled, and a fat envelope waiting to swallow whoever got sloppy. The blonde spelled it out for his buddy on the walkover: 5 days to grind requests, stack up some pocket change, and pray the deans were feeling generous. Because nothing screams easy week like a maid serving wine, while a glowing pentagram threatens to blow your socks off at breakfast. The dark-haired kid blinked, caught between the magic circle and his own growing suspicion that this briefing was about to hurt. Kizan handed out the grade, the client handed over the gold, and our boy standing in the middle caught both arrows. The blonde was still smiling, clearly convinced this was the easiest system he'd ever gamed. Step 1, complete at least one request, which sounded clean until the rest of the list showed up. Skip the work, and those E-grade chumps were your preview of coming attractions: crying, screaming, paperwork nightmares. Even the golden-haired optimist felt his stomach drop. He looked up at the sky like it owed him an answer. The whole courtyard was buzzing, students clumping near the notice board like flies on bad meat, ready to grab any assignment that let them dodge actual studying. But the dark-haired buddy spotted their blonde friend across the path and called him over, friendly as ever. The blonde lit up, gave him a buddy nudge, and pointed. "There it is, you gotta see this." Taped right there on the wall, a fresh notice pinned under the lantern, waiting for every student with functioning eyes. White envelope, Roke Island, easy stroll for beginners. Blue meant dark alliance work, red meant neutral zones crawling with priests, and black. Black was a one-way ticket straight into Holy Federation territory where the clergy wanted you dead on sight. Crowded the mission board, where a single bad grade could end a Kizan career. One unlucky kid was already getting the panic call: grade slipping, expulsion letter waiting, please professor, just one more chance. So missions were no joke. Pick one, commit, deliver, or explain yourself forever. 2 classmates traded a quick handshake on the stone path. Bro, deal sealed, easy grind energy. Somebody was already hawking a werewolf cleansing gig on Roke Island, begging for a party of 3 to bite the bullet. But somewhere else entirely, a darker game was already in play. A silver skull pin caught the light, the mark of FER, a name whispered like a curse. Those eyes flared blue and mean, because whoever owned that badge was declaring themselves master of an undead battalion and dared anyone to challenge it. A sharp-dressed young man with amber eyes and a gold-trimmed blazer agreed. The generals under that banner were genuine monsters, the kind of predators generals in any army feared. The hierarchy was brutal. 1 skull at the top, 4 lieutenants below it, 16 more beneath them. An army of the dead organized like a corporate ladder, built for war. He grinned bright as he confirmed the count, our boy a little too pleased with his own trivia. But his smile soured fast, because those generals were rampaging across the continent, and that meant trouble was coming straight for him. A kid with his whole reputation on the line walks through the courtyard, already plotting which island mission to dodge. He collides with a wall of muscle, some blonde tank in a vest, and plays it off with a wince and a wink. The blonde just stared down at him in silence, which somehow made it worse. Then the big guy dropped a name, Simon Valencia, like he'd been waiting for this exact bump. His eyes flicked to the red-pinned missions behind Simon, and the slow O that followed meant he already knew the play. Our boy didn't flinch, just stood there with that unreadable face, running the math on how badly this stranger knew him. The blonde grinned sideways, wished them well on the mission like he'd already bet on the outcome, and those red eyes made the farewell feel like a threat. Then Simon said something off-panel that stopped the tank mid-turn, leaving him glancing back with a real question on his face. Our boy flashed a half-smile over his shoulder and told the stranger to stay safe out there, polite, cold, and gone before it could get weird. The blonde flinched at that, a whole silent ellipsis worth of recalculating who he just bumped into. Simon walked off toward the board, the blonde and a green-haired kid watching him leave without a word between them. Back at the corkboard, Simon muttered that he had no idea either, and a blonde girl and a green-haired boy nearby weren't listening. He stood alone in front of that sea of red notices, weighing what his abilities could actually handle. A beat of silence before the next card. Simon drifted back to the board, alone now, scanning the colored slips like they owed him answers. His hand moved on its own, flipping a blue request, and the title alone hit him like a slap, a missing persons case. Young women found as drained husks, the last investigator vanished, a thread worth pulling if he had a death wish. The board swallowed him in color and quiet. Simon stared at the page, sweat breaking across his jaw because the picture on it looked right back at him. A gaunt woman in a torn white dress, fangs out, eyes glowing, it had to be her. Some random stranger asked to. Simon couldn't answer that yet, but his gut already had. An ancient undead at the head of a spider legion. Yeah, this was way above a D-rank refund. Under a full moon she stood, black hair drifting, red eyes blazing in the dark Erzibet. And at her feet, a carpet of oily black bodies scuttled over the rocks, her kids, each one born hungry. Whatever she was feeding them, it hadn't been volunteers. On a desk lit warm as a confession booth, dried bodies lay in photograph after photograph, and his own ring finger tapped the table. In a wood-paneled office, a hooded woman spoke with a broad man about the dead, like they'd been discussing this for years. She pulled her hood back at the word goddess and revealed some old mustachioed handler behind the curtain. Except the real player stepped forward, silver-haired, cloaked, crossbinned Ellen Zyle, second year, taking the case at all costs. Belt cinched, gold buttons gleaming, a girl dressed for a war the Academy hadn't noticed yet. Mission day had finally arrived, and the dark-haired kid stood outside a professor's office, exhaling the kind of breath a man only lets go when the gate finally opens. Inside, he took up his quill at a desk buried under a mountain of paperwork. The purple-haired professor at that desk didn't look up from her writing, just asked, flat and dry, whether he'd come about a mission, and he confirmed it, addressing her by title. He slid his stack of signed papers across to her, practically jogging to the chair. Leaning in, pen scratching fast, sweat already beading, the professor cut him a look and asked if he was a little too quick to boast. But he straightened up in his academy blazer, hand to his chest, and gave her the kind of promise a Kaizen student only makes once. Then the confidence cracked, just slightly a bead of sweat, a frozen quill. Because the purple-haired instructor wasn't the type to be convinced by posturing, and she told him so flatly. She didn't need reassurance, she needed a reason. A blue letter was drafted, sealed beside the inkwell. That same letter landed in the trembling hands of a wide-eyed dark purple-haired boy, who stared at it like a death warrant dressed up as permission. The purple-haired instructor regarded him in profile, her voice carrying a single warning. She hoped he wasn't misleading her. He looked down at the letter, voice tight with gratitude and dread, and thanked her for trusting him. Relief broke across his face as he turned to a blonde companion and confirmed with a breathless smile, yeah, she'd actually let him go. 5 days. That's what they had, and from a misty forested overlook, the case ahead looked a long way from solved. Down in the brick plaza of the academy, the purple-haired boy stood beside his silver-haired companion, thanking Malin for her concern, while the 5-day clock already ticked. The blue-haired girl from his own house caught him mid-walk and got the wrong end of the stick entirely. Simon backed off fast, hands raised, claiming he meant nothing of the sort. She shrugged it off with a wink, one finger raised like she'd already solved whatever problem lived in his head, and told him it'd be easy. Then she flashed the golden Kaizen crest pinned under her cloak, all pride and ceremony, and reminded him whose academy he was walking through. Simon broke into a nervous sweat. Kaizen, of all people, schooling him on Kaizen. The girl just smiled at his blunder and didn't miss a beat. She waved him off down the columned path with a promise to see him next week, and Simon called after her not to get hurt, because that's what you say to family, even distant family. He hadn't taken 2 steps before someone else stepped into his path, a blonde figure blocking the colonnade, catching him cold. A blonde girl with a white feather in her hair peeked out from behind a pillar, green eyes bright, greeting him like an old classmate who hadn't seen him since matriculation day. She'd been waiting on the bench, hands folded in her lap, and her startled little O told him she hadn't expected to run into anyone either. So she did the polite thing, offered her full name and title like a formal introduction card. Cern Eindark, official successor of the Ivory Tower, special admission number 2. Cern gave a gentle smile, one hand pressed to her chest, finishing the introduction with the kind of warmth that made the formality feel almost human. Her hands settled back into her lap, quiet now, the green lattice framing her like a portrait while she waited for him to respond. Simon cleared his throat and offered his own introduction, Simon Valencia, from Les Hill, and an awkward caption hung in the air between them while Cern managed a polite little laugh to cover it. Then he asked something that turned the conversation sideways. He'd heard she'd been looking after someone named Malin, and the question landed like a dropped glass. She kept her warm, eyes-closed smile and asked him to please keep taking good care of her, as if he hadn't just blindsided her with a name she hadn't expected. But her green eyes popped open a second later, startled, teeth peeking through. She had no idea who Malin was, and the silence that followed said it all. Because Malin was a Kaizen student too, same academy, same classes, same injuries earned side by side in the field. His whole chest tightened at the sheer coincidence. But Cern just smiled, calm and collected on that balcony railing, like she hadn't just dropped a bomb. A teleport warning blared in his ear, and Simon braced himself, sweating through the last seconds before the light took him. She saw right through him. Cern's smile sharpened, her form lit up by the teleportation glow, and the world went white. He came to under a sunny sky beside an ivy-strangled signpost, runes humming faintly green. His first thought, delirious and awed, was that this Cern carried herself like royalty, some ancient queen dropped onto a dirt road. And our boy stood there frazzled, half his brain still back at the academy. She laughed behind her hand at his wrecked expression, and he decided right then he never stood a chance socially. That's when a grinning skull popped out of a compartment nearby, all glowing eyes in mockery. Fear, jammed into a suit of silver plate far too small for him, immediately started complaining about the fit. Simon settled calmly across from the towering armored skeleton, because apparently a death knight in full regalia couldn't walk into town without causing a riot, which meant a disguise, cramped or not. He slid the request slip from its folder, the basics of any job. Gather intel, meet the client, follow the breadcrumbs. Their client was the town's lord, So the plan was simple: pose as a Kizan student, play polite, pry loose whatever the locals knew. So into the cobbled streets they marched, armor screeching with every step. Better to skip straight to paying for a lead. This case sat cold for a reason. Fear reminded him the old way was legwork, boots on dirt, the method Richard used to run back in the day. 2 fingers raised in a veteran's salute, turns out pounding pavement was usually the fastest road to the answer. The last option was buying it outright from a thieves' guild or an information guild, tucked away somewhere in that cliffside town. So the 2 of them rolled into the market square, hood up, armor squeaking, hunting for a friendly innkeeper who might point them to the right door. Simon grinned, bright and disarming. They were burning daylight, and the clock on this case was already bleeding out. Coat buttoned, red tie crisp, the picture of a polite academy student on an errand. They pushed through the tavern door, wood beams glowing amber, and the innkeeper looked up with a smile that meant business. Simon flipped a gold coin skyward and asked for the cheapest thing on the menu, wheat bread, nothing more, while fear loomed behind him like a wall. The innkeeper caught it clean, eyes still closed, and dropped a name, Thieves' Guild, like he had been waiting for somebody to ask. Simon crossed his arms and tilted his chin up, studying the man, and fear's shadow swallowed the innkeeper whole. Bare hand out, half-lidded smirk, and the air between them snapped taut like a bowstring about to sing. Blue flame licked across the table, and the innkeeper's easy smile cracked, because a kid had just outplayed him at his own game. Clang steel on steel, a promise. A boot hit the floorboards hard, and the innkeeper stumbled back, sweat pouring, suddenly realizing the coin had been a lure. The blade caught starlight and the demand was simple: tell us everything or don't. Simon dropped the cloak on and grinned like he owned the alley, with his silver-plated shadow looming a full head taller behind him. Nobody on that street clocked the kid as a necromancer. To them, the kid was just another cocky noble with hired steel. One hand tightened on a hilt, and the blade caught the dying light. The sun bled out orange over the rooftops, and somewhere beneath it, Simon exhaled like a man who just survived his first real hunt. They walked the cobblestones shoulder to shoulder, and Fear's voice cut low through the clank of plate. Clean work, kid, so let's pick up the pace. The trail was warm, the sun was cold, and the next move was already burning a hole in both their pockets. Simon flipped the book open and the grin died on his face, because the report told a different story than the rumors. No assault on the bodies, just young men drained dry for sport, which meant the hunter didn't want them. She wanted what was in their veins. Vampire profile, textbook clean. A pink octopus grinned down from a swinging tavern sign, and that was enough for Simon. Erzibet was in Arnish, and he'd bet his last coin on it. Through the door they went, and every bottle on the shelf rattled when Fear's armor hit the tiles. A barkeep straightened up, plastered a smile on, and welcomed them in like he meant it, which, knowing this town, he probably didn't. Arms folded, Simon met the blonde behind the bar and asked, real casual, about the special menu, the kind of special that didn't end up on a printed list. A coin spun across the counter, flipping end over end with a silver wink. The blonde's hand froze mid-reach, because a friendly-looking customer flipping coin wasn't the kind of friendly he was built for. Boot met stone, then stone again somewhere below, stairs going down. The corridor smelled like old wine and older trouble, and the cloaked kid didn't say a word because 2 crossbows were already aimed at his chest. The guild wasn't a tavern, it was a business, and business didn't run on smiles. The blonde swung a side door open, grin still nailed in place, and waved them through like polite hosts escorting guests to a private room. Chandeliers lit the place like a cathedral. A brass armillary sphere caught the glow on a round table, and a blonde woman in red turned to greet them as the lady of the house. Gold hair, violet eyes, choker tight at the throat, she finished the welcome with a smile that didn't quite reach them. She stood full length in that slit red dress with a dagger riding her thigh, arms crossed like a merchant who'd already counted the cost of every soul in the room, and decided most of them were for sale. Our boy walked into the lion's den carrying plate armor on his back, hood up, playing the part of a buyer with coin to burn, because coin was the only language this guild spoke. His pitch ran longer than the room deserved. She let him finish before she answered. The woman in red took a moment, fingers against her chin, weighing what the kid actually wanted: every corpse, every whisper her guild had buried about the case. Everything, she repeated, letting the words sit there like a price tag she hadn't named yet. Which meant it was about to get expensive, and she was already wondering if a first-year Keysen brat could bleed that much gold. A pause stretched between them. More silence. In a different hall, a nervous student with the same dark purple hair caught wind of a name that made his stomach drop, Keysen, tangled up in whatever mess this guild was selling. Scene shift. Back in the guild, the blonde sighed like she'd run this con 100 times, the recruitment notice going out, the students walking in blind, the same sad dance every season. Footsteps clicked across the floor, closing the gap. Our boy leaned in close enough to cut the pretense, the woman tilting her chin up to meet him, and for one beat the whole room held its breath. A beat of hesitation, neither moved. Then his hand came down across the wood, and the question landed like a blade. Her. Blank. He didn't sit. He didn't haggle. Simon planted his hand on the table, voice low, and asked the one question that would either crack this room open or get him killed. The blonde caught his wrist before it landed, smile still perfect, thumb pressing his pulse like she was reading him. Cute try, kid, not cute enough. Blank. Then Simon flipped the script literally. A blue request slip landed on the wood, and with it, the ugly truth. Young women drained to husks, the last investigator vanished, the case bumped to B rank because nobody else would touch it. Arnish had a problem and the guild had buried it. And that was why the guild boss was sweating in a back room, because the new client wasn't a customer. He was the job walking back through the front door. Outside, Simon clocked two locals chatting in the street, casual, friendly, way too relaxed for a town where girls keep disappearing. But those amber eyes had already locked on the real play. Time to lay the cards down. Because someone in this town had been feeding the guild a very clean lie, and the whole town swallowed it. The blonde in red, that was the linchpin. She said nothing, which said everything. So Simon closed the distance, caught her by the jaw, and pulled her close enough to feel her heartbeat spike. He didn't think she was some helpless pawn, not even close. A single silver coin rolled under his finger onto the table, payment, proof, or a promise, depending on what she did next, because she didn't look incompetent. She looked like the one running the show. With fear looming at his shoulder like a wall of steel, the kid posed the only question that mattered. Am I wrong? She stammered, hands up, playing innocent, and that little reach from off-panel said she was reaching for something under that dress. So he asked again, am I wrong? Then the mask dropped. He had her by the head, her perfume and her panic filling the space between them, and he promised her a very simple future, truth now, or he tears this whole pretty guild apart brick by brick. Simon leaned close to the guild's mistress, voice low enough to cut. Blue-haired and sweating under the black cloak, our boy stared her down, every muscle wound tight because one wrong word, and the night swallowed them both. She only smiled, closed-eyed and calm, brushing a long braid over a red dress that screamed money, a woman who had ended careers with prettier gestures. Her hand settled on his arm, and the warning was velvet soft. Every risk from here was his, and he still wanted the truth. He did, so she slipped away behind the curtain to reveal it. Purple eyes flicked back one last time, asking him to wait a moment. And then the curtain swallowed her whole. Simon stood there, flustered and dripping sweat, while fear leaned in from behind with the punchline already wearing a grin. They could track Erzabet. The skeletal commander burst out laughing, and our boy went pale, because nothing about tonight had earned laughter yet. Then Simon glanced back, and a dark-haired stranger behind him was forcing his own arm up with a sickening crack. Because the man's chest tore open from the inside, spider legs unfurling through the gore, red eyes blooming in the cavity, and his final words named the woman they had just met. Erzabet herself. Fear was already in motion, silver armor catching the chandelier light as the colossal weapon carved downward, SFX streaking the frame, and Simon watched from below with his heart in his throat. Bloom, the hit landed clean. Except the real threat was already on the floor, two corpse spiders, Erzabet's children, red eyes gleaming as they rushed the stone tiles. Fear and Simon regrouped beneath her shadow, a tall, pale woman in dark red watching from above with a polite click of heels and spiders mapping the walls. She tilted her crown down at them, spider legs rising behind her like a twisted halo, and told the Keysen boy it was a shame, because she wouldn't be seeing him again. Because the woman who stepped out wasn't a barmaid at all. She was Erzabet herself, pale and regal, cracked markings crawling from her eye like she'd been broken and remade in the dark. She moved first, a blur of red across the whole room. And Simon had half a second to scream his partner's name. Fear answered before the sound died, armor clanking as he stepped square in front of his master. Then the ceiling came alive, a flood of black bodies pouring down on them, too many to count, too fast to dodge. Fear didn't need to dodge. One sweeping blue arc of his blade carved the swarm clean out of the air behind Simon's back, and the spiders hit the floor in pieces. The room went orange with scattered husks, and Erzabet herself looked up at the knight in silver with a soft, delighted recognition, because the man holding that blade wasn't just some hired steel. Fear leveled one armored finger straight at her throat, voice low and furious. What kind of sick operation was she running in a town this small? She didn't flinch. Shadow spider legs fanned out behind her like a second skeleton, and her flustered little "oh gosh" collapsed a heartbeat later into a cold demand her battalion returned right now. She refused, and the room temperature dropped with it. That single red eye burned through her hair, markings spreading across her cheek like ink in water, and the smirk said she was done playing polite. Then something heavy came crashing down with a crunch that shook the walls. The hall erupted in a red rumble of dust and small black shapes, and Fear's voice cut through it all. "Duck, boy, now." Because Fear answered, and Erzabet's ambush met steel instead of blood. Our boy ducked as a towering knight in featureless silver plate crashed the chandelier with a broadsword raised to kill. She screamed as the blow landed, a raw war cry ripped out of her by pure pain. And the hall went dead silent. Erzabet staggered, spiders still crawling across her bare shoulders, mouth slack, eyes wide. The vampire who'd hunted this guild into being had just been checked for the first time in years. Which was exactly the opening Fear needed, and he brought a gray fist down like a hammer, crushing a chitinous limb beneath it as he told her everything she was filth from human company. Then the knight straightened, and the room got colder, because that wasn't just any soldier standing over her, that was a general of the battalion, a man who believed the Legion was will itself, immune to doubt or mercy. And Fear answered his own question with a name he hadn't used in years. The hall held its breath. So while two titans argued philosophy, our boy sweated through his collar, heart hammering, surrounded on every side by crawling black legs. And the shadows above the webs peeled back, a pale silhouette unfolding, a woman with too many legs who whispered a single name, Richard, like a curse she'd been sharpening for a decade. She dropped from the ceiling in a curtain of red silk and chitin, claws raised, fully transformed into the monster Simon had only ever read about in case files. And the Silver Knight answered her reveal with nothing but a quiet laugh. Steel met Fang the next breath, a crash that shook the rafters and split the silence wide open. Erzabet caught the flat of the blade across her forehead, blood splitting across her perfect face as her own eyes went wide with the shock of being outmatched in her own den. So Fear reached for her, a single gauntleted hand, cool and unhurried, because the fight was done and he wanted her to know it. Then he swung the blue-burning sword in a wide, deliberate arc, whoosh, grasp, catching her across the chest and ending her arrogance in one stroke. The starry-webbed ceiling spinning above her as the battalion's general reminded Arnish what an immortal soldier actually looks like. Two figures stood their ground in the smoke, and one opened with defiance aimed straight at the master of the battalion. The Silver Knight raised that black blade and asked if Erzabet had forgotten what he used to be. He pressed forward through the streaked light, voice trailing into the past like a blade dragging across old wounds. Erzabet's hair whipped wild, that dark crack splitting across her eye as the hit sent her reeling backward. She threw her hands forward, pink-white energy screaming from her fingertips like claws. He answered with one wide horizontal arc, black steel trailing pink and white fire, and the sound of it crushed the air, the way she used to crawl to him like a dog. She flew backward through her own shadows, arms spread wide, pink beams crossing the frame and carving her open midair. The crossing beams left nothing but a frozen instant of intersecting light. Crimson lasers piled on top of the wreckage, weaving a dense red web. And then came the heavy one, wham, the kind of impact that bends the air. The knight and the cloaked boy went tumbling backward through shattered wood and scattering spiders, tangled in red threads, and her voice cut through the chaos, calling Fear's power weak. She rose with spider legs unfurling from her back, smiling down at them through cracked ground and smoke, and said his seal had broken recently. Then she floated up into the starry sky, and fear shouted after her, but she only smiled and tossed back a farewell. Her final words drifted down from somewhere above, trailing off into the blue. That half-masked grin lingered against the stars, confident and cold, the kind of smile that promises a next time. Back on the webbed floor, Simon pieced it together. The whole information guild had been hers, which meant controlling the flow of secrets had always been child's play for her. The night and fear carved through a sea of black spiders on the stone wall, steel singing against chitin, but the swarm just kept coming. Simon stared up at the noise, amber eyes narrowed, and muttered to nobody in particular that this wasn't part of the plan. Because up above, an unseen voice admitted the real plan had been simple: let two monsters kill each other. Then the Spider Queen herself appeared on the arch, silver-haired, white-cloaked, calm as moonlight, and calmly told them the experiment had failed. She raised her staff, crystal blazing blue, and smiled the way someone smiles when they're done playing games. The crystal screamed with light, and she vowed to finish every last one of them where they stood. Simon recognized that staff, that light, and the grin. His blood went cold before his brain caught up. But she just laughed, cheerful as a kid at a festival, and fired the flare straight into the sky. A woman in white drifted into the light, serene and final, and whispered goodbye to them all. The blast hit like a second sunrise, and fear staggered, blinded, as the world turned white. The boy's hand hesitated in the dark, because he'd finally laid eyes on what was coming for him, and he had no clean answer for any of it. He stood on the lip of a cobwebbed stone arena, staring down at his armored escort and the cloaked stranger who had just crash-landed into his trap. He'd wanted the two monsters to tear each other apart, but luck, as always, refused to cooperate. Simon and Fear stood shoulder to shoulder against the dark, braced for whatever came screaming out of the night next. The silver-haired woman raised her wooden staff, blue gem aimed at the sky like a weapon begging to be seen. She named her target out loud and made sure everyone in the ruin heard it. Him. The crystal on her staff screamed awake, a single sharp buzz that rippled across the cobwebs and turned the whole arena blue. Our boy's eyes went wide beneath his hood, mouth slack, because he knew, in that half-second before the flash, exactly what that staff was about to do. And the woman smiled like she'd already won. Eyes closed, staff raised, white coat flaring against a flare that swallowed the sky. She was bathing in her own victory lap before the blast even left her hands. She even threw them a farewell, polite as poison, like she was leaving a dinner party and not detonating a crater. Fear hauled Simon behind the steel of his plate and planted his boots, and the world turned white. The flash punched a pillar straight through the dark, through stone, through everything. White took the world for a full, ringing heartbeat. When the afterburn cleared, she stood above a fresh crater of broken stone, surveying the damage she'd caused with the energy of someone who dropped a glass. The soldier and the little boy gone. Her aim, casually noted, had been off by a country mile. But she wasn't done. Crystal staff resting easy on her shoulder, eyes sharp and pointed, she pivoted her next hunt toward a new quarry, the spider monster lurking somewhere in her ruined arena. Her gloved hand tightened on the wood, and the cloak settled around her like she'd been born to this violence. Down below, in the cobweb dark of the archways, boots scraped stone and unseen voices hissed in horror, because a priest had just strolled into a case that was never hers to touch, and the whole night was about to catch fire. And far from that ruined hall, a dark-haired caster in a white shirt and red tie was already asking the wrong question. How would they ever track Erzabet down now? But the silver-haired woman with the jagged mark over her eye just smirked, because she'd felt Erzabet's darkness ripple the moment those skills flew. So the armored knight at his side planted his hand on the hilt at his back, tracking that darkness like a bloodhound, follow the trail, and they'd run Erzabet down for sure. Fear. Back in the stone hall, the knight muttered something close to a compliment. This kid was stronger than someone, at the very least. Because word was spreading fast, a grinning white-coated researcher raised his hand like a proud exhibit and named her a second year, the kind of rating that turned a simple hunt into an auction. Which meant our boy Simon, clutching his head under his cloak, suddenly understood why a 5-day request felt 5 years too short. until he looked up at the silver knight beside him, and the dread got a name, Fear. And that flashback silhouette told you everything, an undead kneeling before her commander, belonging to a battalion that had ached for a real human leader. When she'd first joined, that emotion had poured off her in waves. Then Simon's amber eyes snapped into focus, sweat beading on his brow, and the hatred he was meant to inherit finally made sense, I see. Which is exactly when the little white familiar twitched in the foreground, and Fear planted his gauntlet on his hip, because whoever had just arrived wasn't waiting politely. Two web-bound hostages, a brown-haired man and a teal-haired woman in a torn green dress, thrashed and screamed for anyone, to cut them loose. The armored figure in T-visored silver sprinted toward the cloaked kid, swearing he'd cut him free, but the kid looked blindsided. Because the rescue had a blade behind it, a sheet snapped aside, and the room heard that verdict. So the kid was on his knees beside a battered man in a torn shirt, the knight looming at his back, and the wounded man quietly asked if it was true, was he too soft? Only the dark edge of an answer showed. And the answer came hand in hand with a blade, a brown-hilted sword pressed into shaking, tearful fingers, and the order to cut the others loose. A wider sweep of that cobwebbed hall showed the full mess. Web-wrapped statues, a red banner drooping in the dust, freed captives huddled on the floor, a blue-haired woman still crouched low. The taunt pressed in. He didn't strike them as a rule follower, not after the Forbidden Forest, and the wounded man opened his mouth to answer. So he spoke plain. He'd come because his father's words had led him here, because someone who raised a boy like that doesn't raise a coward. Behind him, the knight's gauntlets tightened on his helm, flinching as the father's old warning echoed, "Never become a monster." That landed heavier than any sword. A slow breath of pale blue against the starless dark. Back in the candlelit stone hall, the kid, hood down now, white shirt and red tie, admitted someone had told him setting boundaries mattered. Beside him, the towering pale-armored figure with a horned helm let out a low, rasping chuckle. Our boy blinked, surprised. That advice, it sounded like something a very specific someone once told him, and the realization cracked his voice. So the skull-faced helm just stared back, hollow eyes burning cyan, and gave nothing away. But the knight's pauldrons caught the firelight as he leaned in, smirking beneath bone. Whatever the commander decided, the battalion would respect it. No leash, no override. Cut to pale moon hung over jagged peaks and a scatter of birds wheeling home, and the T's landed clean. Someone had finally stopped running. Beneath the moonlit stone arches, the reply drifted back, calm as ever. Running was the furthest thing from his mind. Because the story hadn't ended, and sitting alone atop a moonlit throne of rubble, a crimson-dressed blonde waited like she'd been expecting company. Two figures met her at the hall's mouth, a spiky-haired knight with a glowing axe and our boy in his dark hood, the one she'd sensed coming from miles away. So she decided to end it here, in the ruins she'd made her own. And that's when the camera caught what the darkness had been hiding, half her face consumed by a black skeletal corruption, cracked like a broken mask, while one calm purple eye stared on. But Simon didn't flinch. He stepped forward, amber eyes wide with something close to conviction, and extended an invitation he had no business making, asking her, point blank, to join his battalion. A single breathy laugh answered him from off-panel, the kind of disbelief that lands before a kill. Except she wasn't laughing him off. Rising to her full height, she towered over both of them and clicked her way upright, declaring she'd act reasons or not, even if it was the last thing she'd ever do. Which was when Simon went dry. Half-lidded, flat, entirely unimpressed, he echoed her word back at her and asked, real casual, whether she just implied he had no credentials for this. A single speech bubble curled open against nothing but white, her reply loading. So he gave her one. Messy dark hair, amber eyes burning, he introduced himself plain and clean, son of Richard Falencia and Anna Falencia. And that name stopped her cold. The corruption across her face couldn't hide the shock, a sweat drop on her cheek, eyes blown wide, like she just heard a ghost introduce itself. Her arm cracked, one sharp, deliberate sound, and she commanded the room to stop, not Simon, not the knight, the moment itself. Then the crack became a scream. She howled the word "stop" against a red-streaked sky, shrieking it at the very idea of a battalion, at him, at the name, at whatever Richard Falencia still meant in this ruined place. So our boy answered the only way our boy could. Full front, shouting, eyes wild with intent, he told her flat out he was taking her in, whether she liked the name or not. She glared back, fury cracking her face wider, mouth open in a yell, except behind her, unnoticed, someone in a dark blue uniform with white trim had already stepped into frame. And then the panel broke open. Speed lines, blood, a scream, a crunch, violence the camera wouldn't show, only the sound of someone getting exactly what they asked for. And in the dark, with a sickening crack, a pale blonde woman in a red cloak learned what happened when you stood between Elizabeth and her rage. Whoever was watching had a name for her, Anna, and a grudge older than this fight. Which meant when something answered, it answered big, a massive purple claw slamming down with the kind of force that meant this stopped being polite. Because Anna wasn't waiting her turn. She crouched low on broken stone, murder dripping off her in a single whispered word, while something small and red skittered somewhere behind her. Then that whisper broke open into a scream, her eyes blazing red as she lunged upward with nothing left but rage. And her skin had changed, a faint web of dark lines creeping across her throat. She launched herself forward, a black streak against an orange-streaked sky, moving like she'd already decided he was dead. But her target saw her coming. A dark-haired boy looked up just as Anna came crashing down from above, the air bursting white around her dive. His eyes narrowed, golden bright and locked on, and he read the angle of her swing the instant it whistled past his face. Elsewhere in the chaos, a skull-faced specter materialized in front of an armored knight, bracing a glowing teal blade against a hit heavy enough to rattle his bones. Something gave with a clean crack. The pink-haired bystander flinched as a blade tip whipped past her cheek, three panicked eyes stacked on top of each other, red mist still hanging in the air. A flap of cloth, a blink of steel and red kept flying. Then a dark hand reached down from a blood-red sky, carving straight toward Anna's back as she hung mid-fall. A black-haired fighter in teal armor swung downward through the frame, all speed and angle, shadows splitting around the arc of her blade. It landed clean. Anna went flying backward, arms thrown wide, three red eyes screaming as the hit ripped across her, and for one frozen second the girl who'd been the hunter was just prey. Dark hair whipped across a blue sky, he was already moving. And then his eye caught it, an opening, a chance. The staff came down in a brutal sweep, dust screaming off the stone. Dark energy flooded the weapon as he called his technique, darkness reinforced and hungry. He didn't wait for it to land, feet pounding rock, chasing the kill at full dash. The pink-haired woman took the staff straight through her shoulder, red eyes wide with manic disbelief. Two hands locked tight on the wood, no hesitation, no mercy in his grip. Blood fountained around the wound, and she gagged on the pain of a strike she never should have taken. A boot came down on her chest, pinning her to the ground beneath the spear's tip. He looked down at her against that bleeding sky and laid out the terms. Join the battalion or die right here. Staff still ready at his side, waiting for her answer. She glared up through gritted teeth, laughed through the pain and refused to break. But his eyes snapped wide, something dark whipped past his cheek. He was already stepping over her body when the world exploded into light. A blue crack of energy slammed into the space in front of him, sparks screaming across his vision. He threw his whole frame into bracing, white shirt straining against the incoming blow. Fear materialized in the ruin mid-stride, every rib humming with the kind of rage that comes from being yanked back into a fight he never finished. His bone hand caught Simon by the collar and hauled him earthward like a ragdoll. Because whatever just streaked down from the rafters carried the killing intent of a collapsing star. Simon hit the floor, arms up, and fear loomed over him, the blast grazing past, barely missing, robe flaring wide from the shockwave. Simon craned back over his shoulder, amber eyes blown wide, sweat cutting a clean line down his cheek. Timing like that could only mean one thing, and the holiness had found them. Pale robe spread through the chamber entrance, a hand extended, staff tip pooling light like frozen dawn. A second bolt screamed across the stonework, and a voice rang through the hall. Everyone present dies here tonight. Except the speaker dropped the salute and broke into the sunniest grin in creation, like she just walked into a picnic. Another payload came shrieking downward, fast enough to blur. It bored straight through the chamber air on a streak of blue light, hunting its target with terminal intent. Steel met the projectile mid-flight and split it clean, sparks of cyan fountaining across the stone. The detonation swallowed the room in white, every shadow erased, every ally a silhouette screaming blind. Through the ringing silence, Simon's voice cracked for orders. What now? Fear and the dead gave him one back. The priest dies first, everything else after. The pink-haired ally froze, the holy word alone turning her blood cold. A priest meant a war they couldn't win on raw power. But Simon locked eyes with the cyan glow of his commander and answered steady, "On your word, Fear." The priest tilted her head, purple eyes bright, and saluted them with the joy of someone who'd been hoping for exactly this. And the pink-haired woman looked down in horror. Her leg was gone at the knee, and a voice from somewhere in the dark found that hilarious. Because the blue-haired caster in the white coat was already winding up, palm out, runes spinning in the air with a hungry whine. Staff raised, incantation finished. The spell snapped into place on a cracked stone dais, which meant the kneeling woman in the dark outfit had exactly one heartbeat before the end. So the caster swung, and the room itself turned blue, a spiraling torrent of geometric light screaming across the hall like a blade made of pure geometry. Her face said everything words couldn't. Eyes wide, teeth clenched, watching annihilation finish, loading with nowhere left to run. Then it hit, thrust, and for one sickening instant her face split open into a vertical stack of red, slit-pupiled eyes, a monstrous reveal buried inside the kill. Except the dark-haired kid in the black cloak was already smirking, because a burst of blue energy erupted from his hand and shattered the moment into floating crystal shards. The woman in the dark outfit stumbled upright, pink hair swaying, a red sword hilt glinting in the wreckage around them. A blue smear marked her cheek, and her pinkish-red eyes went wide in shock as the floating shards caught the light. She was alive, but barely, and the relief on her face was terrified. "What?" A woman in pink hair and silver-trimmed gauntlets crouched low on broken stone, just arrived in the ruined hall. But the silver-haired priest wasn't waiting on introductions. He finished his incantation, and a massive blue arcane circle erupted forward, a howling torrent of frozen light tearing across the chamber at full force. That blast filled the whole frame, a wall of magic with nowhere to run. Except pink hair wasn't human. Up close, her face wasn't either. Three stacked eyes with slit pupils stared out through the distortion, the monstrous truth of what knelt in that hall laid bare. Which meant when the priest's killing blow came down, our boy Simon didn't think, he just moved. A jagged blue crystal blade punched clean through his right shoulder, shards scattering into the crimson sky, because he'd stepped into a blast meant for the kneeling monster behind him. The pink-haired woman froze, her back to him amid floating crystal, one word hanging in her throat. Because when she turned, there he was, bleeding, grimacing, gritted teeth, and the only thing standing between her and annihilation was a kid who'd never once asked what she really was. The hit broke more than bone. He hit his knees on the cracked floor, clutching a glowing blue shard to his chest as blood dripped through his fingers, his counterspell flickering out with a dying crack of blue lightning, the borrowed power guttering before it ever landed. Fresh blood spattered the stone in slow, heavy drops. And then something in his eyes went wide, because the priest was still standing, still smiling, and Simon was running out of borrowed tricks. A blood-soaked scrap of cloth crumpled against dark fabric as his body finally gave out. He collapsed flat on his back, pale and still, and somewhere off-panel a voice screamed his name into the dark. Later in chat, you already know this wasn't the end. A small fire crackled alone on cracked stone, embers drifting into nothing. A shadow cut across the moonlight, and something dark scuttled out of the trees fast. It landed at his feet, a fat little spider thing with a smile that looked way too friendly. Simon woke on cold ground beside a dying fire, and fear was already standing over him, bone and magic humming in the dark. The skeleton tapped a bony finger forward, demanding he look at exactly what they'd dragged back with them. Elizabeth knelt calm as a saint inside the ruined chamber, shoulder spider and all, while the silver-haired priestess dangled upside down behind her, screaming bloody murder. The holy woman swung by her ankles, wailing at the indignity of being trussed up like a farm animal. Elizabeth barely spared her a glance, because this capture had been embarrassingly easy. Simon looked up at the hanging girl and asked, with a straight face, if they could maybe put her down for a sec. She hit the cracked stone on her knees, still sniffling, and a reaper's scythe hovered right behind Simon's head. "Don't thank us yet." She tried to fire back with a stammer, but fear loomed up behind Simon and her voice died in her throat. She sat rigid, pinned under the weight of a stare she couldn't place. Color bled into her cheeks and she groaned low, every part of her aching and not just from the fall. Simon and the skeleton just stood there, sweating question marks, because nobody on either side knew what to say next. Then Elizabeth laughed from the shadows, delighted, and the priestess curled tighter against the wall, trembling. The priestess lost it, pure animal panic, screaming the name of a death she'd never actually met. Her holy garment tore in the struggle, and the sound she made could strip paint off a wall. Elizabeth held up the shredded fabric between two fingers, studying it like a scholar, and named the only name that mattered, Kizan. So that's who they were all running from. The cloth told the whole story. Simon caught her eye, sighed like a man who'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes, and offered his cloak to the shivering priestess. The priestess flinched at his touch, then pulled the fabric tight around herself, and whispered the one name that changed the air in the room. Simon didn't flinch, just met her gaze, calm as a man who'd already resigned himself to something terrible. Elizabeth stood between them, framed by falling petals, addressing them both like a queen holding court. And the priestess could only mouth a single broken word, "Why?" Petals drifted, a beat passed, the world held its breath. Then somewhere else entirely, a silver-haired woman in a black cloak sat across from a dark-haired man in a garden of pink blossoms. The petals kept falling, neither of them spoke yet. She smiled with a finger to her lips, and he knelt before her like a man kneeling before something divine. And in the middle of that impossible garden, Elizabeth stood at the center, worshipped and caged, two broken men leaning in toward her like offerings. A dark-gloved hand tightened on dark fabric hard, and the question hanging over everything was whether Elizabeth would hand it all over, or hold it close until it choked her. Darkness swallowed the frame, and the next scene was already beginning. The kid's world flipped on its axis, skull-faced shadow rotating behind him like a vertical landing. He stumbled back toward the wall, but there was nowhere to retreat, and pink-haired Elizabeth was already in front of him. Glancing over his shoulder at the looming dark, he laid the offer on the table, "Join the battalion." She didn't even blink. "I'll take it." Our boy just stood there, stunned, processing a yes that came too fast. But the silver-haired priestess in the corner hiccuped through pure terror, pointing at the newcomer. And then Elizabeth's whole demeanor twisted into something feral, red eyes blazing, as she demanded the priestess strangle her holy colleague to death. The priestess recoiled, sweat dripping, eyes screaming, because that was not the deal she thought she was standing in. Which meant Simon, calm in the blue-lit dark, was now standing over two kneeling women, one of them asking him to kill someone by name. Elizabeth smiled that sly, half-shadowed smile, and her next words thudded like a pulse, "That is my only." Simon, blindsided, could only stammer the shape of what she was claiming, the spider troops, his forces, because this was not what he offered. So he planted his feet, looked down at her kneeling form, and named the price. "Tell me why I have to kill Ellen." One heartbeat, the answer came clean: "To prove yourself." She tilted her chin up, pink marks glinting on her brow, and reframed the whole assassination as a loyalty test. Was he worthy of her obedience? His mouth opened before the words did. And there he stood, looking down at pink hair spilling across the cavern floor, the weight of her test crushing him mid-sentence. Kami's back, pink hair catching the dark wind as she stepped forward for him. She looked up with sweat on her cheek and a crooked grin, and told him he was dead wrong. Fear snorted through his skull face, dismissing whatever she just claimed as beneath his standard. Kami's eyes blew wide as the words landed. She had no qualifications, none whatsoever, and the tangled blue dark around them seemed to tighten like a verdict. She clutched herself, pink hair spilling forward over dark lace, exposed and cornered. A bloated black spider crawled over cracked stone toward a pale fist, and Elizabeth's voice coiled around them both. Kami was drowning in sentiment, blind to what actually mattered. The silver-haired priestess looked up at the towering armored figure looming over her and whispered a single name, "Ellen," like a prayer for help. Kami's head dropped, half her face swallowed by shadow, and she accused him of trying to leash her to his own crude whims. A red head in a cut-out bodysuit flinched hard, eyes snapping wide. But Simon's single purple eye locked onto the vampire with murder in the iris, and the words came out blood-red. He couldn't trust something like her, not ever. A boot hit cracked blue tile, and someone was already moving toward the confrontation. Fear stood in the stone arch with his cyan blade drawn while Simon faced him down, and Ellen hovered at the edge of the circle, hesitant, watching the standoff breathe around them. Simon stared, mouth slack, chest heaving against the dark. Every plan he'd built was collapsing into rubble in front of him. Above it all, a full moon broke through the clouds over the ruined spire, and somewhere down below a voice muttered that every second here was precious time slipping away. Deep in the woods, Fear marched behind Simon and Ellen, and the skeleton's hollow voice cut through the dark with one question: was he really giving up on Erzsébet? Simon didn't flinch. Erzsébet was obsessive, wired to have things her own way, and the only path to ever controlling her ran straight through a moment exactly like this one. Fear towered over him, skull burning blue against the twilight, and gave him nothing but a flat one-word verdict. Simon smiled through the sweat, golden eyes steady. Ellen fidgeted beside him on the moonlit path, apologized for the attack, swore she wasn't aiming for him, and he brushed it off because she wasn't, and they both knew whose name was carved on that spell. Further down the trail, Simon laid it out for the blue-haired informant. Everything was fine, the strike hadn't touched Erzsébet's core, she was still theirs to call on. But Fear's hollow skull snapped close, one blazing eye socket filling the dark, voice tight with disbelief. The spear had punched clean through her core, so how was she fine? The skeleton's hands started falling apart mid-gesture, bone fingers scattering into the air, and Fear doubled down, unharmed, contract untouched. It was impossible. He had to have missed. Behind them, the blue-haired girl glanced at Simon's torn tunic, murmuring that something about this whole thing was strange. Simon tilted his gaze up to the night sky, a glittering trail burning across the dark, and called for Fear to keep moving. Ahead, a dark castle waited among the trees under that same burning sky, and Fear's voice drifted after them, trailing off as they closed the distance. The night brought Simon to an estate he had no business entering, where red-tunicked guards flanked doors worth more than his life. The lord of the house greeted him with a smile too warm, too practiced, a man who'd already decided this boy was useful. And that was the hook. Inside, the dining hall waited, polished and overprepared, while the host welcomed him like a returning hero. But Simon was no hero to these people. He smiled right back, easy and warm, one hand extended like a man accepting a gift he'd already read the terms on. Except he turned the dinner down flat. The request itself was what he'd come for, not the wine and the smiles. The old lord tried to soften him up first, hands out, voice full of concern about how taxing Kizan life could be on a young man. But drinks, food, rest, every cushion offered was another minute Simon wasn't using. He cut to it, eyes steady, addressing the man by title. Count Raymond, he had matters to discuss alone. And the warmth in the room shifted, because that tone wasn't a guest's anymore. The Count's easy smile thinned into something weary. The old lord grimaced, rubbed his temple, and began a thank you that sounded more like a confession he'd been dreading. Simon listened with his chin on his fist, golden eyes cool, because the guild's file on this place didn't match what the Count had been feeding the public. And somewhere in the white silence between them, the lie was about to crack. The air in that hall went thick. Whatever he'd been about to say died in his throat. Count Raymond's mask finally cracked, and what crawled out underneath was pure, bald-faced fury. Because the kid from Kizan had just refused him, and the Count's fist tightened like a man about to swing on a prince. So the Count lunged, shouting for the boy to stay put, because to him, a first-year student was a child, and children obeyed. First year or not, Kizan wasn't the type to kneel, and the Count knew it. 2 hired guards in gray helmets closed in with spears, paid muscle brought in for exactly this kind of tantrum. 3 spear tips found his chest, but Simon didn't flinch, just stood there, calm as a man who'd already counted the bodies. And that calm was the most terrifying thing in the room. Then a single button clicked under his thumb. And the Count learned exactly why you don't corner a necromancer alone in a closed hall. Because from the floor behind him, something rose, a small skull wreathed in pale blue fire. Skeletal figures clawed their way out of the shadows around Simon, cloaks billowing, eyes blazing white against the crimson light. The hired guards broke the moment they heard that rattle, spears shaking, sweat pouring, 2 farmers in soldier suits. And a skeletal silhouette tipped its hat beneath a starless sky, welcoming its new family with open arms. A massive bone-framed reaper loomed at the head of the pack, blue flames licking its skull, scythe gleaming. The battalion's commander, Fear, had come to play. The Count staggered backward, grin stretched thin as paper, blubbering approval, because the moment his guards folded, his courage went with them. Some underling tripped over his own panic, stammering at the sight. Count Raymond hit the floor screaming, because a blue-haired kid had just kicked down his door with a shadow the size of a building, and an army of pale bone behind him. Golden eyes, cool as a drawn blade, asked whether the man wanted the rest of the night to go the same way. A pristine collar and red tie settled above the silence, Simon waiting for an answer. Raymond braced himself against a table and jabbed an accusing finger at the cloak in his face, shouting that this was an abuse of force, and trying to brandish what little muscle he had. Another noble, older, balding, purple cravat, veins popping, erupted, fist raised, demanding to know who authorized a child to storm a lord's hall. Fear's skull face tilted, cyan aura flickering, and purred the only word that mattered: no proof. He repeated, like a knife turning slow. Raymond stumbled backward with a yelp as a blue-haired girl in white stepped calmly into the light behind him. She stood haloed and gleaming, a floating sigil above her head, a cross in her hair, and the grinning skull of Fear watching over her shoulder. Black stockings, white shoes, planted on a citadel platform like she'd been rehearsing this entrance all night. The hall held its breath, and the trap was already sprung. Sweat beaded on Count Raymond's temple, and the word interrogation hung in the air like a drawn blade. The question still lingered. Treason, that's what the priestess called it, and the word alone made Raymond flinch. Because now she wanted an answer. But Simon wasn't here to negotiate. He leaned in, skull spirit curling behind him, and let the silence do the work, asking, without asking, whether the Count had any cards left to play. Turned out he didn't. Down went Count Raymond, face first into the carpet, voice cracking, swearing he'd done whatever it took to crack the case and begging for mercy with the whole room watching. His people had been scared, he stammered, and he couldn't just stand by. Two of his own guards dropped their weapons and hit their knees right beside him, offering their heads if it meant the village was spared, because the alternative was a necromancer who didn't bluff. The room held its breath. Nobody spoke. Just two voices overlapping, desperate to be heard. Simon tilted his head, voice calm as stone, and laid out the terms: cooperate, or the visit ends here and everything collapses again. Raymond's face went gray, and he whimpered that he'd tried, truly tried, and reached out to Kizan because the situation was already eating him alive. Two voices tangled together, begging. One last plea hanging in the air. Simon stood there with that awkward, nervous grin, sweating through his own intimidation routine, ghost minions flinching around him like they wanted to sink into the floor. Then the kneeling man's desperate plea hit the room, one man on the carpet, begging to take the fall alone and spare everyone else. Our boy just stood there, hands buried in his cloak pockets, skull drifting at his shoulder, and let that word settle in. Because what came next was the part Raymond didn't want to hear, and Simon said it with his arms crossed and his eyes shut, like he already knew the answer. And the Count finally cracked, leaning in, pale and shaking, barely able to form the question of what this boy was actually demanding. Then the other shoe dropped, and Raymond nearly fell over again, because whatever Simon just proposed went so far past what a desperate nobleman expects that disbelief was the only sane response. Our boy winked, told the room straight up, this little rescue was gonna cost them. And just like that, the anxious academy kid was gone, cloak torn, collar adjusted, full necromancer posing like he was about to write an invoice in blood. Which was about when the kneeling lord broke first, shouting he'd pay any price, and a guard behind him lost his mind entirely, screaming that something had gone catastrophically wrong outside the castle walls. And in the breath before everything shifted, the forest held still. Simon snapped to attention at that, the smug negotiation mask evaporating, replaced by pure alarm, because something urgent had just blown his entire play to pieces. A swarm was massing on the horizon, and even the guards outside had started to scream the question nobody wanted answered: where in the hell did all these undead come from? Simon, Fear, and Raymond peered over the castle wall together, and the forest clearing below was black and crawling, thousands upon thousands of spiders pouring through the trees like a tide. All the guards on the battlements could do was breathe that one word: spiders, and brace. One of Simon's own stepped forward, the blue-haired kid, asking to go take a look. The old count grabbed his shoulder, terrified, swearing it was suicide. Behind them, fear loomed like a reaper made of midnight. But the boy just smiled, calm as anything, and told them to relax, he'd handle it. And there she was. Pink hair, horns in it, gown that screamed Necromancer, backed by a wall of blue-eyed corpse spiders on the snow. A first year, she claimed, and a Necromancer besides. She stood her ground like she'd been doing this for decades, her spiders fanning out in a perfect crescent around her. Simon looked down at her from the wall, called her by name, Erzébet, and asked what in the world had dragged her here. She met his gaze without flinching and gave him his father's full title like a calling card. Then came the line nobody in that castle expected. She wanted to serve him. Her eyes said she'd already decided. Down on one knee, fist pressed to her chest, Erzébet bowed her head and begged him for a chance to join his battalion. Any trial he wanted, she'd take it. Her voice echoed off the fortress stone. Simon studied her from the street below, quiet, measuring, and decided this whole thing was a test, and he was ready to fail it. There were conditions. Every necromancer had them, and Erzébet was about to learn exactly what joining his battalion cost. Meanwhile in town, the locals had no idea what was coming. They were cheering the blonde mayor because some Kizan necromancer had cleaned up their mess. Crowds celebrated, convinced the worst was behind them, and the only thing left on the agenda was welcoming the crown prince himself. But back in the castle, Simon wasn't done negotiating. His floating skull hovered at his shoulder as he laid out the third condition on his list. Number 3 was the one that mattered most: total obedience, no matter the order, no matter the cost. Erzébet's answer came wrapped in 2 words: the contract, like she'd been waiting her whole life to sign it. And Simon moved first, blade blazing scion, striking toward her from behind with zero hesitation, because trust was earned in steel, not speeches. But she only smiled, eyes closed, 2 red marks glowing on her forehead, the kind of calm that said she'd make the same choice 1,000 times over. She pressed a hand to her chest and offered him everything: tie me down however you want. She stood there, slits in her skirt catching the light, waiting for whatever came next with that same terrifying serenity. Fear vibrated with barely contained excitement because, from where he hovered, this woman was completely, hopelessly into their master. Erzébet dropped a confession. Pink-haired, red-eyed, and absolutely glowing, she declared her feelings for Simon like it was the only correct answer on a test she'd already aced. Simon could only clasp his hands and wonder what in the contract he'd just signed. She wasn't finished. He grabbed her hand on instinct, teaching the moment, correcting the form, but the spiky narration in his skull was screaming that this obedient little vampire was way too comfortable with him. Erzébet recoiled like she'd been burned, pressing a glove to her chest and stammering that he was too close, as if the confession hadn't just been a full power move. Simon stood there sweating, the whole scene tipping sideways into something he hadn't budgeted for. Because dark tendrils crept in from the edge of the room, purple-black ink, spilling across the light like something watching. The shadow swallowed the space around them, and in the middle of it, Erzébet gazed at him like he'd hung the moon himself. 3 red dots on her brow, tendrils curling her hair, and the softest, fondest smile a vampire necromancer had no business wearing. Their gloved hands found each other again, pressed to her chest. Then the shadow spoke, welcoming Erzébet back to the battalion like a soldier reporting for duty. Which meant some poor dark-haired grunt was about to pay for her promotion, a blade through the back, courtesy of the commander's influence. But the shadow wasn't done. Erzébet stood with closed eyes and a gloved hand over her heart, too soft to speak, too tender to be the vampire who just walked through a man. And chat, the commander just walked away from a battlefield richer than he came, Erzébet pouting the whole way, asking if she'd bruised his ego. But up ahead, the silver-haired priestess was already waiting at the tree line, peeking up at them like she'd been counting the seconds. Ellen, that was her name, turned to face our boy, the pink-haired vampire flanking him, and the skull-faced spirit towering behind. Fear thanked her for the performance she'd just put on. And Ellen lit up like a kid who'd just been told she aced the test, flowers practically blooming behind her, because Simon told her the act had fooled every soul in that hall. So there they were, the whole rogue squad crouched around a wooden crate stuffed with tied money sacks, counting the spoils of war like bandits at sunset. Fear noting the haul was fat, Simon grumbling it could have been fatter. Except our boy reached into the crate and held out a sack to Ellen, and the priestess short-circuited, sweating bullets, stammering that the cut couldn't possibly be hers. Simon just smiled that warm, golden-eyed smile of his and pushed the pouch toward her, the kind of gesture that makes a girl remember a name forever. And Ellen clutched that pouch to her chest like it was a holy relic, tears welling, swearing she'd never forget the kindness, while Simon, already half-turned, told her she was heading somewhere safer from here. She called him guide, soft, flushed, trembling, and Simon told her there was no need for tears, just gratitude plain and clean. But the goodbye got cold fast. Simon smiled and said he hoped they'd never meet on a battlefield, and Ellen's expression flickered, because they both knew she was Holy Federation and he was Kizan's rising monster. And that's the part that landed wrong with everybody watching, our boy walking away from a priest alive, pockets lighter, handing her coin like she was a freed prisoner, while she waved from the tree line like she'd just met someone who'd ruin her faith. The silver-haired priestess was still watching him from the tree line. And just like that, the forest went quiet behind them. Simon told Fear he'd planted a seed for later, and the Reaper took a beat, then just went, oh. But Fear wasn't buying the spin. A handful of coins and suddenly she's his accomplice forever. That wasn't generosity, that was a purchase order. Which made Kamibarez melt into a puddle of hearts right there in the dirt. Commander, you're the best. While Fear quietly filed this moment under unclear ally. Far off, something heavier started growling. Then Simon dropped it flat. He wasn't hiding that he was a priest. Elizabeth blinked up at him, leaves drifting between them, with Fear's giant skull looming behind her like a bad omen. I see, the Reaper murmured, and you could hear the gears turning. Simon said he needed time to really understand the girl they were about to use, and meant it. His cloak hung open where the ambush had torn it, skin showing through the hole like a reminder of the night he bought her. Sunlight cut through the canopy as Fear asked if he was heading back now, and Simon shook his head, plenty of daylight left, and he wanted to train first. Which meant bigger prey and bigger bragging rights. So he turned to Elizabeth and told her she was teaching him this round. Elizabeth, visibly, from me. So the real hunt was only getting started. Her jaw dropped, red eyes wide, the little markings on her forehead catching the light, Commander trusting her to train him. That one landed. And at her feet, 2 corpse spiders slid into the clearing and addressed him as their new master. Elizabeth owned that clearing like a queen, surveying her court, pink hair cascading, spiderweb gown catching the moonlight, her pets glowing red behind her like an honor guard. She was already mid-explanation before anyone could interrupt. Fear practically vibrated beside Simon, cyan aura flaring with naked excitement at a fresh toy to dissect, while our boy turned with that golden-eyed grin of his. Yeah, he was locked in. Elizabeth unveiled the core ability, the web, a corpsey little flex from her spiders. First use, pure restraint. The spider binded itself mid-demo, showing exactly how the silk locked prey down and held them. But that was only half the trick, same silk, repurposed as a glide line, and suddenly her spiders owned the canopy like it was a personal highway. Elizabeth told Simon to order the spiders to web a tree, a live fire test, no hesitation, and Simon just nodded. His word was law now, even over borrowed soldiers. He closed his eyes, let the command roll out clean, spider web. 2 words, total authority, 0 wasted breath. 2 corpse spiders answered at once, fangs rearing back, silk screaming through the mist like white lightning. The trunks got baptized in spider silk, and Elizabeth's breathless praise echoed through the trees. Clean shot, clean hit. Simon broke it down for her. Those 2 skills were just the basic linked combo, the foundational grammar of spider command, and Elizabeth caught on instantly. But before the lesson could breathe, the tall skeletal hulk behind them rumbled something low and hungry, and Elizabeth's eyes went wide. Because the tree line was shifting, and Fear had just spotted something worth chewing on. 2 gray-skinned orcs, tusked and mean, snarling in the brush like they didn't know what was about to walk into their evening. Fear practically purred at the sight, live targets, just begging to be test dummies. Simon agreed without flinching. 2 ogres wandered that forest path with the kind of dumb confidence that comes from never having been hunted before. Above them, our boy's spiders lit up red and let loose, silk rounds screaming down through the canopy like targeted artillery. The first ogre barely had time to snarl before a red streak split the air past his skull, and the second one caught a graze that made him howl and stumble. Simon barked the next order without flinching, "Jump." The lead spider rocketed off its branch, white flash, marking the launch like a starting gun nobody asked for. Both spiders cut through the canopy in a howling descent, and the ogres finally figured out they were the prey, fury twisting into something closer to fear. They wheeled around, clubs up, bellowing at the trees like they could intimidate what they couldn't even see. From a spider's eye view across its own web, Simon called for another volley, energy streaking down the silk like a loaded spring. That web hit them like a collapsing net, thick strands tangling limbs and trunks, and the giant spider dropped straight into the mess. It landed hard on bare orc back, legs digging in for purchase, the THWAP echoing through the clearing as Simon watched from cover. But one massive gray fist came down and crushed it flat, a wet, shrieking end that reminded everyone the prey could still bite back. Back at the kill site, Simon stood with Erzsébet and Fear over the orc corpse, the praise still ringing in his ears, because for a first run that was clean command work, even if it was just the basics. Erzsébet tilted her head, a flicker of worry crossing her face as something growled in the distance, and Simon noted the sound, an orc settlement, close and probably not happy. A beat of silence, the kind that hums right before everything gets louder. Then Erzsébet leaned in close, winked, and offered to introduce those orcs to the full weight of a spider battalion, battle-hungry and grinning like she'd just been handed dessert. A gloved hand tugged the scarf higher, and a quiet hum slipped out curious, unbothered, waiting to see what Simon had planned. Simon answered with that fang-bearing grin of his, the kid looking way too pleased with himself for someone who just got called out on his whole shtick. Simon burst forward through the blur of combat, golden eyes locked on one goal, and his shout cut through the chaos with a single, razor-sharp order. The skeletal vanguard answered before the echo died, driving their spear through the first line like a nail into fresh wood. Which meant the trap was already live, his will feeding the skill, the green pulse spinning toward activation. And it dropped on the enemy ranks like a guillotine. Erzsébet's spiders hit from above before anyone could breathe, her brood moving in perfect lockstep with Simon's read of the field, predictor and ambush, choreographed in silk. One arachnid clung to a silken-wrapped tree, watching the carnage below while Simon's silhouette stayed back, bottle in hand, letting the legion do its work. The path was a graveyard by the time the silence settled, a red-haired soldier on the dirt, a skeleton still holding its line, and Simon's shadow standing over the whole thing. Victory, claimed in bone and blood. But something else had answered the dying, a white-scaled arm, pinning a fresh corpse through the canopy. And that one cold, pupil-ringed eye fixing Simon with a stare that felt like a heartbeat skipping. Which meant his right hand had grabbed his left wrist before the reflex even finished forming. Simon answered with the kind of smile that said the play had worked perfectly, confidence radiating off him like a second coat. The pink-haired commander raised a gloved hand toward her prey, and gave the credit where it belonged. Leadership like his was why they were still standing. Simon turned that smug grin on her and brushed the praise clean off his shoulders, acting like muscle was just part of the job. Erzsébet's reaction was immediate and priceless, flushed, gasping, completely blindsided by the audacity of this man. Erzsébet was floating on cloud nine, giddy as could be, hearts practically popping around her head. But fear was already looming behind our boy, skeletal and smug, ready to remind him whose turn it was. Simon took one look at the pile of orc corpses and gave the order without flinching, every last one of them, reanimated, added to the battalion. Free army, 0 recruitment costs. The question hung there like a blade. Fear cackled at the hall, already giddy, except our boy raised a hand mid-gloat, because the skeletal idiot had forgotten something pretty important. A sharp snap cut the laughter dead, magic activating with a sound like bone breaking in reverse. Fear caught herself mid-sentence, suddenly sheepish, "Geez, I mean," trailing off like a kid caught stealing cookies. A slime monster recoiled in pain on the cracked dirt path, while Erzsébet stood beside Simon, gently telling him not to be so disappointed about the underwhelming haul. Simon just smiled through the frustration and asked her to spit it out. Okay, what is it? Elizabeth struck a coy little pose, finger near her cheek, winking like she'd been waiting for exactly that invitation, 3 red gems on her forehead catching the light. The sky cleared over green branches and a battered white rooftop. Elizabeth noted the orcs had done a real number on this territory. Simon read a sealed letter near the gazebo, explaining the local lord would convert this into an official commission with bonus reward. Elizabeth, flanked by her skittering corpse spiders and a massive skull rising from a dark portal, called it great news, then casually asked how far the ruins still were. The giant spider skull hovering over her head let out a nervous little ngh, uneasy about where she was steering them. A lavender-haired girl sprinted across the field, books bouncing against her hip, waving like she'd just won the lottery. She clasped her hands in front of Kami, breathless about a mission, while the dark-haired boy just shrugged that he got lucky. And Elizabeth's grin said everything Simon feared. Elizabeth drifted into frame like she owned the silence, cool and unreadable, while Kami chirped from somewhere about hitting the library with Malin. Kami bounced off with a cheerful goodbye, and the second she cleared the air, Elizabeth materialized behind Simon like she'd been waiting for exactly this. And yeah, chat, the temperature dropped, because Elizabeth wanted a name, a face, and a full inventory of whoever that girl was. She popped up at his shoulder like a jump scare, and Simon nearly launched his soul out through his collar. Her eye narrowed, a vein popping on her cheek, and she made it brutally clear that just a classmate wasn't going to cut it. Which meant Simon had to pivot fast, grinning like an idiot while reminding her he was glad she still honored her oath, and she purred right back that she was simply his servant. He flailed, sweating buckets, because Elizabeth leaning in that clothes was never good for his lifespan, and she floated an alternative past him. But she wasn't here for jealousy, she was here for a job, and the job required a costume change, served up with maximum dramatic flair. Fabric whipped and reformed around her in a blur of motion lines, and somewhere nearby a small voice went, in pure shock. When the dust settled, she spun toward him in full Keysen uniform, beaming like she'd just aced the entrance exam. She stepped in close, smoothing her freshly knotted red tie, and asked him straight up if the disguise looked top-notch. Then she hit him with a pout, a peace sign, and a bratty little Keysen, because of course she'd make a schoolgirl costume her personality. She breezed past his concern and promised this was just the warm-up, because if anyone could shapeshift on command, it was her. Elizabeth flashed him a smug grin and bragged about her stealth skills, every word dripping with the confidence of someone who'd slipped past far worse than a forest patrol. Her tricks could dodge even surveillance spell, she promised. Somewhere behind them, a test subject earned a messy splat against webbing, and an unseen watcher let out a stunned whoa. Our boy Simon stood there in his dark cloak, hand on his chin, quietly pleased he'd scooped into the battalion. A girl this slippery was worth her weight in undead. But then peeled out of her schoolgirl outfit with a casual slip, and somewhere inside Simon, a small alarm bell started ringing. Because when the clothes hit the dirt, the person standing there was definitely not Elizabeth, and she had the audacity to clear her throat at him like he was the weird one. She beamed in full Kami mode, bat wings tucked behind her, all sunshine and pink right up until she flash-shifted into something else entirely. Simon went nuclear blush, because Kami was now hugging his arm, chirping about a difficult mission, and sounding exactly like the vampire he just left hanging. Simon tried to process this with whatever brain cells were still online. Up close his eyes had gone full cartoon spiral, sweat pouring, and somewhere in the spiral he was muttering about having to check our boy for wounds himself, stammering the whole way down. He finally cracked, begging her to turn back before his soul left his body. Meanwhile, miles away, a bright sky stretched over a clearing where voices rose in cheerful clamor. Someone important was about to arrive, and not everyone was thrilled about it. One very irritated voice cut through the chatter, snarling for everyone to shut up and march, because the spiders were squeaking inside his skull like a haunted ghost. Back at camp, Simon had cleaned up nice, black suit, skull pin, grinning beside a wide-eyed pink-haired girl, and only then remembered the towering skull-faced reaper floating right behind him. Finally, they'd reached it, a forgotten ruin swallowed by vines, its rune-covered pillars guarding a single dark pedestal at the heart of the chamber. Fear turned his hollow gaze on them, blue flames flickering in his sockets, and Simon calmly asked if it was time for a little housekeeping. Fear gave a single bony clap and confirmed it. Yes, that was the plan, and the queen spider was all in. Simon stood with his eyes closed, and a small, nervous smile, while the skeleton helpfully pointed out he was one of two people capable of pulling this off. Elizabeth lit up the second she heard there were targets on the continent, already solving the problem out loud. The queen spider only needed to lay a few more eggs, and her army would do the rest. She leaned in closer, eyes closed, sweet as sugar, still droning about eggs and laying and her babies, and Simon's soul visibly tried to leave his body. Elizabeth posed, hearts blooming around her, already imagining the moment. Simon whipped around bright red and fanged, ready to physically escape the conversation. He demanded to know, voice cracking, why anyone in their right mind would want to witness that, and the shriek that followed said everything his dignity couldn't. Spider and skeleton nodded in perfect, smug unison, while a tall shadow behind them asked for confirmation, like the deal needed any more witnesses. Elizabeth puffed her cheeks and refused to budge, whole heart set on her egg plan, and annoyed that no one appreciated the genius of it. Simon pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes shut tight, muttering that there had to be 100 other things worth covering, and the headache settling in said this mission briefing wasn't done with him yet. A chained figure in pale blue waited in the dark, hood drawn low, face barely visible. The request about to drop hadn't even landed yet. Then Simon's eyes snapped open, one quiet realization hitting him like cold water. He turned to Elizabeth, back to the viewer, and gave her the order, and she answered with a crisp, attentive yes, Commander. The question drifted between them in smoke, half-formed and dangerous. The cloaked figure wanted to know if she could change into a priest, and Simon's glare said he already knew exactly how that conversation was going to go. He looked down, silent, already bracing for the answer. She was mid-sentence when the air shifted behind her, and by the time she turned, the dark figure had already answered. The conversation had gone somewhere she hadn't agreed to yet. But the answer was already written somewhere else, at a rain-soaked altar dressed in thorns and bone, where a kneeling figure in white robes bowed before a god of horns and iron. The ground was consecrated for something ugly. Because Simon stood in the line of fire he never saw coming, and the blade came down like a verdict. The academy uniform was no armor at all, and the impact lit up the world around him. What answered wasn't a student. It was a thing in a dark robe, runes crawling over it, blue eyes burning through the shadow as it tore loose a blast of pale energy. The attack tore through the air in a streak of blue-white ruin, ripping across the sky like the night itself had cracked. And when the dust settled, Simon stood over the pale figure on the ground, blazer draped over his arm, breathing in the silence he'd bought with everything he had. But that was the old problem. The new one was sitting right across from him, and she was doing the math on it, finger to her chin, half-lidded, working out what it meant to walk into holy ground wearing a lie. She already knew the answer. She just needed him to confirm it. And that was when the real question surfaced, because the one thing neither of them had figured out yet was the thing she finally had to ask: why, and what exactly was the problem. Simon told her not to worry about that, which is the kind of thing you only say when the worry is the entire point. But Elizabeth flinched like she'd been slapped, because the priest who broke through their defenses hadn't walked in on faith alone. That man had a core burning in his body. And now the question stopped being whether she could fake a collar. It became whether any disguise on earth could fool something built like that. Fear materialized from the dark, his cyan eye sockets burning through the gloom as he delivered the bad news. These targets fought darkness like professionals. But Elizabeth's eyes sharpened. A core inside them meant they traded their holy senses for raw power, and that was an exploitable crack in the armor. She volunteered on the spot, spiders in the trees, eyes on every priest in the forest. Something about the room shifted. The queen spider crouched on cracked stone, awaiting orders from her commander. Elizabeth stood tall in the runette's chamber, took the plan as confirmed, and claimed the whole assignment for herself. Simon smiled across at her, his spider queen, and put the mission squarely on her shoulders. Back inside Kizan's chandelier-lit halls, the noise hit him like a wall. Students everywhere, all chattering at once. A familiar blue-haired figure froze mid-step. Malin, clutching a pink bakery box like she'd been caught smuggling contraband. She called out a cheerful goodbye. Simon blinked, completely lost on what she'd meant. She slammed the box down and lit into him. Shameless, she said, like she hadn't just walked up out of nowhere. Then she tilted her head, studying him with a look that made the back of his neck prickle. She shoved the box across the table with a grunt, a necro baguette, pink-boxed and still warm. His eyes went wide. He grabbed it with both hands, grinning, while she looked everywhere but at him and told him not to read into it, then wondered aloud why he'd earned a cake today. Simon had nothing, because no one had warned him a girl was about to ambush his entire afternoon. She asked what today was, then answered her own question, a school tradition, girls handing out cakes to boys. She turned away, blushing, pretending it was pure pity, because him and Dick would starve without her charity. And just like that, 2 more girls appeared with a teal cake box, giggling and thanking him for the magical combat lesson, which meant Simon now had a small bakery forming on the table. Simon stammered that this was just gratitude for her teaching, but she glared and threw up a peace sign, right as another voice screamed his name from the doorway. Then Kami popped up from behind a massive ribbon-wrapped box, chirping a good morning like a girl who had been waiting for exactly this moment. She was in full Kizan uniform today, blazer, pink sweater, pleated skirt, and those tiny bat wings fanned out behind her as she hugged the box tight. She shoved the enormous gift into his lap on the desk, smaller boxes lined up beside it, and nervously asked that they stay good friends for the rest of the semester. Then Kami bowed so deep her pigtails swung forward, urgently begging him, calling him Kami, to please just take the gift already, while Simon teared up behind his blazer. The blue-haired classmate wondered aloud if it was homemade. The dark-haired boy looked equally stunned, and Kami threw her arms up in full panic from her bow. She shot that down instantly. She bought it from a shop called Rockist, absolutely no way she baked it herself. And then her voice just vanished. Kami stood frozen, wide-eyed and crimson-cheeked, clutching whatever she'd hidden against her chest, caught in whatever she'd been about to say next. Simon grabbed his own tie and leaned in close, dropping a familiar name like a loaded weapon. Because Kami was about to find out exactly what their friendship was worth to him, and he made sure she couldn't look away. His hand disappeared under her cardigan, right against her chest, and Kami's tiny wings fluttered once in pure shock. The girl's whole face detonated crimson, eyes spiraling, mouth open, single fang poking out, completely broken by the contact. But he wasn't copping a feel. He was sliding out a neatly wrapped gift box, smiling warm as anything while Kami's grateful fist introduced itself to his ribs. Kami booked it down the hallway like a bat out of purgatory, screaming loud enough to make Dick's wolf ears fold back in alarm. Simon stood there holding the box, genuinely baffled, and the blue-haired girl beside him looked ready to combust from second-hand embarrassment. Which meant the awkward handoff needed damage control, so Simon flagged down the next passerby and offered up the seat she'd just abandoned. That was cake day at Kizan, and the blue-haired classmate was already dragging Simon into the latest campus tradition nobody had explained to him yet. A glittery heart-covered party hat sat in the middle of the table like a trophy nobody wanted to claim. But the hat had found its victim. A broad, brown-haired man stood drowning in gift boxes, wearing the cursed thing at a sullen tilt beneath a sky that literally read gloom. Between his splayed legs sat a single pink box, centerpiece gem winking like it knew exactly what kind of party this was. His teammates weren't saving him. Dick smirked that it served him right, the blue-haired girl cooed sympathy, and Simon sweated through the second-hand humiliation. Simon was already buffering, sweat on his cheek, brain scrambled, every possible response locked behind an ellipsis. She crossed her arms, dead serious. A little bit wasn't going to cut it, and they were still in school, so don't get any ideas. Off-panel warned him Kizan was cutthroat and anyone would drag him down for a scrap of advantage. And Simon, completely missing the point, just thanked them for the advice. She looked up and beamed, of course there was a day, as if he'd ever doubted her. Then came the real hit, a shower of sparkling blue gemstones raining down on him, and she cheerfully clarified none of them were real, which somehow made the whole thing even more illegal. She slapped him across the cheek with the biggest smile in the building, telling him she'd love real jewels just as much, while he stood there rebooting in real time. And then she winked, called him by name, and told Simon she was looking forward to whatever he planned next. Unfair. Back at the podium, Professor Jane straightened her collar and addressed the hall, satisfied to be exactly where she belonged. Chalk scratched across the board and Keesan's calm shattered. A battle evaluation was dropping on them, effective immediately. Two boys caught the news like a gut punch, one frozen in panic while the other grimaced through every shade of dread at the words first semester. The instructor at the front didn't soften it. 14 classes across the academy were about to be thrown into the same meat grinder. A pyramid took shape on the board, upper, middle, lower, lowest, and the only way out was to climb over someone else's corpse. Squads earned points, lost points, bled and climbed, every matchup a math problem written in bruises. The numbers hung on the board like a verdict, 30 for a win up top, 15 for a loss, the gap only widening the higher you sat. Silence stretched across the room. Two students sat frozen, one weighing options with a pen at his chin, the other sweating through a smile that wasn't fooling anyone. Not a word, just the hum of dread. Then the instructor's voice cut back in, sharp as a blade. The bottom 10% was getting expelled. She stood against the dark like a headmaster at a funeral, uniform immaculate, arms crossed, and every syllable landed like a stamp on a deportation order. 10% gone this semester, another 10% after, meaning 2 kids in this room were already dead and didn't know it yet, so they'd better figure out fast what cards they were holding. The room held its breath. Then Simon's eyes went wide, because apparently a Cyclops was on the syllabus too, and that was a problem he hadn't budgeted for. Their professor didn't even try to play it cool, flat out bragging she couldn't picture any class ranked above her own. And the way she stood at that podium, belt cinched tight, shoulders squared, this woman believed every word coming out of her mouth. Her students ate it up, jaw-dropping like she'd just announced a date with the crown prince himself. Then the boys were on their feet, fists pumping, swearing on their lives they'd make her proud. Somebody actually climbed onto a desk, and the rest of the room lost their minds trying to shut him down. Class A was throwing a parade at the top of their lungs, while their professor melted into her sleeves, begging the floor to swallow her whole. Finally she dragged herself upright, exhaled the embarrassment, and called a name that made the room sit up straighter, Dick Haywood. And our boy Dick was already mid-celebration, fists in the air like he'd just won the whole damn tournament. A tall instructor in a black military coat and heels stood with her hands on her hips inside Keesan's blue-tinted arena, ringing in the semester's ranked evaluation with a single pointed question. A mint-haired girl with round glasses shot her hand up before anyone else, eager to show the class she was paying attention, and kicked off the tactical lesson. But the professor pressed harder, redirecting the answer toward a classmate's earlier point, which meant this wasn't a quiz, it was a group exercise. The room split into reactions. A blond boy stroked his chin in thought, a blue-haired girl narrowed her eyes, and a pink-haired demon girl with tiny bat wings clasped her hands and blushed, already nervous about where this was going. On a mint-green board, chibi figures demonstrated the problem. A close-range enchantment fighter swinging a glowing gauntlet, wide open the second he tried to close the distance. Meanwhile, a blood magic student hovering overhead rained red crystals down from above, grinning, because against that long-range specialist, the close-range guy never even reached her. 2 girls in the front row exchanged a look, one pointed-eared and startled, the other stone-cold serious, already calculating their matchup. Folded black training gear sat ready in a crate nearby. The semester was about to get physical. And with a serene smile against a sparkling blue backdrop, a brown-haired girl in gold-trimmed uniform announced the first match was underway. On the sidelines, a blond boy handed off a weapon, while the blue-haired girl beside him declared she'd open with darkness arrows, her teammate nodding in agreement. 2 classmates knelt over a sprawling magic circle, quills scratching, already rewriting a section for their own counter-strategy. But across the stone-walled hall, the murmur of 100 students swarmed louder as a blue-haired boy pushed through the crowd toward his group, every whisper begging to be overheard. He leaned forward, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded in that exhausted way, watching, cataloging, and saying nothing. But our boy's coverage had one ugly problem. Erzabet can't fight on this field without blowing her cover. So Fear rolled out the budget option, basic skeletons. Slow, ugly, outclassed by everything, but they were what they had. Which meant Simon had to play this smart, not strong. A cheerful TA with a green-eyed grin and a backpack full of handouts bounced up to introduce herself, offering to walk him through anything he needed. Simon, a Somology major playing pretend on the front line, knelt to take the gear, because that was the role he'd been handed. She beamed brighter, finger raised like this was the easiest day of her life. Then a tactical gauntlet dropped into his lap with a wet slap, and she told him to try it on. Wink, thumbs up, done. She had full faith in this random kid she'd just met. But across the hall, his real partner was already done talking, a dark-haired woman who'd gotten the full briefing from Professor Jane and was ready to dance. Our boy's eyes went sharp, the snap of armor at his waist answering for him. Yes, he was ready. And she grinned, Cyan mana already curling off her fingertips like she was about to ruin someone. She hurled her arm skyward, rune circles detonating open across the arena, and the whole sky answered her chant. Feet planted, stance wide, she stood at the eye of her own storm. Then she barked the order, and two towering armored skeletons charged with a dash that split the stone under them. Impact! Which was the exact moment a tidal wave of inky black, the darkness arrows, came screaming back the other way, and the crowd collectively lost it. The brown-haired girl floated twin purple rune circles by her head and grinned like she'd already won, taunting the field. Blue hair barked an order, splitting his team, because two targets needed two sets of hands. On the other flank, Simon's skeleton surged ahead at the command to push forward and guard the second one, magic coiling for a full-on strike. It never landed. The brown-haired girl's barrage caved that massive ribcage inward, bones spraying like a crack-snap thunderclap across the arena. She stepped over the wreckage in her purple heels and tilted her head at the mess, a soft, satisfied hum escaping her lips, one summon down, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. Her fist clenched tight, dark energy licking up her glove, eager for the next target. A voice from somewhere in the dusk called her pretty good, and she soaked it in. Then she was airborne, driving a brutal downward punch straight through another skeleton in a burst of bone and orange impact, crash. Close up, she looked perfectly calm, a broken shard drifting past her cheek like a leaf. But blue hair screamed up in alarm as a colossal grinning skull erupted behind him, bones raining down in a clatter. Oh no, his whole plan just became rubble. He stumbled through the scattered fragments, reaching out in pure panic. She didn't even turn, just smiled in profile, and shaped a cyan rune circle, dark energy swirling as it snapped into being. Blue hair threw a desperate haymaker out of sheer reflex, but the glowing sigil whooshed past his guard and slammed straight into him. Blue magic coiled around his body as he gritted his teeth, cursed. No wonder, a strangled NGH the only protest left. She stood tall and coolly announced the play. The creature was down, and the summoner was exhausted, double kill without lifting her heels. He staggered forward, and her dark-heeled step closed the distance. This was his last chance, and she knew it. In chat, the capelet girl wasn't a side character at all. Her fist ignited with dark purple light, and she declared herself the summoner. The arena just found out who'd been pulling the strings. That hit landed where it counted, on Simon's face. His golden eye blew wide as the realization hit. The real threat had been in front of him the whole time. He answered the only way he knew how, with a fist wrapped in crackling blue mana, driving the strike straight into her guard. The shockwave ripped across the floor, and debris scattered in its wake. But the blue-haired kid was already on his back foot, arms up and eyes wide, because she was closing on him through the smoke. Her capelet flared with emotion, purple energy trailing her like a signature. Then she smiled, half-lidded, flushed, completely unbothered, and tipped a fragment of thought into the air. Situation, like she was grading it. Which meant when the next blast ripped upward through the arena, the kid had to eat the full force of it while she watched from the edge. And across the floor, her partners stumbled, the teal-haired girl grabbing her chest in pure shock at the body on the ground. Somewhere in the smoke, the blue-haired kid stared through falling debris with a face full of desperate, unfinished resolve. Anything, he'd do anything, if it bought him one more second. But the smoke parted, and she stepped through it like she owned the place. Then she asked him to pause the fight, all bright eyes and a teal sigil glowing between them, and he, dazed and wrecked, just quietly agreed. Oh, okay, thank you. which was how a polite halt turned into a post-mortem, because the dark-haired girl cleared her throat and announced she wanted to explain the mock battle. While behind her, the teal-haired TA lay face down on the stone, and the kid's brain quietly screamed about accidentally murdering faculty. He just stood there, blank, processing what an important moment felt like. She walked him through it, smiling, pointing out that he'd flipped to magic combat the second he was cornered, and hadn't just been casting, he'd been layering the spell to reinforce it. When she asked if he'd also been prepping close combat on instinct, he could only flinch, sweat, and admit it. Right. The dark-haired caster gave him a head start, a small mercy, or maybe just her way of making the win look earned. The blue-haired kid took the offer and walked it out, grateful for the reprieve more than he'd ever admit out loud. The blonde instructor laid down the real lesson. Summoning against another person was a different beast entirely, and skill alone wouldn't bridge that gap. She broke down his pattern like she owned it, opened with summons on purpose, then pivoted clean to magic the second the cage closed in. Because somewhere in the back of his skull, the blue-haired kid was running the math and not liking the numbers. Summoning against a person meant his whole kit had to change. Then a thud shattered the quiet, and before the kid could think, someone was already calling his name out loud. The blonde stepped forward with his nervous partner in tow and told Simon to put something on, which meant this wasn't a lesson anymore. And just like that, two bodies closed the distance, and the match pivoted on a single breath. Somewhere inside Kizan, an off-panel voice was still bragging about going easy. Freed's old sparring partner wasn't buying it. The smug TA just smirked while he stewed. Then a crash split the air, and every trace of that smirk vanished in a heartbeat. Our boy Simon stood locked inside a glowing circle, and the dark-haired professor was reaching toward him, shouting that nobody realized he'd gone and picked a fight with their own TA. A breath of silence before the fall. Simon kept his head bowed, hand on his hip, while the instructor squinted at the barrier gauge, unable to tell how badly battered he'd gotten. He sighed, hands stuffed in his pockets because, yeah, he lost, but the story wasn't over. Some blonde teammate cut in with a sharp gesture, and Simon's head snapped up in alarm. Malin spun on her heel at the commotion, the night sky behind her catching that sudden pivot. That blonde kid lunged after her, sweating and yelling her name like she was about to bolt into the blast zone. A heavy boot slammed down with a thud, right in front of our boy, and a voice called out his full name like a verdict. That same blonde stepped forward with murder in his eyes, barking at Simon to strap in and go again, while his nervous buddy sweated behind him. Fingers worked the buckle of the chest piece, locking it tight. And Simon's one narrowed eye glowed purple against the crackling dark, silent, stone-faced, ready. Then some random blonde with a shaved undercut grabbed our boy Simon and threw him like he was clearing space for a duel. Simon looked back over his shoulder, calm but caught off guard, like a guy who just got yanked into someone else's drama. Except the blonde wasn't done. He wheeled on some other poor sucker, calling him a bastard through gritted teeth. A long blue-haired classmate FLASHED between them, shouting, "Hector, stop!" Because of course the rival with the perfect score was behind all of this. Someone stepped past the camera to intervene. The peanut gallery across the yard lost their minds, a brown-haired kid and a lavender girl gasping WAH, before the blue-haired girl whipped around and told them to fight their own battles like grown-ups. And somewhere in the shadows, a slitted eye watched the whole circus with a quiet, mocking little laugh. The blue-haired girl turned with an icy glare, tossing one sharp accusation. Hector was nothing but Cern's stooge. A figure in dark-fitted gear stepped forward, cross straps gleaming at the waist against that blood-red haze. Malin's alarm cut through the noise. She spotted her friend in danger while a blonde beside her snapped, demanding to know how anyone dared say what was just said. A panicked classmate threw his hands up, stammering that he got it. He was angry too, but please, let's maybe not kill each other in the courtyard. The silver-haired kid answered with one cold, narrowed eye and an ellipsis, which was, somehow, way more terrifying than shouting. Then a sharp ching cracked the air as someone's spell ignited. And suddenly, Malin was standing there with clenched fists, fanged and furious, a glowing crimson runic circle blazing out of the stone floor in front of her, and someone screaming her name in pure panic. A dark-haired classmate dashed forward, arm outstretched, shouting for Malin to stop before that pink and black runic circulate the whole courtyard. Malin froze because a silver-haired TA had just strolled into the courtyard, dead calm, asking what exactly was happening here, and the whole yard went dead silent. Somewhere in a cold blue hall, a silver-haired figure in dark authority gave a blonde student the brush-off, polite and final. The blonde spat insults at the cloak's back while a pink-haired classmate clutched her hands tight, defending him in silence. A long blue-haired girl kept her head bowed, murmuring apology after apology for a question she hadn't even caught. Somewhere off-panel, a fist clenched hard and the order came down to get back to practice, swallowed by a quiet yes. Classic Chibai panic moment. The blue-haired girl forced a sweating smile and leaned down toward Malin, claiming she just lost her composure for a second. Simon stood beside her, and she suddenly used his full name, calm as anything, while he stared like she'd grown a second head. He went red to the ears, stammering that she was still gripping his hand and could she maybe not. Cut to a quiet corner and our boy stood locked in place, a light blue-haired girl holding onto him like he was about to bolt. She caught her breath, eyes shut, and told him flat out that he was completely out of his mind. He leaned in close, flipping her hand palm up like he was about to show her something, and her eyes dropped, worried. He pointed at her skin. She'd burned herself. She whipped her head around, blue eyes wide, stammered an okay and told him she'd see him later, already half retreating. Later, sunlit and quiet, the two of them sat face to face in a hospital room, her hand still in his. Simon smiled that gentle, infuriating smile and told her the answer was obvious, like he hadn't just wrecked her whole day. She looked at him across that sunlit room, soft and tense and barely breathing, his hand still warm around hers. Somewhere in the cold blue hall, a silver-haired girl was already sharpening her claws at Hector, calling him CERN's lapdog and worse. Our boy Simon caught it midair and went completely silent. But peace came easy with Malin by his side, her hand in his, and Simon thanking her like it cost him nothing. Malin went wide-eyed at the tenderness, clueless, and started telling him he'd stepped in front of something to shield her. He just looked back at her, warm and golden, like there was nowhere else he'd rather be. Fingers stayed laced together, quiet as a promise. Malin perched on a tall stool, swinging her sneakers, still trying to catch up to the moment. Then Simon was sitting there sweating through a bandage wrap, laughing nervously at himself, while she stood over him calling him way too kind for his own good, so flustered the stool rattled under her. Any softness left in him shattered fast when a pale hand reached for his collar. He swatted it away, panicked, swearing it wouldn't work this time. A voice dropped the warning once, no repeats, pay attention. And then the blue-haired girl was gripping his shoulder, nose to nose with him, while he could only manage a stunned huh. She flushed scarlet, his actual name, Simon, leaving her mouth like she'd never said anything so embarrassing in her life. She bolted through the door with an angry HMPH, and our boy staggered after her, reaching out, stammering her name halfway. He squeezed his eyes shut, because of course he did. A tiny skull-faced thing got its cheeks squished flat by pale hands, cheerfully calling the whole mess a father and son fight before getting told to shut it. And the room just sat there asking, Kami. A modern academy building stretched into view, all glass panels and dark stone, and someone off-panel called out our boy's name. Inside, Fave sat beside him on a red bench, Simon's face drawn, eyes half shut, the whole match from earlier still weighing on him, and she gave him this "I'm not sure" that meant way more than her words. Then Fave's teasing voice cut through, asking if the lecture had been too fast for him. Simon deflected it with a quiet no. Classic bro playing it cool when he absolutely wasn't. His face gave him away though, sweating, smiling too hard, that brittle look a person wears when they're drowning but don't want a rescue, and the question behind him pushed deeper. Unimaginable. A beat of silence hung between them, the kind where the next line changes everything. Because spiritology meant classes like this. A hulking wolf beastman instructor radiating this violent purplish-red aura, growling that any student worth their robes had to learn to feel the spirit, and the polite sure from the back row was doing nobody any favors. Which meant when a brown-haired kid raised a trembling hand and admitted he couldn't feel a damn thing no matter how hard he tried, the beastman's profile snapped against a starry background, and you could almost hear the feel it tear through the classroom. So the class got punched into a different gear. Music, pixelated backdrops, and a dark-haired lead screaming at his group to wriggle, swing, shake through what the academy had the audacity to call a ritual dance. And pour every ounce of heart into it, because apparently that was the homework. The music cut. A single curved line lingered in white space. The come-down after that was not going to be pretty. And then someone said seriously, and you could feel the whole room crack. Because honestly, watching Simon tearfully clutching Kami's waist while she hid her face in pure mortification, the whole red-striped background screaming their emotions sideways, yeah, that was a ritual all right. She was alive, he was wrecked, and the class had collectively lost its mind. Two classmates floated in chibi form overhead, question marks bouncing between them, just as lost as the rest of us. A classmate asked about the training team next, and the blue-haired girl beside him jumped in. They'd picked up attacking spells. And they were going to need them, soon. But nobody in that class had the luxury of processing what just happened. Classmates dropped to their knees, pleading for a spot on this so-called training squad, because getting in meant learning something most cadets never touched. And those prayers were answered fast, because up walked a figure you don't see at Kaizen every day. A bearded old man in a top hat and brown coat, cane in hand, flanked by a pair of academy staff in matching dark uniforms. Behind that cane came a name the students already knew. Professor Siage had arrived. He cleared his throat once, and the room went quiet. Siage planted his cane at the front of the firing range, eyes sweeping the seated students, and told them they were already behind schedule, so they were starting right now. Up close, Kami explained it best. Hematology wasn't about reenacting vampire or werewolf tricks, it was the actual study of those bloodlines, which, for a half-vampire sitting in the room, made this lecture land very differently. First lesson was the gear, a medical-style tube taped to the arm, dripping slow, designed to read whatever darkness lived in a student's blood. Siage conjured a swirling mass of purple, black, and red energy in his palm, and explained the core truth. A necromancer can artificially mix darkness with blood to manufacture all kinds of magical effects. Which meant one of the lavender-haired students suddenly remembered, oh right, Kami was a vampire. Her little wings flapped nervously at the realization. She practically deflated when the words real battle came out of the professor's mouth, wings drooping, eyes wide, sweat dropping. But Siage called her up anyway, pricked her wing with a yellow diagnostic device, and told her to get ready, second line on deck. And Simon, grinning from the front row, raised a hand and cheered her on. Kami, you got this, while she whispered his name back, half flustered, half grateful, and ready to prove her bloodline belonged in this room. She exhaled hard, the fang in her mouth catching the light, and Kami had every reason to be grateful she'd survived the demo intact. But the next test required her to step up to the edge, and the bat-winged half-vampire froze with her hands clasped tight. Behind her, Simon watched quietly while a classmate pumped his fist and another covered her face in dread, because Kami hesitating at the wrong moment could mean a whole lot more than embarrassment. A target pinned to the wall, and one shot gone wide. Then the impact landed, blood splatter, a bang that split the air sideways. The hit crunched through whatever it touched, sending chunks flying in a yellow-white burst. A man in a dark vest tipped a vial of pinkish red, letting one drop fall into a dark purple sphere hovering at his chest. He swiped the orb clean against his coat in one sharp motion, dark splatters flying. Across the room, the old bearded man in a fedora smirked at his younger blonde partner and called him hero. A blue ID card flashed up, Class A5, and the next group got called in. A small purple-haired girl stepped forward, elf-like ears twitching, and called her summon. Kami stood ready, bat wings folded tight, hands clenched at her chest, while Simon watched calm at her back, and two classmates lost their minds cheering for her. She threw her arm up in profile, and the crowd caught on to what she was, an Ursula, a vampire. The white-mustached man in the tall black hat stared hard, a silent judge measuring what he just saw. She winked, then hurled a glowing dark red orb and screamed the order to open fire. The orb detonated into a wall of fire that swallowed the arena, and a cloaked figure went ragdolling backward through the blast. Smoke and embers rained down on the wreckage. A classmate broke it down for the class. KP1 meant vampire blood, and guessing how deep it cut was pointless. The room caught fire with envy. Half the students were sweating just hearing the word vampire, and the other half wanted that Ursula bloodline in their veins instead. But Kami's revelation had landed. The class buzzed like she just dropped a rare drop on the whole room. And our girl Kami was drowning in it, fanged, ears twitching, eyes glistening, completely overwhelmed by the attention. Professor Siage watched from the podium, half-lidded and stern, letting the moment teach what his lecture couldn't. Then Kami turned, and that nervous wreck melted into the brightest, proudest fanged grin the classroom had ever seen. Classmates swarmed her with praise. She just proved her vampire nature to a room full of skeptics, and that was a clean win. But our boy Simon wasn't celebrating yet. He cracked his knuckles, smirk locked and loaded, because class was over and the firing range was calling. At lane 6, Simon Valencia confirmed his mark to the range officer, bracer raised, eyes sharp. Then he locked onto his target and roared the order to fire, every ounce of his focus narrowing to a single point downrange. Dead silence, just Simon and the sigil. His gloved finger tapped the array, and the runes screamed to life, a swirling dark sphere with a watching eye erupting at the center. Darkness blasted from his palm in a single massive shot, ripping downrange while classmates behind him watched jaws slack. The targets hung untouched. Lane 6 read blank and his classmates stood there in stunned silence, not sure what they just witnessed. Simon sweated through it, hands still out, face twisted in pure embarrassment. Yeah, that looked like a whiff. Except the shot was a delayed payload. His dark payload rematerialized dead center with a thunderclap, tearing through the bullseye rings and flipping the whole moment on its head. A delayed payload landed like a hammer, concrete cracked wide, dust and stone shrapnel punching outward in a blast that shook the whole firing line. Somebody behind him saw the impossible shot and short-circuited. A beret-wearing aide with a clipboard rushed over to the boy in the dark blazer, stammering that the blood type they just tested didn't match any known category. 2 blood-type cards dangled on strings, and both droplets had eaten straight through the paper like acid, leaving nothing but crumbs and a low hum of fascinated confusion from the professor. Our boy stood there, sweating, caught between pride and panic, mumbling a flat "oh, okay," as the line behind him got called forward. The aide beamed up at him, promising a fresh custom test next class, and Simon, still dazed, could only nod a quiet thank you. Because of course the moment it leaked, the squad swarmed him, 2 girls bouncing in, gushing that a brand new bloodline was the coolest thing they'd seen all week. A blonde classmate with amber eyes leaned in, raised a finger, and asked the only question that mattered. Was there even a guideline for what Simon just became? The light blue-haired girl from the bench group winced, cheek on her fist, muttering that none of their existing research had any overlap with him at all. Siage's chibai swarm of identical uniformed students flashed above the lecture as the logic landed brutal and simple. 60 blood types in a class meant 60 teaching assistants, and nobody had signed up for that paperwork. So when Simon wandered over to the bench line afterward, 3 classmates stared back at him in awkward, do we even know you silence? He brushed past the numbered wire cages, static crackling around him, and the quiet admission slipped out, yeah, he was sure of it now. Which meant in the back of the lecture hall, the white-bearded professor in the brown suit stroked his chin, eyes sharp, and named it plainly for anyone listening. Simon Valencia's properties were multiplying. A dark, swirling void filled the frame, and the rule of it hit like scripture. The instant his blood touched the darkness swallowed it whole. A single crimson droplet fell into that blue mosaic abyss, suspended, inevitable. And the darkness that ate it grew thicker, stronger, hungrier, feeding on what made him him. That vanishing bullet hadn't vanished at all. Darkness had swallowed the blood, hiding it in plain sight until impact. When it finally hit the target, the damage punched through clean and the trick clicked. One narrowed eye had caught the whole thing. Kami smiled back over her shoulder, a half-vampire who had every reason to be interested in what Simon just learned. Blue hair watched the pair with golden eyes, and a look that said he was done being left out of the loop. Fingers drummed the table in a steady tap, 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 the kind of rhythm that meant a plan was already forming. And somewhere far from that range, a long-haired man in a gray suit finally understood exactly why Kizan had invested so heavily in one obscure heir named Simon Valencia. The bearded man beside him wasn't smiling, though his glare said this revelation came with a price someone wasn't ready to pay. A pale hand wrapped around a heavy ceramic mug and clacked it down hard, the opening move of a conversation nobody in the room wanted. The first card hit the table. A deal was on offer. The blonde across the table grinned wide. Deal was exactly the word he'd been waiting to hear. Because the blonde had a half-vampire girl in his class, one with real promise, and right now she was leaning toward catarrhology, which, to him, looked like a waste of a bloodline like hers. His hand slipped into his pocket, the posture of a man already certain of his next move. She had a gift for it, sure, but hematology scores said otherwise, and so did her entrance exam. Born into a vampire family on top of all that, the math was already settled in his head. The older man sipped slowly, asked what the blonde was actually proposing, and got his answer clean. Persuade her into hematology, shape her into a powerful ally for both of them. One word cut through the dark, and it was aimed at Siaj. Someone had walked right into the old professor's office unannounced and dropped into a chair like he owned the place. Siaj barely glanced up. Arrogance had been that boy's default setting since their student days, and apparently a decade hadn't softened the edges. The blonde newcomer just smiled, palms up, owning every inch of it, part of the crow, sure, but nobody's doormat. A laugh rolled out of him, all charm and no apology, wrapping a recruitment pitch in the thinnest disguise of goodwill. Coffee steamed on the desk between them, and Siaj's old dropout was sitting where a proper colleague should be, asking for something he had no business asking for. Then came the real ask, dripping red against the black. He wanted Simon Valencia off the board entirely. Fangs bared, gloves pressed to his chest, this crow operative was ready to negotiate something far uglier than coffee. Siaj's hand drifted low, and there, slashed clean across his thigh, was the kind of mark that came from fights you don't talk about. The old professor exhaled slow. Bahil had always been a numbers man, every favor weighed, every wound earned, and he should have seen this ambush coming. A young assistant stepped forward with a fresh cup, offering coffee like the room wasn't primed to catch fire. Siaj stroked his beard, eyes closed, buying time, the kind of quiet a man keeps when the game just changed shape. He passed the saucer back and sent her straight to his office. Register the research paper now, before things got any messier up here. She froze mid-step, new blood marks in a room already soaked in old ones, and the color drained right out of her. An old hand settled on the desk. The rest, he said, would wait until she returned. Rat-tat, and the door finally had something else to say. But Siaj wasn't the only one with designs on our boy, because a mustached elder in a tall black hat just declared his group was joining the hunt for Simon. Which meant the bidding war on our boy's head had only just started, and somewhere in that office, a broad, nameless back belonged to whoever had the deepest pockets. That evaluation room sign was getting a laugh, but the real classroom was down the hall. Then nothing but silence, a breath between words. A blonde instructor in a crisp lab coat stood at the board, smile easy, offering shortcuts to any student brave enough to ask. Classroom full of attentive ears, because today wasn't theory. They were learning how to shut a fight down fast and clean. 2 fingers up, casual as anything, the instructor laid out the toolkit. A blue-haired girl took notes as he named the move, leg down, the kind of spell that drops an enemy before they know they've lost. Another beat hung in the air, heavy with what came next. Then Simon stepped in, profile sharp against the light, pitching his own weapon to the undecided, a remade paralyzed curse, black magic tuned for the battlefield. The room held its breath before the next blow landed. A pink-haired Kami clasped her hands in awe, and the room felt it. These were spells you couldn't find anywhere else, and they were being handed out. And the war of words kept climbing, sharper with every round. On the chalkboard, a running figure mapped out the targeting knees, ankles, the joints that buckle first when the magic locks them down. And next to it, the trade-off spelled out. The new paralyze hit lighter than the old version, but it landed faster, which meant it counted in a real fight. Both instructors stood ready, arms open, inviting every student to pick a lane and line up. Simon Valencia, name kept circling the room like a target pinned to his back, because someone up there decided a genius had to crawl out of his own darkness. The blonde in the lab coat owned that smirk like a weapon, finishing the sentence with menace stitched into every syllable, because to him, Simon's darkness wasn't a curse, it was an invitation. Kami grinned through her bangs like the whole thing was a joke, and Simon nearly flinched at the warmth. Step, step, the blonde closed the distance, and Simon had no clean read on whether this was a lecture or a setup. The whole cluster of classmates packed in tight, caught between watching the showdown and getting out of its blast radius, while that white coat kept glaring up like he'd already won. A single red eye filled the frame, and the tiny voice behind it squeaked a hello, because even the bold ones knew when not to draw this guy's attention. He snapped his gaze sideways at the whisper from behind, and a purple-haired girl with round glasses was mid-sentence against a blood-red backdrop, feeding him intel or warning him off, hard to tell which. Two blonde profiles, two red eyes locked tight as drawn bowstrings, teeth clenched against the red, a silent standoff that said more than any lecture could. Behind a purple cowl, a stained lip twitched, composure slipping for half a breath. Over in the grand hall, Chehekel stood shoulder to shoulder with a blue-haired figure in black and gold, accepting thanks, then getting blindsided by the order to lead the class himself. The bespectacled blue-haired instructor declared she would personally take over teaching duties, and Chehekel's brain visibly stalled mid-request about last week's plans. She stood in front of the classroom and changed her mind on the spot, loud, dramatic, total, while a worried voice from somewhere behind tried to remind her the TAs had bled for the old lesson plan. Chehekel's face went slack with a stunned little, because nobody had budgeted for this curveball. A gloved fist clenched once at his side. Okay, the quiet surrender of a man watching his syllabus die. She ordered the old materials scrapped, the room shifting to a new spell, and a row of students collectively caught fire with panic. A nervous blue-haired girl stammered her way through something nobody expected. Then she doubled down, claiming she'd personally run the whole class herself, sweat beading on her temple as the room stared her down. Her jaw tightened, mind racing behind those glasses, working through whatever she just committed to. A dark-haired classmate shot a sideways look, pinning the whole mess on some kid who'd apparently lit the fuse. She exhaled hard, the fight draining out of her in one long breath. In stepped a long-haired blonde professor, white coat crisp, grin easy, and just like that the real lesson began. The same professor now stood before a red-haired boy and a purple-haired girl, settling into his lecture. A purple-haired student shot his hand up, sharp and serious, asking which magic types burned the longest to cast, because knowing your enemy starts with knowing the clock. Black magic crept into the answer somewhere. The professor smiled warm and delivered the verdict. Summoning spells took the longest, every class in Kizan knew that one. Later, that purple-haired boy sat alone on a park bench under a bleeding sunset, shoulders hunched, running the whole lesson back in his head. A tiny skull creature popped from his collar with glowing blue eyes, teasing that it finally got why he'd gone quiet, telepathic little gremlin reading him like a book. Erzabet blinked in the alley, caught off guard, fear dropping to one knee, and offering the entire battalion's doctrine as hers to rewrite. Simon rubbed his temples, flustered, admitting he was maybe a little bit out of his depth. His hands twisted together in his lap, fingers working like he was trying to knead the right words into shape. But fear loomed over him and cut straight to the bone. Was the kid planning to quit summoning entirely? Simon sat in the dark, wrestling with the question. His mouth opened, stalled, and the silence dragged on while something heavy pressed behind his teeth. Then his knuckles went white. No. The light shifted. Fear's silhouette cut back in, sharper this time, reading him like an open grimoire. Something else was eating at him then. A sliver of shadow crept in, and everything was about to change. Simon snapped his head up, ears burning, because the skeleton had hit the real nerve clean. He wanted to win the battle evaluation on summons alone. Above the trees, the evening wind picked up, and Simon heard himself ask the dangerous question out loud. Was he a fool for choosing the hardest road when easier ones waited? Fear's answer came right behind it. Why did he think that was? The irritation had been building all evening, and he finally let it out. Every friend, every professor, all feeding him the same line. Summoning needed more time. Erzabet folded her arms and pouted at the wall, with Fear waving impatiently at his side. Yeah, even the Grim Reaper was getting antsy. Inside, though, something was twisting. His belief and his feelings weren't lining up, and the friction was getting harder to ignore. He agreed out loud, simple as that, that's right. Fear grinned through the gloom, eyes burning teal, and pressed him for the answer. So what's the conclusion, kid? The boy smiled at the sky, leaves whipping past, and made his call. This time he'd follow his heart. The reply landed quiet and still, just a body in uniform against the wind. Then eyes squeezed shut, he reached for the vision inside him. Picture it when every voice says he can't. He walks into the arena and wins on summonology alone. He saw it clear as day. Himself at the center of the stone platform, fist raised, two skeletons flanking him, blade and spear ready, and yeah, wouldn't that feel amazing? Those amber eyes went sharp. He turned his back on every safe path and walked toward the lamplit grove at sunset, gladly taking the road nobody else would dare. Because that was his commander, Fear declared it flat out, so pay no mind to the limits the knucklehead set. Do as he wishes. So he answered Fear, yes, all in. Summonology alone, skeletons at his back, and a smirk that said he'd already seen the ending. The kid was betting everything on a discipline nobody took seriously, and he was confident enough to grin about it. His uniform settled into place, and the choice hardened into fact. Clash. But somewhere else, someone was cracking wide open, screaming that every sacrifice had been for him. A teacup rolled across polished wood, and a furious voice cursed him for wasting a terrifying gift on skeletons and bone. Blonde hair caught the lamplight, teeth bared, a snarl ripped out of her chest. Huff pant, whatever she'd just been through, it had wrung her dry. A lavender-haired woman unfolded her fan and asked, calmly, if the giant in front of her was done throwing his tantrum. But that wasn't anger, that was Professor Bahil, smirking like she already owned the next move. She turned her back on the room, golden hair spilling down, and the embers lit the silhouette of someone who didn't lose. The arena didn't see the hit, just heard it land. A sickening crash echoed through the stands. And a voice tore through the dark, raw and desperate, howling that none of this pain meant anything if the target couldn't see why. Inside the professor's office, a ceremonial bell rolled across the desk unstopped, because the man behind the desk had lost his composure entirely over one stubborn, gifted kid wasting himself on the wrong craft. Professor Bahil, blonde, young-looking and burning with a fury his age didn't match, ground his teeth so hard his jaw ached, unable to swallow a truth the entire academy seemed blind to. He panted like he'd sprinted a mile, because holding this in had been a longer run than any battlefield. A bespectacled woman in gray and dark wool stood watching him with a wooden baton resting easy in her grip. Her tone, the precise calm of someone who'd seen this tantrum before, asking if he was finished now. Against a wash of falling embers, Bahil lifted his chin with a hard smirk, dropping the act and named her flatly, because if Siaj wanted a piece of this bidding war, she was going to get one. He rose from his seat, vest sharp, one black glove flexing, the room behind him pulsing with a faint crimson glow that matched what was building behind his eyes. His red stare cut sideways, and the frustration drained into something colder, confusion at how the academy had buried its brightest asset. His gloved fingers found a framed photograph of two boys in school uniforms, and he muttered that the face staring back looked like someone named Aaron, except this kid had never set foot in Kizan until now. Two grinning students frozen in a sunlit memory, one blonde, one brown-haired, arms slung around each other like the world couldn't touch them, and Bahil's voice turned bitter at how the academy repaid its own golden children. The partial fragment, he was Kizan's, hanging like an accusation in the air. His glare burned into the red haze, breath hissing through his teeth as the sentence finished, something about those shining talents being left to rot. Then the gloved fist came down hard on the desktop with a crack that split the quiet, the impact a command in itself, stand still and listen, because this had gone on long enough. The blue-haired, bespectacled colleague looked down at him from across the room, voice gentle as paper, suggesting he just say the honest thing out loud instead of breaking furniture over it. Because some appetites aren't satisfied with talent alone. This man wore a smile like a blade resting on skin, and what he wanted was simple possession, total and unchallenged. Black-gloved fingers dug into a victim's white shirt, the grip desperate and cruel, because letting go meant losing his claim. Which made the bespectacled woman's jaw tighten, arms folding like a locked gate. She had drawn her line in the dirt. Every tool available, she warned, would be deployed, because some patterns never stopped repeating. So in the shadows, Another player spun his own scheme, twin circles blazing as he chased a mad dream, forging the next Nefties, whoever had to burn for it. Crimson bled around his boots like a promise, and the air itself tasted of what he was willing to spend. Then came the most dangerous kind of devotion, a disciple pledging his soul to lift his teacher to godhood, on the condition of being the only one allowed to stand at his side. So when people asked Simon how he climbed so high, he always gave the same answer. He'd grin, pen in hand, and play the grateful student, because the truth was a weapon he kept sheathed. In chat, you already know which smile was the lie. Beat. Except that lie had a body, and it breathed too close to its prizes. So when a blue-haired girl wandered too near his orbit, a black glove closed around her wrist like a snare. The impact snapped her sideways, eyes blown wide, because she had just become a thing he had decided to keep. He leaned in, red bleeding behind them both, and whispered what ownership sounded like, "You're mine now." Those pale fingers closed around blood-red silk, like it was already his to hold. His boot came down hard, a stamp of ownership, while the other hand kept whatever it had claimed well within reach. But the scheming ran deeper than a single grab, because somewhere else, in a study littered with swords and scattered papers, the blonde offered a grinning bow and handed over a scroll, and his successor was going to have to be far less stiff than she was. He told her, easy and certain, that she had the kind of raw talent that could go toe-to-toe with Nefties herself if she ever got out of her own way. So he turned away with a flourish, laying it on thick about how rare a student like her came along, and the bespectacled woman in gray was not buying a syllable of it. She pushed her glasses up, narrowed her eyes, and called it what it was: monopoly, plain and simple, because old men like him always wanted to keep the best toys for themselves. That was when he threw a finger up with a fox's grin and announced he had a great idea, and she didn't even turn around before bracing for whatever ridiculous thing came out of his mouth next. Because success had made him arrogant, and his red eyes had gone cold with the certainty of a man who already knew how every room he walked into was going to end. Which meant somewhere in another room entirely, two women in heels squared off on the floor, bare legs on one side, white and violet on the other, and the verdict was already being read: bitter defeat for somebody. The blue-haired woman in round glasses adjusted them with a gloved finger, leaned in, and opened her mouth to say she knew exactly what the other one was planning, and she was not going to let it happen. Which was a bold call, because the blonde across from her was already laughing it off. Piece of cake, she said, like the whole thing was a warm-up before lunch. Except the laugh faded the instant she saw what came back, flushed, wide-eyed, suddenly realizing the other woman had not come to play. Then the world dropped. And meanwhile, back at the academy, the schedule had other plans, because not a single summonology class was running this week. Which made sense, the blonde boy explained with his hands behind his head, once you knew Professor Aaron was off on a trip, and at Kaizen, things ran on Necromancer time, which basically meant never on time. It clicked at last. Whatever the blue-haired kid had been wrestling with all morning had finally snapped into place. Except his body hadn't gotten the memo, because he was still reeling, dizzy enough to regret opening a book in the first place. Across campus, the notice board was already getting pinned up before a silver-haired companion could finish scanning it, because the match table for the battle evaluation had dropped, and someone needed to tell Simon right now. 3 classmates crowded the list, hunting by class. One girl was already praying to dodge the monsters, and Simon traced the letters himself, Class A, then again until his name stared back at him. Stadium 2, Round 1, Match 12. Class A's Simon Valencia versus some Class G kid named Heron Coke, and the bracket hinted at another Class G name lurking nearby. Walking it off outside, a blonde teammate ambled beside him, hands behind his head, casually apologizing for dumping all the heavy lifting on his so-called major. Simon cut him sideways with a look, calling him Dick out loud, because now the real curiosity had kicked in. What kind of black magic was this Heron Coke packing? Dick froze mid-stride, hand up, instantly on the defensive, because that was one secret too many, and he wanted to know how Simon had figured it out. Back at the board, Dick threw on a grin for the crowd and posed the obvious question: what's the point of training when only a handful survive his deathly magical combat kick? Simon shook his head hard, insisting it wasn't deadly, and dropped a twist on him. He wasn't running magical combat as his main this time. That landed. Dick's eyes widened for a single syllable of shock. And Simon raised one finger like a man who already had a plan, because if not magical combat, then this. Dick pointed back, annoyed, reminding him exactly what he'd been told to fight with, dismissing the new idea with a scoff before the bell could even save Simon from himself. Because Simon didn't need magical combat for this, he had bone. And the rest of Group 7 caught on fast. Dick trained the kid like a man possessed, drilling Malin's old formations into him until every skeleton knew its place. But Malin wasn't watching from a bed this time, and that made every drill feel like a promise. Because Dick met up with him in Raucous that night, hood up, just two friends under cold stars. They talked strategy outside the dormitory, voices low and yellow windows glowing behind them. Dick left him study notes in the courtyard once, blood on the stone, kid flat on his face, and Dick just told him to learn them. Classic Dick. But tonight wasn't study night. It was shopping night, and the skeleton shop had a skull and rosary sign that basically screamed, "Main character, stop here." And behind the door of Greto, a cheerful voice welcomed them in. Dick walked up to the counter and asked the mustachioed shopkeep point-blank for skeleton archers, because Dick does everything point-blank. The shopkeep broke into a sweat. Archers were a tall order, but our boy confirmed he wanted them anyway. Dick rattled off the inventory like he owned the place, called out the mage and the rider, and the poor shopkeep could barely keep up. Then the contracts hit the counter, thick stack, plain title, the archer, and the shopkeep had to ask why Dick wanted this one specifically. Dick grinned sheepishly, fessed up that he was bad at the direct approach, and his tiny floating skeleton archer backed him up. A skull-shaped mask settled into its red-lined box beside a curved blade, and the merchant named the class it was bound to. He tapped the curved steel with one finger, and the ring told the whole story, properly cooled, battle-ready. Dick stood across the counter, cloak hood up, and let the gold tumble out, then choked when the price hit 30 per box. 30 was highway robbery. The voice kept dropping, 27, 24, 22, and our boy's math brain started crunching resale value before the next coin landed. Behind him, the skeleton porter shouldered its spear, took another order for 3 sets of vanilla gear, and piped up about the next thing on its list. The shopkeeper leaned in, all eager to help. Dark boots hit cracked stone outside, one heavy step. Dick grinned, cheery as anything, no regrets, skull voice, not a one. Then he was out on a moonlit street, ringed by cloaked figures, and a voice from nowhere bellowed for everyone to halt. A sweat bead crawled down his cheek. Someone asked if the presence closing in was a friend, and Dick answered way too fast, no. Because the thing stalking toward them wore a hood like theirs, blonde hair, red eyes, and the whisper on every lip was the same cursed name, Professor Bahil. A blonde figure in a dark cloak stood in profile against the ruined skyline, fist clenched, looking down like he'd just finished something he wasn't proud of. He called out into the silence, checking if his work was still breathing. The camera drifted closer, and the body on the table was a canvas, every inch of pale skin swallowed by dark tribal ink, a fresh blade resting across the frame like a signature. One hand twitched against the stone. The blonde smile was the worst part, pure satisfaction, because the operation had landed clean. And then the experiment sat up on his own. Spiky red hair, ink crawling down both arms, eyes locked forward with the kind of focus that said the procedure hadn't just worked, it had overwritten him. The blade beside him was already scarred from the work. His fist clenched tight as the new wiring in his body lit up for the first time, and the blonde just stood there, arms crossed, watching the results breathe. But this man wasn't confused, wasn't groggy. He was grinning through a swirling magenta haze, drunk on whatever had just been poured into his veins. A tattooed torso scarred in dark tribal whorls, a massive blade resting against pale skin like it was born there, the body of someone already halfway to a weapon. The fingers twitched first, then curled, like the hand was remembering it owned something. Their handler peeled back his hood, blonde, red-eyed, calm as a man who'd already won. The operation was done. A shirtless redhead snapped upright on the slab, tribal ink rippling across every muscle, fist locked around a hilt big enough to bisect a horse. He'd been dormant. He wasn't anymore. And the blade they'd forged for him filled the frame, broad, scratched, ugly, built for one thing. The handler watched from the shadows, arms folded, as the tattooed fist clenched slow. He could feel it, the change rolling off the kid like heat. Golden eyes flared against a sky of bruised purple, grin splitting wide. Energy was overflowing. The curse, the ink, the blade, all of it was singing now. Then the cost. Shirt against blade, gloved hand white-knuckled, body shuddering under orange fire, the tattoos didn't come free. The handler stood there, arms crossed, watching the kid burn for the power he'd been promised. An arm punched up into a burning sky, ink blazing, the word flip ripping across the frame. Once the battle started, those tattoos would eat anyone in range. The redhead turned, sweat dripping, voice cracking. 2 months. He'd been sold a 2-month death sentence and a miracle same package. The blonde handler smiled with his eyes closed, arms still folded, satisfied as a craftsman admiring his finished work. Up top, the redhead stared down at a dark-haired boy in shock. Their target wasn't some pushover, it was Simon Valencia, special admission number 1, Class A. But the redhead only smirked, green eyes lit, ink gleaming across his chest. Good. In a cold stone room, the handler crossed his arms and delivered the pitch flat. Right now, the kid was beyond Simon's level, no reason to be impressed. Pale fingers reached upward, curling as if grasping for a power promised to him. Because the hand clenched tight, and resolve locked in like bone. Which meant something had already ignited, a dark, viscous presence swelling up from nowhere. And our boy stood bare-chested, the tribal ink across his back drinking it in as a column of inky blackness erupted from his spine. He let it loose. The blast hit the floor like a siege ram, shadows screaming outward in every direction. Stone cracked and split beneath the overflow of his gift. Then came the boast. The tattooed kid addressed Professor Bahil himself, swearing his darkness dwarfed hers, and he'd repay the favor for being chosen. A sideways smirk, and he proposed faking an accident on the kid who didn't even know he was a target. But the man in the dark cloak flinched at the plan, flinched hard, while the tattooed boy asked if the play was to stage the whole thing and kill Simon. Kill him? The word hung there, and the cloaked figure couldn't bring himself to echo it back. Except this was no negotiation. Inside that dim room, the hooded handler loomed over the tattooed kid and told him point-blank, do exactly as ordered. A crumpled paper thrust toward his chest, and the kid flinched backward like he'd been burned. Blackness swallowed the scene. Then a slow, deliberate step cut through the dark, white trousers, polished shoes, somebody important stepping forward with intent. No. And the vow that followed was ugly. Death wouldn't be enough for whoever stood at the blonde end of that threat. A handler hunched over a sleeping weapon, tribal ink crawling across every inch of him, and a deal already cut in the dark. The tattooed kid lay there like cargo, and whatever was poured into his veins was the down payment on our boy's funeral. He came to on a stone floor, throat tight, the handler's coat hanging over him like a verdict. Every bruise from the summoning still sang, and now this stranger's silhouette was the next thing he had to survive. Then that single red eye flicked toward him, sharp, unhurried, already done measuring the cost. Black Shoes stepped once, deliberate, sealing the distance. Time rolled back. The moon hung over a different night, the night before the deal, the night before the curse, when the architect of this whole thing was still just a kid with a stupid grin and a castle at his back. Blonde, cloaked, silhouetted against a spire-riddled skyline, throwing a promise at no one in particular. Yeah, you'd thank him eventually, even if the thanks came with teeth. Arms wide, coat flaring, full theater mode against a castle that didn't ask. Inside, the door cracked open and the room exhaled. He was back clean, which meant the guards had missed him. The blonde slipped in still damp-haired, pajamas loose, and nearly tripped over Dick hunched over the table. A box clunked open between them, and 2 classmates hovered at the corner watching the contraband like it might bite. He hissed that he'd barely made it, figured Dick had scrubbed the evidence already. Dick's only comeback. He'd come to summon a skeleton tonight using freshly purchased skeleton archers. Which is when Dick grabbed him by the shoulders, sparkling background and all, yelling about the brand, and the answer came back casual. Vanilla. A book flapped open to a glowing magic circle, runes lit and a 5-step list pinned beneath. First-timer energy, no idea what he was staring at, just a wide-eyed huh hanging in the air. Dick's sweat dropped and asked what circling even meant, and the answer started dropping, a technique for making something out of nothing. 2 students looked up at the night sky, watching something circle overhead, and wondering what the hell was being built up there. But our boy had cracked it. The flow of darkness, the black sun, once he saw the pattern, the rest was just repetition. He grabbed the grimoire and flipped it open for the kid, who nearly fell out of his chair at what was inside. Golden script coiled around a black sun emblem, and every line spelled out the same lesson. Let the dark remember the shape of the circle. 1,000 cycles, and the darkness learns on its own, hands that mimic without being told. So he set his center, breathed out, and let the flow start remembering itself. Blue flames curled around him as the ritual locked in, his whole body the axis of something older than the academy. Power pooled above his palm, shrieking into shape. And then, circling complete, he grabbed hold of the forming will, bone and energy fused in a single violent snap. A hexagram blazed to life in the dark, runes shrieking as the construct declared itself, and that was how circling worked. A horned skull hung in the mist, jaw slack, blue eyes burning awake. The kid could only gawk. How did a single glance at a book do all that? The answer came back calm. It was the same principle as a spell he already knew. A hand reached down and flicked the skull alive. 2 days to tame it, the kid warned. Simon didn't have 2 days. He was binding it now, tonight, no matter the cost. He smiled down at the skull and told it to hang on. He put the rest of it together just as soon as he could. A pale hand steadied against the blue-clad shoulder, the only sign of rest he'd allowed himself. Dick Haywood was out cold on the sofa, snoring with his mouth wide open, while Simon stood watch in the dim room. And for good reason. A horned skull snapped into place, with a sharp clack, blue flames kindling in its empty sockets. The summon rose rib by rib, palm outstretched, glowing faint cyan against the deep blue dark, bound now, tamed in a single night on raw talent and stubborn will. 2 horned skeletons were alive in the living room by morning, already drilling turn, round, turn, until poor Dick jolted awake gasping. Simon flashed a tired grin at his newest soldiers and whispered, "Great then, let's see what you can really do." Then he kicked off the floor and launched. Dick's bow sailed, spinning through the air, and a horned skeleton caught it mid-flight, bony fingers snapping shut on the wooden grip. The weapon barely paused in motion before it was in position. Deep in the forest, a skeleton archer drew back on the string, his unseen master barking, "Shoot that tree." He braced the bow against a thick purple trunk, leg bones locked, and found his line. His skull tilted, empty sockets narrowing focus, until the bowstring screamed tight and held. Simon watched from the brush, amber eyes sharp, reading every tremor in the bone. Now he barked and the string snapped loose. The arrow screamed off the line, streaking through the trees, aimed dead at its target. The arrow buried clean into the dirt, proof the Horn Battalion was nearly battle-ready. And somewhere across campus, a classmate practically vibrated with the news. While Simon sat slumped at his desk, hollow-eyed, a walking corpse running on spite and mana. 2 worried faces leaned in over him, Camibarez and a light-haired classmate, checking whether the kid who'd pulled an all-nighter binding skeletons was still breathing. Dick Haywood burst in, wanting confirmation. The skeleton archers were locked and loaded for today's battle evaluation. Simon snapped alert at the name, Heron Coke. Dick's grin died fast, because Heron didn't fight fair, he fought with the black hand. The blue-haired classmate cut in. That darkness was no common spell, it was a bloodline technique, a hand of pure shadow his family passed down. Simon already knew the problem. Ghost arrows wouldn't bite something made of pure dark. Dick countered fast. The hand ate all his focus, so while it was up, Heron couldn't cast a thing. Kami piped up from the back. She'd studied this, catarology, the school of curses. Stachysstatus curse, and Heron's black hand cracks under its own weight. The blue-haired girl nailed it shut. Curse him, kite the range, and the match was theirs. 2 pale hands knotted together, squeezing hard enough to tremble, somebody white-knuckling a yes they weren't sure they meant. Because the blue-haired kid sat frozen, golden eyes wide, weighing choices he didn't have time for, and the math wasn't working out. Then something clicked. Which was a problem, because while he calculated in silence, his group was losing it, Kami in tears. The blonde boy shouting that Dick had been running on fumes for days and nobody could get him to stop. So Dick Haywood did what Dick did. Hunched alone in a purple-lit room, pen moving in glowing rings, laughing to himself like a gremlin who'd found a cheat code. And yeah, he was terrified, scared out of his mind, scribbling through it anyway, because fear and focus look identical on this kid. Nobody in Group 7 was sleeping easy, because their boy Dick had been unraveling for days, scribbling into the dark like a man possessed, and his teammates weren't about to watch him burn out alone. Late nights in his room, hunched over a notebook, pen flying across the page in frantic strokes, the kind of obsessive grinding that only happens when a summoner has bitten off more than he can chew. Just the hum of magic, and a kid refusing to quit. Dick finally cracked a wild, sharp-toothed grin at his own work, laughing, cackling at whatever monstrosity he was cooking up, half mad with it and honestly terrified of what he'd just figured out. And then the sun crept in. Morning hit the cafeteria like a bucket of cold water. Dick's two teammates caught the purple-black shadow of exhaustion still clinging to him, and the truth was plain. He couldn't keep this pace with the battle evaluation looming days away. But just as the pen hit paper again, a voice cut through the haze, "Hey, Simon," and the midnight project slammed to a halt. Simon jolted upright, blinking in the light, scratched cheek and all, because apparently Malin had found him first. Malin was already leaning over his shoulder at the notebook, her voice pitched low with that specific worry she only used for people she actually cared about. She dragged him out to the sunlit conservatory, perched across the table with her whole body language screaming mom mode, lecturing that yes, the evaluation mattered, but not enough to wreck himself over, while Simon sat there being uncharacteristically polite about the intervention. Before he could argue, her fingers found his cheeks pinched and pried his mouth open with a cheerful say, Simon's was the only protest he got out. Then she held up a small yellow-green capsule like it was a holy relic, eyes blazing with the intensity of a girl who had already made up his mind for him. Medicine, now, no debate. She dropped the warning alongside the pill. This wasn't a cure-all, don't get stupid about it. And Simon swallowed it on cue, obedient as a kid at the doctor's office, because arguing with Malin was a fight nobody in Group 7 had ever won. Our boy was back to his usual gremlin energy, batting those big excited eyes and begging the team for just 2 more of whatever prank he was cooking up. Kami and Dick made him pay for it immediately, stretching his cheeks like taffy while he wailed, the pink-haired demon cackling like she'd just won the lottery. Rubbing his sore cheek, our gremlin dropped the bit and got serious. Turns out someone had spotted Professor Aaron out of his office, which meant one thing. Dick confirmed it with a quiet little nod. Then the blond boy flashed a grin and held up a handwritten note straight from the professor himself, a circled time slot, 7 sharp, this very afternoon. Professor Aaron was coming back. Somewhere deeper in the academy, warm gold light bled across a stone corridor, dust drifting lazy through the beams. At the far end, a brown-haired young man in a white shirt stood alone outside a wooden door, the silence broken only by his slow, deliberate footsteps. He didn't move, didn't turn, just waited, hands pocketed, listening to whoever was coming. Tired blue eyes flicked toward the sound, mildly curious. And there, sitting cross-legged against the wall with a book in his lap, was a dark-haired student in the black and gold uniform, the very kid he'd been waiting on, looking like he'd just been caught reading under a desk lamp. Then the world went red, and the noise swallowed everything. The dark-haired kid sprang up with the urgency of someone who'd been rehearsing this moment all day, blurting out that he desperately needed to ask something. But the brown-haired man just smiled, eyes closed, and informed him politely that whatever it was would have to wait, working hours were over. The kid's face went blank with horror. Our boy walked into Professor Aaron's office and just stood there, Joe Slack, because the place was a cathedral of forbidden knowledge, towering stacks, a colossal horned skull mounted like a trophy, and shadows thick enough to swallow a whisper. His guide led him deeper, past the columns of crumbling tomes, until they reached a doorway framed by a giant skeletal spine, and casually told the kid to sit wherever he pleased, like this wasn't the creepiest classroom on campus. Among the packed spines on the shelves, one black volume sat labeled with a pentagram, its title promising nothing good. He sank into a cracked leather sofa next to something pale, gaunt, and clearly long dead, and laid his real reason for being here on the table. He needed to win the upcoming battle evaluation using summoning magic alone. Professor Aaron poured himself a drink, the trickle of it echoing in the silence, and stared back like the kid had just announced he planned to swim across the ocean on a dinner plate. The student broke into a nervous sweat and tried to frame it smarter, sure, Aaron was famous for combat and flashy spellwork, but a summoner winning with summons was the whole point, wasn't it? His blazer sat buttoned tight, that little crest catching the lamplight like he needed every ounce of authority it could lend him right now. Beneath the desk, a skeletal hand tightened its grip on the wood, bone fragments scattered beside a ceramic mug. And somewhere in the quiet, a tiny ellipsis said everything the room wouldn't. Professor Aaron blinked, half-lidded and genuinely lost, and asked what exactly the kid thought he was hearing right now. Simon met his eyes and doubled down without flinching. A summoner who meant to major in the craft should prove it through the craft, plain and simple, and that conviction hit the old professor like a thrown gauntlet. The question came back at him, was that really reason enough? And the professor's gaze drifted to something on the shelf, faintly glowing, like he was already weighing whether this kid was brave or just suicidal. He took a long, slow sip from his cup, the sound loud in the dead quiet room. The two of them sat across from each other in that endless library, a grinning skeletal specter floating above them, and the silence stretched until words gave up entirely. Two little horned skulls popped into the air and started rattling like they were about to fly apart, and our boy sweated through his collar, because that reaction told him everything the professor's poker face wouldn't. But then Aaron's smirk cracked through, calm and a little cruel, and he offered the one thing Simon had walked in starving for, a solution, or at least the missing piece to the one he already had. Aaron's skeletal fingers curled, the deal taking shape in his grip. And our boy, smiling like a man who just unlocked the cheat code. Which meant the clock had one destination, the day of the battle evaluation, bright sky and all. Except Dick Haywood was missing, and half the academy was losing its mind looking for him. The Coliseum was already drowning in spectators, every seat claimed, because Dick's roommate had pulled an all-nighter and never came back to the dorm. Beat. Up in the stands, the blue-haired girl took in the sea of faces and grinned. This crowd was no joke. A packed house of uniformed students, every hair color in the academy crammed into tiered seats. This was the event of the year. Malin found Kami mid-meltdown, the half-vampire wide-eyed and wailing about surviving the day. Kami's bat wings poked through her blazer, nerves spiking higher than her mana. She couldn't fathom why 100 strangers cared about a first-year fight. Front row boys scribbled notes like scouts at a royal draft, but Malin kept a steady hand on Kami's head. Kami fainted straight into someone's lap, and honestly fair. The broadcast bubble blazed across a sun-drenched sky, calling two names to the sand. Aaron Koch heard his number called and looked up, calm braid, bright sky, zero hesitation. And Simon, already walking, hands in pockets, dust kicking at his heels, blue hair catching the light like a man who never doubted the entrance. Aaron Koch didn't bother hiding his disdain for special admission number 1. Every syllable dripped with the certainty that this fight was a formality. His voice carried, and the arena swallowed every word. Because Aaron Koch believed he was born for moments exactly like this one. His fist tightened, because he'd been told not to kill the kid, and that was the only reason. Breaking an arm was fine. Breaking a leg was fine. Permanent damage wasn't murder, and Aaron intended to make the most of that gray area before the evaluation ended. His jaw set, his whole body coiling toward violence. An off-screen voice barked that they were behind schedule. Aaron turned, and a cheerful brown-haired partner sidled up with a grin, until a jagged shout from the crowd cut him clean off. Someone in the stands was screaming for Simon, which meant the kid had finally shown his face. And there he was, our boy being half-carried to the arena by a blonde classmate, head hanging, moving like every step cost him something. He straightened just enough to apologize for being late, because apparently punctuality mattered even when you could barely stand. His excuse landed soft, enchanted bracelets soaking damage, the academy trying to keep their golden boy alive long enough to finish the match. Bracelets clicked onto both their wrists, and Aaron caught the sweat on his opponent's face, and that wicked grin said everything. This was already over. So Aaron swung first, a massive dark blade howling down in a brutal overhead arc, the sound of it cracking across the sand like a promise. The arena bell rang, and Simon's skeleton battalion slammed their shields forward like a single organism, bone feet stamping the sand with a battle cry that shook the Coliseum walls. Aaron wasn't having it. A purple starseal bloomed above his palm, war magic for a finished fight, and he spat the verdict at Simon's face. Even Heron flinched when his own seal drifted loose, surprised by his own output as it hovered dangerously close to his chest. Which meant Simon was doing exactly what a cornered rat does best, baiting. The skeletons herded him against the arena wall in a tightening crescent of shields and bone, dust rolling under every deliberate step. Every step measured, every step forward. Simon stood easy, one hand on his hip, and asked the question the whole crowd wanted answered: why on earth would you back yourself into a corner? Because the answer was the three shields locking together in front of him, an unbreakable wall of bone waiting for the charge. But Heron was already reaching for something darker. A curse coiled at his core, and the air around his chest started to murmur and mutter like something alive. He didn't care what was on the other side of those shields. Both palms thrust out, and a massive pink-black rune circle screamed into existence, loaded to end this in one shot. Except fear answered the call, stepping up with hood raised and bone shield locked in place to meet the incoming strike head-on. Too late to turn back now. Heron lunged straight into his own curse, magic circle leading like a battering ram, and screamed it at Simon. The dark blast hit Heron himself, a sickening purple-black impact that buckled his knees and cracked through his ribs like wet wood. He staggered, hand over his mouth, sweat dripping cold, and the horrible truth landed. That was a sickness curse, meant for Simon, and he had just swallowed his own poison. The cursed energy detonated outward in a pink and violet scream of magic, and through the chaos Simon's battalion closed in like wolves on a wounded deer. Heron's blade hit the sand. His arms went wide. Fear loomed behind him, and the fight was over. Because in the stands, Blue Hair was losing it, shouting that you can't stack Black Hand on top of other black magic, calling out the gap in their intel. Dick Haywood rubbed the back of his neck, sweating through his grin. One thing was certain, he managed. The target sitting in that arena was a problem way above their weight class. The warning hit like a gut punch, far stronger than anyone knew. The math on their little assassination plan just got a whole lot worse. And somewhere in that arena, a dark-haired suit was putting a red-haired man through the air with a single punch backed by raw dark blue energy, sending him flying like he weighed nothing. The follow-through planted hard in the sand, ready for whatever came next. Up in the private box, a blond man in a white coat leaned on the railing, amused. The observer never came down for first years, which meant someone down there had finally earned a personal audience. That white coat didn't move. Whoever was watching, they were waiting for something specific. Then a brown-haired kid by the wall, head down, whispered a name into the silence, Aaron, like a prayer or a curse. Hands in pockets, shoulders low, he stood alone on those cold tiles, carrying whatever that name meant to him. Back in the stands, a blonde with one red eye and a red scarf leaned in close, smirking. The accusation was surgical, refusing direct disciples out of guilt, because summonology chewed students up and spat out survivors. The dark-haired man held his stare against a bruised sky, silent, because the real question underneath was obvious, tempted to take a direct disciple now. A pale hand pressed flat against cold stone. "Witness it yourself," the voice said, and something dark dripped below. A hooded silhouette rose in a corona of red and purple, promising that the new disciple's training would be written in pain, and the next chapter hadn't even started yet. Pain is waiting for them when they choose summonology, and somebody just learned that lesson the hard way. Bones went flying through the smoke, and the grin on that skull told the whole story. It was just getting started. Red Hair with the braided ponytail stepped up, palm open, that wicked smile daring anyone to doubt what came next. Then the dark energy hit, 3 pillars of violet flame tearing skyward, scattering embers like a funeral pyre running backward. Whoever was on the receiving end hit the ground hard, purple smoke choking the air around them as they crawled. Red Hair didn't let up, palm out, a 6-pointed sigil burning alive over his hand, promising this would be over fast. Except the brown-haired kid in the white shirt barely flinched, just glanced back over his shoulder, calm as stone. He turned without a word, and the blonde at the edge of the arena choked on his own breath watching him move. That blondie felt something shift in the air, some kind of power surge that hit him right in the chest. The purple-haired guy in the suit hit the dust in the arena, groaning that the match was as good as over, and he meant it for himself. Brown Hair didn't even look rattled, told him there was no need anymore, like the fight had been decided 3 moves ago. Blondie stood there dripping sweat, muttering at nothing, because nothing about this made sense anymore. So Red Hair doubled down, summoned a new magic array, blazing star and geometry, the smoke around him screaming he was done playing. The array surged forward with everything he had, voice cracking that the target was finished, a flash that ate the frame. Purple-black energy tore into our boy, and his body buckled like he'd taken a hit from the inside out. The red-haired summoner stood over his crumpled form, savoring it. Special admission number 1, flat in the dirt. The irony tasted good. Simon dragged his eyes open, teeth clenched, chest heaving, but the fight wasn't gone from those amber eyes. Something coiled up his leg in a dark spiral, pulsing like a second heartbeat under the fabric. The energy peeled away, and beneath it, fresh scratches marked his skin, proof of the damage just absorbed. Simon staggered upright, swaying as his opponent watched, and asked what he planned to do now. He grabbed his skull and squeezed, pain lancing through, and refused to fall. Then the grimace split into a grin, because the agony had finished its work, and what he wanted was now ready. The red-haired fighter dropped into his stance, sweat dripping, already announcing the kill. His turn, his counter, textbook confident protagonist energy. Across the Colosseum, dust still hung in the air under a blazing sky, and the redhead roared that nothing had changed. Except the look on his face said otherwise. Wide eyes, a flicker of purple behind him, and the dawning math of a mistake. From the stands, a blond boy in profile caught it first, 4 heartbeats thumping in his own chest, and a cold smile spreading. His classmates reeled, blue-haired girl wide-eyed, pink-haired wincing, blonde staring, all of them reading the same shift in the air. A heavy thud, a crunch, and still nothing had changed except everything. Stone cracked under the weight of the sound, and a purple-haired head dipped into frame. Someone had just learned the hard way that special admission number 1 doesn't stay down. Then the dark purple-haired boy raised his fists with a grin, pointing out nobody had ever said he couldn't bring a little something extra into the arena. Because that hit landed like the judgment of God itself, a deafening orange thunderclap that cracked the arena floor and blew shockwaves across the stands. The brown golem took the full force of the blow square in its reptilian eye, stone splintering across its body as the dark-haired striker stood in the settling dust, untouched. Chunks of shattered golem tumbled through crimson-lit air, trailing dust and ruin as the debris rained down on what used to be a battlefield. Even the braided red-haired onlooker could only gape through the smoke, muttering that this was supposed to be a first-grader's evaluation, not an apocalypse. Because it hadn't died. That one-eyed brown leviathan loomed against the blue sky, still standing, still watching, and clearly not done. Our boy didn't flinch. Smoke curling around his boots, he stood like he'd already decided how this ended. That colossal yellow eye went wide with the dawning realization that the kid in front of it was something it had never encountered before. And in the stands, 2 classmates, the sharp blue-haired girl and the wide-eyed pink-haired girl, could only stare upward, jaws slack, watching history get rewritten in real time. This was a masterclass in golem theory made flesh. Flame, stone, ice, and water all orbiting that single yellow eye, proof that the materials you build with decide the monster you unleash. Our boy stood there on barren ground, dark purple hair catching the light, calling the whole idea insane with a voice that didn't waver, the most dangerous word in any summoner playbook. The blonde classmate next to him broke into a nervous grin, asking if he was hearing this right, sweat already beating at his temple. Because buried in that rubble wasn't debris, it was something he'd planted on purpose, and the blonde was already sprinting forward when he realized what was about to surface. The pink-eared girl watching from the sidelines went pale, stammering that it hadn't been an accident. He meant to do exactly that. The blonde exhaled, reasoning out loud that if the core was exposed now, every piece of this madness was justified. The blue-haired classmate in profile could only groan, calling their friend a complete numbskull for pulling something this reckless. And even the red-haired fighter at the Colosseum's edge stood dumbfounded in his loosened tie, sweat pouring down, because what he was watching wasn't a school fight anymore, it was a statement. A pale hand hung limp at his side, relaxed, almost bored. Then those fingers curled into a fist, and every ounce of intent packed into them. Because waiting for him on that arena floor was the last thing a striker ever wants to see. Something massive filled the sky above the Colosseum. A colossal dark golem towered over the red-haired boy, its single cyclopean eye burning yellow, and every spectator in those stands felt the scale of the mismatch at once. Teeth ground hard enough to split. Somebody in that arena wasn't accepting this loss. A brutal slash carved across that reptilian eye, the beast snarling as something had already drawn first blood. Then the world went white between scenes. That slitted golden eye narrowed, and the dark-gloved fist beside it tightened. The kid was done being the underdog. He leaned in with the only coaching that mattered. Drop everything you've got into the swing, because partial effort dies here. Our boy wound up and threw his whole body behind the punch, grinned fierce and committed. That padded fist came down trailing a red streak, every ounce of weight behind the arc. Impact landed clean, red and white shockwaves blasting out from the point of contact. The explosion ripped across the arena, debris spiraling outward like the floor itself was begging for mercy. Stone tiles blew apart under the shockwave, scattering across the arena in every direction. The red-haired boy lay crumpled in the crater he'd earned, the pavement shattered clean around him. Simon exhaled hard, the kind of breath that says the fight was heavier than he let on. So he straightened his tie, played it cool, because legends don't look tired in public. The crowd was buzzing, spectators trading theories about summonology, and who'd thrown the hardest punch all semester. 3 students pumped their fists at the sky, howling, Group 7 screaming itself hoarse for their boy. And the chant went up, "Simon is the best." Because there he stood, calm as anything, one hand raised in victory over a body on a stretcher. The red-haired kid stared up at the sky, scraped and dazed, wearing the freshest L of his life. Simon hesitated, mouth half open like he wanted to say something respectful, maybe even apologize. But the red-haired striker flinched, sweating, because whoever that name in the crowd belonged to, it was aimed at him. Simon turned away across the arena floor, boots heavy on the stone, leaving the wreckage behind. Except he grinned, battered, dust-covered, completely unbroken, and threw a line over his shoulder like he owned the place. That grin was aimed straight up at a colossal yellow eye glaring down at him, the golem's stare meeting his without flinching. Small human, giant monster, same unbothered energy. That first real summon, a yellow butterfly flutter perched on stone, until a massive golden reptilian eye cracked open below, and someone's trembling apology filled the silence. Back at the academy, a pink-haired elf girl with bat wings and a black choker waved cheerfully at Simon's towering stone golem, while the blue-haired girl behind her furiously denied something, and a dark blue-haired boy just smiled and nodded okay. Same bat-winged girl, craning her neck up at the giant of carved rock, completely starstruck by the word golem, already scheming up some half-baked favor to ask of it. The blue-haired girl was cackling at the dark blue-haired boy for making her tremble longer than necessary, finger raised in delight while he just stood there with a closed-eye smile, sweating through the roast. Then the cliff itself started crumble, and the whole squad had to plant their feet while rocks rained down, the bat-winged girl, the blonde, and the dark blue-haired boy all watching the golem flex without lifting a finger. In the settling dust, something caught the light, a glowing golden orb with a reptilian slit, rustle, half buried on the ground, and a hand in a dark sleeve was already reaching for it. The dark blue-haired boy turned in profile, amber eyes steady, while the blonde cradled the orb in both palms and asked point-blank how on earth he'd gotten it. So someone asked the only question that mattered. Did he still have 610 gold left after buying 3 vanilla skeletons? At the wooden-floored shop, a curly-haired clerk stroked his chin and laid it out plain, 610 in the kid's pocket, but a golem core started at 700, and that little O said everything about the math. But the shopkeeper smiled and held up a finger, special price, 650, 600 now plus 50 on credit, because even stone-hearted merchants love a comeback story. The dark blue-haired boy just grinned in relief, told the clerk to keep the spare gold for emergencies, and walked out of that shop with a core in hand, and a deal he actually pulled off. The blonde boy next to him was sweating bullets, stuck on a single word, period, trying to process why his friend was suddenly moving like a guy with actual currency to his name. 2 hands cradled the prize, a polished golden orb, swirling patterns glowing softly, the heart of a golem waiting to wake up. Back on the grassy hill under a wide blue sky, the blonde stared at the spired academy ahead and thought the quiet, honest truth, being a necromancer had nothing to do with dark magic, and a silver-haired figure in a dark suit watched them from the edge of frame. Then the dark blue-haired boy smirked, amber eyes catching the light green bills fluttering around him against a green sky, because yeah, being a necromancer was just a money game, and he'd just learned how to play. Dick Haywood squared up in that arena jacket, skull pin catching the light, fight about to start. The announcement rang out, Dick Haywood versus Ligang Chopra, 2 students, 1 stage. The Coliseum sprawled wide under open sky, stone arches towering over a floor crowded with dark uniformed students milling in nervous clusters. Across from each other, a brown-haired girl fixed Ligang with a cold stare while the blonde boy smirked, golden eyes sharp with a sweat drop betraying the nerves underneath. The girl raised her arms and the arena darkened, swords materialized in midair, suspended on swirling threads of violet shadow, dozens of blades answering to her will alone. She stood planted at the center, legs braced, weapons orbiting behind her like a personal storm. Ligang inhaled, steadying himself. Whatever came next, he had to be ready to move. He pointed straight at her and laughed, claiming she was some noble outcast from a backwater fiefdom, then tossed the name Chopra at her like a provocation. That grin only widened, golden eyes burning with mockery, daring her to do something about it. She snapped. The blade came down in a vicious overhead arc, every ounce of fury behind the swing. But Ligang's hand was already there, swoop, catching the dark steel mid-strike like he'd seen it coming. Then his polearm slammed into the stone, red burst cracking across the floor, and he planted it wide, grinning, because this scrappy noble had just made the whole fight interesting. Clang, the arena floor shook under the impact. He leaned in, fist crackling with blue energy, golden eye blazing, buzzing, daring her to show him what she's got. She lunged forward, screaming for him to shut up and die, violet tendrils whipping wild, every shred of patience gone. Steel met steel in a brutal clang, and the crowd winced at the impact. Blade after blade collided in a frenzy of crack and ching, neither side giving ground, but the brown-haired girl's eyes went wide with the unmistakable look of someone who just realized something had gone very wrong. 2 steel tips dropped fast, carving the air. Because Ligang wasn't defending. He was grinning, purple energy coiling around his raised hand like he'd been waiting all match for exactly this moment. And that's when the smug blonde revealed his real class, a pure enchanter, golden pentagram blazing to life in front of his palm. He had a strategy for her. Every clash, every taunt, every bit of patience he'd burned was buying time for this one devastating counter, and he finally unleashed it. Arms spread wide, Ligang released an enormous blast of blue-white magical force straight at her. The spell detonated across the arena, a chaotic eruption of white and purple that swallowed everything in its path. Dick barely had time to register the shock on her face before dark purple-black tendrils erupted around her body, scattering green motes through the dust. The blast hurled her backward like a broken doll, her scream tearing through the arena as a massive jagged shape crashed down through her in a blinding white-pink explosion. She skidded across the sand and didn't get up. The announcement rang out that Ligang Kalha's opponent had passed out. Blue sky and sparkling flares washed over the arena as a relieved voice rang out above it. Ligang stood tall, one hand shielding his eyes, exhaling a long phew as the stadium roared behind him. Back in the stands, 2 classmates clapped, but Kami grinned openly while Malin's smile looked like it was being held together with willpower and prayer. Then Ligang bowed grandly, asking the crowd if they were embarrassed. Malin just smiled through it, bathed in a warm golden glow that didn't quite reach her eyes. Before her even stepped into the arena, somebody already had her back. Malin's classmates piled on the pre-match energy because somebody had to. Malin shook her head, praying for a quieter kind of support. But the rest of Group 7 was just as loud, marching up like it was a festival, Kami included. The Coliseum swallowed them all in sunlight, and the real talk started. Her opponent walked tall, smug as a noble who'd never tasted loss. And Malin cracked her knuckles and looked ready to serve them a reminder. Stones weren't even settled under her boots, and she was already mouthing off about her opening move. Then the referee called it, and the sand answered with the first footfalls. It was instantly personal. A commoner aristocrat lunged first, because her bloodline told her the match already belonged to her. Her opening spell bloomed in gold, an arrogant circle of runes meant to humiliate as much as harm. Then she opened up with fire, a full-on fire blast meant to end the round early. Malin didn't even flinch. She parted the flames with a lazy palm, like swatting a fly at a picnic. And the blue-haired striker let her smirk do the talking, flames licking her fingers while she mocked the air for charging blind. Beat, just the uniform, the tie, the calm before the storm cracked. Then the dark elemental label hit the stands, and the crowd finally caught on to what they were actually watching. A glyph circle screamed to life, and that orange flame punched upward in claws, characteristic of her class, no question. Back in the stands, two students watched it bloom, and the pink-haired one whispered that this was a perfect upgrade. The silver-haired striker drove her palm forward and answered with flair, a wave of orange heat that split the arena air, different league entirely. But the freckled boy with the earring wasn't flinching, sweat on his cheek, grin on his face, and he still believed he had the upper hand. So he bolted, forcing a gap between them, because his entire game plan was simple: keep her moving, keep her distracted, and never let her call dark flare again. Streaks of gold in his hair now, eyes narrowed and locked. If he could just keep the pressure on, she would never find the line she needed. Except she already had, and a column of crimson and magenta fire called flicker ripped skyward through the dark, scattering sparks like shrapnel. She smiled, a magenta glyph spinning in her palm, the dark red surge billowing behind her, because he was really too naive to think he could outrun her. And the silver-haired striker hadn't even started yet. Her boot slammed the stone, and the impact cracked the arena. But the freckled kid answered with a dash of his own, finger gun raised, cocky grin intact, treating a goddess-tier mage like she was worth chasing. His boot flicked up, because there was no point swinging if you couldn't hit the target. She answered by weaving a pink glyph at her waist, daring him forward, and named the spell herself. How about IT, Ivory Tower? He vanished. Her eyes went wide, a bead of sweat breaking because he was already gone, and she realized he could catch up with her. Then he was behind her, hand reaching, WHOOSH of displaced air, grinning, "You're done," he called, and the silver-haired striker's eye went wide. But that amber eye of his, frozen in close-up with a single bead of sweat, something in him had just realized it too. The brown-gloved fist rocketed forward, a taunt locked in those four words, because no one insults her and walks away. But lavender-haired Malin only smiled, absolutely certain she'd never lose a fistfight to a pretty boy. The punch screamed past her uniform as a burst of light erupted below her feet. Boom, the arena cracked wide open, which meant Striker Kid caught the full explosion chest first, launched backward through a geyser of red and pink. And Malin, standing tall under sparkling skies, light laugh spilling out of her, the kind of grin that said she'd known exactly how this ended. Two boys watched from the sideline, the blonde's arms crossed tight, sweat already crawling, and the blue-haired one smiling like he couldn't decide if he was impressed or terrified. Leaning against the stone wall in the dust, the blue-haired one decided for both of them, facing her later would be a nightmare. Both boys froze, eyes wide, mouth slack, because something behind them had just changed the air. A pink-haired demon girl with bat wings hovered at the railing, sweating through a nervous smile, rattling like she'd just been put on blast. Every bone in Kami's little body was rattling, because she was the last one standing and the weight of it had her shaking apart, until our boy Simon and his tan mutt spotted her. Somewhere behind those eyes was a girl smiling like a nightmare in a nice blazer, wide and wrong, and the chill that rippled through the room said this was about to get very bad very fast. Simon and Dick rushed in, clapping and pointing, telling her there was zero pressure, absolutely none, just relax, while Kami sweated through a smile that meant she was dying inside. Then Professor Siage rolled up on his cane like the final boss introducing himself, dropping that he was here for her match, and someone off-panel barked at Dick to shut his mouth before he jinxed it. Kami looked up at the old man and forgot every word she'd ever learned, the syllable professor crawling out while her brain blue-screened behind those dark-ringed eyes. But the broadcast overhead didn't care about her nerves, calling both Kami and an Edgar Atelier to the waiting room under a chill that crawled straight down their spines, and Simon and Dick just stood there, sweating, knowing exactly what kind of match this was about to be. The Kizan crest on Simon's chest gleamed like a badge of "We're so cooked," tension building with every breath toward the arena. Our boy stepped into the sunlit arena with a smirk that said he already knew how this played out. Just empty air and the echo of an argument nobody won. Whatever got said, it landed heavier than either of them meant. Back on the bench, Dick tilted his head in exasperation while the dark blue-haired kid from the Golem deal stared wide, both whispering that this opponent was stronger than anyone had priced her. Because Kami wasn't just some half-vampire kid, she was a Ursula, packed with a stacked bloodline, and between Dick lounging and Malin crossing her arms, the only real question was whether the girl could keep her head from spinning out. Simon turned to face her across the sand and threw out a casual, "Nice to meet you," his bat-winged opponent standing there small and stunned at the sheer audacity of his grin. The arena stretched wide under open skies, full stands ready to roar, both fighters planted, and the only prayer holding this together was the hope that Kami didn't panic the second steel met air. Two nervous voices traded stuttered hellos, like neither believed they deserved to be here. Kami stood frozen, wings tight, sweat drop catching the light, half-vampire adrenaline with nowhere to go. A breath of silence before the storm. Then her opponent swept his arm forward and his skeletons clattered to life, and the match exploded into motion. Kami dropped into a stance and barked one word, "Raise," calling her own answer from the dust. The arena held its breath. Malin's eyes went wide, whispering, could he really break through? Nobody answered. Because Malin already had her hand up, winked at the crowd and fired bang her whole philosophy in one shot. Skill decides, not bloodline. And the world answered back, a massive boom that swallowed the ring in fire and smoke. Malin stood with her back to the inferno she made, skirt hem swaying in the heat haze. When the smoke cleared, Simon was still standing, framed by two dented kite shields worth more than most disciples earn in a year, multimillionaires of defense, and not a scratch on him. The arena forgot to breathe. Two students in the crowd stared, sweating. His gear could tank any hematic bullet, and those shields alone looked worth hundreds of gold. WHA. Somewhere a voice narrated the obvious. Kami had been warned about this man, while a distant WAH caught someone already getting knocked the wrong way. Kami stomped into the arena on dark clouds, fury cranked to 11, ready to bite back at the whole bracket. Simon called her out mid-stomp, cursed arrows, weirdly cute, and Kami's brain predictably blue-screened. So Simon pivoted, summoning a purple circle beneath a freshly raised skeleton, betting everything on an undead shield before the curse landed. Dick and the dark-haired boy lost it from the sidelines, screaming for Kami to act. Egger's curse was already mid-cast. Kami reached for the dark orb instinctively, panic overriding training, and her half-vampire instincts kicked in exactly when she needed them least. The skeleton caught the curse's payload head-on and shattered backward in a boom that rattled the whole arena. Kami staggered, blood on her lip, dazed but still standing, the kind of hurt that buys you just enough time to get smart. She whipped out 3 Skull and Bear bottles like a half-vampire bartender, ready to mix something illegal. Egger blitzed her before she could uncork one, slamming into her mid-throw with a flap that sent her flying. Simon roared, paralyzed through a rune circle, blue energy crackling out to lock Egger down, desperate, messy, everything on the line magic. But a silver bottle burst open on Simon's arm in a yellow-orange splash, and his own hand went wrong. Both of them caught the backlash, Egger fizzing an electric buzz, Kami crying out as the same current ripped through her too. Simon clutched his chest, numb crawling down his arm, the splash burning through his blazer and into his nerves. He seized control of a fresh skeleton with a barked command, buying seconds while his own body betrayed him. Kami's hand trembled against her sleeve, but her jaw set, one stack she could still take, still move, still fight. Kami launched herself straight at Egger, every step fueled by one stubborn belief: I can do this. The suited man could only stare in disbelief as she closed the gap. He tried to argue distance, tried to buy time with a purple ward, begging her to wait close combat after all that. She wasn't listening. Darkness erupted along her arms, raw and crackling, her face locked in a scream of effort as something inside her finally answered the call. Purple-black power lashed out in violent arcs. Egger braced, teeth clenched, totally unprepared for what she was becoming. She closed the distance in a heartbeat, both hands fisting his collar, dragging the suit-wearing noble down to her level. One wide pink eye, fangs bared, and the color drained from her face. She was about to realize exactly whose lap she'd landed in. Her scream tore through the arena as the backlash hit. Kami sank her fangs straight into his arm, thrashing, demanding release, while her own dark magic chewed through her control. The scoreboard flickered overhead. His barrier timer was dying NGH. It was going down, and every beep stole another second of his defense. The shield cracked wide open, orange and black, and she was still clawing for freedom. Simon shoved at her, Batwing emblem flashing on his shoulder, yelling for her to get off, but his strength was spent, and the beeps kept coming. The arena board froze, then flashed the verdict in cold blue letters. Match over, winner, Camibarez Ursula. Simon lay flat in the dust, chest heaving, as Kami sprawled across him, both of them too wrecked to move. She scrambled upright, eyes huge, braids swinging, already stammering apologies before he could even find the breath to answer. And the silence after it stretched on, thick and uncomfortable. Simon winced, pressing a hand to his shoulder where Kami's blade had bitten deep. Barely a scratch, thanks to that barrier spell. Then the reality caught up with him. A few inches further and that thing would have taken his whole arm clean off, barrier or not. And Malin's reaction hit even harder than the sword did, hands clasped tight, purple eyes flooding with terrified relief. Which left Simon red-faced and absolutely, thoroughly stuck. Romantic intervention was not on his midterm bingo card. Their two classmates rushed in from the sidelines, fists pumped, voices bouncing off the stone walls, checking on Kami, on Simon, on everybody at once. Malin's victory dance went full volume, while Kami watched her with pure exhausted tolerance. Cut to a pair of uniformed students standing close on cracked earth, one in a skirt, the other frozen mid-word. Followed immediately by the universal sound of someone realizing they just said the worst possible thing, oops. Malin flinched, hand to her chest, startled by whatever had slipped out, and a dark-haired boy from behind her jumped straight in to smooth it over. He smiled through it, eyes closed, sweat beating at his temple, and let the moment breathe with words that hit quieter than they sounded. The confession trailed off into open sky, drifting where nobody could grab it back. And all that was left up there was clouds, lens flare, and the ghost of something finished. Chat. That man meant every word, and the next chapter's gonna hurt. The sky had mellowed into soft peach and rose, the arena's fury fading with the light. Then the sunset itself seemed to speak, booming a bright congratulations across the field, their first evaluation win, locked in. Outside the arena, sunset bled across the sky, and Malin was squeezing the life out of Kami. Because it was midterm week. Malin had buried Kami in a hug so violent the half-vampire nearly choked, all cheerful warmth and zero boundaries, while Kami just stood there buffering. Malin caught herself, awkward laugh trailing off. Simon watched it all, motionless at his desk, brain officially offline. Kami finally recovered, laughing it off like nothing happened. And then someone spoke. Dick dead-eyed, already done with everything. The words landed on Simon like a hammer. Midterms, he hadn't studied, hadn't opened a book, hadn't even thought about a book, and the fiery panic of total academic ruin erupted across his whole body. Our boy had bigger things on his mind than textbooks, battle evaluations, death plots. The usual and finals had snuck up like a knife in the dark. So he grabbed the heaviest book in the room and committed to a legendary cram sesh. Pencil up, eyes blazing, full anime protagonist study montage energy. This was the night the underdog locked in. 5 minutes later the textbook won. Page after page of dense theory stared back at him like a final boss he had zero build for. Meanwhile across campus, a pale blue ponytail and a calm voice turned at the sound of her own name, Malin Villine, Group 7's not-so-secret weapon. A classmate in a gray coat broke the morning quiet with news that some guy was out there asking for her, early, persistent, and unexplained, which already smelled like trouble. Malin's brain ran through the possibilities and came up empty, which only made the knot in her stomach tight. The culprit turned out to be a blue-haired boy with a dopey smile, and the audacity to call her cute before breakfast. He played innocent, Malin was not buying it. So he pivoted to complimenting her hair, because flattery was the only weapon in his little arsenal. Then came the bow, a full theatrical 90 degrees, and the real ask, join the study group before midterms ate them all alive. Malin fired back that the manners were contagious and Dick was a bad influence. The kid kept grinning through the roast, rattling off the roster, Kami, Dick himself, like a man who knew the group chat had already voted yes without her. Malin threw her hands up and left him bowing in the courtyard, because some fights weren't worth winning before coffee. Back at Simon's door, the balance scales and potion flasks told the whole story, and Kami's voice came floating in before she did. And there she was, bat wings, pink cardigan, schoolgirl smile, the half-vampire who could paralyze a Class C summoner, and then ask him how his day was. In a quiet corner of the lab, a nervous boy glanced up from his textbook and asked if she actually enjoyed this stuff. Kami tilted her head, then brightened, and asked if he was covering hematology. She clasped her hands together, pink braids bouncing, and begged to throw a few questions his way. He smiled, pen ready, except he wasn't on hematology at all. He'd been drilling summonology. He held up a thick, dark-bound tome and confessed the chapter was on zombies. An off-panel voice piped up, easy and casual, telling him to go ahead and show her. Kami's eyes went wide, face going pink, and she admitted sheepishly she'd only just learned the topic yesterday, notebook clutched tight, a clumsy little sketch tucked inside the page. Simon leaned in, pen hovering, jaw slack with quiet focus as he worked through the explanation, the kind of look a tutor gets right before the student finally clicks. A lopsided grin tugged at dark hair and an open collar, Simon, mid-thought, about to land the trickiest part of the lesson. Kami peeked over the notebook, violet eyes huge, flushed from ears to collarbone, and echoed it back in a whisper. Like this. Simon walked her through the math, calm and patient, and Kami, startled upright, got it. Totally got it thanks to him, she breathed, cheeks still burning. She buried her face behind the notebook with a long, helpless sigh, one violet eye still peeking out. Malin dropped her bag on the desk with a thud, and the purple-haired girl with the bat wings flinched, because managing a study group meant every grade mattered, and one expulsion could sink the whole crew. She hunched over the test paper, scanning scribbled answers, an off-panel voice inviting her to ask whatever she needed. Malin's eyes went wide as she flagged a problem. That was decomposition formula territory, and the purple-haired girl quietly admitted Simon had already walked her through it, revealing she'd been getting outside tutoring this whole time. The purple-haired girl froze, sweat dropped, bright red, stammering, because she absolutely had not known the material. Then she cracked, tears spilling, hands clawing the air. She confessed she'd botched the decomposition formula on the exam and kept accidentally weaving a weather factor into her answers like a broken spell, while Malin's back stayed turned in the foreground. A blond boy wandered in asking what the chaos was, and Malin's voice floated from behind, telling the panicking girl to breathe, because this wasn't blame, it was rescue. He turned with a backpack so overstuffed it was basically a mobile armory, lantern strapped on top, glass bottle in the side pocket, and explained the hall was prepped for the next battle evaluation, with even more gear inbound. That was when a cardboard box stamped confidential hit the floor with a thud, and every face in the room lit up, panic flipping to pure joy the second snacks entered the chat. The group settled around a dark table groaning with pastries laid out on a grid board, dark blue-haired kid nursing a paper cup, smug blonde in suspenders, lavender girl in pink, and the blue-haired girl in a ruffled apron. When one asked why the other still bothered attending class when he was clearly going into business, the blonde just wagged his finger with a half-smile, because he had this whole operation figured out and wasn't about to explain himself. A chibi brown-haired kid stood arms crossed, hand on chin, mentally stacking boxes as he mapped out the logistics of the whole side hustle. An off-panel voice offered to grab the rest of the supplies and hand them off to Rockist, and the little guy lit up, list in one hand, box in the other, a cheerful yay, popping out beside him like he'd just won the lottery. The blonde threw his head back, laughing at the unimpressed stare he got in return, because he'd already compiled the full orderable item list, and everyone else was just catching up to the plan. Knuckles hit a heavy wooden door in a steady rhythm, polite, patient, but carrying the weight of someone who already knew the answer before asking. A pale hand closed around the handle with purpose, and a cheerful voice sang through the wood that it was her, setting the tone before the door even cracked. Simon opened up just enough to peek through, golden eyes wide, sweat beating at his temple, because that voice belonged to someone he had not seen in a very long time. A hand waved through the gap against a burst of sparkle, and she called his name like no time had passed at all. Then the door swung wide and there she stood, silver-white hair, arms thrown up, beaming like she just walked off a festival float, and his brain flatlined on the name Neftis. She blew past him before he could breathe, a blur of white jacket and total chaos, and he choked out a bewildered wait that trailed off into nothing. Because Neftis wasn't alone, she had Lauren and Kami with her, and all three swarmed him at once, demanding pastry distribution rights while he sputtered and protested, completely overrun. Dick Haywood flinched at the table as that silver-haired tornado asked permission to share her food with him, sweat already rolling, because nothing about this felt survivable. Some poor blue-haired kid in the back recoiled in full panic, clawing the air, shrieking that she was the infamous Neftis, while someone else, clearly not paying attention, gushed over the name being cute. And there she was in the middle of it all, cheeks puffed, pastry crumbs on her lip, floating in a halo of pink hearts, completely unbothered by the chaos she'd authored. Simon watched from the doorway in pure, agonizing silence, the word AWKWWARD hanging in the air like a verdict over Dick's stiff, frozen posture. Dick turned to him, sweating, desperate for backup, and Simon could only lower his head and nod, a silent pact of two men who knew they had already lost. Meanwhile, Neftis hopped in place, thanking Simon by name for the food and cheerfully asking for his time, while poor Dick cowered behind a fortress of pastry plates. Out in the hallway after, Simon's shoulders slumped with the full weight of an apology for the hurricane she'd just unleashed, while Neftis stood beside him grinning, hands on hips, exclamation marks popping around her like she had done absolutely nothing wrong. Neftis found her boy in the doorway, and the silver-haired storm wasted zero time on pleasantries. She grinned like a cat who'd walked in on a heist, because Simon had finally got his battalion and the whole game had changed. She leaned closer. That was never a good sign with Neftis. Her hand closed around his arm before he could blink, and she yanked him forward with a whisper. Someone might be listening, so they had to move now. Somewhere private was what she wanted. Neftis had a destination in mind. The ground dropped out from under him literally, and our boy went floating, hand locked in hers, very confused about the altitude. Blue light trailed beneath their shoes as the world lifted, and Simon didn't have a single good answer for what was happening. A whoosh of magic sealed the deal. They were going wherever she wanted, whether he signed off or not. Neftis swung him like a sack of flour and slammed our boy face first into the floorboards with a cheerful little hup that made it sound like playtime. Simon groaned into the pillow. That definitely hurt. Next thing he knew, he was getting dragged across a canopied bedroom floor, plush toys judging him silently, while he begged to know where the heck Neftis had taken him. Then came a dripping sound from behind a door, and a voice that shouldn't be in this story at all. A dark-haired woman stepped out of the shower dripping wet, towel on her head, and locked eyes with the intruder in her home. Simon, here too. Our boy looked up and immediately regretted every life choice that had led to this exact angle of view. Back home, his mother's lecture hit like a freight train, and Kai, his silver-haired little sister, ate up every second of it with that face. Girl was grinning through it all, throwing up a peace sign like she had nowhere to be and zero shame. Even called her mom out on it, which only earned another round of squabbling while Kai watched nervously from the line of fire. And once Mom was done with Kai, she turned on our boy, scolding him about dodging professors again, memorizing formulas, staying on top of coursework, the usual grind. He pushed back hard, arguing book smarts had nothing to do with what he could actually do. Played it cool after, half-lidded smile in place, sweating bullets but insisting he'd already handled it. Later that day, his silver-haired classmate Allie found him at a meeting spot, flustered, knees on the floor, trying to play it like she'd meant to be there. Then everything flipped. A cloaked, faceless stranger materialized behind him, chains hanging out of nowhere, flatly naming himself as a spy who'd wormed his way inside the very academy that had just chewed Kai out. So that's how this study group of three ended up on the floor of a cramped dorm room, trading scraps, Allie admitting she'd found clues of her own, the usual uneasy silence between them thickening. But Allie's face changed when she said she hadn't come just to compare notes, she'd come to warn him. The kid with the blue hair and the skull pin just stared blankly and dropped a single, baffled what into the air. Because the answer came back from a cyclops the size of a house, wild-haired, single-eyed, horned, roaring yes. I do right into his face amid flying debris. Which was not the reaction the dark-haired girl in the black camisole wanted, arms crossed, red eyes hard. She looked ready to veto the whole thing on principle. So the blue-haired boy looked up at whoever had just spoken, mouth open, because the offer on the table had clearly gotten worse. And the silver-haired girl in the white button-up pointed forward like a teacher catching a student in a lie, scolding whoever needed scolding. Three of them stood together under pastel stars, the dark-haired boy calm, Lauren flushed crimson and shouting, "Hey, Mom," while the silver-haired girl laughed with her eyes closed at the whole mess. Then a scarred, silver-haired man in an open white coat and black choker stepped in, asking if the silver-haired girl was someone's roommate, and offered to hold her back a year beside her companion, buying more time like Keeson had. The girl looked up, blue eyes wide, the offer landing like a slap she hadn't braced for. Somewhere close, a pale hand clenched into a fist against black fabric, the only answer written being next year. And the dark-haired boy started to speak, urgency cracking his voice open. He stayed down on his knees, fists tight on his thighs, swallowing whatever he wanted to say. Lauren stared down, unimpressed, and laid it flat. She had her own leads, and he was either useful or he wasn't. Neftis mulled that over, arms folded, eyes half-lidded, humming like she was already 3 moves ahead of both of them. And Simon, grinning through a sweat drop like the world's most nervous recruit, looked up ready to prove exactly how useful he could be. One beat of silence, which is when Neftis leaned in with a grin, and her hand dipped toward his jacket, fishing for something he wore close to his chest. A silver chain came out, and this wasn't jewelry, this was something old, something that had no business hanging under a school uniform. Another beat. The dark blue-haired boy turned it over in his palm and laid out the catch plainly. One person's attention wasn't going to be enough, not for what was coming. Because the pendant's face woke up, runes flaring gold around a flame emblem burning blue at its center. Silence again. Neftis leaned down into his face, finger out, scolding him like a kid who just set something irreversible on the table. Later, her mother's bathroom, steam still hanging. Mom told Lauren to look after Simon too, and Lauren answered that she already knew. Mom sprawled on the floor and snapped at her not to back down, ordered her out of the room and back to studying with Simon, who was kneeling right there, eyes politely elsewhere. Lauren pouted at the idea, a tiny voice in her head already wondering if showing up would just make everything awkward. And yeah, it was going to be. She could already feel it. Lauren hovered on the edge of a confession, voice cracking, but courage baited at the last second. She crumpled to the floor and threw a full toddler tantrum, screaming and pounding the wood, calling herself the dumbest dumb in the world, while Erzabet and the dark blue-haired boy watched her spiral in pure second-hand agony. Nobody moved to help, nobody dared. She kept wailing, calling herself every insult in the book, and Erzabet's stare could have frozen lava. That girl had officially hit her patience cap. Which made it all the more insane when Lauren popped right back up like a coiled spring, Sunshine's smile locked and loaded, cheerfully volunteering to go study with Simon. Erzabet just closed her eyes and accepted defeat. The door slammed behind Lauren on her way out, and the dark blue-haired boy exhaled like he'd just survived a boss fight. Cut to Simon, still flat on Lauren's bedroom floor, caught in the kill zone between the door and a soaking wet mom who was not expecting company. He apologized so fast the words blurred together, and Mom's death glare softened exactly 1 degree, which, in Simon math, meant he might live through this. Somehow, through apologies, logistics, and divine intervention, everyone regrouped in the lab. The dark blue-haired boy played host, introducing Lauren of Class L to the rest of the crew, Dick, the blue-haired girl, and Kami. Lauren flinched the second a hand reached her way, every alarm in her body blaring. Dick just wanted everyone to pretend he wasn't there and keep studying, and Kami and the blue-haired girl stared at him like he'd lost his mind. The dark blue-haired boy blinked at his own paper like it was written in a dead language, pen hovering, brain clearly somewhere else entirely. The black-haired, red-eyed newcomer, Lauren, Simon's newest headache, tilted her head and mumbled that something wasn't clicking for her. The blue-haired classmate whipped around, wide-eyed and loud, dragging Kami into the panic with a startled, "What, hey?" Lauren asked for Malin by name, and the blue-haired girl practically lunged at the chance to help, Malin sweating through a polite nod. Malin hunched over the notebook, scratching out old work line by line, and Lauren finally exhaled a quiet aha as the formula stopped being a wall. But Lauren wasn't done. She'd learned the hard way that exams trick you on question type, so she needed to nail that down too, while Kami watched in quiet awe. The dark blue-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck against the bulletin board wall, apologizing that he only knew the one way to teach it. Kami burst in like a pink-haired meteor, all sunshine and chaos. Because Ursula, the dark-haired, red-eyed woman from earlier, had found the cookie stash, and the crunch was so loud it echoed. Dick leaned into frame grinning, because of course he did. They'd crowded around the table now, books shoved aside, and Ursula dropped the bomb straight on Kami. "Does that mean you're a vampire?" Kami just smiled, shy, and offered her another cookie. A page of flowing, illegible handwriting stared back, study notes so gorgeous they bordered on sorcery. Ursula's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. Lazy genius type, she was wondering, and honestly chat, that guess wasn't far off. Ursula, chin to chest, gold earring catching the last light of day. The study group called it, voting to grind solo through sunset and squeeze every last point from their notes before the exam. They scattered into the gold hour streets, giddy and exhausted, with someone calling after Lauren to be safe heading home. 3 friends waved like it was the last day of summer, grinning all the way to their separate corners of the city. A beat of quiet between scenes, the sun dipping lower. 2 sets of footsteps fell in sync down a lamplit stone path, shadows stretching long. Simon answered that academy life was the best thing that ever happened to him, easy and warm, while Ursula watched with her arms folded and a face that gave nothing away. He caught something in her silence and glanced back, caught off guard, managing a nervous yes to whatever she'd asked. They reached her gate as the sky bruised orange, and she thanked him for walking her home, said the whole day had been fun, then apologized for crashing his friend group, guilt sitting heavy on her voice. She stopped him before he could leave, using his name like a pin through the moment, and delivered the only warning that mattered. Doubt everything, trust no one, red eyes steady against the dying sun. Then she turned and walked through the gate without looking back, hair swinging once, leaving Simon alone with the weight of her words and the longest night of his life ahead.